Is graduation synonymous with unemployment? Such was the predicament faced by Su Yun, fortuitously awakened to the daily intelligence system. Armed with this intelligence, Su Yun transformed from an ordinary individual into a formidable figure at the pinnacle of success. Daily intelligence. The welfare lottery has launched a new type of lottery ticket. The super lottery, with the winning numbers 06, 07, 09, 12, 15, 32, 07. The first prize offers a reward of $5 million per ticket, with 6 tickets remaining, totaling a prize pool of $30 million. Daily intelligence. There is a coin worth $600,000 in the antique market on West Street, which can be acquired at a low price and sold for a handsome profit. Daily intelligence. There exists a parcel of wasteland on the outskirts of the city, which can yield several times its purchase price upon resale. Through the daily intelligence system, Su Yun amassed an abundance of wealth. From a recent graduate struggling to find employment, he surged to become the best in the world. Chapter 1. The $30 million jackpot. In Jiang City, within a modest office building, the base salary reaches $2,500, with outstanding performance bonuses and beautiful single-day off policies. An 8-hour workday, without mandatory clocking out, yet daily opportunities for voluntary overtime are provided. The recruitment manager, with a round face adorned by scruffy beard and a lecherous grin, scrutinized Su Yun. "May I inquire if there is overtime pay?" Su Yun sighed inwardly, his brow furrowed. As a newly graduated individual, he was ambitious yet faced a harsh reality. In today's climate, securing a desirable job has become exceedingly challenging. Ha ha ha, Yuyist. Our company offers voluntary overtime, not mandatory, hence there is no overtime pay. The recruitment manager's tone was polite, yet his disdain for Su Yun, the job seeker, was palpable. It is already generous to offer you a chance to earn. Yet, here you are, being choosy. Given the current environment, employers struggle to afford even the bare minimum, and yet you expect salary payments. How ungrateful. If you refuse, there are plenty who would gladly take your place. Very well, I shall consider it. Su Yun had attended several interviews over the past few days, mostly for customer service or sales positions, leaving him mentally exhausted. Additionally, he couldn't shake the feeling that the recruitment manager's gaze was rather unsettling. Su Yun, is it? You have quite an appealing appearance. I happen to have a small hobby, if you catch my drift." The recruitment manager leered at Su Yun, his eyes glinting with a sinister amusement. As she spoke, the manager attempted to touch Su Yun's hand. Su Yun's entire body trembled, her heart racing uncontrollably. She felt a tightening sensation behind her, quickly grasped her bag, and fled in a frenzy. Upon finally reaching the ground floor, Su Yun remained in a state of trepidation. At her age, it was the first time she had encountered such an incident. "Isn't this Jiangshan? I thought I had arrived in Tianfu City." Su Yun took a moment to steady her wildly beating heart, realizing that had she delayed even a moment longer, her reputation would have been in jeopardy. Upon seeing the message on her phone, Su Yun couldn't help but succumb to melancholy. After a brief hesitation, she sent a message to her family. "I found a job with excellent salary and benefits, so there's no need to worry." After sending the message, Su Yun was filled with mixed emotions, as if a veil of fog had descended before her eyes, leaving her utterly bewildered. She had anticipated that graduating would lead to a good job, but upon stepping into the real world, she realized how challenging that truly was. Although her phone still had 2,000 yuan, the high cost of living in Jiangshan meant that even with frugality, her funds were dwindling. Yet, she felt too embarrassed to speak to her family about it, while simultaneously grappling with the pressure of an empty wallet. In an instant, the weight of pressure became overwhelming. Regaining her composure, Su Yun glanced at her phone balance. To her dismay, it had dwindled to a mere 20 yuan. Wasn't there still 100 yuan this morning? Where had that 80 yuan vanished to? Had it been devoured? In a panic, Su Yun checked and discovered several notifications revealing that a few subscription services had automatically renewed while she was unaware. Su Yun felt as though the sky had fallen. If only I could bind a system, I wouldn't have to endure such humiliation, she lamented under the scorching sun. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and she felt dizzy. When she regained her senses, a faint blue light curtain appeared before her eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on binding the information system. The system will provide relevant information to the host daily. Daily information will be randomly pushed. Retaining it for 7 days grants access to weekly information, while retaining it for 30 days allows access to monthly information, and so forth. The longer the retention period, the higher the information level. Su Yun trembled all over, causing the bag in her hand to fall to the ground. What a marvel! Just a fleeting thought, and she had genuinely bound a system. Why bother looking for a job now? Why concern herself with others' faces? Picking up her bag from the ground, she steadied her racing heart and quietly declared, "Activate today's information." Information 1. Hualin Supermarket will hold a free egg giveaway event. Countless elderly individuals will flock there, and those who arrive before the seniors will receive 30 eggs. Fisk TSK. These elderly folks find walking a laborious task, yet upon hearing about free eggs, they practically topple the supermarket. Su Yun harbored no doubt about the significance of eggs in their eyes, akin to mountains of gold and silver. However, 30 eggs were not particularly relevant to her. Eggs could not quench her immediate thirst. Information 2. Due to market conditions and other factors, the price of pork is expected to surge significantly, potentially surpassing that of beef and lamb, and this situation will persist for an extended period. What? Pork is going to rise to the level of beef and lamb. I can't even afford chicken right now, let alone pork. But what if I ordered a batch of pork now? Wouldn't that yield a substantial profit? Su Yun contemplated, then glanced at the 20 yuan in her phone, dismissing the impractical notion. 20 yuan, based on current market rates, would barely buy 1.5 jean. Information 3. The owner of Jianyang Textile Factory owes a total of 3,200,000 yuan in wages to 200 employees. After unsuccessful attempts to demand payment, one employee, upon discovering the owner had acquired a new Bentley, decided to take bold action. Sigh, this is beyond my ability to intervene, and why should I? Such unscrupulous individuals have the funds to purchase millions worth of Bentleys, yet refuse to pay their employees, all while cloaking it in claims of poor efficiency. If the efficiency was poor, how could they so easily switch to a Bentley? Such heartless bosses, one and all, will inevitably face retribution. Su Yun reflected on this news with a sense of lament, yet it held no tangible benefit for her. Even if she could inform that boss in advance and gain some advantage, Su Yun would never forsake her conscience. It was merely unfortunate for that employee. Of the 3 pieces of information, none bore any substantial utility, leaving Su Yun somewhat vexed. Is it not said that one cannot obtain a piece of fortuitous information without the prospect of overnight wealth? Information 4. Fortuitous news: the welfare lottery has introduced a new type of lottery, the super lottery, with the winning numbers 06070912153207. The grand prize for each ticket amounts to 5 million, with 6 tickets remaining, totaling a prize pool of 30 million. By heavens! Upon seeing this piece of news, Su Yun was rendered utterly speechless. A grand prize of 30 million. Such extraordinary fortune had befallen him. What incredible intelligence was this, transforming him from a mere fish into a lively one. In a state of astonishment, Su Yun hastily opened his mobile navigation app to locate the nearest welfare lottery store. Although the odds were slim, he could not allow anyone to seize this opportunity before him. The sooner, the better. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Fortunately, it is only a straight distance of 600 meters. I can reach there in just 2 minutes. Beneath the blazing sun, a man in a tailored suit, carrying a bag, sprinted with the speed of the wind. Chapter 2. 6 million in taxes. Li Kai's dark secrets. Soon, Su Yun arrived at the entrance of the lottery shop, his heart brimming with excitement. With this 30 million, he would ascend into the ranks of the affluent. Of course, this was merely the perspective of an ordinary individual. Such a colossal sum could allow one to live a life of satisfaction, perhaps even without exhausting the entirety of it. At this moment, Su Yun's breathing gradually steadied, prompting him to adjust his attire to appear less anxious. Upon entering the lottery shop, he observed that it was divided into 3 sections, one for the double chromosphere, another for the super lottery, and the last for scratch cards. A sensation washed over Su Yun, making everyone seem like potential rivals for his grand prize. Leading him swiftly to the super lottery section. "Boss, I'll take a few tickets for the newly released super lottery," he declared, pretending to be well-versed in the lottery scene. As he had never purchased a ticket before, the owner glanced up at Su Yun, only to lower his gaze again, replying, "All right, $2 per ticket." How many do you wish to buy? He had heard about the multipliers associated with the double chromosphere, yet the newly launched variant boasted a higher probability of winning. Boss, I'll buy $20 worth of super lottery tickets. Can I double it? Su Yun inquired tentatively. You're a novice, aren't you? The new super lottery is not like the double chromosphere or the Mega Millions. It's an entirely novel format with a high winning rate. Hence, there are no options for doubling. Just provide a number, and I'll print it out for you, the owner replied with a faint smile. All right. Su Yun responded without hesitation, promptly reciting a series of numbers as if they were destined to win. A total of 12, the owner announced. After scanning the tickets, Su Yun took them, verifying their accuracy before carefully storing them away, eagerly anticipating the draw that evening. The remaining $8 could fund a lavish meal, a bucket of instant noodles paired with 2 sausages. Such a luxurious feast was a dream for many and would be a rare indulgence for him. Returning to his rented room, Su Yun spent the day doing nothing but awaiting the results. This monumental 30 million was a matter of urgency, and he watched intently as the winning numbers were revealed: 06, 07, 09, 12, 15, 32, 07. With each number announced, his heart soared, erupting in exhilaration. 30 million. 30 million. The thought of possessing such wealth promised a life free from financial worries. No longer would he have to endure the disdainful gazes of others. And a wave of excitement washed over him. At that moment, his phone on the table chimed once more. A sidelong glance revealed it was a call from his university counselor, Li Kai. Su Yun's brow furrowed. Li Kai had failed to exemplify the virtues of a mentor, instead relishing in making life difficult for his students. Once, when someone reported a theft of takeout in their class, Li Kai seized the opportunity to force everyone to unlock their phones for inspection, deeming such an invasion of privacy acceptable. Su Yun's temper flared, leading to a confrontation. Afterward, Li Kai brazenly declared Su Yun as the thief. It was only due to the efforts of several roommates reviewing surveillance footage that the true culprit was identified, sparing Su Yun from bearing the label of a criminal. When the real thief was exposed, Li Kai offered no apology, casually remarking, "Oh, I merely misjudged. So what? Can't you be more magnanimous?" This infuriated Su Yun, nearly pushing him to violence. It could be said that not a single person from Su Yun's cohort did not view Li Kai as an adversary. Now that this individual was calling, Su Yun was curious about his intentions. No longer intimidated, he answered the call. "Hello? Why did it take you so long to pick up? It's only been a few days since graduation. Have you forgotten to regard me as your teacher? This lack of respect is appalling." Li Kai's voice crackled with irritation from the other end. Su Yun scoffed. He had tolerated Li Kai for years out of academic necessity. But with 30 million on the horizon, he no longer needed to endure the scorn of this inept man. "How dare you presume to speak to me like that? State your business clearly, or spare me your pretentiousness. Do you truly believe you hold some exalted status?" Su Yun retorted, unleashing his verbal onslaught without reservation. "What?" A gasp of disbelief echoed through the phone, laden with incredulity. This young man had evidently consumed something fiery, daring to speak to his counselor in such a manner. "Su Yun, are you courting death? Do you believe I can prevent your graduation?" Li Kai started, only to realize mid-sentence that Su Yun had already graduated. Regret washed over him for not having troubled Su Yun one last time. "Fine, I won't dwell on that. How is your job search faring?" "The school is compiling employment statistics, and since you didn't sign a tripartite agreement, I expect your employment contract sent to me immediately. Otherwise, I'll face penalties. Do you understand?" Li Kai urged impatiently. "You face penalties? How splendid. I hope they strip you of your pink underwear." Su Yun shot back. "Know your place. You have no authority to command me. Now kindly vacate my presence, and there is no need for you to engage in self-debasement." Without further ado, Su Yun terminated the call, leaving Li Kai in a state of utter confusion. Damn it. If only tomorrow I could receive a tip-off regarding this scoundrel's dark secrets. I would gladly settle the score for the past 4 years. Su Yun mused silently, before once again losing himself in the euphoria of his 30 million windfall. The following day, Su Yun arrived early at the Lottery Redemption Center, the provincial welfare lottery headquarters. Having written his name on the ticket with a pencil beforehand, he composed himself, suppressing the excitement within, and walked in with a steady stride. After navigating through a series of procedures, he successfully completed the first part of the process. For the second part, he proceeded to the Industrial and Commercial Bank to collect his check. The winning amount totaled 30 million, with 600,000 in taxes owed. Su Yun inhaled sharply. 600,000 was indeed a hefty sum. Yet, he felt no resentment toward the tax. After all, 24 million was still an enormous fortune. After receiving the check, Su Yun deposited the entire sum into his bank account. It was remarkable how the staff's demeanor shifted upon witnessing his newfound wealth. Their eagerness to serve him was palpable, and the usual bureaucratic barriers seemed to vanish. They even issued him a VIP card. Mr. Su, we would like to conduct an interview. How much do you intend to donate? A reporter inquired with a professional smile. Oh, I have no plans for donations at this moment. Should I choose to contribute, I will do so personally, without involving a third party, Su Yun replied coolly, firmly believing that the choice of recipient was of utmost importance. After declining both the donation and the interview, he hailed a taxi and departed with a sense of elation. At that moment, Su Yun's spirits soared to unprecedented heights as he began to chant in the taxi. Commence today's intelligence. Information 1. Today's probability of rain in Jiangxing is 0, in stark contrast to the weather forecast's 100% precipitation prediction, attributed to a misinterpretation of meteorological data by the personnel at the Meteorological Bureau. Su Yun glanced outside to behold the splendid sunshine, a fitting reflection of the adage that the weather across the nation is dictated by Jiang City, while Jiang City's climate is left to chance. Intelligence Report 2. The significant decrease in the number of stray cats in the vicinity of Jiang City will soon be investigated, as a cruel individual has been abducting and mercilessly killing these cats over several consecutive days, a matter that is bound to ignite widespread online debate. Stray cats? That hardly concerns me. Su Yun perused the 2 pieces of intelligence, finding them of little utility and lacking in intrigue. Intelligence Report 3. Li Kai, a counselor at Jiang City Normal University, has forged his academic credentials to gain employment through connections, during which he has consistently coerced and enticed students, leading several to suffer from depression and severe suicidal tendencies under his threats. Recently, Li Kai has withheld a female student's graduation certificate, using it as leverage to satiate his depraved desires. Below is the detailed intelligence PowerPoint. Upon reading this report, a glint of coldness flickered in Su Yun's eyes. Truly, when heaven provides a path, you choose to forego it, yet you brazenly trespass into hell. Just yesterday, I contemplated how to teach you, a scoundrel, a lesson, and today I have procured evidence of your crimes. When you behold this, will you still carry yourself with the same arrogant demeanor? Damn it. This intelligence is the noose that will drag you, Li Kai, into the abyss. Master, turn around. We are heading to Jiang City Normal University, Su Yun declared coldly. Chapter 3. If I can extend your graduation by a year, I can just as easily prolong it by 2. On the road, Su Yun casually assessed Li Kai's situation. The school's director was his uncle, and there was also a relative in the education department. It was through the influence of these two that Li Kai managed to become a counselor at the school with only a high school diploma. During his tenure, he has extorted bribes, colluded with the director in embezzlement, oppressed students, and violated their privacy. Now, his trepidation grows as he seeks to unleash his depravity. After reviewing the PowerPoint, a flash of icy resolve crossed Su Yun's gaze. Such filth deserves to perish. If I disseminate this PowerPoint across major online platforms, he will instantly become the target of public outrage. However, that alone is insufficient to punish this scoundrel. Only by casting him into the darkest depths will my resentment be quelled. The final piece of intelligence revealed that today, Li Kai intends to use a graduation certificate to threaten a female student. If I can seize this crucial moment, Li Kai will be forever unable to rise again. Before long, the taxi halted at the university's entrance. After paying, Su Yun made his way directly to the gates. Halt. Do you have a student ID? A 5-star general of security blocked his path. Without a pass, entry to the university is forbidden. I do not have one, but I am here to submit an employment contract for the school. If you do not allow me in, do not blame me when the school fails to meet its targets, Su Yun replied, turning as if to leave. Wait. Just joking. The door is open. You may enter. The security guard, having mistaken Su Yun for a graduate, sought to assert his authority but was unexpectedly outmaneuvered by the young man. Should have done that earlier. Su Yun entered the school and proceeded toward Li Kai's office. Along the way, he took care to avoid the crowds, ensuring he remained unseen. Upon reaching the office building, he spotted Li Kai hurrying down, seemingly in a rush to retrieve something. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yun quickly found a place to hide and observed Li Kai's actions. He saw Li Kai retrieve a package from a vehicle, an evil grin spreading across his face as he made his way to the teaching building. Once Li Kai was out of sight, Su Yun followed suit. Familiar with Li Kai's office, he found no need to rush, waiting approximately 10 meters away, pretending to be engrossed in his phone. A few minutes later, the sound of light footsteps caught his attention. Su Yun glanced down, noticing a familiar silhouette reflected on the tiles. His brow furrowed as he endeavored to recall who it was. It was she. Su Yun's mind clicked into place. It was Li Yao, the most introverted girl in the class. Rumor had it she had extended her studies. Yet her academic performance was decent enough that she should not have been unable to graduate. Moreover, she was exceedingly shy, lacking social connections, and her family's circumstances were dire, with both parents suffering health issues. Failing to graduate this year would be a monumental setback for her if Li Kai were to use threats against her. How shocking it was that Li Kai's malevolence had reached such a vulnerable girl. Truly a scoundrel. After seeing Li Yao enter the office, Su Yun swiftly moved to the door, which was not locked. A gentle push created a small gap, allowing him to overhear the conversation inside. Yao Yao, you've arrived. Don't be shy. You can call me Li Kai. I'm a few years older than you, so just call me brother. Li Kai's lecherous voice echoed through the door. Teacher Li, is it true that I still have a chance to receive my graduation certificate? Li Yao's voice trembled delicately. Of course. Yao Yao, think about it. Your grades are quite good. Why is it that those with poorer grades have graduated, while you have not? Isn't it because your brother wants to spend more time with you, extending your studies by a year? Li Kai's lewd tone returned, inching closer to Li Yao with a sinister grin. Why are you doing this? Li Yao's face turned pale with terror as she instinctively recoiled. Ha ha, it's all your fault. You've stolen my soul. Li Kai's expression darkened suddenly as he swiftly snatched Li Yao's phone from her grasp and hurled it violently to the ground. Crash. The sound echoed as Li Yao's phone shattered into pieces. Recording? Yao Yao, do you think your brother Li Kai is a fool? No worries. I will compensate you for your phone, the most expensive one, alright? But you've taken my soul. Shouldn't you spend some time with your brother too? Today. No one will come here. So how about we chat about life? Li Kai leered at Li Yao. Li Yao, terrified and pale, realized the depths of Li Kai's depravity. And despite knowing he was a scoundrel, she could hardly fathom his wickedness. In her fear, she turned, mechanically attempting to flee. Halt. Yao Yao, think carefully before you go. Your parents are ill, and you have a younger brother in school. Your parents have worked so hard to put you through college, and in the end, you may not even graduate. Do you not feel ashamed? Your family needs financial support. You must find a job. I can extend your graduation by a year, and I can just as easily prolong it by 2. Before considering yourself, think of others. Your family is counting on you to alleviate their burdens. Li Kai's sinister smile widened, fully aware of how to manipulate a girl like Li Yao. As expected, upon hearing Li Kai's words, Li Yao's face drained of color. Her body trembling with rage, her fists clenched tightly. She understood that Li Kai was threatening her, yet his reasoning struck a chord. She desperately needed that graduation certificate. Was she truly to become a victim of this monster? Tears began to well in the corners of her eyes. Oh dear, Yao Yao, why are you crying? Li Kai, your brother will be heartbroken. Quickly let him wipe away your tears. Li Kai abruptly rose to his feet and strode purposefully towards Li Yao. Outside the door, Su Yun had already recorded the entire scene, a smirk of cold amusement gracing her lips. Li Kai? Oh, Li Kai, this is all of your own making. Su Yun murmured silently. Just as Li Kai was about to reach out to Li Yao, a booming voice echoed down the corridor, causing his hand to retract instantly. Which class are you from? What are you doing here? A stout middle-aged man with a stern expression approached Su Yun briskly, forcefully pushing open the door to Li Kai's office. Su Yun glanced at the middle-aged man's appearance and recognized him as Li Kai's uncle, the head of the department. Li Er. Chapter 4, 200,000. Upon hearing Li Er's voice, Li Kai inside the office quickly adopted a facade of righteousness. Peering outside only to catch sight of Su Yun, his brows furrowed immediately, and he walked outside with a frigid demeanor. Uncle, Li Kai acknowledged upon seeing Li Er. Cough. Cough. Address me by my title during work. Li Er shot a glance at Li Kai. Understood, director. Li Kai responded, his icy gaze swiftly turning to Su Yun, his demeanor transforming into one of menacing hostility. If Su Yun had witnessed the incident earlier, his situation would be dire. Su Yun, what are you here for? What did you see at my door just now? Li Kai asked, probing cautiously. At that moment, Su Yun clutched her phone tightly, a sardonic smile curling her lips. Li Kai, I witnessed everything that just transpired. Moreover, I have it all recorded. The moment her words fell, Li Kai was rendered speechless, realizing that his carelessness in not locking the door had allowed Su Yun to seize the upper hand. Panic set in as Li Kai contemplated his next move. Li Er, noticing a trembling girl in the office, furrowed his brows, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. The principal's unexpected visit today could prove catastrophic if this were to come to light. Both he and his nephew would be ruined. Su Yun, delete the video immediately. You are merely an ordinary student. If I exert a little influence, I can ensure your thesis fails, and your degree will be revoked. You will have plenty to cry about then. Li Kai resumed his previous threats. Little did he know that the current Su Yun was not the same as before. She had transformed into a formidable force. Silence. Before Li Kai could finish, he saw Li Er glaring at him with a fierce expression of anger. Confusion washed over Li Kai. What was his uncle doing? Su Yun, is it? We seem to have a misunderstanding. How about I purchase your phone for 100,000? What do you think? Li Er offered with a forced smile, believing that such a sum would suffice to deal with a student who had never seen money before. Once he acquired the phone, all evidence would vanish. Director, why are we paying him? Li Kai questioned, perplexed. We could threaten him instead. Why give in to this scoundrel? 100,000. That could buy 10 phones. The principal is coming to inspect soon. Just think about the consequences if this matter reaches his ears, Li whispered. Li Kai suddenly grasped the situation, turning to Su Yun with a grin. Ha ha ha, Su Yun. We may have had a minor disagreement, but as your counselor, I must fulfill my duties. The past friction was unintentional. How about I offer you 100,000 for your phone? Rest assured, I will take care of your employment. I guarantee you a good job. He quickly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, fearing rejection from Su Yun. Watching their antics, Su Yun couldn't help but smirk internally. Having overheard Li Er's words, the principal would arrive soon. Once he did, Li Kai's fate would be sealed. Oh, that's a bit lacking, Su Yun remarked, feigning interest as she observed the two men. Ah, you. Li Kai began to curse, but Li swiftly pulled him aside. Add another 50,000. Su Yun, that's 150,000 plus a job opportunity. This is my absolute limit. Li declared through gritted teeth. 150,000 was an agonizing sum. But with the principal's imminent arrival, the phone had to be purchased immediately. Is this truly your limit? Consider the repercussions if this information reaches the principal, or worse, goes viral. Do you truly think your futures are only worth 150,000? And Li Kai, have you forgotten how you became a counselor? With a high school diploma and a relative in the education department, you exploited loopholes back then. Should I have to shout that out loud? Su Yun's eyes sparkled with mischief as she fixed her gaze on Li Kai, eager to witness his psychological defenses crumble. As expected, Li Kai's face paled upon hearing this. Disbelief etched across his features. Only a few were privy to this information. How did Su Yun know? Was he somehow cheating? At that moment, Li Kai's eyes widened in terror, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Su Yun. How do you know? Su Yun merely chuckled softly, patting Li Kai on the shoulder before continuing. During your time at school, you conspired with Li to embezzle a total of 1,200,000. Should I refresh your memory about that as well? Upon hearing this, Li Kai and Li exchanged glances, nearly fainting from shock. This was a matter known only to the two of them. How could Su Yun state the figures so precisely? Had she installed a hidden camera? Embezzling public funds could lead to imprisonment if exposed. Fear gripped them. They were indeed terrified. They had no time to ponder how Su Yun had this knowledge. But now that he had spoken it, there must be evidence. The thought of their very livelihoods being controlled by Su Yun was unbearable. Yet they could not show any sign of weakness. State your price. Li Kai glared at Su Yun fiercely. Su Yun glanced at Li Yao in the office and calmly replied, I don't want your money. However, since you broke Li Yao's phone earlier, don't you think you should compensate her? Of course, the amount is up to you. 20,000. I'll compensate 20,000. That amount will go to Li Yao. Li clenched his teeth. That sum felt like cutting a piece of flesh from his body. Before long, the 20,000 was transferred. Li Kai glared menacingly at Li Yao, causing her to step back in fright. I must admit, you are quite the extortionist, Su Yun. I never realized it before. Li Kai grumbled as he reached for Su Yun's phone. How dare you? Su Yun furrowed her brow, swatting away Li Kai's hand and delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall. Are you seeking death? Li Kai held in pain. Clutching his stomach in fury, Li brow was furrowed tightly. He was furious, but dared not voice it. This maneuver by Su Yun, forcing Li Kai to transfer compensation directly to Li Yao, effectively cleared him of any involvement, meaning he would not have to fulfill any promises, leaving him with a loss of 20,000. With the 20,000 spent and the principal on the way, Li knew he had to swiftly send this kid away. After speaking, he contemplated how to instruct Su Yun to leave promptly. Suddenly, familiar voices echoed through the corridor, and Li instantly perked up. The principal had arrived. Su Yun, hurry. Just as Li reached out to push Su Yun, the sight before him left him utterly speechless, his face a mask of shock. He saw that Su Yun had collapsed onto the ground, her face twisted in agony, and she was shouting loudly, This is inhuman. Is there no justice left in this school? Is there anyone to oversee these crimes? Harassment, threats, abuse of power, forgery of credentials, embezzlement of public funds. In an instant, Li and Li Kai became as still as statues, their bodies rigid with disbelief. Chapter 5. The principal arrives. What is happening? A tall, imposing man approached slowly, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Su Yun and Li Director Li, what has transpired? I believe I just overheard something about embezzlement. The principal's eyes glinted coldly. To misappropriate public funds is to court disaster. And no, principal, it's nothing at all. This person is just spouting nonsense. Li exclaimed, panic etched on his face, cold sweat pouring down as his body trembled incessantly. We haven't embezzled anything, principal. This person is just mentally unstable. Please don't believe her. In his desperation, Li Kai suddenly realized he had misspoken. Wasn't that akin to a confession, exposing their guilt? This student, do you have any proof for what you just claimed? Who is the embezzler? Such allegations must not be made lightly. The principal then turned his attention to Su-yun. By now, an increasing number of teachers had gathered, forming a circle, drawn to the commotion. Principal, since I dare to speak out, I must have evidence. Su-yun declared. Counselor Li Kai has forged credentials. And during his tenure as counselor, he has long oppressed students, using threats and inducements to receive bribes, causing students to lament their plight. Furthermore, the school's director, Li is his uncle. Together they have embezzled a staggering 1.2 million yuan over the years. Today he forcefully suppressed a female student's graduation certificate, intending to lure her into immoral acts. I have recorded video evidence. Without further ado, Su-yun laid bare the entire situation, and the teachers erupted in outrage. I knew it. I wondered why the activities had been so meager these past few years, with nothing prepared. One exclaimed, yes, a few years ago. We received gifts during festivals, but now we only get cheap trinkets. I thought it was the principal's doing. Another chimed in. Li Kai pretended to be virtuous. Yet it turns out he has committed such heinous acts. 2 of my students previously told me Li Kai had inappropriately touched them. I didn't believe them. Who knew he was truly a beast? Forgery of credentials. Embezzlement of public funds. Good heavens. I wouldn't dare to do such a thing even if I had 8 lives. In an instant, all the teachers were filled with righteous indignation, including several respected professors with extensive connections. The principal realized the gravity of the situation. If not handled properly, the school's reputation would suffer irreparable damage. Meanwhile, Li Kai and Li crumpled to the ground, already facing a loss of 200,000 yuan, and now Su-yun had laid bare their misdeeds. You have no morals. Su-yun, you are framing me. Li Kai suddenly glared at Su-yun, feeling a surge of resentment. He had already given him 200,000 yuan. If Su-yun dared to release the evidence, he would not hesitate to drag him down with him. Silence. The principal surveyed the room, his expression exceedingly grave. Su-yun, do you have any evidence? He inquired succinctly. Of course. Su-yun recalled every detail from her school days, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Su-yun, think carefully. Li Kai, now disregarding everything else, spoke with an air of menace. That 200,000 cannot be for naught. I have long since made up my mind. Li Kai, when you unjustly accused me back then, did you ever consider that today would come? Your reign of arrogance and malevolence is coming to an end. With that, Su-yun opened her phone and displayed a meticulously prepared PowerPoint presentation, detailing Li Kai's misdeeds with precision. The evidence chain was complete, encompassing time, place, and individuals, all seamlessly woven together like a rigorous scientific paper. The principal's face darkened with fury, but in the next moment, Su-yun played the video she had just recorded, which began to play. Haha, it's all your fault for stealing my brother's soul. In the video, Li Kai's expressions and gestures were exceedingly lascivious and vile, his tone dripping with harassment. The sight left everyone gritting their teeth. The school's reputation, the dignity of the teachers, was tarnished by such scum. It was utterly abominable. In broad daylight, within the solemn office building, such deeds were committed. The principal exhaled deeply, realizing he was fortunate to have arrived today. Otherwise, if this had gone viral online, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What enraged him further was that Li Kai, as a counselor, could stoop to such depths. Li Kai, Li do you have anything to say for yourselves? The principal asked, struggling to contain his fury. At this point, Li Kai and Li were utterly at a loss, their schemes laid bare, and they faced the prospect of prison time. Their once blissful lives were about to end. And all because of this Su-yun. Damn it, it's all because of this meddlesome Su-yun. Wasn't it just that I wronged him before and targeted him? It was merely a trivial matter. Must he be so petty as to drive me to my doom? The more Li Kai thought, the stronger his hatred for Su-yun grew, clenching his fists in anger. Though he was late to the game, he vowed that Su-yun would not escape unscathed. Principal, I report that just now, Su-yun used the evidence in his possession to blackmail me for a transfer of 200,000 yuan. I won't have it easy. And neither will you, you bastard. Li Kai screeched in fury, blaming Su-yun, the instigator of his downfall. How he had longed for Li Yao, whose pure beauty had captivated him for 4 years, and now that opportunity had been thwarted by Su-yun. Despicable, despicable, he fumed. If that is the case, then your blackmail for 200,000 yuan is enough to bring you down. Deep inside, Li Kai felt no remorse. He believed his previous actions had been justified. He only regretted not acting sooner to claim Li Yao for himself. Su-yun, blackmailing for 200,000 yuan is no trivial matter, the principal declared. I never extorted him for 200,000. That money was compensation for Li Yao's damaged phone, and I have the recording. Su-yun slowly played a recording that captured Li Kai's voice. Well, Su Yun's actions do not constitute blackmail, a law professor stated after careful consideration. You tricked me. Li Kai's face twisted in rage, his animosity towards Su Yun reaching a boiling point. Li Kai, your actions will not find favor with the school. Take your grievances to the law. The principal said sternly, and Li Kai and Li crumpled to the ground, utterly defeated. In the office, Li Yao observed the outcome and cast a grateful glance towards Su Yun. At that moment, the principal's eyes glimmered with a thought, and a smile crept across his face as he addressed Su Yun. Su Yun, I assure you that this matter will be dealt with severely. Please do not post about it online. After all, this is your alma mater, isn't it? If it gets published online, it would be detrimental to everyone involved. Su Yun thought to herself, indeed, the leadership of this school primarily considers its own interests. As for the students, they probably hold them in very low regard. This graduate, Li Yao, had her diploma unlawfully withheld by Li Kai. Principal, I firmly believe that the school will provide her with a fair and just resolution. I will retain a copy of the evidence, and whether I choose to publish it online will depend on how Li Kai and Li handle the situation. If the school chooses to protect them, then they must not blame me for not shielding the school. Su Yun showed no deference to the principal. The principal may have been impressive in his time as a student, but after graduation, who truly remembers who he is? Rest assured, the school will provide you with an explanation, the principal stammered, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow upon hearing Su Yun's words. By the way, the weather forecast predicts heavy rain today. Here, take my umbrella, the principal offered, handing his umbrella to Su Yun. She glanced at it, shook her head, and replied, It won't rain in Jiangcheng until this matter is resolved. Having said that, Su Yun strode out of the office building without a backward glance. Not long after, a police car sped by, taking Li Kai and his companions away. Chapter 6. The 200,000 yuan grand prize. Upon leaving the school, Su Yun hailed a taxi and headed towards the sales center. Now that he had money, purchasing a home of his own was indeed essential. Seaside properties in coastal cities are highly sought after, and in Jiangcheng, the Riverview apartments hold a similar status. Nearly everyone striving in Jiangcheng aspires to own a Riverview residence. But due to the exorbitant prices, few can afford properties in prime locations. Upon arriving at the sales center, Su Yun was greeted by the courteous sales staff, entirely devoid of the condescending attitude often depicted in novels. It was understandable, as they had undergone professional training, and those visiting to view properties were not in a position of financial incapacity. After gathering information, Su Yun selected a nearly 200 square meter apartment with exquisite renovations, priced at over 4 million. Even Su Yun was taken aback. If he purchased a few cars with the remaining savings, it would all be spent. More than 20 million may seem like a lot, but it can be quickly depleted. Fortunately, he had a system that could continuously generate income for him. Mr. Su, here is the contract. Once you sign it, this beautiful Riverview apartment will be yours, the sales representative said, handing him a pen with a thoughtful smile. Very well. Su Yun nodded, just as he was about to inscribe his name on the contract when a voice called out from behind. Isn't that Su Yun? Have you found a job? What are you doing here? The trio of questions made Su Yun turn around in confusion. It was his ex-girlfriend, Wang Yan. During their university years, Su Yun had dated her for a year without ever crossing physical boundaries, as she insisted on reserving her first time for marriage. He had once thought she was a pure-hearted woman until he saw her after their breakup, shopping with a sleazy older man. Seeing her face made Su Yun feel nauseated, and he had no interest in engaging her. After swiftly signing the contract, he handed the pen back to the sales representative, took his belongings, and prepared to leave. Isn't it Su Yun? Pretending not to see me? Wang Yin called after him. What do you mean? Hey. Wang Yin felt a surge of frustration at Su Yun's retreating figure. She had initially intended to develop Su Yun as a client, but was taken aback by his apparent indifference. May I ask what my classmate is doing here? Wang Yin inquired, puzzled. We cannot disclose client information, the sales representative replied with a slight smile as she gathered the contract. Wang Yin, quick on the uptake, stealthily glanced at the contract's contents and was astonished to discover that Su Yun had purchased an apartment outright. This was a Riverview property, and Su Yun had just acquired a multi-million yuan residence. How could he be so wealthy? Was he merely pretending during their time in university? Was he testing me? In that moment, Wang Yin stood frozen, filled with regret over their breakup. A few hours later, Su Yun had already settled into his newly acquired apartment. It was undeniable that a property worth millions offered a stunning view. Sipping tea while gazing at the river was truly delightful. Originally, his savings had amounted to 24 million, but now it was down to just over 19 million. Su Yun decided against spending this remaining amount frivolously. Instead, he intended to invest it wisely to generate further wealth. After dinner, he enjoyed a film on the large screen projector before drifting into a deep slumber. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the following morning. The moment he awoke, Su Yun eagerly checked the day's intel. Intelligence 1. The Bentley of the owner of Jianyang Textile Factory exploded unexpectedly. Prior to the explosion, overdue wages to employees had been paid. The owner, after unsuccessful treatment, has passed away. The suspect is an employee who was owed wages and has now been apprehended. This news did not surprise Su Yun. Those who commit wrongdoings must face consequences. If you can afford a Bentley, how can you not pay your employees? Delaying payments while citing poor economic conditions is utterly shameless. It is entirely reasonable for such individuals to meet their downfall. Intelligence 2. The Patek Philippe store at Yida Plaza is hosting an event. Today, the 666th customer will become the lucky star, receiving a new Patek Philippe Lucky Star watch valued at 800,000 yuan. Arrive by 12:05 p.m. to become the 666th customer. This was extremely useful information. Typically, luxury brands like Patek Philippe do not host such events. This event appeared to be rather discreet. Simply visiting Yida Plaza could yield an 800,000 yuan watch, which was quite the bargain. It was still early, so Su Yun continued to peruse the subsequent intel. Intelligence 3. The merchandise anchor, Xiao Yumi, will be giving away an Apple phone as a prize during today's live broadcast. However, he plans to blacklist the winner and deny redemption. Su Yun felt exasperated upon reading this. If someone wins a prize and you blacklist them, is that not shooting yourself in the foot? You attract viewers with the phone, achieve your goal, and then turn against them. Such behavior surely indicates a lack of common sense. The winner would expose you, and the online community would surely rally against you. Sigh. The thought process of such people is truly bewildering. I shall refrain from participating in the prize draw. Su Yun mused silently. Intelligence 4. The last lucky ticket, 123, at the scratch-off store in Yuxiangxia community will win a grand prize of 200,000 yuan. It can be purchased at 9:30 a.m. Upon reading this, Su Yun instinctively stood up and stretched. 20 yuan for a chance at 200,000. What a remarkably reasonable transaction. After completing his morning routine, Su Yun headed downstairs to find a breakfast shop, had a simple meal, and then made his way to the lottery store. Upon arriving at the lottery store, there were still several minutes until the designated time provided by the system. Su Yun noticed a middle-aged man with a receding hairline entering the store, so he followed suit. Boss, give me 20 tickets for Lucky 123. I refuse to believe that I can't win today. The middle-aged man declared confidently, slamming 400 yuan onto the counter. There are still 21 tickets remaining. Aren't you taking them all? The shopkeeper inquired while counting. Just 20 tickets. If I can't win with those, then the remaining one will surely win. The middle-aged man began scratching off the lottery tickets one by one. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man could not help but gasp in astonishment. He had indeed struck gold. A full 1,000 yuan. After deducting costs, he had netted a profit of 600 yuan. Ha! I told you that buying more would increase the chances of winning. The balding man chuckled as he accepted the 600 yuan. Su Yun, too, smiled as he glanced at the last Lucky 123 scratch-off ticket, saying, Boss, I'll take that final Lucky 123. Having paid the money, the boss promptly handed the scratch-off ticket over to him. The balding man, delighted with his 600 yuan profit, could not help but chuckle when he saw Su Yun purchasing his remaining ticket. Brother, that's the one I left behind. There's no big prize in it. I've realized that this scratch-off is a scam. I bought 20 tickets just to win 1,000. Winning with just one ticket is impossible. Furthermore, I intentionally left this one behind, as it's something no one wanted. Chapter 7. The Patek Philippe Lucky Star. The balding man laughed, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction as he gazed at the 600 yuan in his hand. Not everyone possesses such fortune as he did. Spending 400 yuan to net 600 is quite a feat. This young lad clearly had no experience with scratch-offs. To succeed, one must rely on quantity. Buying one ticket is akin to throwing money away. With that thought in mind, the balding man approached Su Yun, intending to impart some wisdom. Young man, scratch here. Yes, that's right. Su Yun, however, did not feel any aversion towards him. After all, losing 20,000 yuan over a mere 20 bucks would surely make this fellow regret it deeply when he saw Su Yun win. To be frank, the winning odds for the Lucky 123 are not particularly high. Only someone skilled like me could manage it. Just as he was midway through his thought, the balding man suddenly fell silent, his eyes fixated on the scratch-off ticket that was about to reveal its secret. When the third area was scratched off, a number, 200,000, materialized before his eyes. 200,000. This scratch-off ticket had indeed won 200,000. The balding man hurriedly rubbed his eyes, only to confirm that this ticket had truly won 200,000. Well, 200,000. Su Yun chuckled, tucking the scratch-off away. The lottery shop could not cash out a prize of that magnitude. Only the lottery center could redeem it. What? 200,000? You won with just one ticket. Young man, Your luck is extraordinary. The boss exclaimed, astonished and filled with envy. He had never anticipated that one ticket could harbor such a grand prize. Regrettably, the young lad had already paid. Otherwise, that 200,000 would have been his. Reflecting on this, the boss felt a pang of regret, realizing that he should have prevented the young man from paying. Meanwhile, the balding man felt quite awkward, having purchased 20 tickets without winning a grand prize, while the very ticket he deemed unworthy had yielded such a fortune, 200,000. Staring at the 600 yuan in his hand, the middle-aged man found it suddenly unappealing. Had he not scratched off one ticket, he would not have missed out on that 200,000 prize. Once Su Yun departed, in a fit of rage, he hurled his phone away, only to feel remorseful immediately after, rushing to retrieve it. To his dismay, he discovered the screen was shattered, and replacing it would cost 2,000 yuan. In light of this, the 600 yuan he had won felt utterly wasted. As he now faced an additional loss of over 1,000 yuan, he had truly suffered a significant setback. The middle-aged man furiously pounded his chest, nearly rolling on the ground in despair. Why is my luck so abysmal? That 200,000 prize was rightfully mine. In a fit of frustration, he fainted on the spot. Due to his previous experience with winning the lottery, Su Yun arrived at the lottery center with ease. The staff recognized him immediately, having recently witnessed him claim a 30 million yuan prize. However, they were astonished to learn that he had won again. This time, a substantial 200,000 yuan. This amount represented nearly 2 years' worth of wages for an average person. One could not help but marvel at his fortune. Were it not for the scientific nature of this world, one might suspect that he had struck a lucky break. After completing the necessary procedures, Su Yun proceeded to the Industrial and Commercial Bank to cash his check, subsequently depositing the taxed prize into his bank account. Once he had finished these matters, he glanced at the time. It was nearly 12:30. He hurriedly hailed a taxi toward Yida Plaza. Yida Plaza is renowned across the country, though it has faced economic challenges in recent years, with many businesses having sold out. However, in Jiancheng, this area remains quite prosperous, particularly establishments like Patek Philippe, which fear not the absence of customers. With just 2 or 3 minutes to spare, Su Yun arrived near the Patek Philippe store, carefully monitoring the comings and goings of patrons. Today, unlike other occasions, every individual entering was being logged by the staff. As the time approached, Su Yun made his way into the store. To his surprise, the individual ahead of him was none other than Wang Yan, the person he had encountered at the sales office earlier that day. A frown creased Su Yun's brow. She was indeed the last person he wished to see. Nevertheless, he was determined to acquire the Patek Philippe. After Wang Yan completed her registration, Su Yun followed suit. "Good day, sir. We need to register your information. If that is all right?" inquired a staff member. "Register?" "Sure," Su Yun replied, fully aware of the purpose of the registration, yet feigning ignorance, as the event was not publicly known. After collecting his details, the staff member displayed a mixture of irritation and envy on her face. "May I leave now?" Su Yun inquired, lifting his foot to depart. "Wait, Mr. Su. We at Patek Philippe are currently hosting a Lucky Star event. You are our 666th customer today, and we shall award you a Patek Philippe Lucky Star worth 800,000 yuan. Congratulations, Mr. Su," the staff member announced, her tone laced with disdain. 800,000. To receive such a sum without any effort. What extraordinary luck. Approximately a dozen individuals in the store were drawn in by the staff member's declaration. Most were merely there to browse, lacking the means to make a purchase, yet they were astonished to see this young man crowned the Lucky Star. Wow, what incredible luck. If only I had arrived a little later. According to the ranking, I should have been the 660th. Look at him, receiving an 80,000 yuan watch without spending a dime. I am utterly envious. Among the crowd, Wang Yan was also present, having been the 665th person. Upon hearing the staff member's words, her face was one of disbelief. 800,000. How many clients would she have to entertain to earn that amount? And it was Su Yun. Why was he so fortunate? Had she arrived just a moment later, that watch would have been hers. A wave of regret and longing washed over Wang Yan as she stared at Su Yun, lost in her thoughts. "Oh, is this truly happening?" Su Yun feigned surprise. To which the staff member affirmed, "Yes, sir, you heard correctly. The Patek Philippe Lucky Star is valued at 800,000 and is now yours." With a smile, the staff member handed a beautifully packaged watch to Su Yun, prompting applause from the onlookers. Cameras flashed as several were likely from Patek Philippe's promotional team. Su Yun did not refuse to have his photograph taken. After all, when someone has made an effort, they surely deserve a return. "Thank you. I never expected to be so fortunate as to receive a watch valued at 800,000. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I will undoubtedly shop here again," Su Yun remarked politely while holding the watch. "We welcome your future visits," the store clerk replied in kind. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Su Yun prepared to depart with the watch in hand. "Wait, I have something to say." Suddenly, Wang Yin stepped forward, hastening to stand before Su Yun, her eyes greedily assessing the watch's packaging. "Hello everyone, I am Mr. Su's ex-girlfriend. We just met this morning. Moreover, he is the 666th customer." While I entered first as the 665th, Wang Yin declared, her gaze fixated on the watch. "What does that have to do with anything? He won the watch." "It has nothing to do with you," someone in the crowd remarked in confusion. "Exactly. You're not the 666th customer. Are you perhaps envious and wishing to claim that watch for yourself?" Another voice chimed in. No. Everyone is misunderstanding me. I have no such intentions. If I were not acquainted with Su Yun, it would be a different matter, but I am his ex-girlfriend. To be honest, Su Yun has always had feelings for me. He followed me here today, which is why he received this unexpected fortune. In other words, without me, he wouldn't have won this watch. Thus, I feel entitled to half of it. This watch is worth 800,000, so I only require 400,000, Wang Yin asserted, as if her demand were entirely reasonable, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. "Can it be calculated this way? By your logic, I could claim he followed me here as well," someone retorted. "Just because you say he followed you doesn't make it true. Besides, the watch belongs to him. Do you expect to claim 400,000 based solely on your words? Is that even rational? You must be out of your mind." Su Yun felt a sense of helplessness. He had hoped to avoid Wang Yin, yet after acquiring the watch, she made such unreasonable demands. Her words left the audience astonished. What a fragrant statement. Didn't they know each other? It appears that even if they did, it's a relationship fraught with animosity. How audacious to smear oneself with such self-importance. Seeing someone win a watch, you accuse them of following you to get it. How can you be so shameless? Just because you demand 400,000, do you think you are someone of significance? What grounds do you have to demand that from him? The onlookers began to mock Wang Yin as they witnessed her behavior. The fortune that befell someone else was none of her concern. "For 100,000? Just look at yourself. You're hardly worth that." Wang Yin's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling the weight of scrutiny. Why was her demand deemed unreasonable? Why was Su Yun insulting her so harshly? Did he not already own a luxurious mansion? Why must he compete with her for the watch? Wasn't he that rather selfish? "Su Yun, tell me, if you hadn't followed me, would you have obtained this watch? Besides, you already have a property worth millions. Why cling to this watch? Are you really that petty? Didn't you cheat on me during our relationship? Must you hold on to that grudge so tightly?" Wang Yin insisted, her tone resolute, entirely unrepentant, which drew gasps from the crowd. "How shameless. I have never encountered such brazen impertinence." Su Yun's eyes flashed with anger. This was a blatant affront. "I was mistaken in calling you foolish. It seems you are a complete simpleton," he retorted, turning to the Patek Philippe store clerk. "Excuse me, we should have security present. Correct?" The clerk, momentarily caught up in the spectacle, promptly summoned 2 security personnel, who swiftly escorted the still chattering Wang Yin out of the store. "Su Yun, you heartless wretch. You already possess a property worth millions. Why must you take this watch from me? I refuse to accept this." Wang Yan's voice faded away as the attention of the surrounding crowd shifted back to Su Yun. The young man did not appear to be wealthy. Yet he owned a property in Yutianxia valued at several million, a feat that surpassed 90% of Jiangcheng's population. Many gazed at Su Yun with envy and admiration. To afford a multi-million property at such a young age exemplified remarkable achievement. And now, he had acquired a Patek Philippe watch worth 800,000. Indeed, fortune favors those who are deserving. With Wang Yin's interruption behind him, Su Yun prepared to leave. But the entrance of the Patek Philippe store remained crowded, and he had to exert considerable effort to exit. 2 journalists trailed closely behind him, incessantly bombarding him with questions. Much to his annoyance. "Sir, what are your thoughts on winning the Patek Philippe Lucky Star watch? Sir, I understand you were the 666th customer to enter the store. Was there any trick to timing your arrival? Sir, I heard there was a small incident earlier. Could you share the details? Sir, this Patek Philippe watch you received, valued at 800,000, is currently being auctioned at 120,000 on the market. How do you intend to handle it?" The incessant inquiries began to give Su Yun a headache. However, upon hearing the last question, he suddenly took an interest. "This watch has a market value of 120,000? Wow, that has quite a profit," he mused. "How I choose to manage it is none of your concern." With that, Su Yun deftly maneuvered his way past the 2 reporters. For him, the watch was unnecessary. Converting it into cash seemed far more prudent. Thus, he opened a mobile app to browse several luxury goods resale shops. After finding a few reputable ones, he privately inquired about the watch. In total, 4 stores offered him a price of 1 million for the watch, while 1 store offered 110,000. Without a doubt, Su Yun opted to sell to the highest bidder. After confirming the details over the phone, they arranged to meet at a cafe. Despite now possessing over 20 million in assets, Su Yun still felt a sting at the thought of purchasing 2 cups of coffee costing only a few dozen dollars. In truth, such an item seemed trivial. Those who enjoyed it cherished it deeply, while those who did not found it utterly distasteful. Su Yun sipped the coffee slowly, awaiting the arrival of the buyer. Finally, a few minutes later, he spotted a young woman entering the cafe. She stood approximately 168 centimeters tall, possessing an exquisite figure and striking features, exuding an undeniable charm. Noticing her scanning the room, Su Yun raised his hand to signal her to his table. Moments later, she approached, and as she set down her bag, she gazed at him, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. "You are Su Yang?" she asked, her tone laced with surprise. Su Yun pondered for a moment. He did not recall knowing any stunning beauties from his university days. However, there was something vaguely familiar about her face. "I apologize, I can't quite recall who you are," Su Yun said awkwardly. "Well, given that you're associated with Patek Philippe, it's only natural that you wouldn't recognize an old high school classmate like me," the beautiful girl replied. "It has been 4 years since we last met, hasn't it? Back then, you were accepted into university while I unfortunately did not pass the entrance exam." "Oh, you are Bai Qian? What a transformation you've undergone. Have you made quite a success in business now?" Su Yun exclaimed in surprise. Bai Qian and he were classmates in high school, but they only spent their senior year together. At that time, Bai Qian was not as strikingly beautiful and was rather introverted, resulting in little interaction between them despite being in the same class. What was even more unexpected was that although Bai Qian did not attend university, she had built a substantial business. It must be said that she possesses a remarkable talent for entrepreneurship. Haha, it's just average. Lacking the fortune to attend university, I had to learn the ropes of business. Fortunately, I encountered a few partners, and gradually, we managed to grow the business, she replied. "If I remember correctly, you must have just graduated, right? And already flaunting a Patek Philippe?" Bai Qian expressed her surprise, not anticipating Su Yun's youthful success. "Not quite. This isn't a purchase of my own. Patek Philippe had a promotion, and I was the 666th customer to enter the store, earning me this lucky star," Su Yun explained, presenting the watch before her. Bai Qian merely glanced at it before retracting her gaze. It was indeed a brand new lucky star, with a market value of around 1.2 million. "Aren't you planning to keep it for yourself?" Bai Qian asked, taking a sip of her coffee. "I'd rather have the cash. It's more tangible," Su Yun chuckled, as he currently had no interest in the watch. "I can offer you a price of 1 million, while the market value hovers around 1.2 million. The channels and fees involved are quite substantial. 1 million is the best I can provide," Bai Qian stated earnestly. One reason she had rapidly expanded her business was her willingness to offer higher prices. A sum of 1 million was already significantly more than what others would offer. "All right, 1 million it is." Su Yun had initially thought the watch was worth only 800,000, but unexpectedly, he was now gaining an extra 300,000. Quite a delightful surprise. "Great. Please send me your bank account number, and I will arrange for the transfer right away." Bai Qian smiled, her beauty captivating. Soon after, the transfer of 1 million was confirmed, and Su Yun glanced at the banking notification before shutting off his phone. "Well, the watch is now yours. And the money is mine," Su Yun declared with a smile. "Haha, what about me?" Bai Qian's sudden remark caught Su Yun off guard. "Huh." Observing Su Yun's expression, Bai Qian smiled and said, "I meant, what about me? I'm simply keeping the watch." As Su Yun watched her motion to secure the watch, he realized his misunderstanding, having initially thought she was implying something entirely different. After all, it had been 4 years since they last met. One would hardly expect such notions from an old classmate. Nonetheless, Bai Qian was indeed a strikingly attractive girl, and she had never dated during high school. Compared to Wang Yan, Bai Qian was leagues ahead. "By the way, Su Yun, our high school classmates are organizing a reunion. Are you planning to attend?" Bai Qian suddenly inquired as she secured the watch. "A reunion? I haven't heard anything about it," Su Yun replied, having left their class group shortly after graduating. To be honest, there had been very few genuine friends during their senior year, and Su Yun had endured that year with considerable reluctance, feeling no sorrow at their parting, only relief. Leaving the class group had brought him a sense of tranquility, and he had no desire to attend any reunion. Not familiar with them, really no need. He declined the suggestion directly. "True, back then, you had quite the fiery temperament, daring to do what others wouldn't. They probably still harbor some resentment towards you," Bai Qian remarked, a hint of disappointment in her tone, though her smile remained. "I had no intention of going either. But Lu Yan from our class has been persistently inviting me. You know I got along well with her back then, and I'm still contemplating," Bai Qian continued, sipping her coffee. "Lu Yan, you say? I have a good impression of her as well. Beautiful and kind-hearted, a true beauty. I wonder how she is now," Su Yun mused. "Actually, you could go. You have no conflicts with them. As for me, I won't be attending." After this long conversation, I see you have work to do. Let us plan for a meal another day. Su Yun glanced at his phone, noting it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Yes, I look forward to that meal. Bai Qian smiled, then picked up her handbag and walked out with Su Yun. I drove here, no need to see me off. Bai Qian said as she entered a luxury car, waved at Su Yun, and drove away. Just look at her capabilities. I remember Bai Qian came from an ordinary family, and yet she has achieved so much without even attending university. This just goes to show that exceptional individuals will shine wherever they are. Su Yun reflected, suddenly remembering he hadn't called home in a few days. He found a place to sit and dialed his home number. After 3 attempts with no answer, he thought little of it and promptly transferred 50,000 yuan each to his parents. Su Yun felt he had been somewhat restrained, not daring to send more. He then hailed a ride back home. The day's earnings had been quite impressive, totaling 1.3 million. It felt surreal to have earned the equivalent of a luxury car in a single day. After finishing his tasks, Su Yun opened a document to continue reviewing the intelligence reports. Report 4, Bai Yong. The director of the Commercial Development Office in Jiangqing's Economic Development Zone has a daughter, Bai Qian, who has been missing for many years. 4 years ago, Bai Yong found Bai Qian, but due to his status and various other factors, he did not acknowledge her. Over the past 4 years, he has provided some assistance to Bai Qian without compromising his principles. Recently, Bai Qian's biological mother, yearning for her daughter, has fallen ill. Bai Yong has promised that whoever brings Bai Qian back to acknowledge her will receive a favor in return. Upon reading this information, Su Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow. Goodness, I had thought Bai Qian was self-made, but it turns out she has a father in a significant position. Such a role is no trivial matter. The economic center of Jiangcheng is the Economic Development Zone, and the office managing these commercial developments is indeed powerful. By evaluating the weight of his position, one can grasp just how valuable this role is. If he could obtain a favor from Bai Yong, that would be an opportunity like no other. Even major entrepreneurs invest countless resources to secure such a favor. Yet, here was a chance laid out before him. Chapter 10. The ancient coins worth 500,000. Although Bai Qian and Su Yun were classmates, they were not particularly close. If he were to broach this topic suddenly, she might think poorly of him. Moreover, he currently had no business interests, making it unnecessary for the time being. After finishing this report, the day's updates concluded. Overall, he had earned over 1 million, an achievement most people could only dream of. Just as he set down his phone, he received an incoming call. Son, what on earth is going on? Where did you acquire such a substantial sum of money? Su Yun's mother inquired, her voice laced with confusion over the phone. Su Yun recalled transferring 50,000 yuan to each of them earlier that afternoon and surmised that they were likely taken aback. You haven't engaged in any illegal activities, have you? It's fine if your current job pays little, but we must absolutely avoid gambling and drugs. Those are absolute taboos. Hearing her mother's anxious tone, Su Yun quickly began to clarify. Mom, how could I possibly indulge in such activities? I bought a scratch-off lottery ticket and miraculously won 200,000 yuan. I've sent you the details. Take a look. Su Yun snapped a photo of the winning ticket and sent it over. He could almost hear the sigh of relief from the other end of the line. 200,000. Son, you are truly remarkable. To strike it rich like that. His mother exclaimed with astonishment. It's not a big deal, really. I just wanted to share the winnings with you and Dad. I've also encountered a former classmate here who is quite adept at stock trading, and I'm learning from him. Rest assured, we won't have to worry about finances anymore. Su Yun said with a confident smile, a newfound assurance stemming from his bank balance. Just a few days prior, he would never have dared to utter such words. All right then, I'll keep this money safe for you. Just be cautious with your stock trading. I've heard it's a treacherous field, she advised. They exchanged a few more words. And Su Yun revealed that his savings had now reached 300,000, which left his mother utterly astonished. 300,000. That must surely surpass 90% of newly graduated university students, doesn't it? She mused, pride swelling in her chest for her son. Su Yun felt elated and treated himself to a hot pot meal costing 200 yuan. As the hour grew late, he adhered to the adage of early to bed, early to rise, and succumb to sleep. The next morning, Su Yun awoke to check the day's information as his first task. Ding. Today, 10 pieces of information will be provided. The announcement invigorated him. The past few days had yielded only 3 or 4 pieces, but today promised 10. Information 1. Renowned actor Huang Xiaochu served undercooked green beans during a program, resulting in multiple cases of food poisoning, with individuals currently undergoing gastric lavage at the hospital. Those who attend may be able to take photos with him. Su Yun nearly burst out laughing at this news. Wasn't Huang Xiaochu famous for his culinary skills? How could he possibly serve undercooked beans? That would certainly be a source of ridicule. If the program aired, it would undoubtedly trend online. Though amusing, this information offered no financial benefit. Information 2. The domestically produced 3A masterpiece Black Myth, Wukong, will be released in half a month, expected to ignite the internet and achieve substantial sales. Su Yun had some familiarity with this game. Predictions regarding its sales varied widely online, with some adopting a pessimistic stance while others remained optimistic. Given that this genre had long been dominated by foreign entities, the emergence of a domestic title like Black Myth, Wukong would surely trigger a market explosion. Thus, this game was destined for great success. Information 3. In the Shijie antique market, stall number 106, vendor Zhao Jianghe possesses a rare copper coin from the Xianfeng era, currently valued at 500,000 yuan, hidden discreetly at the bottom of a copper coin box. Su Yun sat up straight, excitement coursing through him. The antique street in Jiangxing was quite famous. Many individuals had struck it rich there in the early 2000s. However, as time passed, such opportunities had become exceedingly rare. Yet today presented an unexpected chance. He hurriedly dressed, freshened up, and after a quick breakfast, set off toward the antique street. Young man, you don't seem very old. What brings you to the antique street? The waters there are quite deep. The taxi driver remarked with an amused smile as he observed Su Yun's youthful visage. Oh, I'm just going for a stroll. I have no intention of making any purchases, Su Yun replied, choosing not to divulge his true intentions. A stroll is fine. But heed my advice, do not spend your money. If you buy something, you'll lose a fortune. Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded politely. The driver, clearly a seasoned individual, knew the ins and outs, but unfortunately, his well-meaning warning bore little relevance to Su Yun. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Shijie antique market, which was a veritable treasure trove, brimming with countless items. From blue and white porcelain to Xuanda furnaces, Dotsai chicken cups, and jade. It seemed there was nothing one could not find here. Brother, be sure to scrutinize carefully. I paid 200 yuan for the authentication fee. I just sifted this item from the market. An elderly man was angrily berating the appraiser at an authentication stall at the market's entrance, brandishing a blue and white bowl. You're just scamming people, he shouted. The appraiser, a man with flowing hair, remained unperturbed, merely smiling slightly. Brand new, absolutely pristine. Su Yun nearly laughed out loud upon hearing this. Was this the legendary National Treasure Gang? He could discern from a distance that the bowl was indeed brand new, as it bore the inscription indicating it was microwave safe. Sir, I suggest you take a look at the inscription underneath. It's designed for microwave use. The appraiser wore a knowing smile, indicating he had encountered such situations before. Regardless of the furnace type, just observe the quality of the clay and the glaze. What gives you the right to claim it as brand new? I'll have you know, this item has been passed down through my family. I brought it here today just to test your expertise, but it seems you're utterly inept. The old man huffed in indignation, clutching the microwave safe bowl as he stormed off, leaving the appraiser with a wry smile. Such occurrences were evidently all too common. Mr. Fan, can you authenticate ancient coins? Su Yun inquired as he approached. Young man, do you have any ancient coins? I can authenticate and also purchase them. If you have any, I guarantee you a satisfactory price. The appraiser, Mr. Fan, replied. I don't have any. I plan to search for a treasure before returning to sell it to you. Su Yun stated, not intending to keep the coin himself, but rather to establish a connection. Oh, young man, the waters here are quite deep, unless you possess certain skills. I advise you not to venture in. Mr. Fan offered a friendly warning. No worries, I'm confident I can find a treasure, Su Yun replied, resolutely stepping into the antique market. This young man, he just one heed advice. Once he steps in, he may lose tens of thousands. Mr. Fan sighed, lamenting the naivety of such individuals who foolishly believe they could uncover hidden treasures. Chapter 11. Securing the deal for 1,000 yuan. Boss, is this bronze ding genuine? Su Yun asked, inspecting a pristine bronze ding with a discerning gaze. Absolutely genuine. This is an artifact from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The proprietor replied with a beaming smile. I suspect it might be from last week, Su Yun remarked, placing the ding back down and continuing his exploration deeper into the market. The antique market was indeed vast, and stall number 106 required further navigation within. A few minutes later, as Su Yun strolled through the market, he chanced upon the inscription Booth 106. A glance at the stall revealed a meticulously arranged display, predominantly showcasing ancient coins. Silver dollars, ancient bronze coins, and a plethora of styles were all present. Among them lay an iron box, filled with coins that were corroded with verdigris. Most of these coins bore little value and were in poor condition. The entire collection was estimated to be worth around 300 yuan. Su Yun initially picked up several coins from the stall, inspecting them with curiosity, before inquiring about their prices. How much for this Kanshi Tongbao? He asked the proprietor. The vendor's eyes darted, recognizing that this young man was evidently inexperienced. To him, a Kanshi Tongbao was worth merely a few yuan, yet the youth dared to ask. Having not made a sale in half a month, the vendor seized the opportunity to swindle him. This is a genuine Kangxi Tongbao, exceedingly rare and precious. My young friend, your discerning eye has indeed spotted a treasure. Many seasoned collectors have made offers, yet none have met my bottom line, so it remains unsold. I sense a connection with you, so I shall let it go for a mere 10,000 yuan. The vendor exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively. Well, that's not exorbitant, considering the historical significance, Su Yun replied, fully aware that the vendor was attempting to deceive him. However, feigning naivety would serve him well in securing a bargain. If I feel it's a fair deal, I shall take it. The vendor, sensing Su Yun's gullibility, relaxed his guard, visibly pleased. There's no rush, no rush. Truth be told, I'm not particularly fond of the Kangxi Tongbao. I noticed this large assortment of coins you have. How do you price them? Su Yun asked, picking up the small box and giving it a shake before placing it back on the table. Ah, this is a fine collection. My friend, you truly have an eye for quality. I gathered this box from the countryside, and I paid 5,000 yuan for it. If you're interested, I can let it go for 6,000. The vendor glanced around, wary of eavesdroppers. Upon hearing this, Su Yun could not suppress a smirk. My goodness. While I may not be an expert, I am not a fool either. 6,000 for a pile of junk? Surely you jest. Feigning contemplation, Su Yun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do not ponder too long, my friend. 6,000 is the lowest I can offer. The vendor insisted impatiently. Just then, an elderly gentleman with graying hair approached, directly seizing the box of coins, shaking it gently as he scrutinized its contents. Su Yun's heart raced at this unexpected intrusion. What was this old man up to? Did he too recognize the value of the coins within? The vendor's expression soured upon seeing the elder's arrival. Hey, if you're not buying, don't just grab things. I'm trying to conduct business here. The vendor snapped, reclaiming the box. Zhao, what do you mean by that? In the entire antique market, who doesn't know Wang Yinshang? The elder declared, his demeanor turning serious. Is there anyone greater than me here? Hand it over. Professor Wang. I haven't made a sale in half a month. You don't even fancy these items, so kindly refrain from meddling. Zhao, the vendor, implored, his expression pleading. Just as he was about to swindle Su Yun, this old man had to come and disrupt his plans. Moreover, Wang detested deceit. He was determined to spoil Zhao's good fortune. I came precisely to help you make a sale. For your counterfeits, I'll take 100 at 1 yuan each. As for the duds here, let us say 500 yuan. Professor Wang instructed. Zhao's heart sank at the thought of selling the box for 500 yuan. Professor, I cannot sell this box to you. I've already promised it to the young man. Indeed, I was just negotiating with the vendor. He wants 6,000 for this box. I wonder if that's a reasonable price. Su Yun interjected boldly, noting that Professor Wang had not uncovered the secret within. What? Zhao, are you truly so unscrupulous? Selling a heap of worthless junk for 6,000? That's downright fraudulent. Professor Wang exclaimed, his voice rising and drawing the attention of bystanders. Zhao, just because business has been slow for you, there's no need to take advantage of the youth. Selling him a pile of scrap for 6,000, what were you thinking? Had Professor Wang not arrived, this young man would have truly been swindled. Others chimed in, deriding Zhao. Zhao, while we all face tough times, we cannot stoop to such depths. To even utter that price is beyond comprehension. Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment as the bystanders continued to ridicule him. Zhao, stop engaging in foolishness. Young man, the antique trade is quite profound. I observe that this box contains nothing but trash, utterly worthless. ID estimated at 600 yuan, and if you don't want it, I'll take it off your hands. Professor Wang remarked, casting a glance at Zhao. Is that so? Yet I perceive that the items within are quite old. Surely their value exceeds 600 yuan? Su Yun scratched his head in feigned ignorance. Yes. You are absolutely correct, young man. Do not heed their nonsense. They are merely trying to swindle you. Zhao, the vendor, quickly regained confidence, sensing Su Yun's interest. However, I'm certain this box is not worth 6,000. I will offer you 1,000 at most. Su Yun replied with a smile. 1,000? Oh, I should never have spoken up. Professor Wang sighed, exasperated with Su Yun's naivety, and walked away, hands behind his back. This youth had been informed of the market price, yet he insisted on adding a few hundred. Alas, poor Professor Wang's intentions are in vain. The bystanders observed Su Yun's offer of 1,000 yuan with incredulity, whispering amongst themselves. Su Yun paid them no mind. Had they known the treasure hidden within, they would likely part with 10,000. 1,000 is rather low, Zhao lamented. The disparity from 6,000 to 1,000 was stark. If you're unwilling to sell, then I shall take my leave. Su Yun feigned indifference, employing a tactic of feigned disinterest. With Professor Wang's remarks, the vendor would be compelled to sell. All right. I shall give it to you. Zhao relented, realizing that even 1,000 would yield him a profit, and if Professor Wang returned, he would surely incur a loss. Su Yun promptly completed the payment, elated as he accepted the box, only to find the surrounding crowd regarding him with expressions of disbelief. At that moment, Su Yun was filled with exhilaration. This was his first true bargain. Clutching the box tightly, he hurried to the appraisal center at the entrance of the antique market. Chapter 12. The Discontent of the National Treasure Helper. Brand new. Absolutely pristine. As ever, the enigmatic Mr. Fan reiterated his three familiar phrases. While the elderly gentleman before him was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy, yet found himself unable to refute the claims. So, you've spent an entire day proclaiming that everything is new. Is there anything old left in this world? I refuse to believe it. I shall remain here to see whose possessions are truly ancient. After uttering these words, the old man positioned himself beside Mr. Fan. Please, be my guest, Mr. Fan said with a resigned shake of his head and a faint smile. At that moment, Su Yun approached, clutching a box with an expression of barely contained excitement. Mr. Fan, come and take a look at this ancient coin I've just discovered. With that, Su Yun placed the box of coins on the table. Huh, at my age, I can scarcely find a good deal, and you, young lad, wish to do so? The old man scoffed. Moreover, this Mr. Fan is merely a figure of hollow reputation. He insists my Yuan blue and white porcelain is a modern forgery. I advise you against seeking his appraisal. The old man scrutinized Su Yun, then cast a glance at Mr. Fan, clearly intent on challenging him today. Not to worry, I have faith in Mr. Fan, Su Yun replied, offering a slight smile as he nudged the box forward. Haha, thank you for your trust, my friend. Mr. Fan, evidently accustomed to such naysayers, inched the box closer. Pray tell, how much did you pay for this box of coins? Mr. Fan inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. 1,000 yuan. Su Yun answered without hesitation. Is this not the same fellow who just purchased a heap of worthless trinkets from old Zhao? You've been swindled. These items cost no more than 400 or 500 yuan. You've clearly overpaid, remarked an onlooker who had witnessed Su Yun's earlier transaction. Indeed, young brother. While these items may be old, they hold little value. As this gentleman said, this box is hardly worth 1,000 yuan. Fair enough. At least you didn't suffer a major loss. Spending a few hundred for a lesson isn't so bad, Mr. Fan replied, pushing the box back. I told you so. Young man, the world of antiques is fraught with hidden depths that someone of your youth cannot possibly comprehend. The old man from the National Treasure Society seemed to find some solace in this. Mr. Fan, you merely glanced at it. Yu Haven scrutinized it closely. Su Yun interjected, aware that the box indeed held some impressive items, or otherwise, so many would not be so puzzled. With that, Su Yun emptied the box, revealing a collection of small coins. Then, peering into the box, he discovered a particularly pristine large copper coin stuck to the bottom, under the watchful gazes of several onlookers. Su Yun carefully extracted the coin and placed it on the table. Mr. Fan, please take a closer look at this coin, he urged, presenting the mother coin before him. It's just a larger ancient coin. It might fetch a mere 100 or 200 at best. You've still lost several hundred. The elder from the National Treasure Society derided. Wait a moment. Mr. Fan's expression shifted as he began to examine the coin more intently, his brow furrowing in concentration. A glint of excitement flickered in Mr. Fan's eyes as he grasped the coin, gently wiping away the dust with a cloth before inspecting it meticulously. Observing Mr. Fan's demeanor, the elder from the National Treasure Society felt an unsettling premonition. The crowd around them swelled, intrigued by Mr. Fan's unusual seriousness. As he typically favored the National Treasure Society, Su Yun remained composed, radiating confidence. 3 minutes later, someone could no longer contain their curiosity, cautiously asking, Mr. Fan, does this coin have any significance? Upon hearing this, Mr. Fan tightened his grip on the coin, nodding gravely. My friend, did you truly acquire this for 1,000 yuan? His expression bore disbelief. This mother coin is exceedingly rare, with a market value of 500,000 yuan. At auction, it could fetch even more. This young man has indeed stumbled upon a remarkable find. Indeed, I spent a full 1,000 on it. What's the matter, Mr. Fan? Is this coin not worth that much? Su Yun inquired with a smile. A flicker of envy crossed Mr. Fan's gaze as he surveyed the crowd, all of whom awaited his appraisal. Slowly, he spoke. This is undeniably old, an extraordinary collectible of significant value. As these words left his lips, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. Moments prior, they had heard that the young man had spent 1,000 yuan. He had truly struck gold. How much is it worth? The elder from the National Treasure Society asked impatiently, as if the coin were his own. Allow me to clarify. This treasure is a Xianfeng Tongbao, an exceptional piece. Unlike others, this is a mother coin, exceedingly rare. Its conservative estimate is 500,000 yuan. If it falls into the hands of a collector, the price could soar even higher. Moreover, its condition is remarkable. I have never encountered one in better shape. This is indeed an extraordinary find. Brother, spending 1,000 to gain 500,000 is quite the windfall. Mr. Fan examined the coin with great affection, his eyes brimming with admiration. 500,000. My heavens. The elder from the National Treasure Society appeared incredulous, his eyes wide in disbelief. Why was it that he could not find such treasures, while this young lad could uncover such a bounty? What was the reasoning behind this disparity? Why should he, so young, be fortunate enough to strike such a remarkable deal? The elder's face twisted with jealousy as he glared at Su Yun. Suddenly, a dawning realization flickered in the elder's eyes as if he had unraveled some grand mystery. I see it now. I see it. Mr. Fan, how could I have trusted you? You're merely a plant. This is clearly a new coin. And you and this young man have concocted a ruse to deceive everyone into purchasing it. Haven't you? TSK. I refuse to believe it. If I cannot find a treasure, how could this child? The elder's accusation stemmed not from a disbelief in Mr. Fan's expertise, but from a raw envy of Su Yun's fortune. Su Yun was left speechless, unable to fathom the plight Mr. Fan must endure daily. This elder, lacking discernment, was quick to cast doubt on others. Mr. Fan, you cannot engage in such behavior. It tarnishes your reputation. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, Mr. Fan, you are a renowned appraiser. You cannot stoop to such underhanded antics. Another added. Mr. Fan, I implore you for a straightforward answer. Is this coin genuine? Is this young man truly your accomplice? Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd began to waver in their belief, for such deceptions were not uncommon. Mr. Fan and Su Yun exchanged glances, both filled with exasperation. What could they possibly say to these individuals? Just as Mr. Fan was about to explain, he suddenly noticed an elderly gentleman with graying hair approaching, and an idea sparked in his mind. Well then, since you all doubt me, perhaps there is someone who can lend you credence, Mr. Fan declared, quickly rising to his feet and striding toward the elderly figure, blocking his path. Master Uncle, I have an item for you to appraise. Mr. Fan respectfully addressed the elder before him. It's Professor Wang. Someone exclaimed, recognizing Wang Yunchang's esteemed identity. Su Yun recognized the old man. He was the very same elder who had advised him not to be deceived. To his astonishment, he was actually Master Fan's senior uncle. What a fuss over nothing. Professor Wang remarked impatiently. It is merely this young brother who stumbled upon a fortunate find. You should graciously allow him to showcase it for everyone's assurance. Master Fan led Professor Wang to the table. Ah, it's you. Ha. I warned you earlier that it was all just junk. Why is young Fan still indecisive? Isn't it merely a collection of worthless trinkets? Before Professor Wang could finish, he caught sight of the coin that Master Fan had handed over, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 13. A deal at 600,000. I told you. You were setting a trap. The elder from the National Treasure Society boasted triumphantly. If it were a genuine treasure, would Professor Wang still have that expression? Youth, after all, is still youth, and the elder remains an elder. I've been dealing in antiques for 40 years. What gives you the right to surpass me? Observing Professor Wang's reaction, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Could it be that Master Fan was indeed orchestrating a scam? Old Wang, do enlighten us about this coin. Su Yun urged as he noticed the conversation veering off track. All right, I truly did not expect you to have found such a gem. When I examined the coins earlier, I did not realize there was a mother coin among them, and such a well-preserved one at that. It appears my vision has failed me, Professor Wang lamented. He was not concerned about the coin itself, but rather about the fact that he had been outshone by a younger individual. This was utterly unacceptable. Just moments ago, he had advised others against purchasing it. Had the young man heeded his warning, he would have missed out on such a find. At that moment, the esteemed Professor Wang, a master in the antique world, felt a twinge of embarrassment. What is the matter? The elder from the National Treasure Society suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Indeed, this coin is a Xianfeng mother coin. Its market value reaches up to 500,000. If it encounters an eager collector, the price may well soar even higher. After his proclamation, Professor Wang turned to Su Yun, marveling at the young man's keen eye. How could he be so certain that there was a coin of considerable value among these? Such discernment was simply astonishing. Upon hearing Professor Wang's words, the crowd erupted in excitement. It's indeed genuine. Goodness, I've roamed this antique market for years without stumbling upon such a find. Impressive. This young man is truly remarkable. No wonder he is the youth of today. We are all growing old. The vendor who sold it must surely be regretting his decision. Many in the crowd gazed at Su Yun with envy, acknowledging that the fortune belonged to him. See, you all doubted me, but surely you trust old Wang. Master Fan declared, then turned to Su Yun. Brother, I am willing to pay 500,000 for this coin. What do you say? At the proposal of such a purchase, the envy in the crowd became palpable. The elder from the National Treasure Society, upon witnessing this, turned crimson with embarrassment and hurriedly slipped away, unnoticed. Just as Su Yun was about to agree, old Wang waved his arm and said, Hold on, young Fan. I actually examined the contents of this box earlier, but failed to perceive its intricacies. This has been a significant oversight in my life. For this mother coin, I am willing to offer 600,000, above market value, as a reminder to myself not to act so hastily. Please, let it be mine. Old Wong sighed, feeling the weight of today's events. Very well. Since you've spoken, how could I, as a junior, refuse? Master Fan chuckled. Given the amount of 55,000 or more, he felt no need to intervene, especially not for 600,000. What do you think, young friend? Old Wong continued, seeking Su Yun's opinion. Agreed, 600,000. Su Yun had not anticipated such a delightful surprise, an unexpected gain of an additional 100,000. Excellent. Young friend, you are indeed ambitious. Let us exchange contact information, and in the realm of antiques, we may discuss matters in the future. Old Wong said as he exchanged contact details with Su Yun. This moment only deepened the envy of the onlookers. To be connected with Old Wong was a tremendous opportunity. If he could somehow become an apprentice of Old Wong, it would be a remarkable ascent. However, it was evident that this young man did not harbor such ambitions, suggesting he was still somewhat naive. Let us exchange contact information as well. Should any valuable items arise, you can also reach me, Master Fan added. Su Yun, naturally, welcomed the opportunity, and after exchanging contact information, the 600,000 soon entered Su Yun's account. As he witnessed the funds being deposited, Su Yun felt a surge of joy. He had inadvertently increased his savings by 600,000. This was akin to picking up money. Young friend, I must take my leave. Continue your discussions. Old Wong bid farewell and departed. Su Yun had no intention of lingering. As his fortunate find would inevitably make him the center of attention, he promptly decided to leave as well. Just before stepping into a taxi, Su Yun seemed to hear Master Fan begin another appraisal. New. Absolutely pristine. Undisputedly new. After Su Yun's departure, news of his fortunate find spread like wildfire throughout the antique market. After all, it was exceedingly rare to stumble upon such a substantial treasure in recent years. Every vendor who had been outsmarted would face ridicule from their peers for a year or two. Ha ha ha. You won't believe it, Oldly. I just sold that young lad a box of worthless coins for $1,000. If that old fellow hadn't shown up, I could have sold it to him for several thousand. Vendor Old Zhao lamented. Nevertheless, selling it for 1,000 still netted him a decent profit. He would enjoy a nice meal tonight. Old Zhao, you're quite the schemer. You owe us a treat tonight. The vendor named Oldly chimed in. All right. Old Zhao agreed without hesitation. He had made quite a profit, and now he needed to treat others. A vendor named Old Zhang slowly approached. Let me tell you, we just had someone stumble upon a major treasure. A Xianfeng mother coin sold for 600,000. Old Zhang announced upon arrival. What? Which vendor was foolish enough to let that happen? Was it Old Lu or Old Sun? They'll be the laughingstock among us. Old Zhao chuckled as he lounged in his rocking chair. I don't know. Both Master Fan and Professor Wong appraised it. And it was Professor Wong who paid 600,000 for it. The individual was a young man. Initially, we thought he was in cahoots with Master Fan. Old Zhang recounted with intrigue. Upon hearing this, Old Zhao suddenly sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow before relaxing. It couldn't he possibly be that naive young man? Could it? That box was filled with junk. It should not be him. Moreover, that young man truly possesses remarkable insight. When he first encountered Professor Wong, the professor misjudged the situation and advised him against buying it. Yet that young man disregarded the advice and purchased the box of junk. And now he has struck it rich. Old Zhang chuckled, sipping water as he narrated. Upon hearing this, Old Zhao sprang to his feet, his expression one of shock and despair. That was undoubtedly the very box he had sold. Inside it lay a mother coin worth 600,000. He sold it for a mere 1,000 yuan, believing he had struck a bargain. How could he be so foolish? Ah, my heavens. That was rightfully my 600,000. Old Zhao trembled with rage, repeatedly pounding on his stall, his face a mask of indignation. What's the matter, Old Zhao? Old Zhang asked, his expression one of confusion. Ha! Old Zhang, you're unaware that item originated from Old Zhao's hands. Ha! This lad sold it for 1,000, thinking he had made a profit. But what happened? Someone else seized the opportunity. Oh, I can't stop laughing. Oldly chimed in, unable to contain himself. Just moments ago, Old Zhao had been scheming to swindle, only to have someone turn the tables and make a fortune of 600,000. Can you blame him for feeling the sting? Ah, that should have been my 600,000. The young man exclaimed. You're deceiving me, Old Zhao? He fumed, stamping his feet, entirely oblivious to the fact he had become the subject of ridicule. As he noticed the knowing glances from his peers, Old Zhao suddenly felt utterly humiliated. He hastily tidied his stall and, amidst the laughter of the crowd, made a hasty exit. Chapter 14. 2 major pieces of intelligence, borrowing 3 million returning home. Su Yun felt a wave of satisfaction. He had perused 3 pieces of intelligence today, leaving 7 remaining. grabbing a chilled bottle of cola. He switched on the projector to watch a film, settling into a comfortable position on the sofa to examine the remaining intel. Intel 4. Renowned gaming streamer Demaho is set to encounter his lifelong rival in a game of Do Di Ju today at Cheyu car dealership. This event will become a timeless classic meme. Su-yun was familiar with Demaho, having watched his streams frequently, especially enjoying his humorous commentary on the ancient texts. He never anticipated he would cross paths with someone who could challenge him. However, this had no bearing on his financial endeavors. Intel 5. Dongbei Shuijie is about to face a scandal for selling counterfeit sweet potato flour, which will ignite a wave of persistent rumors about her on the internet. This doesn't seem right, Su-yun pondered as he read this piece of news. He was not surprised by the first half, as it was commonplace for influencers to face backlash in this era. However, the notion that Shuijie would be the target of such salacious rumors seemed absurd. With her robust physique, who would dare to spread such gossip? Was it due to her size 44 feet? This was quite amusing. Su-yun shook his head. Although the system was omnipotent, he retained the right to maintain a healthy skepticism regarding this intel. Intel 6. Hung Tai Group has collapsed, with debts soaring to 20 trillion. The CEO has already been apprehended. Goodness, such a colossal group crumbled so suddenly. Su-yun couldn't help but exclaim, realizing the extensive repercussions this would likely trigger. He recalled how Hung Tai Group had previously boasted a highly publicized presence, with their CEO once reigning as the wealthiest individual in the realm. Rumors suggested he indulged in a lavish lifestyle, yet the revelation of their 20 trillion debt was staggering. 20 trillion. That was an astronomical figure. Thankfully, his property was not affiliated with Hung Tai. Intel 7. Famous mukbang star Liang Zi has made a comeback. Having lost weight from 200 pounds to 380 pounds, establishing the Weijin clan, and serving as its leader. His endorsement of the culinary delight, meat wrapped in pancakes, has taken the internet by storm. Su-yun chuckled, noting the mention of this dish he had yet to try, but he would pass on the mukbang aspect. He continued scanning the subsequent pieces of intel. The two recent entries held little significance and were of no practical use, so he merely skimmed them before moving on. Intel 9. A certain senior class from Linjiang High School is preparing to hold a reunion. Class leader Zhang Li, burdened with substantial gambling debts, plans to threaten classmate Bai Qian during the gathering, intending to extort her wealth and ultimately eliminate her. He will conceal a knife in a vase in the private room, seizing the opportunity while toasting Bai Qian. Upon reading this, Su-yun's expression shifted to one of concern. If memory served him correctly, the reunion was scheduled for tomorrow evening. He was well acquainted with Zhang Li, having once confronted him for extorting younger students for protection money back in high school. Now, he found himself in a situation where Zhang Li had accrued massive debts and was contemplating kidnapping Bai Qian. Such nefarious acts could not be permitted to transpire. Intel 10. The outskirts of the Jiangxing Economic Development Zone are poised for significant appreciation in a short time. The renowned pharmaceutical giants Qian Group and Fengyun Pharmaceuticals will fiercely compete for this territory. The victor will ascend to become the largest pharmaceutical conglomerate in the nation. Goodness, this land is a veritable treasure trove. He recalled that both Fengyun Pharmaceuticals and Qian Group were highly esteemed entities in the industry. Su-yun instinctively rose and approached the window, where the shimmering river was clearly visible, occasionally stirring into waves. If he could convince Bai Qian to recognize her biological father, he would earn her goodwill. Moreover, with her impending danger, he could not stand idly by. Securing this land would likely multiply his worth several times over. With this thought in mind, Su-yun opened his phone and located Bai Qian's contact information, sending her a message. Are you attending tomorrow's reunion? Her reply arrived swiftly. Yes, it's tomorrow evening. Have you changed your mind? Are you coming too? Without hesitation, Su-yun affirmed, of course. I'll be there tomorrow night. Although he was aware of Zhang Li's intentions to threaten Bai Qian, others were oblivious. If he were to alert the authorities now, it could backfire. Not only would the police potentially doubt him, but Zhang Li might feign innocence when they arrived. Furthermore, even if this crisis passed, Zhang Li would not give up easily. Should he harbor further intentions towards Bai Qian, a tragic outcome could ensue. Yes, my previous reluctance stemmed from conflicts with a few individuals, but reflecting on it now feels rather childish. After all, we are classmates. Let this reunion be an opportunity to mend our differences, Su-yun expressed sincerely. That's a commendable thought. You haven't joined the class group yet, have you? I'll add you, Bai Qian replied. The reunion was organized by the former class leader Zhang Li, who had become quite successful, and all details would be shared in the group. After receiving the group chat invitation, Su-yun joined promptly. Their senior class had originally consisted of 45 students, but only 30 remained in the group, indicating many had little interest in the reunion. Upon entering the chat, numerous messages flooded in, primarily from the most active members from back then. Wait, is there a newcomer in the group? One person inquired. It's me, Su-yun. You all remember me, right? The most handsome guy from class 3, Bai Qian responded. Ah, it's old Su. I recall I once picked on you for being less attractive, only to end up on the receiving end of a beating. Quite amusing in retrospect, a user with the handle Fatty remarked. Indeed, back then, Su-yun was the heartthrob of our class. Many girls sought his contact information, but he ignored them all, focusing solely on his studies. I recall that old Su ultimately enrolled in Jiangxing Normal University, far surpassing us. Indeed, old Su, what are you up to these days? Have you formulated any plans since graduating? A flurry of messages ensued, and Su-yun couldn't help but smile. Even those classmates with whom he had previously clashed had now reconciled. In retrospect, those past grievances seemed trivial, mere trifles of little consequence. Ha. Su-yun is truly formidable now. An over 800,000 Patek Philippe watch casually donned. Bai Qian remarked. Goodness, is old Su really that impressive? I must admit. Old Su, you are undeniably more handsome than I. Indeed, I noticed that class monitor Zhang Li is also sporting a Patek Philippe. Both old Su and the class monitor are big shots. The arrival of Su-yun had already sparked a minor wave of discussion. Just as Su-yun was about to send a message, one Zhang Li sent a message to all members. To all members, let us warmly welcome Su-yun to the group. Once the most promising handsome lad in our class, he has now soared to great heights. Let us all congratulate Su-yun. Zhang Li's words appeared quite grandiose, especially since he had once been at odds with Su-yun. Su-yun was well aware that Zhang Li's demeanor was but a facade. However, for the sake of tomorrow's matters, he feigned ignorance. Thank you all. I'm merely getting by, not as impressive as you claim, Su-yun replied, as the discussions continued unabated. Suddenly, Su-yun received a friend request from Zhang Li. Could it be that this fellow has shifted his attention towards me? I am curious to see what his intentions are. With a light tap, Su-yun accepted Zhang Li's request. Old Su, let bygones be bygones. We are friends now. As you know, I am currently engaged in business and have a highly lucrative project. I find myself in need of capital, but I am reluctant to relinquish it. Do you have 3 million? I would like to borrow it for a month, and I will return 320,000, principal and interest. I'll send you my bank account number. Please transfer the funds at your earliest convenience. Chapter 15. A favor for you. The boys pay, the girls are free. Before long, the bank account number arrived. Su-yun was left utterly bewildered. What does this fellow mean? Is he commanding me to transfer him money? Does he genuinely believe that as class monitor, he wields authority over everyone? How utterly ridiculous. Class monitor, I don't have 3 million to spare. I cannot transfer that amount to you. Naturally, Su-yun had no intention of acquiescing. Setting aside Zhang Li's character, that 3 million is no trifling sum. Bai Qian mentioned that you wear a Patek Philippe, didn't she? With an 80,000 watch, your worth must be at least several tens of millions. How could you possibly lack such funds? Su-yun, do you not trust your former class monitor? Since I was once your class monitor, I shall always be your class monitor. If you are in need, I will certainly stand by you. Now, send me the money. Reading Zhang Li's lengthy message, Su-yun felt a surge of indignation. What on earth is this? Is this a request for a loan or an outright demand? As if he has forgotten how I once bested him? Borrowing money comes with a sense of command. Does he truly consider himself significant? Class monitor. That Patek Philippe I own was a lottery win, as Bai Qian knows. Besides, I am just a freshly graduated university student. Where would I find such a sum? Su-yun restrained his rising anger. After sending this message, Zhang Li took an unusually long time to reply, leading Su-yun to surmise that he would not pursue the loan further. Very well, I see you lack any real capability. Being handsome has little value. And academic excellence means nothing if you cannot access projects of my magnitude. Surely, you could lend me that watch for a while. Zhang Li evidently conferred with Bai Qian, as his tone had become even more dismissive. I sold the watch and used the money to purchase a house. Class monitor, you are engaged in large-scale business. Surely you don't mind parting with such a watch. Su-yun could not fathom how this individual, burdened with a 3 million gambling debt, would dare to label others as lowly. In this world, one could find countless individuals superior to him. What audacity! How tiresome, lacking any insight. To suggest using 80,000 for a down payment on a house. It's astonishing that someone could think so narrowly, destined for a life of mediocrity. Zhang Li sent another message, his tone condescending, as if he were a person of great stature. Su-yun chose not to reply. Conversing with such a person was utterly pointless. A true mark of lowly character. Just as Su-yun settled down for a moment, he suddenly noticed Zhang Li stirring up trouble in the class group again. Zhang Li, to everyone, I have a suggestion. I see that 30 people are attending our reunion, 10 girls and 20 boys. I think it would be reasonable for the boys to cover the expenses since they are more numerous and likely to consume more. Let the girls be exempt from paying. As your class monitor, I should take the lead in this matter. Please respond. As soon as this message was sent, the group erupted in chaos. Goodness. You think you can speak for everyone? How considerate of you. Why don't you just pay for it yourself? Making decisions on behalf of others. What? Are those 20 boys your underlings? Do you truly believe yourself to be an emperor? The boys in the chat were quick to challenge him. What was meant to be a pleasant reunion was now spoiled by his interference. Li Wei. Fine. I agree with the class monitor's decision. After all, he is the class monitor and commands respect. However, I will not be attending the reunion. Wang Lei. Yes, we must adhere to the class monitor's proposal. After all, he is the class monitor and knows how to care for people. Tomorrow night is my mother pig's due date, so I will also be absent. Wang He. Same here. As the comments poured in, no one was accommodating him, leading to Zhang Li's embarrassment. Zhang Li, what is going on? Has my authority diminished? Do you all no longer recognize me as your class monitor? By Qian, let us not dwell on it. The class monitor is simply making a suggestion. The meal expenses are negotiable. We can split it evenly, and if necessary, I can cover it myself. Fatty, old Su. What do you think of this matter? Su Yun was amused by the unfolding drama, and after seeing Fatty's message, he replied, Su Yun, there's no need for Bai Qian to treat us. The class monitor is a big-time businessman. He just mentioned to me that he has a lucrative venture going on. I think it would be more fitting for him to treat us. Su Yun, reveling in the spectacle, well aware of Zhang Li's 3 million gambling debt, suggesting he treat the group only served to stoke Zhang Li's ire. However, since Zhang Li's purpose for organizing this reunion would falter if no one attended, he could only swallow his anger. Zhang Li, I was only joking. No need to take it seriously. All right, I'll treat everyone. Feel free to order whatever you like. With that, the group finally quieted down. Though no one expressed gratitude towards Zhang Li, most members found his superiority complex quite tiresome. Su Yun decided to ignore the group messages and opened Bai Qian's message box, sending her several messages. Bai Qian, I heard during high school that you were searching for your biological family. Have you considered seeking them out over the years? Su Yun posed this question with intent. If Bai Qian had no plans for reunion, he would refrain from further discussion, thus he needed to ascertain her willingness first. Why the sudden inquiry? In truth, I have been searching for my biological parents for many years, yet I have received no news. Such matters are reliant on fate. If I am destined not to find them, then so be it. After reading Bai Qian's message, Su Yun gained some clarity. It appeared Bai Qian harbored intentions of seeking familial recognition. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Qian's father, Bai Yongming, was fully aware of her existence, but had persistently refrained from acknowledging her, leaving the reasons shrouded in secrecy. After all, every family has its burdens, which are beyond Su Yun's comprehension. Indeed, I have a friend who specializes in such matters. I shall ask him to assist you when the time comes. Su Yun conversed with Bai Qian for a while longer, subtly advising her to remain vigilant regarding Zhang Li, speaking at length without knowing if Bai Qian grasped the nuances. The actions Zhang Li intended to undertake were scheduled for the following evening. The motivation for his actions could have arisen during a classmates' gathering, at this very moment, or perhaps even tomorrow morning. Su Yun's objective was to prevent the occurrence of this event tomorrow night, while seizing the opportune moment to facilitate Bai Qian's recognition of her parentage. As it was only midday, Su Yun found no desire to prepare a meal and instead ordered several dishes along with a staple through a delivery app, spending over 200 yuan. While this expenditure would have been deemed extravagant in the past, it was no longer a concern for her now. With the afternoon unoccupied, Su Yun planned to rest, perhaps venture out for a leisurely stroll, and ponder how to address the events of the following day. Chapter 16. The Authority of Zhang Li. Permitted. In the evening, Su Yun visited a convenience store and, upon browsing, discovered a dagger. Unlike ordinary daggers, this one was crafted from plastic and was retractable, possessing only a slight sharpness that would inflict minimal harm. Reports indicated that Zhang Li intended to wield a dagger to threaten Bai Qian. Su Yun opened the dagger and made a small cut on her arm, followed by a light stab, experiencing no injury whatsoever. This was quite fortunate, having spent 10 yuan. She purchased the dagger and returned home. Just as she arrived, her phone buzzed with a message from the university president, likely concerning the outcome of Li Kai's situation. Su Yun, Li Kai and Li have been officially charged with multiple crimes, and a court hearing is expected in a few days, with a projected sentence of 10 to 15 years. We sincerely apologize for the incident involving Li Yao. She has been compensated and consoled. What are your thoughts on the resolution of this matter? After reading the message, Su Yun nodded. A 10-year sentence was relatively acceptable. Initially anticipating a mere 7 or 8 years, the outcome was unexpectedly favorable, likely due to Li Kai's last actions exacerbating his culpability. Understood, President. I hope the university will implement assessments for foundational counselors to prevent individuals like Li Kai from emerging again. Rest assured, I will not upload those records and videos. President. The university will enhance its management. As president, I bear an undeniable responsibility for this incident, and I appreciate your understanding. Their exchange was brief, leaving Su Yun with little to discuss. Subsequently, Liao sent her a message overflowing with gratitude. She had received her diploma along with a substantial compensation, which led to plans for a celebratory gathering that Su Yun politely declined. After these conversations, Su Yun retired to bed, recognizing the necessity of being well rested for the challenges awaiting her the following day. The next morning, Su Yun awoke with the first rays of sunlight. It must be said that wealth had significantly improved her overall vitality. With ample time remaining before the evening, Su Yun busied herself by descending to purchase breakfast and then returning home to review the day's intelligence. There are a total of 3 pieces of intelligence today. Only 3 pieces? That seemed somewhat scarce, Su Yun murmured to herself as she began to examine them, hoping to uncover something of value. Intelligence 1. The nationwide craze for starch sausages is under scrutiny, and scrupulous manufacturers have been using chicken bone paste in production, posing health risks with prolonged consumption. Though some conscientious vendors adhere strictly to food safety standards. Starch sausages? Goodness, that was once my favorite snack. Su Yun sighed, feeling as if her former beloved had suddenly become tainted. Such a disparity was disheartening. However, she took solace in the fact that the brands she had previously consumed met safety standards and contained no chicken bone paste, lifting her spirits somewhat. Intelligence 2. The rice variety Su 7 is set to be released soon, anticipated to spark a buying frenzy among consumers. This news was hardly groundbreaking. Although Su Yun contemplated purchasing a vehicle, she remained cautious, seeking one that truly suited her needs. The first 2 pieces of intelligence bore little relevance to her. Her focus now rested on the final piece. Intelligence 3. Executives from Fengyun Pharmaceuticals and Tycoon Pharmaceuticals met today. The negotiations were quite unpleasant, with Tycoon CEO threatening to crush Fengyun within 3 years. Meanwhile, Fengyun is in urgent need of suitable production land and is currently surveying options. This intelligence proved valuable. It appeared that the desolate land in the economic development zone was ideal for Fengyun Pharmaceuticals. They would undoubtedly survey the area soon. My task now is to secure the rights to that land before Fengyun does. Su Yun contemplated deeply, recognizing that the territory in question was indeed a barren wasteland, devoid of any noteworthy features. With the funds at her disposal, acquiring it was feasible. When Fengyun arrived for negotiations, the profits could yield 2 or 3 times the investment. Thus, hastening Bai Qian's recognition of her parentage became imperative. Firstly, Bai Qian herself expressed a desire for familial acknowledgement, which would be beneficial for her. Secondly, this could bring substantial profit to Su Yun. It was reasonable, justified, and compliant. Why not seize the opportunity? After this contemplation, Su Yun indulged in an afternoon of gaming. Time, like a wild donkey, swiftly galloped towards the afternoon. Only a few hours remained until the classmates' gathering. Everyone, at 6 o'clock tonight, let us not fail to meet. Jiangcheng Haitan Hotel, room 333. 1 room accommodates 3 tables, ample for our gathering of nearly 30. As your class representative, I wish everyone a delightful and fulfilling time. Furthermore, I seek 1 or 2 classmates to assist with some arrangements for the event. Interested individuals, please volunteer. It's first come, first served. Zhang Li sent out a lengthy message primarily soliciting help, but nearly half a minute passed without a single reply. Offering assistance is often a thankless endeavor, and inviting people to sign up on a first-come basis seemed overly presumptive. One might think he was offering a grand prize. Zhang Li, noticing the absence of responses, felt a wave of embarrassment. After all, he was once the class leader, standing above the rest, yet these lesser beings disregarded his words. It was no wonder they could never aspire to his elevated status. Zhang Li, what is this? Does no one value my words? I ask for a simple favor, not a life or death situation. Why all the hesitation? Zhang Li, I have served as your class monitor for an entire year, which implies a lifetime of commitment. Is it that none of you regard my position with any seriousness now? Zhang Li felt a sense of authority, yet after a minute of silence, not a single response emerged. Su Yun was on the verge of laughter, having never witnessed such an awkward display. Zhang Li truly took his role as class monitor to heart. Su Yun, it seems everyone is rather occupied. I have no pressing engagements today, so I will arrive a bit earlier. Her intention for arriving early was to familiarize herself with the restaurant's layout and to locate the knife Zhang Li intended to use for his nefarious purposes. This was crucial. Zhang Li, permission granted. These 2 words were intensely awkward. Anyone unaware might mistake him for a superior. He even required permission for assistance. Several classmates sent messages to Su Yun, all discussing Zhang Li. Some suggested that she should completely ignore him, asserting that he would merely make a fuss over nothing. After a brief reply, Su Yun equipped herself with a plastic retractable knife and proceeded toward the Hai Tian Grand Hotel. Chapter 17, The Gathering Begins. Good day, sir. Do you have a reservation? Upon entering the High Grand Hotel, a staff member approached to inquire. Yes, room 106. Su-Yun replied as per the information from the group chat. Very well, sir. Room 106 is this way, the third room on the right. Enjoy your meal. The staff member guided her halfway, after which Su-Yun continued on her own. As she reached the door of room 106, Su-Yun noticed it ajar, with a slight gap. A rustling sound emanated from within, prompting her to quietly peer inside and activate her phone's camera. The spacious room was adorned with a row of greenery, 6 potted plants lined up from left to right. A man, Zhang Li, was pacing before the 6 pots, holding a dagger as he contemplated where best to conceal it for ease of access. Su-Yun couldn't help but think that Zhang Li was rather careless, showing no signs of proper preparation for such a deed. After deliberating, he settled on the 3rd pot, placing the dagger inside after 3 seconds of contemplation, then took a deep breath and returned to his seat at the table. Su-Yun switched off her camera. Everything had been recorded and could serve as evidence. After waiting a few seconds outside, she boldly pushed the door open, startling Zhang Li, who jumped in alarm. Class monitor. It's been years. Your presence is quite striking, Su-Yun said with a grin. Oh, Su-Yun is here. Come, could you arrange the tables and chairs? Zhang Li said, devoid of enthusiasm, as he knew Su-Yun would not be able to provide him with any money. You arrived so early, why not tidy up? Su-Yun took a seat, showing no inclination to move. As the tables and chairs were already set up, Zhang Li merely sought to assert his authority. Zhang Li glanced at Su-Yun, furrowing his brow but saying nothing further. Su-Yun observed Zhang Li. He was not particularly robust, yet capable enough to handle a weaker female, and his pinky finger was notably truncated. It appeared to be a recent injury. This indicated that something must have transpired in the past few days. Class monitor. What happened to your pinky? Su-Yun inquired, her gaze fixed on the severed digit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li visibly panicked, instinctively jerking his hand, his expression shifting to one of clear distress and fear. It's nothing at all. I accidentally severed it with a cutting machine yesterday. It was my fault. Thankfully, it's not serious. Zhang Li was undoubtedly lying. With today's medical technology, a severed finger can be reattached in a short period, and his excuse about a cutting machine was flimsy at best. Su-Yun pondered briefly and deduced the cause of Zhang Li's injury. A gambling debt of 30 million likely led to the severing of his finger as a warning. This suggested that Zhang Li had only recently conceived the idea of abducting Bai Qian. Regardless of his motivations, such actions would inevitably land him in jail. Su-Yun felt no empathy or sympathy for someone like him. Oh, that must have hurt, witnessing your own finger being severed. Class monitor, you're quite resilient. I would have fainted on the spot. Su-Yun deliberately reminded Zhang Li of the gruesome moment. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhang Li trembled, recalling the excruciating pain and the fear that had caused him to faint. Yet, he could not express this. Ha, you sit tight. I have a business call to take. You know how demanding my business is. The calls just keep coming, Zhang Li said, hastily grabbing his phone and rushing out. Once Zhang Li left, Su-Yun swiftly extracted the plastic dagger and quickly switched it with the one he had concealed in the flower pot. The entire process was seamless, taking only a matter of seconds. After replacing the item, Su-Yun made her way toward the restroom. Upon reaching the restroom door, she overheard a faint voice inside. Brother Dao, rest assured, I will deliver the money to you tonight. It was unmistakably Zhang Li's voice. Su-Yun had no intention of interrupting him and chose to enter the restroom on the opposite side. Zhang Li emerged from the restroom, glanced around to ensure no one had overheard him, and confirmed that his plan was foolproof. However, he was oblivious to the fact that his scheme was riddled with flaws. Before long, many classmates arrived. For years had wrought significant changes. Some formerly ordinary boys and girls had now become considerably more attractive. Upon entering, they greeted Su-Yun with warmth, while Zhang Li received no attention whatsoever. Before long, Bai Qian arrived, accompanied by a lovely girl named Lu Yan. Su-Yun noticed that Lu Yan exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Li, who was intently focused on the flower pot concealing the dagger. It appeared they were conspirators, likely informed by Lu Yan about Bai Qian's wealth. Su-Yun contemplated this revelation. As expected, Lu Yan enthusiastically ushered Bai Qian to sit near the 3rd flower pot. Upon seeing Bai Qian settle in, Zhang Li visibly relaxed and shot Lu Yan an appreciative glance. Su-Yun, you've come early. Why not sit next to Qian Qian? It's been years. I have so much to discuss with you. Lu Yan invited Su-Yun over, causing her to pause, unsure of Lu Yan's intentions. However, this arrangement would allow her to sit beside Bai Qian without reservation. All right, it has indeed been years. I've missed you, Su-Yun replied casually, casting a glance at Zhang Li, who was engrossed in his phone, making no move. Really? Oh dear, your words are making me blush. To be honest, there were many girls who had crushes on you back in the day, and I was one of them. Lu Yan opened up, speaking candidly. She was indeed beautiful but exuded a certain allure, although her nose was evidently surgically altered. Is that so? Well, you can openly express your feelings now. Su Yun joked as she took a seat. Ha ha ha, certainly. Let's keep in touch from now on. Lu Yin laughed, pulling Bai Qian closer, while her gaze subtly scrutinized Su Yun's wrist. Upon noticing the absence of a watch, she appeared slightly disappointed. Su Yun harbored a secret disdain within, suspecting that Lu Yin had likely been involved with Zhang Li for quite some time. Who was Zhang Li, you might ask? A man capable of accruing a gambling debt of 3 million. Lu Yin was undoubtedly the type to cavort with such individuals, and the mere thought of being romantically linked to her repulsed Su Yun. He questioned the words he had just uttered. As the entire room settled, everyone engaged in light-hearted chatter, reminiscing about their past misadventures, laughter reverberating throughout the space, filling it with joy. Soon, an array of exquisite dishes was served, each a feast for the senses. Once all the dishes were laid out, Zhang Li adjusted his collar, ensured Bai Qian's position was satisfactory, and then raised a glass, declaring, "Ahem, since everyone has heeded my summons to gather here, as the central figure and steadfast anchor of our class, I feel compelled to say a few words." Chapter 18. Su Yun is stabbed. However, just as Zhang Li began to speak, he noticed the once quiet gathering had erupted into a cacophony. The crowd merely glanced at him before resuming their conversations, completely disregarding his authority as class leader. Zhang Li's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging with suppressed rage as he cast a venomous glare over the room. Lu Yin, sensing the palpable tension, sought to alleviate the atmosphere, as she was aligned with Zhang Li. Haha, it's been years since we last met, and naturally, there's much to discuss. The class leader merely wishes for everyone to enjoy themselves. Allow me to propose a toast. With a charming smile gracing her lips, Lu Yin filled her glass, granting Zhang Li the courtesy he so craved. As the clinking of glasses resonated, Zhang Li took his seat, his gaze fixed on Bai Qian, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Damn it, Bai Qian, how dare you profit so immensely? He seethed inwardly. Su Yun, you scoundrel. Why did you sell that watch? As your former class leader, I toiled for you all, and now you repay my kindness with indifference? 30 people. And none could lend me a dime. We were family, weren't we? It's only right that you help me repay my debts. Bai Qian, since you're so affluent, don't blame me for what has to come. With this thought, Zhang Li downed his glass of liquor, the burning sensation igniting his throat and clouding his mind. Su Yun observed the scene with keen awareness. Once Zhang Li realized he was being overlooked, he fell into a brooding silence, gulping down drink after drink until his complexion turned crimson. After more than half an hour had passed, the feast was nearly complete. At this juncture, Lu Yin raised her glass, her smile radiant as she addressed everyone. Dear friends, I have truly missed each of you over the years. In this moment, I wish to toast to all of you. Setting her glass down, she retrieved a pre-opened bottle of wine, pouring for each guest in turn. Qian, you must drink a bit more. From an ugly duckling to a beautiful swan, your transformation is remarkable. Lu Yin filled Bai Qian's glass to the brim, while offering others merely half. Su Yun, you should also indulge a little, she insisted, pouring extra for him. Su Yun merely nodded with a smile, confirming his suspicions that Lu Yin was indeed in cahoots with Zhang Li, and that the wine likely contained something sinister. This woman was truly a viper in disguise. Very well. Su Yun had no intention of imbibing. A mere charade would suffice. As everyone raised their glasses, Lu Yin joined in, glancing around the room before proclaiming, "To all, I shall drink first." With that, she downed her drink in one go. Bravo! Lu Yin, the epitome of generosity. The crowd cheered, clinking glasses before consuming their drinks. Seizing the opportunity while their attention wavered, Su Yun discreetly poured his drink into his sleeve, not a drop gracing his lips. Just as Bai Qian was about to drink, Su Yun silently nudged her, their eyes meeting as he subtly gestured. Though Bai Qian was puzzled, she sensed Su Yun's keen watch over the wine, and a sudden chill gripped her heart. This drink must be tainted. She had no time to ponder how Su Yun had deduced this. Feigning composure, she set her glass down. Why aren't you drinking, Qian? Lu Yin inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. What unfortunate timing. I forgot I had taken some antibiotics before coming, Bai Qian replied with a light laugh, using the medication as a plausible excuse for not partaking in the wine. Lu Yin paused, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Li. Zhang Li, visibly intoxicated, stood up, clutching a glass as he approached Bai Qian. Beautiful Bai, why on earth are you taking antibiotics when you're perfectly healthy? This drink is a toast from your class leader. You must partake. His tone was laced with a commanding insistence as he forcibly thrust the tainted drink into Bai Qian's hands. Drink, Zhang Li commanded vehemently. The onlookers frowned at the spectacle unfolding before them. Zhang Li, emboldened by liquor, had begun to act like a tyrant. A male classmate who had risen to intervene suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Zhongli spat, his eyes narrowing. Bai Qian, I'm laying my cards on the table. This reunion was orchestrated with you in mind. Damn it. How could a wretched harlot amass such wealth and yet be so miserly, refusing to lend me even a fraction? It's merely 3 million. Why won't you lend it to me? Zhang Li's gaze was ferocious as he slammed his glass to the floor, shattering it into shards. Bai Qian, visibly startled, realized Zhang Li was about to take matters to a dangerous extreme. Since you refused to cooperate, transfer the money to me now, he barked, as his hand reached menacingly towards Bai Qian's throat. At that moment, panic surged within Bai Qian as she turned to find Lu Yin still laughing. The looming hand grew larger in her vision, and despair gripped her as she closed her eyes. The crowd, frozen in horror, could only watch the scene unfold with bated breath. Suddenly, a powerful hand struck Zhang Li's arm, sending it flying away. Bai Qian opened her eyes to see it was Su Yun. Zhang Li, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, found his intoxication dissipating rapidly. You scoundrel! You didn't tea drink. Zhang Li roared in fury. Huh, I wouldn't tea dare consume anything laced with poison. Su Yun retorted coldly. Wouldn't you agree, Lu Yin? Standing tall at 6 feet, his imposing physique left both Zhang Li and Lu Yin feeling a tinge of trepidation. Damn it, Zhang Li cursed, swiftly moving toward a nearby potted plant, rummaging through it until he pulled out a dull dagger. At the sight of the knife, Bai Qian's legs turned to jelly. With the introduction of a blade, the balance of power shifted ominously. Without training, none could hope to stand against him. The onlookers, bewildered and anxious, could do nothing but fret as Zhang Li had clearly lost his sanity. With a knife in hand, he posed a threat to everyone present. The atmosphere, once filled with camaraderie, had morphed into a scene of impending violence. This was all of your doing, Zhang Li roared, his hind legs propelling him forward as he violently kicked the table over, brandishing a dagger that he thrust mercilessly towards Su Yun. Su Yun, die for me. In a split second, the dagger plunged heavily into Su Yun's chest, and all that could be seen was a deep scar. Upon witnessing Su Yun being stabbed, Bai Qian was engulfed in despair, her hopes utterly extinguished. Chapter 19, Setting Aside the Facts. Ha ha ha. Zhang Li cackled maniacally, seemingly reveling in the act of stabbing Su Yun. Su Yun, you thought you could oppose me. Bai Qian's eyes welled with tears, mourning for Su Yun who had been grievously wounded. Ha ha ha. Su Yun, if you hadn't sold that watch, I might have spared your life. Damn it. I have always been better than you, yet you never imagined you would fall into my hands one day. Zhang Li continued to mock, venting his pent-up fury. Indeed, I never anticipated this. A sudden voice reverberated throughout the room, causing Zhang Li to shudder, the effects of alcohol dissipating significantly. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Yun, as if encountering a ghost. Just moments ago, he had stabbed him in the heart. How could this be? Is that still your dagger? Su Yun smiled faintly. It was then that Zhang Li realized the weight of the dagger felt wrong. He hastily retracted it, only to discover that the blade was spring-like, revealing itself to be a powerless toy knife, half rubber, half plastic. Lu Yin, you treacherous wretch, dare to play me. Zhang Li pointed the blade menacingly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was immediately struck with panic, for she had never touched that dagger. Li Gu, I have not betrayed you. I administered the drugs as promised. I swear, I did not betray you. Lu Yin pleaded in fear, only to suddenly feel a sweet taste in her mouth. Realizing too late that Su Yun had delivered a sharp slap, she felt dizzy, collapsing to the ground. Lu Yin, you dared to harm me. Bai Qian felt a mix of joy and rage. She was relieved that Su Yun was unharmed, yet furious that Lu Yin had conspired with Zhang Li against her. Qian, I did not mean to. I truly did not. Lu Yin stammered. With so much money, who wouldn't he be envious? Before she could finish, Su Yun delivered a powerful kick, sending her rolling on the ground, gasping for breath and unable to move. Damn it, do you really think I can't take you on? Zhang Li was now completely enraged. With his scheme exposed, there was no possibility of retreat. Despite his bravado, he knew he couldn't match Su Yun in strength. So he swung his arms aimlessly towards Bai Qian. You bastard. Su Yun cursed angrily, gathering strength in his legs. He delivered a forceful kick to Zhang Li's abdomen. The stomach is the most vulnerable part of the human body, and this kick sent Zhang Li reeling, spewing gastric fluid, the air around them filled with a sour odor. Zhang Li screamed, his eyes filled with resentment. Yet before he could react, Su Yun executed another flying kick, delivering a crushing blow. Bang! Zhang Li crashed into a large round table, countless plates shattering upon impact, blood gushing from his head. You two heartless scoundrels. Zhang Li couldn't comprehend. Only 2 people knew of his plan. How could Su Yun have swapped the dagger and not consumed the spiked drink? Had he somehow cheated fate? Seeing Zhang Li completely incapacitated, Su Yun promptly advanced, procuring a rope from somewhere and binding him tightly. Lu Yun was not spared either. The onlookers, now thoroughly relieved, realized that Su Yun was remarkably capable. With just a few punches and kicks, he had subdued Zhongli. He was their savior. Brother Su. The astonished, portly man at the table regained his senses, trembling fingers pointing at the phone on the ground. Su Yun approached and discovered that the man's phone had already dialed the police. Well done. You're quite clever, Su Yun praised, then picked up the phone to speak briefly with the emergency services before placing it back down. At that moment, Bai Qian looked at Su Yun with profound gratitude. Had it not been for him, she might have lost her life. Falling into the hands of someone like Zhang Li would likely have subjected her to unimaginable torment. The thought of the earlier scene sent chills down her spine. Overcome with emotion, she rushed into Su Yun's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Half a minute later, the door burst open, and 2 armed police officers entered. Don't move. One officer glanced at the 2 bound individuals on the floor, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Then, upon receiving a message through his earpiece, they seemed to relax. Hello, officer. These 2 held me at knife point, but Su Yun managed to defuse the situation. Bai Qian explained, hastily wiping her tears. Yes, we received the report. This is indeed a serious matter, but it seems we have an extraordinary individual here. The officer remarked. Were there any injuries? No, unless you count these 2 as people. Then perhaps someone might be hurt. Su Yun pointed at Zhang Li and Lu Yan. The officers nodded, promptly approaching Zhang Li and Lu Yan to place glaring silver handcuffs on them. You 2 are suspected of orchestrating a premeditated armed robbery and attempted murder. I hereby formally notify you that you are under arrest. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li's heart sank. He had hoped to find an opportunity to escape. But the police had arrived far too quickly. Damn it. Setting aside the facts, are you 2 without fault? It's just 300,000. If you had given it to me, would I have needed to resort to a knife? Let me tell you, as long as I, Zhang Li, am alive, you better live in constant fear. Zhang Li threatened vehemently. The officer frowned at this remark, adjusting the baton at his side, causing Zhang Li to tremble in fear. Comrade, it was all him. I had nothing to do with it. I swear, it has nothing to do with me. Qian Qian. Su Yun. I'll give you everything. Please tell them I'm innocent. Lu Yan cried out desperately, but all she received in response was their cold indifference. Comrades, we will be taking these 2 with us, the officers declared as they escorted Zhang Li and Lu Yan away. A middle-aged officer, visibly grateful, rushed in and shook Su Yun's hand vigorously. Comrade, thank you immensely. Had it not been for your intervention, this could have led to an unforeseeable tragedy. Looking at the 20 or so people still incapacitated, the officer was filled with dread, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Had it not been for Su Yun, who knew what might have transpired, if something had indeed happened, his position as captain would be on the line, but more importantly, it would have cost the lives of over 20 individuals. This is merely what I ought to do, Su Yun replied modestly. Comrade, do not be humble. To act bravely in such a moment is a testament to your exceptional character. I will certainly recommend you for commendation and a monetary reward. The middle-aged officer exclaimed excitedly. Monetary reward? Su Yun was taken aback, not having considered that. Indeed, both the title of heroism and the reward should not be overlooked. However, before that, we will need you both to return with us to give a statement. Please cooperate, the officer added politely. Of course. After Su Yun finished speaking, he cast a glance at the still limp individuals. Rest assured, based on my experience, they have merely been administered a substance that saps their strength. We will promptly transport them to the hospital. Only then did Su Yun nod, and, accompanied by Bai Qian, they made their way outside, unaware that throughout their departure, Su Yun had been holding Bai Qian's hand without any sense of discomfort. Chapter 20. The Underground Casino. Once they had completed their statements at the police station, the 2 finally left. The hour had already advanced to 10 o'clock in the evening, quite late indeed. Su Yun adeptly handled the police's inquiries, having long devised a strategy. The riverside at night was refreshingly cool. Those familiar with high school geography would recognize it as a matter of specific heat capacity. Su Yun, I truly thank you for today. Had it not been for you, I would likely be in the morgue right now, Bai Qian remarked, still haunted by the memory of Zhang Li's knife aimed at Su Yun. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but admire Su Yun's wisdom and formidable strength. Today's circumstances were indeed exceptional, as not only was her life in jeopardy, but so were those of her classmates. Not at all. In that situation, anyone would have intervened, Su Yun chuckled. That may not necessarily be the case. If there wasn't absolute certainty, who would dare act recklessly? Not everyone possesses your courage and intelligence, Bai Qian exclaimed, her gaze towards Su Yun imbued with admiration. Ha ha ha, am I really that impressive? Su Yun suddenly realized that her hand had been intertwined with Bai Qian's throughout their earlier statements, trembling from the tension that had prevented her from letting go. To her surprise, She still clung to it now. Of course you are. You've grown even more formidable since high school. Bai Qian praised without reservation. Suddenly feeling something in her hand, leading her to glance down and blush instantly. It's getting late. I should head back, Bai Qian said hastily, pulling her hand away from Su Yun's grasp. All right, take care and rest early, Su Yun advised. There were indeed more words unspoken, but the moment was evidently not suitable for such matters. Yes, you should rest early too. After some time, I shall treat you to a meal, Bai Qian concluded, hailing a taxi and departing after bidding farewell. Su Yun glanced at her own hand, and at that moment, her phone vibrated with notifications. Upon opening it, she found a flurry of messages in the class group chat. As she scrolled through, the screen was inundated with messages. Fatty, Su Ge, I must call you brother. No, you are my guardian. If it weren't for you, I would have been done for. Wang Lei, Su Ge was so impressive tonight, kicking that dog Zhang Li out like trash. Zhou Yang, Su Ge, when do you have time? I must treat you to a meal. Li Xiao, tonight scared me to death. Thankfully, Su Yun was there. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. Wang Chong, after all these years. Regardless of how many people I've met, none are as handsome as Su Yun, especially tonight. A torrent of gratitude flooded in, alongside curses directed at Zhang Li and Lu Yan. The two had indeed gone too far, accumulating a gambling debt of 3 million. They even resorted to holding former classmates hostage for repayment. Initially thought to be merely ostentatious, Zhang Li had proven capable of such disgraceful actions. Su Yun responded to a few messages in the group, and as the taxi arrived at her residential complex, she turned off her phone and stepped out. It must be said, this evening had been exceedingly exhausting, filled with brawls and turmoil. After a quick wash, Su Yun retired to bed. Time barreled forward like a wild donkey, crashing into 11 o'clock the next day. Su Yun was roused by the insistent ringing of her phone. Upon checking, she saw it was the officer from yesterday, named Team Leader Wang. Hello, Team Leader Wang. Is there anything else you need me to assist with? Su Yun rubbed her eyes, feeling a twinge of hunger. Haha, you've completed all necessary cooperation. Did I not mention yesterday about applying for a commendation medal and a monetary reward? Guess what? The application was approved by this morning. Due to the significance of yesterday's events, the higher-ups have decided to award you, Su, a bravery medal, along with a bonus of 50,000 yuan. Please send me your bank account details, and a dedicated team will transfer the amount to you. Upon hearing this, Su Yun felt a swell of satisfaction. She had anticipated the reward to be a mere 3 or 5,000, but 50,000 was indeed quite generous. All right, I'll send it to you right away. Su Yun replied, promptly forwarding her bank account number to Team Leader Wang. Yes, Su, that will be all for now. I will keep you informed about the case's verdict and such, and will message you on WeChat. I won't disturb your rest any further. Goodbye. As Team Leader Wang hung up, Su Yun began to feel more awake. She activated the information panel before her and began reviewing today's intelligence. Today's updates: 5 pieces of intelligence. Intelligence 1. The once popular online novel The Blade Comes will hastily conclude today. This move by the author will undoubtedly ignite a firestorm among readers. What does this mean? Aren't authors supposed to update monthly? Why is it ending so abruptly? Su Yun mused, having some familiarity with the novel, which boasted themes of one person wielding a blade, toppling mountains, and shaking the earth. Intelligence 2. Jiangxing is expected to experience heavy rainfall soon, alongside the emergence of a well-known phenomenon. Typically, it rains in the city while the sky remains clear elsewhere. Such a natural occurrence was indeed rare, though it bore little significance, save for the crowds it might attract for sightseeing. As long as it didn't cause traffic congestion, that would be sufficient. Intelligence 3. Members of the famous group, Wang Yuan and Ding Ding, each have distinct preferences in cigarette choices. One favors traditional cigarettes, while the other prefers e-cigarettes. Is the system jesting with me? This counts as intelligence. This is barely gossip. Su Yun scoffed, reflecting that the smoking habits of individuals had little to do with her. One favored traditional cigarettes, the other modern e-cigarettes. If one were to think deeply, it could symbolize one representing conservatism and the other, progressivism. While technology is indeed beneficial, I would prefer to remain a traditionalist. Intelligence 4. The latest episode of the Singing King program will feature popular singers reinterpreting the renowned song Du Fu. This will surely spark intense discussion afterward. Well, I feel the system could consider a career in entertainment. How bad could a reinterpretation be? What could it possibly turn into? Su Yun felt a twinge of annoyance. It seemed today was rife with such trivial entertainment news, devoid of any substantial value. Intelligence 5. Hong Langman KTV on Jiangjiang Avenue is engaged in long-term illegal activities. While masquerading as a KTV, it is, in fact, an underground casino, with implicated amounts exceeding 300 million yuan. Due to its excellent disguise, it has yet to be uncovered. Tomorrow at 7 in the evening is the casino's most vulnerable time, making it an opportune target. Upon reading this intelligence, Su Yun's demeanor shifted. Earlier, she had inadvertently seen a news piece stating that those who report illegal gambling could receive significant monetary rewards. Moreover, this was a case involving over 300 million yuan. Chapter 21. A minimum reward of 1 million. Having absorbed this information, Su Yun hurriedly dialed team leader Wang. Hello, Su. Is there something else you need? Wang's voice came through. Team leader, I understand that reporting gambling activities comes with a reward. Is that correct? Su Yun inquired. Indeed. Rewards are generally based on the severity of the case and the amount of money involved, but the circumstances must be genuine, explained team leader Wang. All right. I have a major case to report. It's about an underground casino. Su Yun exclaimed hurriedly after confirming her information. Such an establishment must not be allowed to persist. Otherwise, it will become an insatiable abyss, harming countless individuals. What? An underground casino? Are you serious, Xiao Su? Team leader Wang's tone instantly shifted to one of urgency. He had initially thought that Su Yun was referring to a few individuals casually playing cards for small winnings, but it turned out to be a substantial underground operation. The term underground casino is used because these venues exist in dark corners where sunlight cannot reach, and they operate on a grand scale. If he could crack such a significant case, he might very well be promoted to deputy chief this year. Wang was suddenly filled with excitement. Absolutely. And this underground casino involves a staggering sum of 300 million yuan. Su Yun asserted with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing this, Wang felt as if the world had spun around him. 300 million. Goodness. This is a colossal syndicate. If we can apprehend them all, a collective second-class merit badge would already be in our grasp. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he continued, Xiao Su, can you genuinely assure me of the accuracy of this intelligence? This is no trivial matter. Of course, 1000% accurate. The location of the underground casino is at Honglang Man KTV, and they are most vulnerable tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. I suggest you raid them at that hour. Team leader Wang. Su Yun added, Honglang Man KTV? That's less than 500 meters from our precinct. How dare they be so brazen? Team leader Wang furrowed his brow. Haha, haven't you heard of the saying darkness under the lamp? The closer you are, the less you pay attention. They are precisely exploiting this psychology to operate an underground casino so near to the police station. Su Yun explained with a smile. Ah, I see. Xiao Su. The clues you provided are immensely valuable. I have recorded this information for future reference. Once we apprehend the underground casino tomorrow, I shall credit you with the primary contribution. Wang declared grandly. Haha. Let the primary contribution go to team leader Wang. I only wish for the reward. You'll receive both the reward and the primary contribution. With 300 million in gambling funds, your reward will be at least over 1 million. Wang concluded, exchanging a few more words before hanging up the phone. Su Yun felt quite relaxed. Merely reporting a piece of information had already yielded such significant returns. With nothing else pressing for the day, she decided to take a break. In the Jiangcheng Economic Development Zone, Bai Yong stared at a segment of surveillance footage on his phone, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his heart racing. Thanks to that young man, Qian was saved from danger, he thought, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, still shaken. Watching the panicked expression of Bai Qian in the footage pained him deeply. Years ago, when the child had gone missing, he had searched tirelessly, but to no avail. Her mother had subsequently developed a debilitating illness, her nerves severely weakened. Over the years, Bai Yong had leveraged his connections, searching across the nation, yet he remained fruitless. Everyone believed Bai Qian would never be found, or that she was no longer in this world. It was only 3 or 4 years ago that he discovered Bai Qian had been raised by a rural family in Jiangcheng, who had since left. Overcome with excitement, Bai Yong had wished to reunite immediately, but at that moment, Bai Qian's mother had suddenly taken a turn for the worse, unable to bear any emotional distress. If he had revealed her identity then, it could have led to unforeseen consequences. Therefore, Bai Yong had suppressed his impulses, silently observing Bai Qian's growth and providing her with assistance from the shadows. Just one misstep had almost led to a disaster, making him feel like a woefully inadequate father, filled with regret and guilt. Old Bai, a momentous occasion, a momentous occasion. Suddenly, a middle-aged man burst into Bai Yong's office without knocking. Old Du, what brings you such joy? Bai Yong adjusted himself, curious. Ha ha ha, you won't believe it. My sister-in-law's condition has greatly improved. She's recovering remarkably well, and her nerves are gradually stabilizing. The middle-aged man, named Old Du, exclaimed. Really? Bai Yong had never felt such elation in a long time. That's wonderful. This is truly a stroke of good fortune. At this point, if she can withstand the excitement of seeing her daughter, her recovery will likely accelerate significantly. That's fantastic. Old Du, I must treat you to a meal. Bai Yong replied excitedly. Hee hee, we're all family here. I'm quite busy, so I'll take my leave. Old Du said, rising to exit, and Bai Yong accompanied him to the door. Shaoli, come to my office. After sending off Old Du, Bai Yong made a phone call. Before long, a young man entered Bai Yong's office, carrying a set of documents. Boss, here are the details you requested on Su Yun. Everything is in order, Shaoli said, placing a sheet of paper on the desk. Bai Yong eagerly picked up the materials, examining them closely while nodding in approval. Su Yun and Qian Qian were high school classmates. Shaoli, do you think if I invite Su Yun to persuade Qian Qian to recognize her parents, the chances of success would be greater? Bai Yong inquired. Shaoli pondered for a moment before responding. They were classmates, so their relationship is naturally good. Moreover, Su Yun saved her yesterday, which has likely strengthened their bond. Having Su Yun handle this matter would indeed be more effective than anyone else. Bai Yong nodded. Shaoli's words aligned with his thoughts. Su Yun was indeed the best candidate for this endeavor. However, she was not his subordinate, and he was not well acquainted with her. Shaoli, please find out Su Yun's phone number for me. I will personally call her to make a request. Bai Yong decided. Shaoli promptly retrieved his phone and sent Bai Yong the number. Boss, I've just sent it over. After reviewing the contact on his phone and contemplating for a few seconds, Bai Yong dialed Su Yun's number. Chapter 22, Negotiation. The ringing of the phone roused Su Yun from her slumber. She had intended to indulge in a long nap today, but it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. Upon seeing an unfamiliar number, she answered the call without much thought. Hello, who is this? She asked. The line remained silent for 3 seconds, prompting her to continue. If this is a wrong number, I will hang up now. Just as she was about to disconnect, a voice finally responded. Wait, is this Su Yun? I have something I wish to discuss with you, but it's a bit difficult to articulate, came the voice of Bai Yong. Oh, who are you? Su Yun sat up, pondering who this could be. Yes, I am aware of your heroic actions yesterday. I am Bai Qian's biological father, Bai Yong. Upon hearing this, Su Yun instantly perked up. So it was him, the management official for the Economic Development Zone, overseeing all commercial land development in the area. It could be said that any investment or construction in Jiangsheng would require the approval of this director Bai. The significance of this individual was unmistakable. Oh, so it's Uncle Bai. What can I do for you? Though Su Yun was already well acquainted with the information on him, she maintained a facade of ignorance. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved version of your text. Indeed, it is as such. I wish to solicit your assistance regarding a matter contingent upon your willingness. This situation is rather intricate. I would like to invite you to dinner at 6 this evening, where we might converse while we travel. How does that sound? Bai Yong speaks with utmost courtesy, devoid of any semblance of a commanding presence. He is exceedingly affable. Very well, I have no pressing engagements. Simply choose a location and inform me by 6 o'clock. Su Yun agreed, contemplating that if the dinner goes well, they might secure that parcel of land on the outskirts of the city within a few days, significantly enhancing her own worth in the process. At 6:15, they arrived at the Linjiang restaurant. Within a cozy private room, a table awaited them, graced with 2 seats, several steaming dishes, and 2 frosty mugs of beer. The shimmering view of the river brought a delightful lift to their spirits. So, Bai Qian was lost when she was merely 4 years old? In that case, it seems you share some emotional foundation with her. I can acquiesce to this request, but you are aware, Uncle Bai, that success is not guaranteed. It ultimately hinges upon her willingness. Su Yun remarked, gazing at Bai Yong. Your agreement is already a significant step forward. If it does not materialize, we shall explore alternative avenues. Rest assured, I will not allow you to undertake this endeavor without recompense. I am prepared to offer you a condition, Bai Yong stated. Uncle Bai, such words are unnecessary. The matter has yet to be resolved, and I do not possess the standing to impose conditions. Let us defer that discussion until after the fact, Su Yun replied. Very well, little Su. I am quite busy with work and must attend to pressing matters. I shall take my leave now. Bai Yong's mood remained buoyant, though such occasions typically warrant remaining until the end. However, duty called. Understood. As she gazed at the untouched dishes upon the table, Su Yun couldn't help but swallow hard. The Linjiang restaurant was an upscale establishment, where prices soared while portions remained modest, leaving patrons unsated. In a flash, they had polished off the few dishes on the table. Yet Su Yun felt a lingering desire for more. At that moment, a message arrived. Bai Qian, do you have time, Su Yun? I would like to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude. Upon reading it, Su Yun naturally agreed, recognizing it as the perfect opportunity to speak with Bai Qian. Bai Qian had reserved a private dining establishment, renowned in Jiangsheng, albeit with a daily cap on patrons, making it quite the challenge to dine there. Before long, Su Yun stood at the door of the private room, knocking gently, and Bai Qian promptly opened the door. You didn't mention your preferences, so I ordered a few signature dishes. I hope they suit your palate, Bai Qian commented. Her appearance today was particularly striking, clearly treating this meal as a formal affair. Anything will do. I am quite flexible when it comes to food, especially at such a fine establishment. Su Yun's spirits lifted at the sight of the dishes on the table. Having not been satiated earlier, this was perfectly timed. During their university days, Su Yun was quite the Epicurean, well-versed in the culinary offerings both within and beyond campus. Thus, the two commenced their meal, engaging in a delightful exchange as they reminisced about their high school days. After downing a glass of cold beer, a hint of melancholy crept onto Bai Qian's face. You may not be aware, but my classmates have speculated about my origins. In truth, I know I have biological parents. However, their whereabouts elude my memory, and all I recall is quite hazy. I attempted to locate them several years ago, but to no avail. My adoptive parents tragically perished in an accident during our college entrance examinations, leaving me alone all these years. I often find myself envious of those who have a complete family, Bai Qian's tone tinged with resignation. Perhaps your parents harbor some unspoken burdens. They have likely searched for you across the world all these years. If you were to find them, would you be willing to acknowledge them? Su Yun inquired cautiously. The word yes rolls off the tongue easily, but the reality is far more challenging. Nevertheless, I am willing, for their shadows linger in my memories. Bai Qian replied earnestly. I happen to know a classmate who specializes in this line of work. I shall engage him to assist you in your search. Thank you immensely. You have rescued me and are now aiding me in such a significant endeavor, and all I have done is treat you to a meal. I feel quite inadequate in my gratitude, Bai Qian confessed. No need for such sentiments. It is merely the bond of old classmates and friends. Su Yun smiled, and they resumed their meal. Around 8 o'clock, the dinner reached its conclusion, and they descended to the ground floor together. Bai Qian drove a stunning pink Bentley, while Su Yun chose to walk, embracing an eco-friendly approach. By the way, my name was not a later alteration. I have always been called this. Which also serves as a clue, Bai Qian remarked. Su Yun nodded, watching Bai Qian depart. Originally, Bai Qian intended to escort Su Yun, but she graciously declined. Su Yun hailed a cab and returned home, quenching her thirst with a bottle of cold water before sprawling on the sofa, patting her stomach. This simplifies matters. Half the work is already accomplished. She then sent a message to Bai Yong, requesting photos of him and his wife, along with their former residential address and a series of other details. In truth, she could clarify everything with Bai Qian this very evening. Su Yun, eager to avoid further delay, indulged in a few rounds of gaming before, around 11 o'clock, dispatching all the pertinent information to Bai Qian. As for when Bai Qian would view it, Su Yun was uncertain. All she knew was that it was time for her to rest. Chapter 23. Acknowledging Kinship, Firearms. Currently, Su Yun found herself unburdened, her days consisting solely of monitoring intelligence for lucrative opportunities. Around 9 in the morning, she roused herself, glancing at the time and nearly leaping out of bed for her 8 o'clock class. However, she quickly recalled that she was no longer a university student. Upon opening her eyes, her first action was to access the intelligence panel to review today's updates. Intelligence 1. The Rice Group is poised to launch the U-8 vehicle. Following deliberations among the upper echelons, select individuals will be chosen as the first to purchase this vehicle, with Chairman Lei personally delivering it to the owners. For a leader of a corporation to personally hand over a vehicle to a customer is indeed a show of sincerity. Should any owner capitalize on this moment by streaming it live, they might even profit from it. Intelligence 2. Renowned star Li Chung gained notoriety for portraying a cuckold. Married for 20 years and raising a son and daughter, his marriage had been devoid of scandal until recently, when paparazzi captured his wife in an affair. However, Li Chung remains unconvinced. In truth, his children are not biologically his. Such news has become increasingly common. I once encountered an ordinary individual with a similar plight. Yet, few would dare to consider it. Should Li Cheng's situation be revealed, it would likely spark a heated debate and extensive discussion. However, being a person concerned with reputation, Li Chung would likely avoid publicizing such disreputable matters. What a world we live in. Su Yun mused before continuing to peruse the intelligence. Intelligence 3. Due to severe winds and hail, the nation's largest vegetable production base will suffer significant setbacks, resulting in price hikes in certain regions. A number of vendors who pre-ordered large quantities of vegetables will incur substantial losses. Naturally, weather is unpredictable. For instance, the flooding from recent years caused untold damage. Just as pork prices surged recently, now vegetable prices are on the rise, matters that certainly concern the populace. Had she not integrated with the system, she would undoubtedly be troubled by these developments, hoping that the situation would soon pass. Information 4. The Fruit Mobile official website has suffered a significant number of hacker attacks. At 10 o'clock, mobile phone exchange vouchers will be released, allowing individuals to exchange for a mobile phone. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. One should not become so affluent that they overlook such trifles. Moreover, had this situation not arisen, I would not have been able to indulge either. This is simply fate. Su Yun glanced at the time. It was not yet 10 o'clock. Once the hour arrived, he would redeem the phone, as it was merely a matter of a simple click. Information 5. Labubu, a product under the Bubble Group, is on the verge of becoming a sensation. Stocking up in advance for resale will yield substantial profits. Indeed, buying low and selling high is the strategy, though the initial investment is not a concern. However, to maximize my profits, I would need to secure a warehouse and subsequently package and ship the items, not to mention handle client communications. While it seems to be a business opportunity, it is undeniably cumbersome, and after an exhausting effort, I might not earn as much as I did the day before. This is a matter I shall set aside for now, Su Yun mused. Information 6. Zhang Zihao from Jiangxing Normal University has secured a position at a top 500 company. Recently, he rented a BMW, intending to host a gathering to flaunt his success and humiliate his former rivals from school. Upon reading this intelligence, Su Yun's composure wavered. What a twist of fate, to witness such news unfold. Zhang Zihao, a classmate from university, he had been ostracized by their peers, primarily due to his sycophantic behavior towards Li Kai, frequently reporting on others and making life unbearable for everyone. It was also Zhang Zihao who had falsely accused Su Yun of stealing takeout. The irony is that he was the true thief. I cannot believe such a person has made it into a top 500 enterprise. I truly wonder how these hiring managers discern talent. Furthermore, the identity of the rival mentioned remains a mystery, given that Su Yun had many adversaries during his school days. Yet, he had a strong suspicion it was him. After all, when he discovered Zhang had stolen the takeout, he had barged into his dorm and pressed his head against the trash can. It seems this fellow intends to use the gathering as an opportunity to humiliate me. His intentions are despicable. Su Yun could not help but smirk coldly. He was no longer the person he once was. If he seeks to belittle me, he shall only meet a more dire fate. I must attend this gathering. If I expose his car rental on the spot, how would the vanity-driven Zhang Zihao react? As Su Yun contemplated, his phone rang. It was Bai Qian. After sending her a message the previous night without receiving a reply, he assumed she was in deep thought and had now come to a conclusion. Su Yun answered the call. Hello, Su Yun. Your message came so swiftly that I scarcely had time to react. After some contemplation, I realized my mother in the photo looks strikingly like me. I can now vividly recall my parents' appearances. I would like to arrange a meeting for tonight. I will prepare accordingly, if that is agreeable to you. Bai Qian's voice trembled slightly. Truth be told, Su Yun had acted remarkably quickly, unparalleled rapidity. All right, since you've made up your mind, I will reach out to your parents. Let us set a location for this evening, and I'll inform you shortly. After exchanging a few more words, Su Yun called Bai Yong. Uncle Bai, I've spoken with Bai Qian, and she is willing to reconnect. Can we choose a location for this evening? There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then an excited voice responded, Yes, yes. Little Su, thank you so much. I'm at a loss for words. I propose we meet at our old house, which holds a part of her memories. I will send you the address right away. Bai Yong was undoubtedly exhilarated. Though today was the 15th, not the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon was full. A reunion under the full moon signifies completeness. Before long, Su Yun received Bai Yong's message. At 10 o'clock, he opened the Fruit Mobile website, and indeed, there was a mobile phone exchange voucher. Su Yun promptly redeemed the highest configuration phone and awaited its delivery. Surely, such a large company would not retract the offer due to unforeseen circumstances. Since they had created the problem, they must bear the responsibility. There was one final piece of intelligence for the day, and Su Yun hurriedly reviewed it. Information 7. Tonight, Hong Romance KTV has received 2 new handguns, bringing the total to 4, with 60 rounds of ammunition. Upon reading this, Su Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Today was the day Team Wong was set to raid the underground casino. However, the presence of firearms at the casino necessitated immediate warning. Chapter 24. Dismantling the underground casino. Su Yun attempted to call twice, but perhaps due to Team Wong's busy schedule, there was no response. Therefore, he sent a message, leaving the question of whether Team Wong would see it for another time. After reviewing the day's intelligence, he found nothing of particular concern. As evening descended, in the police precinct, Team Wong wore a stern expression as he addressed a group of armed officers. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was nearly time. So he returned to his office to retrieve something. At that moment, he noticed the message from Su Yun. Firearms. Team Wong's heart raced. Although he was unsure how Su Yun had acquired such information, this was a matter that could not be taken lightly. Among the officers dispatched, only Team Wong and 2 others were without bulletproof vests. After reading Su Yun's message, Team Wong hurriedly gathered several vests and distributed them to the other 2. Who exactly is this little Su? Team Wong pondered, his excitement and tension mounting as he boarded the police vehicle. At Hong Romance KTV, 2 sentries stood guard, weary after a night of poker, struggling to maintain their alertness. Old Lee, this job is utterly pointless. What are the chances police would come here? We're less than 500 meters from the precinct. They wouldn't dare think we are so bold. Exactly. I didn't sleep a wink last night. And having been on duty all day today, let us sneak away for a couple of hours of rest. The boss won't notice. Without hesitation, the two scanned their surroundings and, seeing no unusual circumstances, stood up to leave. Nearby, two plainclothes officers observed the scene and immediately notified the main force via their radio. Soon after, two others closely followed the two sentries. Just as they departed, several vans encircled Hong Romance, with Team Wong leading a contingent into the establishment. The sudden turn of events left bystanders dumbfounded. Were they about to conduct a vice raid? Yet, given the proximity to the precinct, how could they be so audacious? The onlookers had no time to ponder as Team Wong and his team surged inside. In the basement of Hong Romance, a scar-faced man abruptly threw his cigarette to the ground and drew a handgun from his waistband. Something's off. The prolonged state of tension had heightened his already sensitive instincts. He aimed at the sole entrance. Just then, Team Wong appeared. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A powerful impact struck directly at Captain Wong's chest. Despite donning a bulletproof vest, he still felt an intense jolt. Bang! Bang! Two shots rang out as the two assailants behind him opened fire. One bullet striking Scarface in the chest, and the other piercing his neck. Blood gushed forth in an instant. Scarface's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the blood spurting from his carotid artery. How could this happen? Who leaked the information? Scarface could never have imagined that he was betrayed by someone he had never interacted with before. He bore no grudge against this person, so why would they target him? The sudden scene sent the gamblers present into a frenzy of screams. In an instant, police officers stormed in, raising their guns to fire at the three armed henchmen. Bang! 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 Without a moment's hesitation, the three gunmen fell, lifeless on the spot. Captain Wong, recovering from the shock, gazed at the bullet that had grazed his chest. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, had it not been for Su Yun's timely warning, he might have been caught off guard and met his demise here. In that moment, Captain Wong felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards his team member, Su Yun. Control the firearms, he commanded. In the chaotic casino, his order resulted in 4 guns being swiftly subdued, and soon the establishment was completely surrounded. All the gamblers crouched against the walls, bewildered and exchanging glances. Utterly ignorant of the sudden turn of events. Account for the gambling funds, Captain Wong commanded. Soon, after a thorough count by a team of professionals, over 200 million in cash was discovered in a secret vault, along with tens of millions in rental fees found in one account. When combined, the total amounted to a staggering 300 million. Captain Wong was astonished once more. Everything matched exactly what Su Yun had predicted. Reflecting on previous events, he even began to suspect that Su Yun might be the mastermind behind the casino. Otherwise, how could he have such intimate knowledge? But what kind of boss would jeopardize their own business? Could he possibly be a mastermind? Captain Wong surveyed the scene, marveling at the serendipity of this major operation, which had unfolded with such ease. It felt as though he had merely stopped by to obliterate the casino, as effortless as eating or drinking. Take everyone away. No one is allowed to sleep tonight. We will interrogate them through the night. With a wave of his hand, dozens of individuals were swiftly escorted out. Scarface and his henchmen were also carried away. Those in the vicinity watched in terror at the unfolding scene. My goodness, did someone actually die? What is going on? Wasn't this just a vice crackdown? Why did it escalate to gunfire? Clearly, this is an underground casino, and a rather large one at that. The crowd was astounded that such audacity existed to operate an underground casino right under the police's noses. Truly, they were a menace to themselves and others. Shortly thereafter, armed personnel emerged, transporting box after box of items, further shocking the onlookers. Could this possibly be cash? There must be tens of millions here. If someone reports this, the bounty alone could be several 100,000. Captain Wong, observing all this, lit a cigarette. This was a significant achievement, and his promotion to deputy director this year was virtually secured. All thanks to Su Yun, who had also saved his life. How could he ever express his gratitude? Meanwhile, Bai Qian's reunion had concluded, and the family embraced each other in tears. Bai Qian's mother, Yang Li, gazed at her daughter, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. As tears streamed down her face like a broken dam, the three of them sat around an old table, recounting the trials they had faced over the years. Having endured numerous hardships, the family finally reunited on this night of the full moon. Old Bai, this young Su, you must express your gratitude. Whatever he requests, you must comply. Yang Li insisted to Bai Yong. As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I will agree to it, Bai Yong replied. What? I mean any condition. Yang Li pressed further. Seeing Bai Yong at a loss for words, Bai Qian interjected, Mom, it's fine. Su Yun won't make unreasonable demands. However, I did hear him mention that he wanted to buy a piece of wasteland on the outskirts of the city. Upon hearing this, Yang Li realized it was a chance to repay a debt of gratitude and asked, Old Bai, can you manage this? Bai Yong pondered for a moment. Recognizing the piece of land Bai Qian was referring to, it was indeed a barren plot. What could Su Yun possibly want it for? Their unit had recently been lamenting that land was unwanted, as its location was desolate and utterly forsaken. If Su Yun was interested, he could facilitate the acquisition. But even for such a wasteland, it would cost upwards of 10 million. Wouldn't that be a loss? Chapter 25. The century-old wild ginseng worth 2.8 million. Due to the events at Hong Romantic KTV being witnessed by many, coupled with the police's overnight operations, the basic details of the case were soon made public. Instantly, a storm erupted online. Pigeon, these people are truly brainless to dare operate a casino right under the police's noses. Is there a severe lack of common sense? Duck, you're too beautiful. 300 million in gambling funds. This must be the largest casino bust in recent years. Working 2.5 years, indeed. This gambling house is an absolute behemoth. And look, the police were able to crack this case thanks to the intelligence provided by a mysterious informant. Suspenders, moreover. This mysterious person was also the hero who intervened during the knife attack the day before. Lychee, who is this person? They are simply incredible. 2 major cases within 2 days are connected to them. Just as the fervor of discussion peaked, an official news release caused an even greater wave of astonishment. Jiangcheng official. Thanks to the clues provided by the mysterious informant, our city's police have solved 2 major cases in 2 days. The higher-ups are taking this very seriously and have decided to reward this mysterious individual with a bonus of 2 for million. A reward of 2 for million. Without a doubt, this was an enormous sum. Singing, dancing, running. Oh my goodness. They directly rewarded 2 for million. That's my salary for 20 years. Basketball and roosters. Why are my eyes becoming red? If only I had provided this information. Little white, haha. Just look at your pathetic avatar. If someone could provide such intelligence, they are no ordinary person, at least an experienced detective. Akuan, no kidding. Do you think just anyone can provide such information? Underground casinos are heavily guarded. Even the slightest misstep can jeopardize one's life. I believe the mysterious informant is at least a martial arts expert, possessing thinking and reflexes beyond the ordinary. The online community began to speculate about this mysterious individual, concluding that someone capable of providing such information was certainly no ordinary person. Meanwhile, upon seeing these comments, Su Yun chuckled to himself. When did he become so formidable? The internet was already portraying him as an omnipotent demigod. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? However, the prospect of receiving a bonus exceeding 2 million was something Su Yun had not anticipated. If the bonus came through, his savings would soar to over 24 million. He would officially be a millionaire. Before long, Captain Wang's call came through, and Su Yun quickly answered. Old Su, I must call you my second father. Had it not been for your warning yesterday, I fear I would be in the hospital morgue by now. A bullet struck squarely in my chest, penetrating even my bulletproof vest, and now I still feel a dull ache. Team leader Wang's tone was laden with emotion. As a captain, he naturally harbored suspicions about Su Yun. Moreover, he had conducted an investigation into Su Yun and found no issues whatsoever. In fact, he had never even set foot in that place. This raises some profound questions. However, given that the individual had rendered assistance without any ill intent, there seemed to be no need to probe further into his secrets. Furthermore, this was someone worth cultivating a deeper relationship with. Indeed, it is essential to foster such connections. Haha, I merely provided a clue. It's your good fortune, Team Leader Wang, Su Yun humbly remarked. Do not say that. Without your intelligence, I, as the captain, would have been oblivious to the casino's affairs. This morning, our esteemed leader personally inquired about me, and your reward will soon be deposited. Wang did not mention that he was about to be promoted to the head of the Jiangcheng Police Department, not even to the vice director. This was an extraordinary elevation. Were it not for these 2 accomplishments, he would not have reached this echelon. All of this was due to the young man he had only met once. After Team Leader Wang finished speaking, Su Yun received a message. 2 for 150,000 yuan had been credited. Then allow me to congratulate you, Team Leader. It seems you are on the verge of a promotion? Su Yun inferred from the unspoken words of Team Leader Wang. Ha ha ha, nothing escapes your keen insight, Su. I shall express my gratitude to you in person when I have the time. I am swamped with work now, so I want to keep you. If any situation arises, be sure to inform me at once. After exchanging a few words, Team Leader Wang ended the call. Once the call was disconnected, Su Yun began to review the intelligence for the day. Regrettably, there were only 3 pieces of information. Information 1. Staff from Fengyun Pharmaceuticals and Qianquan Pharmaceuticals will arrive in Jiangxing tomorrow night for an inspection. Upon reading this message, Su Yun furrowed his brow. It seemed they were poised to acquire that piece of land in the next couple of days. Otherwise, once both parties completed their assessments, the situation would become far more complicated. Information 2. The health products under the Return to Health brand have long claimed to treat ailments such as cancer, leukemia, gastric diseases, and hypertension, exploiting the psychology of patients to deceive many. Recent revelations discovered that the ingredients were merely saccharin and starch. Su Yun was left speechless upon seeing this intelligence. A mere block of saccharin and starch masquerading as a health product, coupled with advertising, had transformed into an omnipotent elixir, selling for thousands at a cost of mere cents, resulting in countless desperate patients being duped. These individuals truly had no scruples. Infuriatingly, when presented with scientific explanations, they believed they were being deceived and that others wished to hinder their recovery. Alas, one can only say that the work of popular science is a long and arduous journey. If medical technology were more advanced, these fraudsters could be significantly diminished. Information 3. At a vegetable stall in the East Street Market, a century-old wild ginseng was spotted, featuring a small red dot on its body. The dried specimen weighs 40 grams and is valued at an astonishing 2.8 million yuan, yet the owner is unaware of its worth. Upon reading this intelligence, Su Yun could hardly contain his excitement. A century-old wild ginseng is an invaluable treasure. With a market price of 2.8 million yuan, it could fetch an even higher price from someone in need, and the owner is oblivious to its value. What a fortuitous opportunity to strike gold. Without further ado, Su Yun headed straight for the East Street Market. At the East Street Market, a middle-aged man displayed a pile of dried radishes fashioned to resemble ginseng at his stall. Scanning the crowds that passed by, these days, it was indeed challenging to deceive people. Even with my striking resemblance, no one has made a purchase. How infuriating. The owner muttered in frustration while still searching for a gullible customer. Shortly thereafter, a young man approached, pausing at the stall for a moment before inquiring, "Boss, how much for this ginseng?" The middle-aged owner was instantly elated. Here was an unsuspecting young man, the easiest type to swindle. Today might finally be profitable. Young man, you have a discerning eye. This is genuine wild ginseng, and I wouldn't be selling it if I weren't in dire need of money. I can let it go for 150,000 yuan. If you wish to haggle, then I won't sell. The owner's inner thoughts were laced with malice. Chapter 26. Acquiring the century-old wild ginseng. On the surface, Su Yun was examining the pile of ginseng, but in reality, he was searching for the one with the red dot. After about 5 seconds, he indeed found a specimen. "Boss, is this wild ginseng authentic?" Su Yun knew he had reached the critical moment. This man had brought a pile of fake ginseng and was attempting to swindle him. He couldn't allow that to happen. What kind of nonsense is that? As a ginseng seller, would I sell you fake ginseng? The owner's face bore a hint of anger. Haha, I'm merely asking. I don't know much about authenticity, but I need it now, Su Yun replied, squatting down to scrutinize the ginseng scattered across the ground. Young man, though you may need ginseng, I advise against purchasing any here. At that moment, an elderly man carrying vegetables approached and merely glanced at the ginseng before offering a warning. Old man, who are you to say that my ginseng can't be sold? You must be accountable for your words. The owner was instantly displeased. This old man was ruining his business. After finally encountering an uninformed customer, he was now being undermined. Boss, are you referring to this elderly gentleman? Do you know who he is? The master of Huadua Pharmacy, Old Hua. Who in Jiangxing doesn't he know the illustrious name of Old Hua? He has handled countless medicinal materials over the decades. What valuable items has he not encountered? How dare you question him? A passerby who recognized Hua Lin stepped forward promptly. What? He is the owner of Huadua Pharmacy, a titan in the realm of medicinal materials. I've heard that the current classification of medicinal materials was established by him. Indeed, Old Hua's pharmacy is renowned for its integrity, whatever the quality. That is the price. When my mother fell ill, I sourced her medication from Huadua Pharmacy, and its efficacy was remarkable. This owner was truly blind. Not only was he selling fake ginseng at the market, but he also dared to question Old Hua. Young man, if you wish to purchase ginseng, you should visit Old Hua's pharmacy. Being deceived here is not worth it. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Old Hua was a figure of great respect. It was a rare privilege to see him personally shopping for vegetables today. This is outrageous. I have genuine ginseng here, yet you all insist it's fake. On what basis? The owner was flustered. And Old Hua, though you are an esteemed figure, your age has rendered your eyesight poor, and you can hardly distinguish between genuine and fake ginseng. Young man, trust me, this ginseng is authentic. In fact, if you buy it, I'll lower the price to 100,000 yuan each. Take your pick. The owner was genuinely agitated. He had initially thought this was just an ordinary old man, only to discover he was a major player in the industry. No one had informed him that such a big shot would be shopping at the market. Boss, since old Hua has said that, I truly cannot make a decision. Su Yun feigned hesitation. Unexpectedly encountering such a prominent figure also spared him the effort of haggling. The owner, seeing Su Yun still doubting old Hua, was overjoyed. Such a foolish person was sure to purchase something. Friend, I see you are genuinely interested. I can sell it to you for 80,000 yuan each, and I cannot reduce the price further. Even if I lose my underwear, it's still a loss. The boss lamented as he cut his own throat. 80,000 is far too steep. I perceive that this ginseng is of inferior quality. Thus I can only offer 1,000. Upon witnessing this, Su Yun voiced his own valuation. He aimed to make the seller feel as though he was gaining something. Yet not too much. 1,000 exchanged for nearly 3 million. Only a fool would not know how to choose. Little one, are you truly incapable of discerning the truth? This is merely a heap of imitation ginseng, and you wish to purchase it for 1,000? Did you not place your trust in my expertise? Elder Hua's brow furrowed deeply. This young man was aware of his esteemed reputation, yet doubted his words. Was this not a public challenge to his credibility? It seemed that his good intentions had been met with ingratitude. Elder Hua, it is not that I lack faith in you, but rather that I possess greater faith in my own judgment. The items I value must inevitably be sold. Su Yun replied with a smile. Elder Hua sighed, saying nothing further. This young man appeared utterly foolish, refusing to heed the advice of Elder Hua. Spending 1,000 for a mere carrot seemed like throwing money away. Would it not be wiser to purchase a few pounds of beef or a new outfit instead? The world is indeed filled with fools when someone offers you sound advice. You stubbornly cling to your own misguided notions. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, regarding Su Yun as if he were a simpleton. The boss, seeing Su Yun's obstinacy, could not help but smirk inwardly. Elder Hua had warned him repeatedly, yet he was intent on buying. That money was a blessing bestowed upon him. 1,000 could purchase 10,000 carats. Despite the inner glee, the boss feigned discomfort. Young man, you truly are something else, going from 80,000 to a mere 1,000. You'd have me lose my very shorts. However, I can see your sincerity. You may take it for 1,500. The boss waved his hand grandly. Seeing the avaricious demeanor of the boss, Su Yun merely scoffed, baffled as to how someone could mix a century-old wild ginseng into this lot. It's 1,000. Not a cent more, Su Yun stated, rising to depart. The boss, alarmed at the prospect of losing this big fool, realized he might never have another opportunity. Wait. Just 1,000. You can choose anyone for that price. The boss grasped Su Yun's sleeve. All right, now that's more reasonable. Su Yun quickly scanned the payment, and with a chime of confirmation, the boss wore a satisfied grin. Elder Hua, however, felt his hopes dashed. This was what they meant by a child cannot be taught. The crowd began to mock Su Yun for being deceived, slowly preparing to leave. Ignoring their jeers, Su Yun retrieved a box he had prepared earlier and carefully placed the century-old wild ginseng inside before standing to leave. The boss, watching Su Yun depart, could no longer conceal his smugness. Once the payment was made, that ginseng was no longer his. As Su Yun approached Elder Hua, he murmured, I wonder where this chap procured that century-old wild ginseng. Fortunately, he doesn't know the field. Or else I wouldn't have had the chance to find such a treasure. Though his voice was barely audible, it reached Elder Hua's ears, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment as he began to ponder. Could it be that I misjudged? Without hesitation, Elder Hua called out to Su Yun, Young man, may I take a look at your ginseng? Su Yun glanced at Elder Hua, the proprietor of Hua Tuo's apothecary, realizing he was now in the presence of a potential buyer. Haha, Elder Hua, please, take a look, Su Yun said, handing the ginseng to Elder Hua. Elder Hua took the ginseng, pulled out a pair of reading glasses from his pocket, and began to examine it closely. The surrounding crowd, perplexed as to why Elder Hua was scrutinizing the fake ginseng, began to gather with interest. The boss, mistakenly believing Elder Hua was intrigued by his forgery, whistled and approached with a smile, eager to observe the spectacle. After a full minute, Elder Hua's breathing grew increasingly rapid, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. Gazing at the ginseng in the box, he realized it was indeed a genuine century-old wild ginseng. Incredible, truly incredible, Elder Hua exclaimed, his gaze towards Su Yun now transformed. Astonished by the young man's discernment. Elder Hua, is there something special about this fake ginseng? A bystander inquired. Adjusting his trembling hands, Elder Hua solemnly declared, this is not a fake ginseng. It is a genuine century-old wild ginseng. Chapter 27, The 3 Million Deal. What? The crowd was instantly rendered speechless upon hearing Elder Hua's proclamation. Just moments ago, it was a mere fake ginseng, yet now it had transformed into a century-old wild ginseng. It is worth noting that century-old wild ginseng is an exceedingly rare treasure. Elder Hua, you cannot be mistaken. How could this possibly be a century-old wild ginseng? The vendor's smile froze in disbelief, the joy of having profited evaporating, replaced by overwhelming doubt. Indeed, Elder Hua, the vendor himself, does not recognize it as century-old wild ginseng. How can this be true? Elder Hua, could you have misjudged? Please take another look. The surrounding spectators clamored. Indeed, this is a true century-old wild ginseng, and of exceptional quality. Elder Hua's astonishment was palpable as he scrutinized each root with the eye of a connoisseur. Hearing Elder Hua's resolute words, everyone gasped in shock, their gazes turning towards Su Yun. What incredible luck this young man possessed. Or perhaps he had already perceived its true value. In a single glance, he had stumbled upon such a remarkable find. Young man, I am willing to offer 300,000 for this ginseng. What do you say? I will bid 320,000. I bid 350,000. 380,000. At this moment, several individuals began to sense the opportunity. This wild ginseng was worth at least 600,000. Observing the responses, Elder Hua couldn't help but chuckle. The offers were clearly insufficient. The vendor, fraught with anxiety, hurriedly approached Elder Hua. Elder Hua, what is the value of this century-old wild ginseng? The crowd also turned their attention, eager to ascertain its true worth. Last year, a century-old wild ginseng auctioned for 280,000. This one is estimated to be between 280,000 and 320,000. With a finality that resonated, it is valued at nearly 3 million. This was indeed a staggering figure. Hearing this, the vendor felt dizzy, as if the world were collapsing around him. This ginseng could purchase a house in Jiangqing. He had foolishly believed it to be fake and reveled in the thought of selling it for 1,000. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and the vendor felt as though the heavens had fallen. This was meant to be his 3 million fortune. How could he have been so foolish as to mistake it for counterfeit ginseng? Ah! The vendor could no longer contain himself, wailing in agony like a slaughtered pig, before stumbling and collapsing to the ground. The crowd was equally astonished. They had never anticipated its worth to be 3 million. Just moments ago, they had considered offering mere tens of thousands. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Su Yun. This young man's discerning eye for medicinal materials had evidently reached a masterful level. After all, even Elder Hua did not discern it just now. Young friend, you truly are a prodigy in your youth. My old eyes are indeed dim, but yours shine brightly. One generation will inevitably grow old, yet there will always be the young. Elder Hua sighed, casting an appreciative gaze at Su Yun. Young friend, 3 million. How about selling me this century-old wild ginseng? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, for such treasures are rare in this world and may prove invaluable at a critical moment. Su Yun's objective was achieved. This item is not something just anyone can afford, and now a respectable buyer stood before him, ready to transact immediately. This was undoubtedly the best choice. Elder Hua, your esteemed reputation gives me confidence to sell you this treasure. 3 million it is. Let us be friends. Su Yun replied with a composed smile. Elder Hua nodded in agreement, growing increasingly fond of this young man. Although 3 million was a fair price, if one were to consider the urgency of the buyer, it could easily fetch several 100,000 more. Very well. I, Hualin, shall befriend you, young friend. Hualin laughed heartily, then took out his phone to exchange contact information with Su Yun. Su Yun provided a bank account number, and soon, Hualin instructed his associates to transfer 3 million over. Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 8598 has received 3 million yuan. Su Yun nodded in satisfaction. Not only had he secured this 3 million today, but he had also made the acquaintance of Elder Hua, a luminary in the medical field. It could be said that he had gained immensely. Young friend, may I inquire which esteemed master you studied under? How were you able to discern this item amidst the dazzling array? Elder Hua asked curiously. If Su Yun's eyesight was so keen, one could only imagine how sharp his master's vision must be. This implied that Su Yun was a young man of considerable background. Naturally, Su Yun had no master to speak of, so he quickly fabricated a name. My master was one of the 7 great hermits. Alas, he has passed on. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in admiration, realizing the weight of such a lineage. No wonder he possessed such discernment. Although the crowd was unaware of who the 7 great hermits were, the name alone conveyed a sense of awe, as Elder Hua had not heard of this figure either. He presumed him to be a hidden master and did not press further. Young friend, I have some matters to attend to. When you have the time, do visit my Huadawa pharmacy. You are always welcome. Elder Hua concluded, clasping his fists in farewell before turning to leave. Su Yun returned the gesture, but feeling the gaze of the crowd upon him, he sensed discomfort and prepared to depart. Brother, you have truly put me in a predicament. You cannot leave. You sold my ginseng. I deserve my share, do I not? I do not ask for much. Just 150,000 will suffice. You spent only 1,000. You will not suffer a loss. The stall owner quickly interjected as Elder Hua departed. Haha, but it was you who first deceived me. How have I now become the one deceiving you? Su Yin responded. Brother, it is not that I, Su, am heartless, but rather that you are too greedy. That wild ginseng was already mine. To whom I sell it, and for how much is none of your concern. The notion that I should share half with you is utterly preposterous. Su Yin had no intention of sharing any profits with him, especially since he had initially intended to swindle him. Indeed, the brother is correct. Do not forget, you were the one who first deceived him. You made promises when selling. How can you now renege? Is this how business is conducted? If he sold it, why should he share with you? Have you lost your senses? The crowd began to rally against the stall owner, seeing his shamelessness. Who knows if that ginseng is even genuine? The stall owner retorted, his face filled with indignation. Oh, are you implying that your ginseng is fake? So, you were selling counterfeit ginseng under the guise of authenticity? I have friends in the police. Shall I inquire about your conduct? Su Yun's actions were entirely justified. The stall owner had willingly sold the ginseng, believing it to be fake, and thus had no grounds to complain. The man, realizing his fault, felt an overwhelming sense of regret, knowing that this incident would haunt him for life. The more he thought about it, the more he dared not meet Su Yun's gaze, his face etched with remorse. From the heights of joy to the depths of embarrassment. Su Yun did not linger, for the crowd was too numerous and prying. He made his way outside, where his phone rang. It was Bai Yong. Hello, Xiao Su. Ha. Thank you so much. I heard you are interested in that parcel of wasteland in the suburbs. Is that true? Bai Yong exclaimed. And Su Yun felt a surge of excitement, for he had not expected Bai Yong to bring up this matter. This made things much easier. Uncle Bai, how did you come to know about this? Su Yun inquired calmly. Qian mentioned it. You must have casually mentioned it to her. To be frank, I have some say in this matter. If you truly wish to acquire that wasteland, I can certainly help facilitate this. Bai Yong said earnestly. Indeed. I am quite interested in that plot. I just wonder about the price. Pricing is indeed the crux of the matter. It cannot be too high, nor too low. If it is too low, my profits will be diminished. If too high, my capital will be excessive. Although it is wasteland, it is quite expansive. Encouraged by policy. Its price is above 10 million. The exact figure will require negotiation. Bai Yong glanced at Su Yun. I do not know why you are interested in that wasteland. But as we have a good relationship, I must warn you. Our professional assessment indicates it holds little value. This is why it has remained vacant. Bai Yong understood that young people often have many ideas but lack substance. They do not consider the long-term implications, and if they empty their pockets. It is not gratitude, but rather folly. As the savior of his daughter and a bridge for their connection, Bai Yong would not stand idly by while Su Yun acted recklessly. Haha, Uncle Bai, I truly have my sights set on that land. And I believe its value will appreciate significantly in a short time, not just by 1 or 2-fold, but by 5-fold or more. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, Bai Yong felt he was being ludicrous. That land has been sitting there with no appreciation. In fact, it has depreciated, yet Su Yun claims it will appreciate shortly? This was utterly fanciful. No one in Jiangcheng would endorse such a notion. Su Yun, I have already cautioned you. That land will not appreciate. It could sit there for 100 years without gaining value. I know you must have some money. Consider investing it wisely. If you do not understand, I can offer you some suggestions, so you could at least have some income each year. Through the phone, Su Yun recognized that Bai Yong was genuinely unaware of the land's potential for appreciation. The more he showed skepticism, the more determined Su Yun became to acquire it. Uncle Bai, I appreciate your goodwill, but I, Su Yun, have resolved to secure that land. Once I set my mind on something, no one can change it. Uncle Bai, I know you can influence this matter. I ask for nothing more than for you to expedite the process. If only we could sign the contract today. Su Yun said half-jokingly. Haha, Bai Yong replied, feeling quite helpless. Su Yun is as stubborn as an ass, impervious to any persuasion. If he were to purchase this land, he would undoubtedly incur significant losses, yet I have exhausted all my arguments and see no need to press the matter further. Very well. I understand your desire to expedite the acquisition, but it is simply not feasible today. This decision is not solely mine to make. Coincidentally, I have some free time this afternoon, so I shall report this matter and convene a meeting. Bai Yong seemed to acquiesce. And after exchanging a few more words with Su Yun, he ended the call. Exhaling deeply, Su Yun felt a considerable lightness of spirit. Just the 3 million wild ginseng was enough to indulge in a couple of drinks tonight. Upon alighting from the taxi, he realized the inconvenience of relying on cabs. Constantly hailing rides was rather cumbersome, and at times, one has to wait for a while. Previously, he had no car due to financial constraints. Now that he has the means, it is only proper to acquire one for himself. Conveniently, just 100 meters east of his residential complex lies a Mercedes-Benz dealership. Su Yun decided to pay a visit. Before long, he arrived at the dealership entrance, where a few individuals were browsing cars, making the atmosphere relatively tranquil. Good day, sir. Are Are you here to look at cars? A saleswoman promptly inquired upon his entrance. Dressed in classic professional attire and possessing a fresh-faced appearance, she clearly was a newcomer in sales. Yes, I am considering purchasing a vehicle. I would like to take a look, Su Yun replied nonchalantly, surveying the interior of the showroom. Would you like me to recommend something for you? Su Jing asked with a smile. Su Yun slowly waved his hand and responded. No need. I will browse on my own, and if I require assistance, I shall call for you. Certainly, sir. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions, Su Jing politely replied. As Su Yun turned to walk towards another section, an older salesperson approached Su Jing and advised, Little Jing, did you see that? Such customers merely look without purchasing. We should show them respect. But do not expend too much energy or patience explaining things. Focus your efforts on those who show genuine intent to buy. That is how we close deals, understood? Su Jing nodded, still somewhat bewildered. Having only recently started, she had yet to make a single sale. Little Jing, you are still in your probationary period. Do not hesitate to ask me if you have any doubts, the older salesperson reassured. Sure, Sister Yun. But how can I identify those who only look and do not buy? Su Jing queried. Take that gentleman you just saw. He appears youthful, dressed quite ordinarily, and entered without a clear objective, merely browsing. Such individuals are likely just here to sightsee, not to purchase. I have been working here for 8 years. I have developed a keen sense for these things, the salesperson, known as Sister Yun, replied confidently. Su Jing nodded, indicating her understanding. The next moment, she noticed Su Yun standing beside a vehicle, gesturing for her to approach. She glanced at Sister Yun, who gave her a look suggesting she should attend to him. But without overexerting herself, Su Jing hurriedly made her way to Su Yun's side. Could you tell me the price of this vehicle? Su Yun inquired, glancing at the sleek black G-Class. Oh, this model is the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Su Jing began to recite the vehicle's specifications, but Su Yun raised his hand to interrupt. No need for all that. I merely want to know the price. Su Jing responded. Sir, this vehicle is priced at $2,800,000. If you decide to purchase, we can offer it for $2,600,000 at the lowest. Su Jing felt puzzled about why Su Yun was asking this. All right, Su Yun said, pulling out a card from his pocket. Sir, what is this? Su Jing exclaimed, her expression one of shock. What does he intend to do? Didn't Sister Yun say he was just a window shopper? Just swipe the card, Su Yun replied in a calm tone. Okay, sir. Su Jing quickly took the card from him and rushed towards Sister Yun. Chapter 29, The Card Swipe. What's the matter, Little Jing? Sister Yun inquired, puzzled by Su Jing's hurried approach. Sister Yun, that gentleman wants to swipe his card, but I haven't prepared the contract yet, Su Jing said, her face filled with anxiety. Oh, it's just a matter of swiping, Sister Yun exclaimed in disbelief, quickly asking, what? He wants to swipe so soon? How long did he even look? Little Jing, you didn't mishear him, did you? Which vehicle does he wish to purchase? Sister Yun pressed on. It's that G-Class. The one priced at $2,800,000. Su Jing explained hurriedly. Sister Yun glanced at Su Yun and swallowed hard. Little Jing, this isn't something to joke about. Are you sure? She asked, frowning. The customer seemed anything but a serious buyer. Surely, she couldn't have misjudged him? I assure you, Sister Yun, he genuinely wants to buy a car. He wants to swipe the card right now, Su Jing exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Sister Yun was utterly flabbergasted. Had she misjudged? This customer was indeed a hidden affluent buyer. No way. Watching Su Jing's busy demeanor, Sister Yun felt a bit disoriented. She had just lectured her on customer discernment, yet here was someone who was ready to make a substantial purchase without any fuss. 3 minutes later, Su Yun signed the contract with a flourish. Su Jing trembled as she processed the card. Beep. The sound of a successful transaction echoed. And Su Jing finally let out a sigh of relief, her heart swelling with joy. Her very first sale was a G-Class, and it had been completed in just a few minutes. It felt surreal. Meanwhile, Sister Yun stood there in a daze. Having only ever dealt with customers who scrutinized every detail, negotiated for discounts, and sought special perks, never had she encountered such a lavish buyer, who wasted not a single word and simply swiped the card. Reflecting on her earlier conversation with Su Jing, Sister Yun felt a wave of embarrassment. If her prior comments had cost her this significant sale, it would indeed be a regrettable loss. Gazing at the contract, she felt a pang of regret. Had she attended to Mr. Su, this achievement would have been hers. Alas, who would have thought this gentleman, dressed so ordinarily, would deceive her perception? So, you do have the vehicle in stock? Su Yun inquired. Su Jing glanced at Sister Yun before responding. Yes, sir, we do have the vehicle available. Su Yun nodded and continued. I'm not in a rush to drive it. You should be capable of assisting me with the registration. Money is not an issue. Once you have the plates ready, I shall come to collect the vehicle. Upon hearing this, the young Su Jing felt increasingly anxious, but it was Sister Yun, the seasoned professional, who stepped forward and said, Certainly, sir, We can assist with the registration. It will take at least 2 days. Would it be acceptable for you to come back in 2 days to collect your vehicle? Su Yun nodded in affirmation. Waiting 2 days was not an excessively long time. That works. I will return in 2 days to collect the car, he said, rising to leave. The two saleswomen quickly called him back and exchanged contact information. As they watched Su Yun depart, Sister Yun's heart echoed with 2 words. Low-key. Incredibly low-key. Was this truly not a dream? Had they just completed the sale? Su Jing stood there, awestruck, gazing ahead. I too feel as if I am dreaming, yet this is indeed reality. Xiao Jing, my dear, please disregard the words I previously uttered. They were mere nonsense. Although this gentleman appears unremarkable in attire, his demeanor and conversation are of the highest caliber. If only I were as youthful as you, I would undoubtedly pursue him. Sister Yun continued to impart her guidance. Su Jing, having emerged from her stupor, was oblivious to Sister Yun's remarks. Selling a vehicle priced at 260,000 would yield her several thousand in commission, according to the store's commission structure. Moreover, the more significant aspect is that she has acquired this gentleman's contact information, should he wish to purchase another vehicle in the future. She might very well have another sales opportunity. Meanwhile, Su Yun had already entered her residential community. To be candid, after spending nearly an entire day outside, she felt quite fatigued. She first ordered several of her favorite dishes from a restaurant downstairs, then returned home to take a refreshing shower. Afterward, she activated the projector, settled into a comfortable position, and selected an engaging film to watch. The sensation was utterly delightful. She then opened a game titled Battle of the Golden Pot, playing several rounds, each time managing to achieve a 3-star rating with 5 costs. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Yun yawned and prepared to retire early for the night. In the Jiangxing Economic Development Zone, within a conference room, several individuals resembling leaders were engaged in a discussion concerning a particular matter. Bai Yong occupied the foremost position, having just received a phone call. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received a call from the municipal office regarding our discussions about this piece of land. The higher authorities have advised that we should consider selling it sooner rather than later. It is preferable to liquidate it for some capital rather than let it languish. We were just deliberating that there are currently only 2 interested buyers for this land. One is the Shanghai Group, and the other is an individual named Su Yun. The price we discussed for this land is 18 million, which is already above the market rate. Given that there are 2 interested parties, let us not complicate matters. We shall invite both parties tomorrow for a direct discussion. He inquired, those in favor of this plan, please raise your hands. Upon his conclusion, everyone present nodded and raised their hands in agreement. Agreed, agreed, agreed. This piece of land was akin to a hot potato in their possession. And now that someone showed interest, they were all quite pleased. Very well, since everyone has voted in favor, this matter is settled. Secretary Li, please draft the necessary documents to formalize everything. Then, notify the responsible parties to arrange for a discussion regarding this land tomorrow. This meeting is adjourned. Everyone may disperse. Secretary Li, I appreciate your efforts. After Bai Yong's remarks, the attendees began to rise and exit, with Secretary Li exchanging pleasantries before following suit, leaving Bai Yong alone in the conference room. The Shanghai Group is also vying for this land. This is indeed advantageous. Although the price is set at 18 million, the actual transaction price will surely exceed that. Su Yun, as an individual, cannot possibly match the financial might of the Shanghai Group. It may be for the best if the Shanghai Group acquires it, thus sparing Su Yun from incurring significant losses, Bai Yong mused. Chapter 30. Zhang Zihao's sense of superiority. The following morning, Su Yun was roused from her slumber by a cacophony of messages. Groggily unlocking her phone, she discovered that the university classmates group chat was in an uproar. Since graduation, messages had been sparse, yet today there were an astonishing 99. Curiosity piqued, Su Yun wondered what commotion had erupted within the group. Upon reading the content, she was utterly bewildered. Li Shun. Damn it, that scoundrel Li Kai is finished. I heard he has been sentenced. Zhang Kuan. Indeed. That Li Jianghe is also done for. Gee, these 2 rascals have finally received their just desserts. Su Air. All this is thanks to Zhang Zihao. Had it not been for his report, these 2 scoundrels might still be ruling the roost at school. Reflecting on the humiliation we endured, we should all extend our gratitude to Zhang Zihao. Stunned, Su Yun questioned how this had become attributed to Zhang Zihao's report. What connection did he have with Li Kai's situation? Furthermore, during their school days, Zhang Zihao had been nothing more than Li Kai's sycophant. Zhang Zihao, no need for thanks. This was merely my duty. During my university years, many misunderstood me, believing I was merely Li Kai's lackey. However, I endured humiliation, gathering evidence against him through his harmful actions, which ultimately led to his exposure at graduation. I understand that many of you have misjudged me, and I often cried at night, but the thought of doing it for everyone, To vanquish that scoundrel Li Kai fueled my determination to persevere. In hindsight, it was all worth it. Zhang Zihao took all the credit for himself, presenting himself as a hero who had endured suffering and bided his time. Su Er, Zhang Zihao, you truly are remarkable. To be candid, I had my reservations about you previously, but it appears I was mistaken. I owe you an apology. Zhang Zihao, I hardly take it to heart. As long as everyone understands me, during our school days, my relationship with Su Yun was quite strained. Frankly, though I was an undercover agent, I still feel ashamed. I wonder if Su Yun has forgiven me now? Zhang Zihao even went so far as to mention Su Yun in the group. Upon seeing this, Su Yun couldn't help but sneer. This fellow was truly shameless. His audacity surpassed that of a pig. Su Yun, old Zhang, I never expected you to be an undercover agent. I thought you were merely stealing takeout back then. Who would have thought you would bring down Li Kai? I shall contact the school and recommend you for recognition as a model of bravery in reporting. Su Yun couldn't tolerate Zhang Zihao's smug demeanor. Su Er, Su Yun is right. The school should commend Zhang Zihao, shouldn't they? Why have we not seen any recognition yet? Zhang Kuan, precisely. I heard that someone made a formal report, and the school leadership is aware. Su Yun, aren't you acquainted with the professors? Perhaps you could inquire about any commendation. Zhang Zihao was taken aback by this message. If the school truly issued a statement, wouldn't he be exposed? Zhang Zihao, let us skip the commendation. Given the circumstances, the school would feel quite embarrassed, and such matters should not disclose the informant's identity. Let us change the subject. Let us discuss something more joyous. To celebrate Li Kai's imprisonment, I am planning a victory banquet. What do you all think? I have now secured a position at a Fortune 500 company and possess a dining discount card for a grand hotel. You all can benefit from it. I will send out a survey shortly. Please sign up. By the way, have you all found employment yet? Zhang Kuan, I intend to attend the victory banquet. I have also found a decent job, albeit not as prestigious as yours, Zihao. Su Er, it's not too bad. I almost ended up as a security guard. But by chance, I met a big brother and am now doing some small business with him. Li Jian, we aren't all as fortunate as you, Zihao. I am a local from Jiangcheng, and I landed a job at a prominent enterprise right after graduation, with a bright future ahead. Zhang Zihao reveled in the flattery from his classmates, feeling quite pleased with himself. He possessed an innate sense of superiority, being a local resident of Jiangcheng, with a family home valued at over 2 million and a car worth 300,000. Upon graduation, he secured a position at a Fortune 500 company, setting him apart from his peers who hailed from rural backgrounds. Zhang Zihao harbored a deep-seated disdain for these classmates, yet throughout university, Su Yun consistently challenged him, causing him considerable embarrassment. This gathering was orchestrated for the purpose of flaunting his superiority, a means to demonstrate that Su Yun was inconsequential and that he was, without a doubt, the most successful among their cohort. Zhang Zihao, haha, that's nothing. Su Yun is actually the most promising in our class. Our professor from the department has been keen on having him pursue further studies, but Su Yun declined. By the way, Su Yun, what are you working on now? Noticing Zhang Zihao's insidious tone, Su Yun understood that this was an attempt to bolster his sense of superiority. Su Yun, I am currently unemployed. Su Yun stated this matter-of-factly. Zhang Zihao's sense of superiority surged at this revelation, initially intending to belittle him in terms of employment. He was taken aback to learn that Su Yun was without a job altogether. Zhang Zihao, no way. Old Su, how come you're not working? Although jobs are scarce, positions like security or service staff are relatively easy to find. Su Yun, don't aim too high. Shed your lofty ideals and take what you can get. I can help you find a job in the future. Zhang Zihao's remarks dripped with sarcasm, perpetually belittling Su Yun. Su Yun merely smiled, choosing not to engage. Conversing with someone of such a low caliber felt futile. Zhang Zihao continued to inundate the group chat with a plethora of unsolicited advice on job hunting and the importance of maintaining a positive mindset. Ultimately, it was clear he was subtly mocking Su Yun. However, upon receiving no response from Su Yun, Zhang Zihao ceased his commentary and initiated a poll in the group to gauge attendance for the dinner. Within Su Yun's small dormitory group, several roommates expressed their disdain for Zhang Zihao and indicated they would not attend the gathering. Nevertheless, Su Yun dismissed their objections, reasoning that since Zhang Zihao was treating, it would be foolish not to go. Liao, whom Su Yun had previously rescued, also messaged him, expressing concern about Zhang Zihao and inquiring if Su Yun intended to expose the truth. Su Yun declined again, finding it far more entertaining to manipulate the situation gradually rather than reveal Zhang Zihao outright. With this minor interlude concluded, Su Yun shifted his focus to the intelligence updates of the day. Today's intelligence has revealed 5 new pieces. Chapter 31. The Golden Dog Head, sold for 18 million. Intelligence 1. The owner of the sister milk tea shop and her sister-in-law have absconded. The owner is now holding a clearance sale, offering milk tea at a 30% discount. The owner and her sister-in-law fled? How ironic that a shop named Sister Milk Tea would face such a predicament. Su-yun, however, had no fondness for the overly sweet beverage. Thus, he deemed this intelligence as inconsequential. Intelligence 2. A bug has emerged in the game Emperor's Glory under the Old Horse Technology Group, allowing players to recharge and receive 100,000 points for just 1 yuan. Despite the negative reviews, the game boasts a substantial player base. This bug would undoubtedly attract many players eager to exploit the loophole. However, Old Horse Technology Group has a tendency to recover losses swiftly after such bugs are patched, albeit with some compensation. Intelligence 3. The online short drama Dragon King has recently gone viral, with predictions suggesting that online short dramas will be the next big trend. They are currently soliciting excellent scripts, promising substantial rewards for successful projects. While Dragon King has indeed gained immense popularity, replicating its success would be a formidable challenge, considering the complexities involved in short film production. Thus, Su-yun dismissed this opportunity as well. Intelligence 4. The parking lot of the Linjiang Hotel is set to face a calamity 3 days hence at 7 p.m., as a heavy truck is predicted to lose control. Though thankfully, no casualties are expected, only a BMW X5 will be crushed. This intelligence held some merit, but given the absence of injuries, it did not warrant excessive concern. If he happened to pass by that area after 3 o'clock, he would offer a warning if possible. If memory served, Zhang Zihao had indeed chosen the Linjiang Hotel as the venue for their gathering 3 days from now. However, the truck was unlikely to belong to him. Intelligence 5. The owner of Booth 111 at the West Street Antique Market has acquired 2 iron dog sculptures, which conceal 3 kilograms of gold within, valued at 2.3 million. This piece of information piqued Su-yun's interest. 230,000 was substantial. However, venturing to the antique market now might pose difficulties, as he had already established a reputation there, making it unlikely that the sellers would easily part with their treasures. Clearly, acquiring these iron dogs would require careful planning. Just as he contemplated this, his phone rang. White Yong was calling, and he hurriedly answered. It turned out that the time had come for a bidding war over the land. He was to compete against the Shanghai Group. Although he was uncertain of the specific process, he was determined to participate. Securing this land would exponentially elevate his status. Without further ado, Su-yun set off towards the Jiangqing Economic Development Zone. Upon arrival, a brand new Rolls-Royce pulled up, and a burly man, accompanied by a subordinate, emerged. This was Yu Shanhai, the head of the Shanghai Group. Recently, he had been plagued by dreams urging him to acquire this land. Not once, but 3 consecutive nights had he dreamed of it. Thus, he had instructed his associates to investigate, only to discover that the land was barren. Nevertheless, due to the recurring dreams, Yu Shanhai chose to believe in the possibility rather than dismiss it outright. Based on estimates, the land was valued at around 15 million, prompting him to proceed with the purchase. However, he was taken aback to find a competitor vying for the same piece of real estate. Boss, the official asking price for the land is 18 million, 3 million more than our budget, remarked his assistant. I am aware, but I assure you, I will only offer 15 million. Yu Shanhai had no intention of overspending based on a dream. After all, this land held little value for him, and 15 million was the highest price he was willing to pay. As for the competitor, he could hardly expect anyone to be foolish enough to bid 18 million for a worthless plot. Eventually, if there were no other bids, the official would lower the price. With that, Yu Shanhai strode into the building. Just as their footsteps faded, a taxi pulled up at the curb, and Su-yun alighted, making his way inside. A minute later, Su-yun entered a conference room populated by 6 or 7 individuals, with White Yong seated at the head. Xiaosu, you've arrived. White Yong greeted Su-yun warmly, a courtesy not extended by Yu Shanhai. Traffic was a bit congested. I just got here, Su-yun responded, taking his seat as directed. Yu Shanhai cast a sidelong glance at Su-yun, but chose to remain silent. As everyone gathered, Bai Yong wasted no time and promptly delved into the topic of the day. Since all parties are present, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Given the mutual interest, let us commence with the bidding. For this parcel of land, our offered price stands at 18 million. The highest bidder shall prevail. No sooner had Bai Yong concluded his statement than Yu Shanhai raised his hand to speak. Upon receiving permission, he declared, Leader, I find this offer to be quite unsuitable. Following our professional assessment, a price of 15 million is more appropriate. Therefore, Shanghai Group can only bid 15 million. Immediately, the atmosphere thickened with disapproval as the crowd furrowed their brows. Such candidness in this setting was deemed a grave misstep. Mr. Yu, our price is based on professional evaluation and has already been submitted. Not a penny less will suffice, Bai Yong replied, his demeanor unruffled. Well then, I shall not elaborate further. I have no intention of exceeding my psychological threshold for a parcel of land that holds no utility. It would be unwise for you to spend an additional 3 million on such a property, Yu Shanhai retorted, attempting to dissuade Su Yun from proceeding with the purchase. The remaining attendees exchanged glances of dissatisfaction. And what of you, Mr. Su? Bai Yong inquired next. Su Yun cast a brief glance at Yu Shanhai, offering a polite smile. Seemingly oblivious to the underlying nuances, had he grasped the intricacies at play, his demeanor would likely have been markedly different. Since the official bid stands at 18 million, I shall match it with an offer of 18 million. Upon hearing this, Yu Shanhai regarded him with a look of incredulity, his expression tinged with disdain. 18 million for what purpose? What a wasteful expenditure. One might surmise that he is merely a fool with an abundance of wealth. To believe in such a dream is the height of folly. Just watch. Should this fellow squander 18 million on this land, it will be akin to tossing money into the void. Feeling fortunate for his timely clarity, Yu Shanhai relinquished his bidding intentions. Bai Yong observed the two with a mix of exasperation and resignation, but with Su Yun's determination to proceed, he found himself without recourse. Very well, 18 million it is. Please prepare the contract. Chapter 32. He lacks understanding of porcelain. In no time, Su Yun and his companions completed the contract, and after a brief conversation with Bai Yong, Su Yun took his leave. Upon descending to the ground floor, he noticed that Yu Shanhai had yet to depart. The latter's assistant held an ashtray while he was leisurely smoking beside a Rolls-Royce. As Su Yun emerged, Yu Shanhai promptly extinguished his cigarette and approached him with a smirk. Brother Su, your discernment is quite commendable. Such a substantial sum for charitable purposes. Oh, I am not engaging in charity, Su Yun replied coolly, hailing a taxi and departing without further ado. Humph, an ungrateful wretch. I even warned you earlier. Yu Shanhai fumed, watching the dust kicked up by the departing vehicle. Xiaowang, just observe. This is what happens when one lacks vision, unable to splurge on a car, yet carelessly discarding money like that. In due time, he will certainly regret acquiring that piece of land. As Su Yun settled into the taxi, he did not head home, but instead made his way to the antique market on West Street. This marked his second visit in search of hidden treasures. Given his previous experiences, he anticipated that this endeavor might not unfold as smoothly. Upon arriving at the entrance of the antique market, he heard Teacher Fan enthusiastically proclaiming 3 phrases: brand new, absolutely pristine, unquestionably new. Su Yun looked up to see an elderly man, visibly indignant, arguing over a bronze mask from the Sangsingui culture. Just look at these patterns. How could this possibly be new? I merely came to test your knowledge. You clearly lack understanding. The irate elder packed away the mask and stormed off. Teacher Fan, always dealing with the big players. Su Yun chuckled as he approached. Don't even mention it. It's the same every day. What brings you here today? I must tell you, the last time you snatched that ancient coin, the market owner has a picture of you now. Surprised by Teacher Fan's words, Su Yun remarked, is it really necessary to hold such a grudge over one lucky find? What are you here for today? Teacher Fan inquired with interest. Just hunting for bargains. I have a feeling there are still treasures to be uncovered in this market. Su Yun replied. Ha ha ha, how can I not see that? Little Su, if you manage to find another gem, it would indeed be a stroke of luck. The second time around is never as simple. Teacher Fan cautioned. Not to worry, if I can't find anything, I'll just browse. I also need to purchase a few items, so this is a dual-purpose visit, Su Yun said, waving off the concern as he proceeded into the market. Teacher Fan shook his head with a smile, bemused by the young man's growing obsession with treasure hunting, yet aware that such occurrences were rare in these parts. Upon entering the market, Su Yun did not head straight for booth 111, but instead wandered aimlessly, picking up a few small items to hold in his hands. When he arrived at Old Zhao's booth 106, he was immediately recognized. Goodness, ancestor, what brings you here again? You're not planning to take advantage of me again, are you? Old Zhao exclaimed, springing up from his seat. Not at all, Boss Zhao. I would love to. But you don't seem to have anything of exceptional value here. Su Yun pretended to browse, casually inspecting a copper coin. Old Zhao eyed him warily, determined not to sell him anything today, regardless of what he chose. Is there really a need for such scrutiny? Su Yun asked, placing the coin down and heading for booth 111. Seeing Su Yun leave, Old Zhao abandoned his own business and hurried after him. Booth 111 displayed a haphazard assortment of items, including copper coins, rare artifacts, paintings, and 2 inconspicuous iron dogs tucked away in a corner. Ah, is this not the fortunate Mr. Su, who struck gold last time? Ha ha ha, this time, Old Zhao 1T let you off so easily. Are you here to take advantage of my Old Chin's treasures? The vendor, Old Chun, chuckled. Old Zhao behind Su Yun shot him a glance. Just browsing, Su Yun replied, careful not to reveal his interest in the 2 iron dogs, merely glancing at them before shifting his attention to a piece of blue and white porcelain that caught his eye. Although it was not a rare piece, upon closer inspection, Su Yun could sense the aura it emanated. It was undoubtedly old, yet not particularly valuable. How much for this plate? Su Yun inquired, lifting it for inspection. Old Zhao, seeing Su Yun pick up an uncontroversial plate, lost interest immediately. The market value was quite transparent, and experts were well aware of the prices. Old Chun, noticing Su Yun's expertise, calculated that he could not afford to offer an honest price. This plate is from the imperial kiln, with a fine appearance. As we are all connoisseurs here, I shall offer it to you for 180,000. Old Chun smiled, fully aware that the actual price of the plate hovered around 70,000. Even if Su Yun were to bid 60,000 with a few extra, he would still make a profit. Su Yun carefully examined the plate, inspecting it from various angles. His demeanor appeared highly professional, yet in truth, he understood little about the intricacies of porcelain. After a brief moment, Su Yun set the plate down, rubbed his chin, and shook his head, saying, "Boss, do you take me for a naive fool? How could this possibly be worth 180,000? You are well aware of the situation with old Zhao, aren't you? I was merely drawn to this piece, and now you offer it at 180,000? That is utterly absurd. It's not worth that much." Upon seeing Su Yun turn to leave, Old Chen instantly grew anxious. Isn't it quite normal to quote a high price? Why would you walk away? No, please don't go. It's just my professional habit. Before Old Chen could continue, Su Yun suddenly pivoted, placing his hand on the table, and declared, 12,000. What do you think? Old Chen's initial response was stifled, as he was taken aback. 12,000. Surely I did not mishear. 8,000 would be a high price for this plate, and he dares to offer 12? Old Chen found it hard to believe. Could fortune have arrived so unexpectedly? Old Zhao also wore a look of astonishment. Was it possible that Su Yun merely had an understanding of coins, but lacked knowledge regarding porcelain? This was disheartening for Old Zhao, who had anticipated Old Chun making a fortunate find, only to realize that Su Yun was ignorant of porcelain. No, boss, will you sell it for 12,000 or not? Su Yun knew that his plan was on the verge of success. Seeing this, Old Chen quickly grasped Su Yun's lack of knowledge regarding porcelain and hurriedly donned a smile, exclaiming, "Ha, of course I'll sell. How could I not? 12,000 is indeed the lowest price." In good spirits, Old Chun cast a triumphant glance at Old Zhao. As though to flaunt his success, Su Yun promptly made the payment, and once the 12,000 had been transferred, Old Chun finally felt a sense of relief. After securing the plate, Su Yun discreetly glanced at the two iron dogs, which concealed 3 kilograms of gold. Now that their guard was down, it was time for him to showcase his talents. Chapter 33, Hidden Agendas, 6,000 for the deal. Just as Su Yun was about to concoct an excuse to depart, a preset alarm on his phone suddenly rang. Hello? Oh, I'm preparing it. Please don't rush me. I know he has a dog, but where can I find a gift related to dogs in this market? And it has to be somewhat vintage. Fine. If it's not available here, I'll look elsewhere. Su Yun feigned an expression of distress before hanging up the call. As he turned to leave with the plate, Old Chin suddenly spotted his pair of black iron dogs. Wasn't he that precisely a gift related to dogs? And indeed, they had a bit of age to them. Hey, little Su, don't go just yet. Old Chin hastily called out to Su Yun. Puzzled, Su Yun paused and inquired, "What's the matter? Is there something you need?" His feigned ignorance put Old Chun completely at ease. Quickly, he retrieved the 2 black iron dogs from amidst the clutter. Ha, I overheard your phone call. Could it be you're looking for a gift? Old Chun said with a beaming smile. If he could sell even 2 items, it would sustain him for half a year. Well, since you don't have anything here, I was planning to explore other places. Su Yun replied as he began to walk away. Wait, who said I have nothing? Look at this. Old Chun hastily grabbed a cloth and polished the iron dogs until they gleamed, presenting them proudly before Su Yun. As Su Yun stepped closer for a cursory inspection, he touched the pieces, feeling a surge of excitement, yet he knew he must not betray his emotions. To display any eagerness would ruin everything. Boss Chen, are you jesting? These iron dogs are plain black. Aside from their age, there's nothing remarkable about them. I'm looking for a birthday gift. They lack appeal. After saying this, Su Yun turned to leave again. Old Chun became anxious. Selling these would be on par with the plate. He could not allow Su Yun to walk away. You see, black dogs attract wealth. This pair of iron dogs is over 100 years old. Placing them in your living room would be quite impressive and aesthetically pleasing. When gifting for a birthday, it need not be something extravagant. This pair of iron dogs would better convey your sentiments. After much persuasion from Old Chun, Su Yun reluctantly paused to take another look. After a couple of minutes of examination, Su Yun tested the weight of the iron dogs and deduced that each contained approximately 1.5 kilograms of gold. Observing Old Chun's anxious demeanor, Su Yun realized this deal was secure. All right, I'll entertain your offer this once. Having already purchased a plate from you, please be fair and disclose the cost price for this pair of iron dogs, Su Yun said, stroking the iron dogs. Ha ha ha, naturally. We are old friends. Of course. I'll give you the cost price. Old Chun responded joyfully, feeling justified after so much effort to retain Su Yun. After all, Su Yun only recognized coinage. He had little understanding of these items, so Old Chun could dictate the terms. Well, I acquired this pair of iron dogs for 20,000, that is 10,000 each. If you want them, just add 2,000 for my profit. How does that sound? 22,000 for this pair of iron dogs is undeniably a bargain. Old Chun smirked inwardly, recalling that he had only paid 3,000 for the entire lot. Now, he was poised to earn 20,000 from a simple resale. Delightful. Upon hearing this, Su Yun refrained from agreeing and simply smirked. Are you taking me for a fool, Boss Chin? Do you really think I'd be unaware of the gold hidden within these iron dogs? To sell them for such a price? 22,000? That is exceedingly unreasonable. While I may not be well versed in these artifacts, I can still ascertain their general value, Su Yun stated boldly, leaving Old Chun feeling somewhat awkward. Old Zhao, witnessing Old Chun's two successful transactions in one day, felt a twinge of jealousy. Seizing the moment while Su Yun was annoyed, he hastily interjected, Exactly. This Old Chun never speaks the truth. Little Su, I suggest you refrain from purchasing. Old Zhao, what are you doing? Is it your place to meddle in someone else's business? Old Chun glared at Old Zhao, then turned back to Su Yun with a smile, saying, Little Su, why don't you propose a price today? With Old Zhao's interruption, Old Chun realized that selling at a high price was now impossible. Given that he had only invested 3,000, even 4,000 would yield a profit. Su Yun maintained a calm smile, fully aware that he had the situation under control. By purchasing that plate at a high price, he had led everyone to believe he was only knowledgeable about coins and ignorant of other items. This would allow him to acquire the pair of iron dogs without raising any suspicion, thus ensuring a smooth transaction. Well, I'm not particularly interested in these items. But now that I see these two pieces, they do seem quite appealing. Even if I don't gift them, I could keep them for myself. Since you've invited me to propose a price, I won't shortchange you. 3,000 for one iron dog, 6,000 for the pair. Su Yun, unsure of the true value of the items, simply stated a price he felt was reasonable. After all, he was bound to profit. 6,000? Old Chun feigned hesitation. Though internally, he was overjoyed. This item has languished here for 2 or 3 years without a single buyer. If I were to encounter someone knowledgeable, I might earn a few hundred at most, but to make 3,000 in one fell swoop is truly worthwhile. However, I mustn't let Su Yun realize that I am taking advantage of him, as he will surely return in the future, and I must consider the long-term benefits. Both of us are harboring our own thoughts and performing a delicate charade. Little Su, let me be frank with you. The cost price at which I acquired this is 5,500 yuan. For 6,000, I would only make a mere 500. With my expenses for maintenance and labor, let us make it 6,500. What do you say? After careful consideration, Old Chin stated. Upon hearing this, Su Yun instantly recognized that he had offered too high a price. This old rascal was clearly making a hefty profit. No way, 6,000 is my final offer. If you don't accept it, I'll just walk away. Su Yun declared, lifting his foot to leave. Fine, 6,000 it is. I'll take a smaller profit and sell it to you. Old Chun hastily grabbed Su Yun and began to pack up the 2 iron dogs. Only then did Su Yun feel a sense of satisfaction as he took the 2 iron dogs in hand and promptly paid 6,000 yuan. Witnessing this scene, Old Zhao was infuriated. Old Chun had just made tens of thousands in a single day, which was utterly maddening. And this Su Yun, picking up his scraps while handing over money to Old Chun, truly despicable. Old Chun, with a gleam of triumph in his eyes, cast a sidelong glance at Old Zhao, unable to conceal his delight. Su Yun, now holding the 2 hefty iron dogs, finally felt as though he had struck gold. Soon, when he sells the 2 iron dogs for over 2 million, the news will undoubtedly reach these onlookers' ears. I wonder if Old Chin will come to regret his momentary cleverness? The mere thought brought a smile to Su Yun's face. Little Su, what has you laughing? Old Zhao sneered inwardly, mockingly thinking that this fellow was pleased despite being swindled. His few 100,000 would surely be squandered in due time. Su Yun paused but did not turn around, replying, It's nothing. Just recalled a few amusing things. In my youth, I was aware of the world's hardships, yet I still dared to soar amidst the clouds. With that, Su Yun strode away, leaving the crowd puzzled, ready to contact Professor Wang or Teacher Fan to liquidate these iron dogs. Chapter 34, The Golden Dogs. A transaction of 240,000. This kid thinks he can swindle you. Old Zhao, treating me like you. Ha ha ha. Old Zhao, tonight I'll treat you to a feast at the barbecue stall. I've made over 60,000 today. Old Chun was brimming with excitement. Having made the most profitable deal of the day, Old Zhao's expression darkened considerably, grumbling, This kid is only swindling me. I senti, you profit so much while I'm left out. And he walks away laughing. Look at that smug look on Old Chen's face. Ignoring Old Chen, Old Zhao stormed back to his own stall, visibly displeased. Meanwhile, Su Yun made his way directly to the entrance of the antique market, where Teacher Fan appraises treasures. Oh, you're out? Haha, what treasures have you unearthed? Seeing the plate and the pair of iron dogs in Su Yun's possession, Teacher Fan quickly discerned that there were no hidden gems. Nothing much, just these two items, Su Yun replied. Placing the plate on the table before setting down the iron dogs, Teacher Fan inspected the plate briefly before losing interest. Although old, its value was quite transparent, leaving no room for a bargain. How much did you pay for this plate? Teacher Fan inquired. 120,000. Su Yun answered with a grin. What? Upon hearing the price, Teacher Fan was taken aback. The market value of such a plate ranges between 60 to 70,000. And Su Yun had paid 120,000? Was he truly a fool? Yes, 120,000, not a cent less. So what do you think, Teacher Fan? Is it all right? Su Yun appeared to take pride in his purchase. Su Yun, you clearly don't understand porcelain. I would have bought this for only 60 or 70,000. Teacher Fan remarked with a hint of exasperation. After all, youth often comes with ignorance. I believe it's worth it. With that, Su Yun pushed the pair of iron dogs forward and added, Teacher Fan, what do you think of these iron dogs? I purchased them for 6,000. Observing Su Yun's expression, Teacher Fan suddenly felt that these iron dogs might be extraordinary. Could it be that they were treasures? Recalling that Su Yun had previously unearthed ancient coins, Teacher Fan moved one of the iron dogs closer, examining it with a magnifying glass and flashlight. From initial anticipation to mounting disappointment, it took him merely half a minute to conclude. After his evaluation, Teacher Fan removed his glasses and stated, although it is old, it is merely a very ordinary iron dog. The iron itself has a high sheen, as though coated with a layer of color. However, it is still in good condition. Teacher Fan felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, considering that not everyone finds hidden treasures daily, and he himself rarely does, there was no need to expect such fortune from this young man. Teacher Fan, are you sure? These two pieces together are worth over 200,000. Su Yun said, his smile radiating confidence. What? 200,000? Are you out of your mind? These two items are worth at most a few thousand. Teacher Fan exclaimed, disdainfully tapping the head of the iron dog. At that moment, with a gentle knock, Teacher Fan's brow furrowed in sudden realization. Something felt off. The sound produced by the knock did not resemble that of iron. What if this is made from another material? Su Yun feigned mystery. What do you mean? Teacher Fan appeared to grasp the implication, his expression shifting to one of enlightenment. What material are you suggesting? I can't discern it. Su Yun shot him a sidelong glance, noting that despite his earlier confidence, Teacher Fan still seemed clueless. Teacher Fan, you should weigh these two iron dogs. One is noticeably heavier than the other. They are of similar size. Why would there be such a discrepancy? After Su Yun spoke, Teacher Fan quickly stood, taking one dog in each hand to assess their weights. Indeed, the one in his right hand was significantly heavier, with its center of gravity resting on the head. This indicated that the dog's head was crafted from a different material. Let me tell you the truth. The head of this dog is made of real gold, weighing a full 3 kilograms. Su Yun revealed the truth outright. Teacher Fan was taken aback, nearly losing his balance and dropping the iron dog to the ground. Bang! A resounding noise echoed, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers who began to converge around them. Teacher Fan hurriedly picked up the iron dog and placed it on the table. The earlier fall had caused a piece of color to chip off the dog's head, revealing a dazzling golden sheen that was exceptionally striking. Wow! Teacher Fan, what is this? Is this dog crafted from gold? Someone exclaimed. Who brought this here? At first glance, it resembles an iron dog, yet it turns out to be made of gold. Incredible! Teacher Fan seldom identifies such valuable items. This certainly qualifies. At that moment, Teacher Fan's mind was in turmoil. Su Yun had spent only a few thousand, yet acquired 3 kilograms of gold. What kind of discernment and luck was this? Whose treasure is this? I'm interested. Would 100,000 suffice for a friendly deal? An onlooker eagerly approached. Isn't this the young man who recently scored a fortune with ancient coins? Could this golden dog belong to him? Someone recognized Su Yun and quickly inquired. All eyes turned towards Su Yun, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Su Yun's face bore little expression as he softly spoke. It's mine. I just spent 6,000 yuan on it at the antique market. His casual remark instantly unsettled everyone present. 6,000 yuan for a golden dog. What extraordinary luck. How could one possibly acquire such a treasure? If it were in my hands, I wouldn't even part with a few hundred yuan for it. Goodness, this young man possesses an extraordinary eye. By the way, whose was it? If the vendor were to find out, he would surely regret it deeply. Teacher Fan, how much is this worth? The onlooker's eyes widened, gazing at Su Yun with envy. Teacher Fan swallowed hard, astonished by Su Yun's uncanny knack for spotting hidden gems. This iron dog is valued at approximately 2,300,000. Little Sue, you know that the purity of ancient gold is slightly lower, but this piece is exceptionally rare. Would you accept 240,000 for it? Teacher Fan inquired. Upon hearing that it was worth 240,000, a collective gasp echoed among the crowd. 6,000 to pocket 210,000. Now, that is what one calls a steal. All right then, I'll sell it to you. Teacher Fan, it's quite heavy to carry back. Su Yun readily agreed. Teacher Fan was also filled with delight. Gold is indeed a true hard currency. And considering its significant potential for appreciation, especially with its antique provenance, spending over 200,000 is quite worthwhile. In no time, Teacher Fan completed the transfer, and numerous witnesses observed the entire process. Su Yun anticipated that this news would spread throughout the antique market in no time. I wonder what Old Chen will think upon hearing this. All right, I shall take my leave now. Su Yun collected his payment and squeezed through the crowd, hastily hailing a car to depart. All right, everyone disperse. It's just a golden dog, nothing to gawk at. Teacher Fan urged the crowd away, then, with a beaming smile, snapped a photo and posted it in the antique market group chat. Teacher Fan purchased a highly collectible golden dog for 240,000. Feeling great. Old Zhao, Old Chun, Old Lu, dinner is on me tonight. Chapter 35, Losing My Shirt, Welcome the Big G. Just as the vendor, Old Chun, basked in joy, he received a message. Brothers, you all boast about that kid's keen eye. Today I sold him a 6,000 yuan plate for 12,000. Old Chen shared this news in the group, intending to flaunt his success in selling 2 iron dogs for 6,000 yuan. However, in the next moment, Teacher Fan's message was sent out. Instantly, Old Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, and he became tense. A golden dog? Why does that look so much like the 2 I sold? Impossible, right? If it's a golden dog, how did I miss that? Vendor number 99, Teacher Fan, impressive. By the way, why didn't you invite me to dinner? Vendor number 66, congratulations. Teacher Fan's eye for value remains unmatched. Vendor number 18, incredible. A golden dog combined with its antique status will surely appreciate in value. Numerous vendors congratulated Teacher Fan in succession. Old Zhao, haha. Teacher Fan, how much did you spend? Old Zhao seemed overly excited. Teacher Fan, 240,000. Well worth it. Old Zhao, goodness. You spent 240,000 on those 2 dogs. Wow, they are worth so much. Who did you get them from? It couldn't have been from our antique market, right? Old Zhao's tone seemed to lead, carrying a hint of schadenfreude. Old Chun, noticing Old Zhao's exuberance, dared not look at the photo, feeling an ominous sensation rising within him. He contemplated exiting the chat. If he couldn't see it, perhaps his heart would remain at ease. Yet, Teacher Fan's messages came even faster. Teacher Fan, it was that young man who found a bargain from you that day. This time he also bought from the antique market, and I heard he spent 6,000. TSK, I wonder who sold it to him? Upon reading this message, Old Chen's heart sank. It truly was the 2 iron dogs he had sold. That kid had set a trap for him. In the blink of an eye, they were sold for over 200,000. Old Chen's face contorted with regret as he slammed his fist onto the table, only to find a sharp splinter embedding itself into his flesh. Damn it. Old Chun let out a scream akin to that of a wounded animal. 240,000. No wonder that kid bought the plate for 12,000. He wanted to lower my guard, allowing me to taste a small profit before completely disarming my vigilance. Then he deliberately guided me to recommend the 2 iron dogs to him. That kid, he kills without a knife. How does he have so many tricks up his sleeve? I was so eager to encourage him to buy. I even felt pleased thinking I had earned a few thousand yuan from him, when in reality, it was all his trap. Oh dear, Old Chen lamented. How did he not realize those iron dogs contained gold? 240,000, at today's gold prices, is at least 3 kilograms of gold. This is a monumental loss. Old Zhao, seems like it was sold from the antique market, right, Old Chun? Old Zhao, anyway, I don't know who sold it, Old Chun. Old Zhao, if that person finds out those iron dogs sold for over 200,000, they would surely regret it. Old Chun. Old Zhao, Teacher Fan is treating tonight. Everyone must come. Old Chun. Old Zhao continued to bombard the group with messages, and now, everyone knew Su Yun had snagged the bargain from Old Chun. The chat erupted in an instant. Vendor number 55, Old Chun. You sold something worth over 200,000 for just 6,000? Are you doing charity? Vendor number 103, Old Chun. You seemed quite pleased earlier. Didn't you think you had made a profit? Vendor number 109. As Old Chun perused the messages in the group, he felt utterly shattered. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Su Yun as someone who knew nothing about porcelain, incapable of understanding antiques beyond currency. Little did he know, he was the real fool. Old Zhao, oh dear. So it was Old Chun who sold it. You really were careless. Old Zhao reveled in the misfortune. as Old Chun had often mocked him since his own bargain. Now, Old Chin's loss of over 200,000 made Old Zhao's previous troubles seem trivial. After reading the messages, Old Chun remained silent, hastily exiting the chat to avoid further distress. His blood pressure was bound to spike. Meanwhile, Su Yun did not return home, but instead went directly to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. He had received a call earlier, his license plate was ready, and he could pick up the car now. There was no need for any elaborate delivery ceremony. It was too cumbersome. Upon arriving at the dealership, the saleswoman, Su Jing, approached him. "Mr. Su, your car is ready. Once we complete a few formalities, you may drive it away," Su Jing said respectfully. "All right, let us expedite all the paperwork." Su Yun replied nonchalantly, then took a seat in the reception area. Under normal circumstances, one could expect to enjoy a complimentary lunch here today. However, it appears that no meals are being prepared. "Mr. Su, are you hungry? I can treat you to a meal," Su Jing proposed. "No need. I never take advantage of others," Su Yun replied. Shortly thereafter, Su Yun completed the necessary paperwork and, accompanied by Su Jing, approached his new vehicle. As the black cloth was lifted, a commanding G-Class SUV was revealed before Su Yun. "Splendid. A man of my stature ought to drive a vehicle like this. Congratulations on your new car, Mr. Su." Several sales representatives exclaimed in unison. "Thank you, everyone. I'll treat you all to dinner another day," Su Yun responded succinctly, then entered the vehicle and drove away. As for the dinner invitation, it was merely a polite expression. After all, tomorrow is also another day, as is the day after. And even 10 years from now can be considered another day. Driving the brand new G-Class along the road, the experience was undeniably delightful. After taking a loop along the Great River Highway, Su Yun stopped at a gas station to fill the tank. Although fuel prices have risen, for Su Yun, it was hardly a concern. Even though the G-Class consumes fuel, can it truly impoverish me? Upon returning to his residential community, Su Yun found a public parking spot and ascended to his apartment. As he reclined on the sofa, he noticed a message in his university classmates group chat. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Zhang Zihao. "Zhang Zihao, just got my new car, a BMW X5. What do you think, Su Yun?" Su Yun frowned. Was Zhang Zihao attempting to show off? Wait a moment. Did he say he acquired a BMW X5? Could it be that the car reported as damaged was his? Moreover, it seemed that the vehicle was not even his. The previous information indicated he had rented it. This fellow was cheerfully flaunting it to him. When the truth comes to light, he would surely be left in tears. If it were someone else, he might offer a word of caution. But since it was Zhang Zihao, it was unnecessary. To Su Yun, his boastfulness was utterly trivial. It was merely a vehicle, a means of transportation. And yet he was preening over it. Su Yun shook his head in resignation, casually tossing the G-Class key onto the table, and picked a visually appealing film to watch. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Zhang Zihao, noticing Su Yun's silence, became irate. "Zhang Zihao, why aren't you responding, Su Yun? We're all classmates. There's no need for this." "Zhang Zihao, I just wanted to show you. Didn't you say this model was great back in school?" "Zhang Zihao, don't you want to take this car for a spin? You're currently unemployed. Perhaps seeing this car will motivate you." Zhang Zihao was infuriated. He had rented this car solely to flaunt it in front of Su Yun, yet this inferior individual refused to acknowledge him, as if he were utterly indifferent. Zhang Zihao was thoroughly displeased that someone of Su Yun's status would ignore his messages. After all, he was a local of Jiangcheng, owning a property here. And although he rented the BMW, he also had a genuine car worth over 300,000. How could Su Yun possibly compare? "Zhang Zihao, Su Yun is probably busy looking for a job. After all, life must be tough without one." "Zhang Zihao, does anyone want to take a ride in my BMW? I'm offering free rides." With Su Yun remaining silent, Zhang Zihao had to temporarily relent. Many in the group expressed interest in riding in the BMW, which greatly satisfied Zhang Zihao's sense of superiority. However, he was far less concerned with their admiration than he was with Su Yun's submission, eager for Su Yun to acknowledge him as big brother. Just wait until the class reunion. He would make Su Yun sing conquered. Meanwhile, Su Yun paid little attention to these matters, responding only to a few messages from his supportive roommate. He didn't even bother to check the class group chat. He truly could not fathom Zhang Zihao's inflated sense of superiority. His family was just an ordinary one, with a 2 million yuan house and a car worth around 300,000. Yet he incessantly boasted about it to anyone he met. It was utterly tiresome. Furthermore, Zhang Zihao claimed to have joined a Fortune 500 company, which Su Yun found hard to believe, though the information did suggest he had indeed joined one. This was worth contemplating. However, there was no need to dwell on it. A good night's sleep in anticipation for tomorrow's class reunion would suffice. Meanwhile, atop the Fengyun Pharmaceuticals building, Chairman Su Fengyun was listening to a report from a group of experts. As the last speaker concluded, Su Fengyun fell into deep thought. A piece of land could elevate the Fengyun group to new heights. But could this be trusted? The experts had presented all their arguments and reasons with great thoroughness. What is the asking price? Su Fengyun inquired calmly. As long as we can secure it for under 120 million, it would be appropriate, one expert replied. That is not exorbitant, yet this land has long languished without interest. Logically, it should be priced around 10 to 20 million. Why is it set at 120 million? Su Fengyun questioned. Unfortunately, when we conducted our assessment, that parcel had already been contracted. An expert said with a hint of regret. I see, Su Fengyun nodded. It seems I shall have to expend a greater sum. If that individual is an expert, the cost will be even higher. Chairman, I recommend we promptly head to Jiangqing. The renowned herbalist Mr. Hualin is also in Jiangqing, another expert suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Fengyun appeared to drift into reminiscence, nodding gently. Jiangqing, Hualuo Pharmacy. It has been 7 or 8 years since I last visited my esteemed mentor. Oh, the chairman's mentor is Mr. Hua? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, 30 years ago, I became a disciple under Mr. Hua, and naturally, I am his pupil. I'll share a secret with you. Li Qianquan of Qianquan Pharmaceuticals is also my fellow disciple. After uttering this, Su Fengyun departed. The others were taken aback, realizing that 2 prominent figures in the pharmaceutical industry had emerged from Mr. Hua's tutelage. The next day, at Jiangqing Airport, 2 teams crossed paths, one from Fengyun Pharmaceuticals and the other from Qianquan Pharmaceuticals. Both parties had come to Jiangqing for 2 purposes, to acquire a piece of land and to pay a visit to the herbalist magnate Mr. Hualin. Junior brother, it's been years since we last met. Your brilliance remains undiminished. Su Fengyun remarked to his competitor and fellow disciple. It has indeed been a long time. I am now quite aged, yet my senior brother still possesses such charm. Li Qianquan replied. Though they were of similar age, their appearances told different stories. Su Fengyun's skin was smooth, devoid of wrinkles, while Li Qianquan's face was lined with age, his hair gray. Yet his eyes held an unyielding sharpness. What brings you here, senior brother? Li Qianquan asked with a smile. I've come to visit our master. You must be here for the same reason, right? Su Fengyun smiled, realizing they both shared the same purpose in Jiangqing. Haha, I shall see you shortly at the teacher's place. With those words, Su Fengyun and his companions promptly boarded their vehicle and departed. Watching the fading tail lights, Li Qianquan fell into deep contemplation. The think tank of the group had asserted the significance of this land. However, upon inspection, he deemed it merely a trivial matter. Having single-handedly established Qianquan Pharmaceuticals, Li Qianquan was inherently skeptical, never fully trusting the opinions of others. His characteristic decisiveness was emblematic of both Qianquan Pharmaceuticals and his personal style. Initially, he had intended to consult his teacher, but now Su Fengyun's presence compelled him to reassess his stance. Should he steadfastly adhere to his convictions, or yield to the collective? A gentle breeze tousled Li Qianquan's graying hair, and in that moment, his heart reached a conclusion. Boss, is it true that Boss Su is also interested in that parcel of land? Inquired one of the advisors. Indeed, Li Qianquan merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further unnecessary discourse as he entered the vehicle. Half an hour later, the entrance of Huaduo Pharmacy was bustling with cars. Elder Hua was inside, admiring a century-old wild ginseng. Su Fengyun and Li Qianquan stood beside, observing. Teacher, is this truly a century-old wild ginseng? Su Fengyun exclaimed in astonishment. Such rare specimens were exceedingly scarce, and even over the years, he had only encountered a few, none of which he possessed. Li Qianquan shared the same sentiment. It was indeed astonishing that the teacher had acquired a century-old wild ginseng. Correct. It was purchased for 3 million. At the time, this ginseng was mingled among a pile of fakes, and a young man procured it for a mere 1,000 yuan. After careful examination, I decided to invest 3 million. Elder Hua recounted, prompting nods from his 2 disciples. Such occurrences had been more frequent in the past, but were now rare. According to the teacher, he should have been present at that time, yet failed to recognize its value, while that young man discerned the hidden gem at a glance, indicating a remarkable eye for detail. Such a young individual must have been trained by a distinguished master. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to seize such an opportunity. To be frank, neither of us could achieve such a feat. Teacher, it seems we have become rivals. Su Fengyun remarked. There is someone named Su Yun in Jiangqing, whom I am unsure if you know. He possesses a parcel of land, and we are both vying for it. If you know him, an introduction would be greatly appreciated. Elder Hua was about to express his disinterest in involving himself in their affairs when a familiar name caught his attention. Su Yun? What did you say that individual's name was? Elder Hua turned to inquire. Su Yun, I am unsure if you are acquainted. If you are, an introduction would be splendid. Su Fengyun replied. Upon hearing this, Elder Hua set down what he held. I do indeed know someone named Su Yun. I purchased my century-old wild ginseng from him. Elder Hua declared. At this revelation, Su Fengyun and Li Qianquan exchanged glances, their hearts racing. The young man who had unearthed the century-old wild ginseng was, in fact, the very custodian of that parcel of land. He had anticipated the land's appreciation in value and swiftly secured it. Coupled with an eye for detail that surpassed even the teachers, this individual was exceptionally formidable. Chapter 37. A transaction of 100 million. My profit is modest. After confirming the information regarding Su Yun, Elder Hua promptly placed a call to him. Who is this? Su Yun, roused from slumber by the early morning call, responded with mild irritation. It's still morning. We are well into noon, my young friend. Elder Hua chuckled. Oh, what business do you have calling me during the day? Su Yun rubbed his eyes and took a sip of cool water to freshen up. Would it be better if I called at midnight? Young Su, my 2 disciples wish to purchase a parcel of land from you. Could you come discuss it with me? Elder Hua finally revealed the purpose of his call. Upon hearing this, Su Yun became genuinely intrigued, realizing that Elder Hua had reached out due to his disciples' interest in acquiring land. Wait, 2 disciples? Surely you don't mean the esteemed Su Fengyun and Li Qianquan? If that were the case, Elder Hua was certainly far more formidable than he appeared. This matter was significant, directly tied to his interests. Although he had not anticipated it would arise so swiftly, Su Yun resolved to make his way there promptly. Half an hour later, a brand new vehicle pulled up outside Huadawa Pharmacy. Guided by 2 individuals, Su Yun entered a quaint, antiquated room. Upon entry, he was greeted by the invigorating aromas of tea and medicine, refreshing his spirit considerably. So, you must be Mr. Su? Allow me to introduce myself. Su Fengyun from Fengyun Pharmaceuticals, and this is Li Qianquan from Qianquan Pharmaceuticals. The 2 middle-aged men stepped forward. Greetings, I am Su Yun. Su Yun engaged in no superfluous conversation. He was solely focused on liquidating that parcel of land. Mr. Su, you are already aware of our purpose here. We wish to negotiate the price for that parcel of land. Su Fengyun stated. Of course, this is a serious matter. However, how do you intend to engage in bidding? Su Yun inquired. There were 2 potential buyers earlier, but now I stand alone. Su Fengyun glanced at Li Qianquan. Li Qianquan had been deep in thought and deliberation prior to Su Yun's arrival, as he was inherently a decisive individual, trusting solely in his own judgments. Consequently, he resolved to forego the parcel of land, much to the astonishment of Elder Hua and Su Fengyun, though upon reflection, it was reasonable. Oh, that certainly simplifies matters. Su Yun mused, calculating his offer. Su Fengyun's standing in the vast pharmaceutical market indicated his astuteness. Thus, any statement from him should be approached with skepticism. Mr. Su, since that is the case, let us commence. I am prepared to offer 60 million for the parcel of land. Su Fengyun squinted. Their budget was 120 million, but they could not initiate bidding with that figure. This young man, devoid of any background information, might very well secure the land with a 60 million offer. 60 million? Are you jesting, Mr. Su? Surely your associates have informed you of the benefits associated with acquiring this parcel? Your offer of 60 million lacks sincerity. Su Yun's expression remained unperturbed. Indeed, 60 million was far too low. It scarcely accounted for the profit he sought. With an initial investment of 18 million, a 5 to 6-fold profit was deemed successful. Perhaps Su Fengyun was underestimating him due to his youth, deliberately attempting to undervalue the offer. At this juncture, revealing any uncertainty would prevent him from raising his bid. The situation called for fortitude. Mr. Su, this is merely an opening bid. If you find it unsatisfactory, I shall raise my offer to 70 million. Su Fengyun noted the calm demeanor on Su Yun's face, feeling a twinge of surprise. A young individual of this age, seemingly unperturbed by such a substantial sum, indicated that he was not in want of such trifles. His financial dealings must far exceed this amount. In an instant, Su Fengyun felt a surge of pressure, raising the bid by 10 million in one breath. Mr. Su, I indeed perceive your sincerity. However, I remain dissatisfied with this figure. Let me share with you the minimum price I have in mind, Su Yun declared, unwilling to prolong the negotiations that offered her no advantage. With a finger raised before Su Fengyun, she proclaimed 100 million. After speaking, she fixed her gaze on Su Fengyun, taking a sip of his tea. Su Fengyun momentarily closed his eyes, seemingly deep in contemplation. Mr. Su, are you certain? Su Yun inquired, to which she received a gradual nod in response. An investment of 18 million for a return of 100 million aligned perfectly with her expectations. It's a deal. Su Fengyun articulated those words with gravitas. Internally, Su Yun rejoiced. However, her expression remained composed, as if the transaction were merely for a single dollar. Soon, a contract materialized before them, and with a swift flourish, Su Yun inscribed her name upon it. Subsequently, they proceeded to the relevant departments to finalize the necessary formalities. Su Fengyun promptly informed the company's finance team to transfer 100 million into Su Yun's account. The moment she received the notification, her heart surged with excitement. How swiftly things have transpired. I am now a targeted client. Mr. Su, may our collaboration be fruitful. I dare say, within 5 years, Fengyun Group will ascend to the pinnacle of the pharmaceutical industry. Su Yun asserted confidently. Haha, I shall take your auspicious words to heart, Su Fengyun replied. Without further ado, Su Yun climbed into her luxury vehicle, igniting the engine and departing. At that moment, Bai Yong suddenly recalled the inquiry made by Su Fengyun and Li Qianquan regarding Su Yun's information and hastily dialed her number. Hello, Uncle Bai, is there something you need? Su Yun answered. Su Yun, did Su Fengyun and Li Qianquan approach you? What is their intention? Bai Yong, currently on a business trip, was unaware of the situation. Oh, they simply came to purchase that piece of land. Su Yun replied nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? When it comes time to negotiate the price, you can sell the land at its original price. Even if you incur a loss of 1 or 2 million, it won't matter. Bai Yong sighed in relief. Surprised at Su Yun's good fortune, having just made a loss, someone was now willing to rectify it. Thus, he would not suffer significant losses. Uncle Bai, your timing is unfortunate. I have already sold that piece of land, Su Yun remarked, nearly choking in disbelief upon hearing Bai Yong's words. Sold at a loss? How is that even possible? So quickly resolved? How much did you lose? Just ensure you retain most of the funds. There is no need to break even. Bai Yong continued. Haha, breaking even is indeed out of the question. I purchased it for 18 million and flipped it for 100 million. It's not much of a gain. Su Yun's light-hearted tone resonated in Bai Yong's ears. At this moment, Bai Yong could hardly maintain his composure. An outright profit of 82 million. This all transpired in just a day. Good grief. This young man certainly has a knack for swift profits. How could that piece of land possibly be worth 100 million? The experts at my organization seem to have been outdone by a mere youth. What is going on? And Su Yun, 82 million in profit isn't considered much? What would be deemed substantial? Su Yun, I never anticipated you could amass such a fortune in such a short span of time. Surely, you haven't been duped? Bai Yong's mind clung to the last vestiges of skepticism. The funds are already in my account, Su Yun reassured him. Very well, Bai Yong conceded, rendered speechless. Ordinarily, he would have rejoiced at Su Yun's financial success, yet he found himself unable to do so. After all, he was the one who had discouraged her from engaging with that piece of land. Had she heeded his advice, she would have forfeited this substantial sum. As a leader, he felt embarrassed that he could not match the discernment of a young person. Su Yun, I am quite busy at the moment, so I shall refrain from prolonging this conversation. Bai Yong excused himself, eager to end the call. Su Yun, not thinking much of it, understood that he was a superior and deserved a measure of decorum. Upon returning home, she reflected on her newfound wealth. Having surpassed a personal milestone she had once deemed unthinkable. Opening her phone, she noticed her classmates were already discussing tonight's gathering. They seemed to venerate Zhang Zihao as if he were a deity, treating him like a big brother. Perhaps this is what they call the superficiality of human nature, where the display of wealth prompts sycophancy. Such behavior is not uncommon. Rather, it is a reflection of reality. Today, Su Yun chose not to check her daily intelligence report. While it had indeed proven profitable, she pondered the potential gains of accumulating a week's worth of reports to receive a comprehensive weekly summary. System. Commenced the accumulation of daily intelligence for a week. Su Yun thought to herself. Beep. Intelligence accumulation function activated. For the next week, the host will not receive daily reports. Upon completion, a weekly report will be issued, at which point the host should be prepared to review it. Su Yun found this accumulation feature quite considerate, as the temptation of daily information was too great. Thus, withholding it spared her the torment of resisting the urge to check. After placing her car keys down, Su Yun descended to dine. Upon entering the restaurant, she inadvertently kicked over several beer bottles. My apologies, brother. I did not see them, she expressed regretfully. Oh, since you called me brother, what more is there to say? I shouldn't have placed them here either, replied the man with slicked back hair. Nodding, Su Yun chose a seat, ordered 2 dishes and a bowl of rice, and began to eat. After finishing her meal, the incessant notifications from her phone grew bothersome. Her classmates were incessantly messaging. Exasperated, she tapped into the group chat, and her previous irritation dissipated instantly. Zhang Zihao, haha, my girlfriend, Wang Yan, will also be joining us for tonight's dinner, Su Yun. Don't misunderstand, everyone. Although Wang Yan has been with Su Yun for a few days, he hasn't even held her hand. A girl so pure would naturally not be interested in Su Yun. Su Yun, don't take it to heart. You've long since parted ways. Everyone, no need to envy me for landing such an innocent girl. Lu Renjia, wow, I envy Zihao so much for snagging the stunning Wang Yan. You're impressive. Zihao, unlike Su Yun, who couldn't hold on to her. Su Rini, no need for envy. I've met Wang Yan, and she's absolutely beautiful. Zihao, you truly are fortunate to be an employee of a top 500 company. Qian Meiyong, Envy, envy. Reading these messages, Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Yan. Pure? What were these people thinking? A truly innocent girl wouldn't be parading around in heavy makeup like a flamboyant peacock. Were their eyes deceived? When Wang Yan was dating her, she pretended to be innocent, only to later be seen with a gaudy man flaunting gold chains. Moreover, the present version of her is even more remarkable. It has come to my attention that she has embarked on a career in human resources and is even selling her worn stockings on secondhand platforms each month. This is truly astonishing. And what of Zhang Zihao? He has astonishingly transformed this professional player into his personal coach. He seems quite pleased with himself, which is utterly laughable. If Zhang Zihao were to discover Wang Yan's true identity, he would be utterly humiliated. Zhang Zihao. Su Yun, take it easy, my brother. Although I am currently thriving and you are not, we are still friends, and I will assist you. Before dinner tonight, I shall take you for a drive in my BMW X5. Let this unpleasantness pass. As Su Yun finished laughing, she noticed Zhang Zihao once again indulging in himself. This guy seems to have completely made himself her adversary. Su Yun, it's fine. I genuinely believe you and Wang Yan make a splendid match. Isn't there a saying? XX is suited for X, and they last forever. After responding, Su Yun promptly disregarded the messages in the group chat. By the time Zhang Zihao reacted, his anger had escalated, and his desire to humiliate Su Yun that evening grew stronger. At 6 o'clock that evening, outside the Linjiang Hotel, a brand new black BMW X5 was surrounded by a throng of people, their eyes reflecting envy as they admired the luxury vehicle worth over 800,000 yuan. Who wouldn't want to possess such a car? Zhang Zihao, having just alighted from the vehicle, reveled in the admiration directed towards him, his vanity greatly satisfied. Brother Zihao, you're so handsome, so impressive, buying an 800,000 yuan car just like that. It was incomprehensible how Su Yun could still hold her head high. He was now in a position of superiority compared to her. Concerning the incident at school, a simple apology would suffice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zihao dismissively waved his hand and remarked, there is no need to stoop to the level of someone with such a narrow perspective. He holds himself in high regard. Yet outside of school, he is nothing. He could never afford a car like this in his lifetime. As he spoke, Zhang Zihao's gaze swept the crowd, only to realize that the onlookers were not paying attention to him. What in the world is that? Someone exclaimed, pointing towards an approaching vehicle. Zhang Zihao quickly turned to look, his eyes lighting up instantly. A brand new black G-Class, akin to a formidable black tiger, was gliding towards them. This is a G-Class. Conservatively, it costs over 2 million. Zhang Zihao felt a pang of envy. Truth be told, his BMW paled in comparison to the G-Class. If only I could be the owner of such a car. A man ought to drive something like this. It's simply magnificent. When will I ever be able to afford one? Stop kidding yourself. Just maintaining that vehicle would cost a fortune. If you could afford that car, your net worth would have to be at least 10 times its value. So, if Brother Zihao's BMW is worth 800,000, does that mean he has 8 million in savings? Of course. If Brother Zihao hasn't bought a G-Class, what makes you think you can? Zhang Zihao reveled in this flattery. Indeed, he was a resident of Jiangcheng, with a family home valued at over 2 million and a small car to boot. He was an undeniable member of the upper class. If even he couldn't afford a G-Class, how could others dare to dream? Look, that vehicle is coming our way. A sharp-eyed individual exclaimed. Wow, the owner must be wealthy. Does anyone here know such a person? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Zhang Zihao, for he was the only one with connections to the upper echelons of society. Initially taken aback, Zhang Zihao then flashed a confident smile. Indeed, the owner is here to see me. He is a friend of mine in real life. The crowd gasped in astonishment. As expected of Zhang Zihao, his network is incredibly powerful. He even knows someone who drives a G-Class. When the black G-Class finally came to a halt, Zhang Zihao waved his hand and, mustering his courage, approached the vehicle. Bro, here. But before he could finish his sentence, the car door swung open, and Su Yun's figure suddenly appeared before everyone. As the crowd recognized Su Yun, their expressions shifted to disbelief. What? This can't be right. It's Su Yun. Isn't he unemployed? How did he arrive in a G-Class? What is going on? This car costs over 2 million. Wasn't he from an ordinary family? Could it be that Su Yun has been concealing his affluent background all these years? Zhang Zihao stood before the car, his eyes wide with shock. Unable to comprehend the situation, he could not accept that Su Yun was driving such a vehicle. How could someone from a rural background, who didn't even have a job, possess a better car than his? Moreover, his own BMW was merely rented. Could it be that Su Yun was indeed a hidden rich kid? With Su Yun's arrival, Zhang Zihao felt himself instantly overshadowed, his vanity shattered. Suddenly, he glanced at his own BMW, and a knowing smile crept across his face. So he is renting his car, while mine is just a rental too. How absurd. Su Yun, Is it really necessary? It's just a casual class reunion. There's no need to rent a car. Pretending to be affluent is quite unbecoming. Zhang Zihao smirked, his tone dripping with derision. Wait, Su Yun's car is rented? Damn, I thought he was a rich kid. It's just a class reunion. Is it necessary to put on airs? Su Yun, I don't recall you being this vain before. What has changed? Upon hearing Zhang Zihao's remarks, the crowd's demeanor shifted, casting disdainful glances at Su Yun. Su Yun merely smiled gently. Zhang Zihao's audacity was truly remarkable. He, who rented a car, had the gall to accuse others of doing the same. If anyone were to be pretending, it was surely him. I have no habit of renting cars. Unlike some people who, driven by vanity, rent vehicles to appear wealthy, while in reality, they are nothing but worthless. Though Su Yun mentioned no names, his gaze was fixed pointedly on Zhang Zihao. Zhang Zihao fumed with rage, nearly unable to suppress his anger, but he quickly regained his composure. Only he knew the truth behind his rented vehicle. Had Su Yun truly guessed his secret? Never mind. Without evidence, he could say whatever he wished. If he allowed his anger to show, it would only confirm his guilt. With this thought, Zhang Zihao forced a smile, feigning magnanimity. Huh? It seems Su Yun doesn't believe this car is mine? That's all right. Successful individuals often face skepticism. I'm unfazed. However, Zhang Zihao looked at the G-class with a smirk. The other classmates regarded Su Yun with scornful eyes. Once a promising individual during university, how had he become so disheartened and vain after graduation? Conversely, Zhang Zihao, though lacking in character during college, had reported that scoundrel Li Kai after graduation and secured a position in a Fortune 500 company, subsequently purchasing a luxury car valued at over 800,000 yuan. While dating the stunning Wang Yan, he was undoubtedly a winner in life, something everyone present could not hope to compare with. All right, everyone, it's time to dine. It's currently 6:10. In just 10 minutes, the dishes will be served. Zhang Zihao, embodying the role of a gracious host, led the group indoors. At that moment, a woman in high heels approached with an air of urgency. Zhang Zihao's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of smugness. Everyone, hold on. Allow me to introduce someone. He casually glanced at Su Yun, proudly extending his arm around the woman's waist. This is my girlfriend, Wang Yan, Zhang Zihao announced to the group, as though he were presenting a celestial being. Yin Yan, this is Su Yun. I trust you remember him? He arrived today in a rented G-class. Quite the statement. Isn't it? Zhang Zihao remarked. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan quickly directed her gaze towards Su Yun, aware that he owned a multi-million-dollar apartment in the Yuxiangxia community. Purchased outright. He rented a G-class? Wang Yan furrowed her brow, instantly grasping the situation's reality. This vehicle was undoubtedly not rented. It was purchased with genuine wealth. Oh, Su Yun, when we were together, you feigned poverty, and now you flaunt your riches. Wang Yan mused internally, plotting to have Zhang Zihao intoxicate Su Yun during dinner, thereby allowing her to seize the opportunity to solidify their relationship. Once that was accomplished, his house and car would become hers. Su Yun, it's been a while. Wang Yan smiled at him. Oh, just finishing work? Su Yun observed the redness of her knees and the beads of sweat in her hair, deducing her recent departure from the office. Wang Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, she had just clocked out. Yes, let's hurry and eat. I'm quite famished, she urged, no longer daring to converse with Su Yun. Su Yun, Yin Yin is a senior salesperson with a lucrative salary, Zhang Zihao boasted, casting a triumphant glance at Su Yun before enveloping Wang Yan in his embrace as they moved further inside. Su Yun shook his head, chuckling softly. Glancing at the time, he recalled the intel. At 7, Zhang Zihao's BMW would meet its fate in a collision, and surely this fellow would be left lamenting on the ground. The countdown stood at 50 minutes. Chapter 40. Toasts. Upon entering a private room at the Linjiang Hotel, the group quickly settled in. Naturally, Zhang Zihao was elevated to the most prominent position, akin to a star amidst admirers. Yin Yin, come sit beside me, he beckoned. Wang Yan, lost in thought, hesitated to join him. Darling, I believe this spot is preferable. She pointed to the seat next to Su Yun. Zhang Zihao frowned. It was closer to the air conditioning, but lacked any special distinction. However, Su Yun occupied that seat. In an instant, Zhang Zihao realized Wang Yan's intentions. She sought proximity to Su Yun to humiliate him. After all, a pure and beautiful girl like Yin Yin had once been snubbed by Su Yun, who had never spent a dime on her. Now, it was only fitting that she took her revenge. Haha, fine, let us sit here. Zhang Zihao quickly moved to sit beside Su Yun, occasionally stealing glances at him. Su Yun, however, paid him no mind, utterly indifferent. Su Yun, you should consider finding a job soon. Without an income, aren't you just living off your parents? Zhang Zihao began to preach as soon as he sat down. While you may not be able to land a position in a Fortune 500 company like I did, there are still options like waiter, bartender, or security guard. One mustn't aim too high. Su Yun smiled faintly. At this moment, he had no need to seek employment, yet he was genuinely curious about Zhang Zihao's job. What kind of company would employ him? Old Zhang, I'm indifferent, but I'm quite curious. You frequently mention working for a Fortune 500 company, yet you never disclose the name. I wonder where you truly work and what your position is. Su Yun locked eyes with Zhang Zihao. Caught off guard by Su Yun's counter-question, Zhang Zihao faltered. Oh, I'm always quite low-key. It suffices for everyone to have a general idea. There is no need for excessive details. Regardless, I work at a Fortune 500 company. He sipped his tea, attempting to mask his growing anxiety. Observing his demeanor, Su Yun suspected that this fellow had likely fabricated his job altogether. Since you're not inclined to discuss this, let us move on. The food should be served soon, right? Waiter, come over here. Zhang Zihao called out, assuming the role of the host. With that command, a man in formal attire entered, exuding an air of distinction uncommon among ordinary waitstaff. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? The man inquired. Zhang Zihao nodded and replied. The dishes I ordered should be ready. He presented a VIP membership card to the man. Certainly, sir. I am the manager here, and I have just received notice that your entire bill tonight is complimentary, and we will also provide complimentary beverages. I will arrange everything and add points to your membership card, the manager stated before swiftly exiting. Wow, complimentary? Brother Zihao, you have quite the connections. Nielbo exclaimed. The Linjiang Hotel has waived your bill. You are truly impressive. The others were equally astonished. Why did they waive your bill? They asked, curiosity piqued. Oh, the hotel owner is my friend. Zhang Zihao feigned surprise. In truth, he hardly knew any hotel owners, let alone expected a complimentary meal. The entire situation was bewildering. Perhaps they were drawn to his BMW and wanted to befriend him? Regardless, since the offer was made, he decided to accept. Well then, everyone, indulge freely. The hotel owner is my friend, so order whatever you like. It won't cost a thing. Zhang Zihao proclaimed with bravado. Su Yun, you too don't feel shy? I have the means. Zhang Zihao's gaze at Su Yun carried a hint of provocation. Su Yun chose to ignore him, even as confusion lingered. Soon, an array of dishes filled the table, and Su Yun wasted no time, digging in heartily. After all, it wasn't his expense. Look at how you're eating. Zhang Zihao laughed. Around 6:40, the door swung open, and the same manager returned, approaching Zhang Zihao. Sir, our owner wishes to propose a toast to you. Zhang Zihao was taken aback. The owner of the Linjiang Hotel wanted to toast him. What is happening? The surrounding crowd was equally bewildered. This was the owner of a hotel worth billions. Zhang Zihao had truly soared to new heights. What was his true identity? How had he remained so low-key during university? It was astonishing. Zhang Zihao seemed to be a hidden magnate. After all, the owner of the Linjiang Hotel did not extend toasts to just anyone. The onlookers buzzed with excitement at this unexpected turn of events. Zhang Zihao gently nodded, straightening his collar, while his heart was tumultuous. The owner of the Linjiang Hotel was personally toasting him. This was an extraordinary opportunity. He poured himself a glass of wine, lifted it, and then glanced towards the door. Sure enough, a man resembling a boss and a burly figure, each holding a glass of wine and wearing smiles, slowly approached. Su Yun, too, curiously paused his actions, looking up only to find a man nodding in his direction. Was it Captain Wang? Su Yun recognized one of them. This is Su Yun, Captain Wang whispered, pointing towards Su Yun. Zhang Zihao's face was alight with excitement, his hand trembling as he held the wine glass. Before the two could reach him, Zhang Zihao hurriedly stepped in front of them, blocking their path. Gentlemen, I am Zhang Zihao, a local resident of Jiangcheng, currently employed at a Fortune 500 company, he said, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Huh. Boss Qian looked perplexed, glancing at Captain Wang. Captain Wang, too, appeared puzzled. They had come to toast Su Yun. And who was this interloper? Hello, Mr. Zhang. We are not acquainted, are we? Captain Wang stated frankly. Ah, weren't you here to toast me? Zhang Zihao looked towards the manager for clarification. The manager, now flustered, had initially assumed that Zhang Zihao, with his arrogant demeanor upon entering, was the Su Yun mentioned by the boss. Now, it seemed he had made a grave mistake. I apologize, Mr. Zhang. It was my oversight. Our boss and Captain Wang are here to toast Mr. Su Yun. Please step aside. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room turned towards Su Yun. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The owner of the Linjiang Hotel, a billionaire, was here to toast Su Yun. What was going on? Chapter 41, Evil Begets Evil. The crowd was dumbfounded, and Zhang Zihao was equally astonished, unable to comprehend why they would toast Su Yun. Gentlemen, you must be mistaken. Su Yun is merely a disheartened individual without a job. Are you certain you mean to honor him? Zhang Zihao questioned incredulously. He was a local resident with property. How could he possibly be compared to Su Yun? Hearing this, Captain Wang's expression changed dramatically. Su Yun was his savior, and he could not allow such humiliation. Young man, I do not know what grievances you may have, but it is unacceptable to insult my benefactor here. Just days prior, at the Linjiang Hotel, a heinous knife-wielding hostage situation had occurred, which Su Yun had resolved. On that occasion, dozens had been incapacitated, and Su Yun had saved them all. You dare to call him a disheartened individual without a job? Captain Wang, fierce as a tiger, had honed his deadly aura through years of frontline experience. Zhang Zihao trembled under his gaze. Su Yun had such a past. He had saved dozens. This could be described as heroic. How could it be? Why had he never spoken of such grand deeds? What? Su Yun saved dozens in one go. The others present stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. He had subdued an armed assailant. Incredible. No wonder these two were here to toast Su Yun. The crowd's perception of Su Yun shifted dramatically. In that situation, merely intervening required immense courage. To be fair, they would not have dared to act. Mr. Su has saved my business, had it not been for him. Who would dare dine here again? This gentleman remarked, his tone revealing his discontent. Boss Qian's expression soured as well. Zhang Zihao's face flushed crimson. He dared to spar with Su Yun verbally, yet he would never challenge these two. At that moment, he harbored deep resentment towards Su Yun. Once these two departed, he would ensure to humiliate him thoroughly. Damn it! Is it only you who can steal the limelight? Just as the two were about to continue their toast, the door to the private room swung open again. A plainly dressed woman entered, carrying some items. The crowd looked up, recognizing her. Is that Li Yao? Yes. It is Li Yao. She arrived a bit late. Surely, she isn't here to thank Zhang Zihao? After all, Li Kai had once threatened her with graduation. And it was Zhang Zihao who had him incarcerated. The crowd murmured as they saw Li Yao enter. Li Yao, you need not thank me. It was my duty. Zhang Zihao said, eager to impress in front of the two. After all, wasn't Su Yun the hero against violence? He too was a champion of righteousness. With Li Yao's arrival, Su Yun's deeds paled in comparison. Haha, Zhang Zihao, I am not here to thank you. Have you forgotten how you mocked me throughout school? Li Yao said, looking at Zhang Zihao with disdain. As her words fell, the crowd suddenly sensed something amiss. Li Yao wasn't he supposed to be here to thank Zhang Zihao, was she? Li Yao, how can you say that? At that time, you were threatened by Li Kai, and Zhang Zihao was the one who put him away. Indeed, Li Yao. Zhang Zihao only acted as Li Kai's lackey to gather evidence against him. The crowd was perplexed. How could Li Yao be so ungrateful? Zhang Zihao, awkwardly smiling, feigned magnanimity. Li Yao, I understand you may have some misunderstandings towards me, but all I did was for our classmates. I helped you graduate, yet you utter such chilling words. As his words hung in the air, Li Yao flung a stack of documents directly at Zhang Zihao's face. Zhang Zihao, one cannot be so shameless. What do you mean you helped me? This game of pretense is amusing, isn't it? Li Kai is incarcerated because Su Yun gathered evidence of his crimes. What role did you play? I am the one involved. I know the truth. When you first spoke in the group, I wanted to expose you. But Su Yun was magnanimous and ignored it. Yet you have grown increasingly shameless, repeatedly mocking Su Yun for being unemployed, claiming to be superior. What are you even? Li Yao was furious. Su Yun had saved her once, and the compensation from Li Kai had cured her father's illness. Su Yun had bestowed upon her a second chance at life, making Zhang Zihao's actions intolerable. She had refrained from exposing him in the group, waiting for this moment to ruin his reputation before everyone. Zhang Zihao was now completely panicked, hurriedly discarding the papers from his person, attempting to cover his tracks. Coincidentally, they landed on someone else. Upon reading the contents, the crowd erupted. Zhang Zihao had been deceiving them all along. The one who truly brought Li Kai to justice was Su Yun. How could he be so brazen? Zhang Zihao, how dare you deceive us so openly? Do you think we are fools? You, a mere sycophant of Li Kai, how could you possibly turn traitor in a moment of crisis? You scoundrel. You shamelessly appropriated Su Yun's achievements for yourself. What audacity you possess. It is only due to Su Yun's magnanimity that he refrains from holding you accountable. Day after day, you parade around, pretending to be the boss. You should hastily depart. The crowd seethed with anger, their emotions tangled in a web of betrayal. They had believed Zhang Zihao had turned over a new leaf, only to discover he had grown even more brazen. What does this have to do with me? Zhang retorted. Isn't this all Su Yun's fault? He was the one who got Li Kai involved. Why did he not speak up? If he had revealed the truth sooner, would I have needed to show off? Zhang Zihao's face flushed with rage as his gaze towards Su Yun became increasingly disdainful. Setting the facts aside, does Su Yun bear no blame? Why did he remain silent about such a preposterous act? What pretense of moral superiority does he maintain? You dare to claim righteousness, do you? A hot-tempered young man lunged forward, ready to confront Zhang Zihao, but was quickly restrained. Nevertheless, the intimidation left Zhang Zihao trembling, nearly on the verge of kneeling. Su, Your situation is indeed quite complex, Team Wang observed, forcing a sheepish smile at Su Yun. Indeed, it is rather intricate, Su Yun replied. You lot. What are you posturing for? Even if I were pretending, so what? I am a resident of Jiangxing, with property in the city and a car worth over 300,000. Can you, the lowly scum from the bottom rungs, compare? I have surpassed you all from the very beginning. Do you understand? What pretentious nonsense. Do you see that BMW outside? It is a height you lowly individuals could never hope to reach. A bunch of worthless wretches. As Zhang Zihao realized he had become the target of collective ire, his fragile vanity shattered completely. This place was no longer tenable. Remaining here would likely result in a beating. Casting a fierce glance at the enraged crowd, Zhang Zihao hastily made his way toward the door and his BMW. Su Yun, is it too lenient to let him go like this? Li Yao exclaimed in fury. Indeed. Su Yun, he must not be allowed to leave so easily. We did not intervene when he mocked you, and now I feel a burning rage. That scoundrel absolutely cannot be let off lightly. Su Yun, you must speak up. We will teach him a lesson on your behalf. The crowd was electrified, fists ready. Team Wang noticed Su Yun's gaze and quickly turned away. I saw nothing. Su Yun smiled faintly, gesturing to quell the crowd's agitated emotions. Friends, let the wicked meet their own kind. If we take action, would we not dirty our hands? As soon as Su Yun's words fell, an earth-shattering noise erupted from outside, shaking the glass and startling everyone. What is happening? A girl shrieked, and soon, Zhang Zihao's anguished voice echoed. Ah, no, my car. That was my rental. Chapter 42, Continuously Challenging Worldviews. It sounded like Zhang Zihao's voice. Someone exclaimed in shock. Indeed, a tremendous accident has occurred outside. Everyone, do not panic. I shall go check. Team Wang said, his brow furrowed. One issue resolved only for another to arise. Let us hope there are no injuries this time. With that, Team Wang set down his glass and hurried outside. We must see for ourselves. Before long, the hotel exterior was filled with onlookers. A large truck stood firmly, while a BMW X5 lay in ruins. Isn't that Zhang Zihao's car? Someone gasped. A brand new vehicle, worth over 800,000, completely wrecked. There is no chance for repair. Observing the scene, Team Wang first made a phone call, then approached the car to assess the situation. The driver stumbled over, limping. You owe me for my car. It was worth over 80,000. I just rented it. Zhang Zihao wailed, nearly frantic as he clutched the leg of the truck driver. What? This car was rented by Zhang Zihao. Upon hearing this, the crowd's anger ignited. He had falsely claimed to have reportedly Kai, continually flaunted his superiority, and now he was renting a car to show off. How could such shamelessness exist in this world? Zhang Zihao was utterly insufferable. What do you think you're doing? Why flaunt your supposed superiority and belittle others? I've tolerated you for far too long. Such a person deserves this fate, as Su Yun said. The wicked will meet their match. Now that his car is wrecked, it is truly satisfying. Zhang Zihao, you must apologize to Su Yun. In that moment, Zhang Zihao became the target of everyone's wrath, a position he never desired. He merely wished to showcase his superiority. What do you lowly individuals think you're doing? Do you have Jiangxing residency? Do you own property here? What gives you the right to judge me? Even if this were merely a rented vehicle, it does not justify your attempts to extort me. A bunch of ignorant fools. At this moment, Zhang Zihao could no longer concern himself with his vanity. This car was not rented from a legitimate dealership, but rather from a shady operation. Now that it was wrecked, he was liable for a substantial sum. You will compensate me. Zhang Zihao continued to shout at the driver. Team Wang felt a headache coming on and inquired about the driver's circumstances. I was driving normally. The car was parked on the roadside. I intended to maneuver around it, but it suddenly moved. I couldn't avoid the collision. The driver was innocent. He had been driving safely when a parked car unexpectedly lurched forward. Do you have evidence? Team Wang asked, narrowing his eyes at Zhang Zihao. Did this fellow not understand basic traffic rules? Yes. The dashcam. The driver quickly replied. Just then, the traffic police arrived, and they reviewed the dashcam footage together. It confirmed the driver's account. The BMW was parked illegally, and then it suddenly lurched. Could you please provide your driver's licenses? The officer requested. Certainly. The truck driver responded promptly. At that moment, Zhang Zihao's eyes darted nervously. What about yours? They inquired of him. I left it at home, Zhang Zihao stammered. Visibly shaken and evasive. The officer, observing his demeanor, felt suspicion arise and inferred the truth. You don't have a license, do you? That single question sent Zhang Zihao into a panic. Indeed, he had no license. I do not have one. I just don't have it on me at the moment. My license will be issued shortly. I am not driving without a license. In his frantic state, Zhang Zihao hurriedly attempted to explain. These words struck like a series of thunderclaps, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. It was previously assumed that Zhang Zihao's act of renting a car to show off was the pinnacle of his audacity. Yet it was utterly shocking to discover that he lacked even a driver's license. This was not merely reckless. It was a level of foolishness so profound that it bordered on the absurd. In light of this revelation, combined with earlier evidence, the truck driver remained unscathed, while Zhang Zihao bore full responsibility. Driving without a license, how brazen can one be? Team leader Wang, with a look of resignation, lit a cigarette. To be candid, after years in this profession, he had encountered all manner of characters. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that you are entirely at fault. Please accompany us for a moment, the traffic officer stated with calm authority. No, no, I am an employee of a Fortune 500 company. Who dares to apprehend me? Zhang Zihao retreated several steps, his demeanor spiraling into madness, teetering on the brink of collapse. What? Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd erupted with incredulity once more. Just because you claim to work for a Fortune 500 company, does that exempt you from being apprehended? Do you think so highly of yourself? Su Yun and the others looked at Zhang Zihao's antics, torn between laughter and tears. Was this man truly this foolish or simply playing the fool? To outright refuse the police's summons was beyond comprehension. Zhang Zihao scanned the area in desperation, and suddenly, he spotted someone. Supervisor, is that you? They are framing me. He called out loudly to a man emerging from the doorway. Beside the man stood a woman, who cast a curious glance at him before her gaze landed squarely on Su Yun. Su Yun, what are you doing here? The woman was none other than Bai Qian. Oh, a reunion of university classmates. Su Yun, recognizing Bai Qian, succinctly explained the situation. Li's supervisor, is this your employee? Bai Qian inquired of the man accompanying her. Li's supervisor appeared perplexed. He had been engaged in business discussions when he heard the commotion and came to investigate, only to find his own employee embroiled in the chaos. I don't know about this. Li's supervisor fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Zihao. You cannot just ignore me. I am your subordinate, Xiao Zhang. Zhang Zihao cried out in a panic. Xiao Zhang. Li's supervisor's brow furrowed as he recalled Zhang Zihao's identity. I remember now. This revelation sent a wave of excitement through Zhang Zihao. Li's supervisor had connections, and surely, if he vouched for him, it might quell the situation. Aren't you our outsourced cleaning worker? It was your relative who pressured us into hiring you. I never thought you would dare to drive without a license. Officer, I request that you take stringent action against this individual. Li's supervisor declared in indignation. Upon hearing Li's supervisor's words, the crowd's previously calm expressions transformed into expressions of astonishment. Goodness, so he is merely a cleaner, and an outsourced one at that. What audacity to masquerade as someone of significance, boasting daily about being an employee of a Fortune 500 company, yet you are just a contracted cleaner. After all this, you are still just an outsourced worker. The limits of human perception may be finite, but the opportunities to challenge those perceptions are boundless. Today, Zhang Zihao continually shattered their understanding of reality. At that moment, Zhang Zihao's heart sank completely. Was Li's supervisor truly so dim-witted as to reveal his status as an outsourced cleaner? Was this not a slap in the face? How could he maintain his dignity moving forward? Amongst his classmates and this superior, not a single person spoke in his defense. Were they truly this cold-hearted? If you do not comply, we will have no choice but to take you in by force. After witnessing the farce unfold, the traffic officer felt utterly drained. Su Yun, this is all you're doing, isn't it? You set me up. Zhang Zihao began to lose his composure, exclaiming, damn it, you've betrayed me. In an instant, two officers cuffed him and shoved him into the vehicle. Su Yun, I was wrong. I am a fool. Please help me. You have a connection with him. Can't you speak on my behalf? As the car window closed, tears streamed down Zhang Zihao's face. Chapter 43. The True Business Genius. You do not regret your actions. You regret the consequences of your actions. Su Yun's lips curled slightly, for Zhang Zihao was merely reaping what he had sown. Su Yun, you must not plead for him. A worried classmate remarked as they watched Zhang Zihao being taken away. Su Yun shot him a bemused glance before retorting. Do you really think my intercession would be of any use in this situation? Illegally parked, without a license, and openly refusing to cooperate with the investigation, this man has amassed a plethora of infractions. He is bound to be labeled a negative example for quite some time. Moreover, such offenses typically incur the strictest penalties. Who would have thought that a simple class reunion would reveal such a character? Bai Qian mused, reflecting on Zhang Zihao's lack of restraint. I apologize for the embarrassment, Su Yun, she said, feeling somewhat awkward in light of associating with someone like him. Our business with Zhang Zihao has concluded, yet the food remains largely untouched, Su Yun began, only for a figure to suddenly appear before him. Su Yun, we can reconcile. Zhang Zihao deceived me, but after much contemplation, I realize you are the one for me. Let us date. Wang Yan's voice rang out. This proclamation instantly captivated the attention of the crowd. Had Wang Yan witnessed Zhang Zihao's arrest, and decided to pursue Su Yun instead? Zhang Zihao had previously claimed she was a pure-hearted girl, leading the bewildered onlookers to turn their gazes towards Su Yun. Su Yun frowned, his expression radiating impatience. No. Who would want to date you? Aren't all your boyfriends transient? Do you think I'm unaware? Su Yun, how can you say that? I am your ex-girlfriend. I know you better than anyone. I am with you for who you are, not for your lavish possessions like your million-dollar house or your luxury vehicle. I have no interest in them. Do you think I assumed you were with me for my wealth? If that were the case, wouldn't I have confessed to you when you bought your house? Why would I wait until now? Wang Yin insisted, her expression earnest, as if she were an innocent maiden. Is that so? Then I shall gift you my luxury vehicle, Su Yun replied with a teasing smile. Really? Wang Yan's eyes widened, sparkling with hope. Dream on. You think you deserve my car? How repulsive. Su Yun retorted without hesitation. Wang Yan felt humiliated but, in her pursuit of Su Yun's wealth, suppressed her indignation. How can you reject me when I am so attractive? Just then, team leader Wang approached briskly, stopping beside Wang Yan, casting her a sidelong glance before frowning. What? Are you dissatisfied with the fines you've incurred? In your youth, why not engage in something worthwhile instead of resorting to dubious dealings? Haven't you been summoned for tea on several occasions? Everyone, steer clear of her. She has been called in for questioning over suspicious transactions more than 10 times. Team leader Wang's expression was grave, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk watching its prey. At that moment, Wang Yin realized who was standing before her, the very officer who frequently apprehended her. A deep-seated fear washed over her at the sight of team leader Wang. No. I seek true love. Is that not permissible? I possess the right to pursue true love, Wang Yin exclaimed, her eyes filled with panic. Her voice barely above a whisper. Hurry and leave. Wang, the team leader, barked with authority. Flustered, Wang Yin hurriedly scurried off in her high heels. Zhang Zihao, proud of his girlfriend, was taken aback to discover her true nature. How could he have been so blind? With an air of arrogance, he had boasted about her purity and innocence, oblivious to the deception he was ensnared in. The onlookers, upon learning of Wang Yan's identity, felt a tinge of sympathy for Zhang Zihao. It could be said that he was both foolish and malicious. Witnessing Wang Yan's hasty departure, Wang, still occupied with his own matters, exchanged a few words with Su Yun before taking his leave. At that moment, someone recalled Wang Yan's earlier remark. Su Yun possesses a multi-million-dollar apartment in the Yuxiangxia community, a coveted riverside property. It was a dream for countless workers. Yet Su Yun had acquired it immediately after graduation. How ironic that Zhang Zihao had previously claimed she was unemployed. Clearly, she had no need to work. This suggested that Su Yun was indeed a wealthy heir. That luxurious G-class vehicle of his was certainly not a rental. What kind of family was this? Living in a multi-million-dollar apartment and driving a multi-million-dollar car. Zhang Zihao, who had previously boasted in front of him, had trivialized his own modest vehicle in the face of Su Yun's affluence. Su Yun was the true victor of life. The crowd's eyes sparkled with envy. Su Yun, I heard the land you sold at a bargain price has now fetched a high price. You must have made tens of millions. Bai Qian remarked with a smile. Haha, merely good fortune, Su Yun humbly replied. Without Uncle Bai's assistance, I wouldn't have had such a smooth experience. To the assembled classmates, this exchange sounded extraordinary. A plot of land, bought low, sold high, a swift profit of tens of millions. Su Yun was not merely a rich heir, he was a business prodigy. Tens of millions. How incredible that Su Yun, fresh from graduation, had amassed such wealth. The crowd gaped in astonishment, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Truly, some individuals could evoke envy to the point of despair. In the same breath, while the others had graduated together, Su Yun had left them far behind, boasting both a riverside apartment and a luxurious G-class vehicle. Let us return inside and enjoy the meal. The food is largely untouched, and it would be a shame to waste it, Su Yun encouraged. All right, they agreed. We mustn't waste it. Let us eat. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, everyone returned to the restaurant. Meanwhile, Manager Li, engrossed in business talk with Bai Qian, stumbled upon a card he had lost for several days. To his surprise, it was the very card he had thought lost. The points on this membership card could cover several meals. Who could be so thoughtless as to discard it here? That's Su Yun, who promised to treat you to a meal but never did. I must invite you to dinner tomorrow. Bai Qian felt a pang of guilt. For Su Yun had been her savior, yet she had neglected to express her gratitude. This left her with a conflicted sense of emotion. All right, I won't delay your business discussions. Let us dine together when we have the chance. Su Yun nodded. After all, it was just a meal. He was indifferent to it, knowing that without Bai Yang's help, the land wouldn't have been approved so swiftly. Nor would he have achieved his financial milestone in such a short span. Well then, we shall take our leave, Bai Qian said, and she, along with Manager Li and two others, entered the restaurant. Feeling that the meal had lost its significance now that Zhang Zihao had departed, Su Yun recognized that his identity had been revealed. The others would surely alter their perceptions, flattering him as they had Zhang Zihao. When he fell from grace, these same individuals would abandon him swiftly, such as human nature. A few roommates, unaware of Zhang Zihao's absence from the gathering, could still provide some semblance of companionship. As the crowd dispersed, the restaurant owner approached with a smile. After exchanging contact information, Su Yun drove home. That evening, Wang sent a message. The outcome of Zhang Zihao's case had been determined. He was found entirely at fault and would face the maximum penalty. Moreover, his vehicle was uninsured and had been rented from an unlicensed dealer. The hefty sum of over 800,000 would surely pose a challenge for someone of his stature to repay. Chapter 44. Weekly Intelligence Refresh. Gambling is an art. Time galloped forward like a wild ass, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. On the morning of the 7th day, as Su Yun opened his eyes, excitement coursed through him. The weekly intelligence refresh was imminent, and after days of perusing daily updates, he wondered what grand prizes would be unveiled. With that thought, he swiftly accessed the intelligence systems page. Intelligence refresh. 10 pieces of intelligence will be provided today. Intelligence 1. The second floor must be constructed atop the first. The third floor must rest upon the second. The fourth floor must rise above the third. Upon reading this intelligence, Su Yun was left utterly bewildered. What was this? Could such a statement even be classified as intelligence? If the second floor did not sit atop the first, would it be built upon the foundation instead? This was disastrous. What if all the intelligence I amassed over the week is of similar triviality? Su Yun felt a wave of concern wash over him. If this were the case, he would suffer a significant loss. Intelligence 2. The notorious human trafficker Mei Ying, who caused a sensation 5 years ago, will appear today at noon at the public restroom entrance on East Street, described as carrying a swaddled infant. Mei Ying, a reviled trafficker, had committed countless atrocities over the past decade, earning her a reputation as a beast deserving of extermination. Over those 10 years, her bounty had escalated from 10,000 to 1 million. It was now 8:30. With a single phone call, Wang could orchestrate a meticulous operation at the location within 10 minutes. With this in mind, Su Yun wasted no time and dialed Wang's number. Hello, Xiaosu. What's the matter? If it's nothing significant, I'm on my day off. Wang was enjoying a respite, having just picked up a few items from the station. Just a minor issue, Su Yun replied with a smile. A minor issue? My team can handle that. Just tell me, and I'll arrange it immediately. Wang, considering it merely trivial, did not think much of it. Perhaps it was a mundane matter, unlikely to escalate into a confrontation. I've spotted someone, specifically, the nationally wanted Mei Ying with a bounty of 1 million. Su Yun stated calmly. Oh, Mei Ying? Is that all? What are you talking about? Su Yun, don't joke around. Is Mei Ying a trivial matter? She is a trafficker with $1 million bounty. You really have information on her? Wang's demeanor shifted instantly. His calm demeanor replaced with urgency. The preceding 2 major cases had propelled him a step closer to a higher position, if he could apprehend Mei Ying. Then Captain Wang began to feel a surge of excitement. In all this time spent working, he had become more acquainted with the significant cases unraveled by Su Yun in just a few days. I'm the one providing you with intelligence. Can I not offer you something genuine? Su Yun stated confidently. At 9 o'clock, at the entrance of the public restroom on East Street, Mei Ying will appear cradling an infant. Excellent. I will arrange for personnel immediately. Su Yun, if we manage to capture Mei Ying, the societal impact will be monumental. Wang's voice trembled slightly with eagerness. Indeed, a reward of 1 million, not a penny less. Su Yun asserted. Rest assured, I will ensure the funds are transferred to you promptly, even if it means selling my house. After finishing the call, Wang, oblivious to the concept of a vacation, hastily organized his team, determined not to let this significant opportunity slip away. Once the call ended, Su Yun resumed his examination of the intelligence. Intelligence 3. The official Lamborghini website will hold a lottery, with the grand prize being a Lamborghini Aventador valued at 7 million. Clicking on the lottery at precisely 9 o'clock and 30 seconds will secure the grand prize. Wow, this is just the 3rd piece of intelligence, and it brings such a grand prize. Truly remarkable. Su Yun felt a surge of satisfaction. After a week of gathering intelligence, aside from the first piece being a dud, the rest were quite promising. With only a few minutes remaining until the designated time, Su Yun refrained from perusing the subsequent intelligence and instead accessed the Lamborghini website. Navigating to the lottery page. It is noteworthy that obtaining a lottery qualification was simple. One merely needed to register as a Lamborghini member for a fee of 666 yuan. Su Yun swiftly completed the membership registration and hovered his cursor over the lottery button, simultaneously monitoring the time on another device. As the clock struck 9 o'clock and 30 seconds, he quickly clicked to enter the lottery. A second later, the words grand prize winner appeared before his eyes. This was entirely within Su Yun's expectations. Clicking through to the next page, he filled in his address and contact information before exiting. Earning $7 million with just a click was exceedingly delightful. Just as he was about to delve into the next piece of intelligence, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he answered the call. Hello? Is this Mr. Su? This is Lamborghini Jiangqing. You have just won a Lamborghini Aventador valued at $7 million in our online lottery. Our Jiangqing dealership will provide you with the vehicle. When would you be able to come collect it? The voice on the other end was melodious and pleasant. Well, either today or tomorrow works for me. I'm available both days, Su Yun replied, feeling no urgency regarding the vehicle pickup. Great. Please contact me in advance when you come to collect your car. Have a wonderful day. After concluding the call, Su Yun resumed reviewing 3 more pieces of intelligence, which turned out to be of little use. Intelligence 7. AL technology is expected to conquer artificial intelligence challenges within a month, resulting in a skyrocketing stock price, potentially exceeding $100 billion. Currently, AL technology is facing operational difficulties. Shareholders are withdrawing their investments, and funds are dwindling, leaving technical staff unable to receive their salaries. Upon reading the 7th piece of intelligence, Su Yun sensed a substantial business opportunity. Investing in AL technology. Gazing at the text before him, Su Yun murmured, "To take a gamble is a mark of wisdom." Chapter 45. Retrieving the Lamborghini Aventador. With this thought in mind, Su Yun set a clear objective. If he could acquire a majority stake in AL technology now, he would reap considerable profits in a month. With a market value exceeding $100 billion, his own wealth would skyrocket. The only uncertainty was how much of the over $100 million he possessed would suffice for such an acquisition. The subsequent 3 pieces of intelligence were trivial, concerning matters like a boss and his brother-in-law absconding, and thus, Su Yun paid them little attention. As noon approached, Su Yun decided to take advantage of the time to retrieve his winning Lamborghini Aventador. This type of vehicle was a sports car, and he had never driven one before. Hailing a taxi, he swiftly arrived at the Lamborghini dealership. The expansive showroom was notably devoid of customers, especially during the midday hour. "Sir, are you here to browse?" inquired a beautifully dressed saleswoman. "Well, not exactly browsing. I want a car and have come to collect it," Su Yun replied, maintaining an air of composure, betraying no hint of excitement. "Ah, you must be Mr. Su." Upon realizing his identity, her eyes filled with envy. This was the first lottery event ever held by Lamborghini, and he had won it. A $7 million Aventador. Indeed, an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yes, I did win an Aventador. Had this been a previous occasion, Su Yun would have been elated to the point of jumping for joy, but now, he remained entirely unfazed. "Congratulations. Let me fetch our manager to expedite the process for you." The saleswoman hurried off to find the manager, puzzled as to why Su Yun displayed such calmness. One would expect exuberance from someone who had just won such a significant prize. Soon, the manager, a competent middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, approached. Perhaps it was a stereotype, but the sight of the beard startled Su Yun momentarily. "Hello, Mr. Su. Congratulations on winning our Lamborghini grand prize. Your Lamborghini Aventador is ready. Just waiting for you to take it for a spin. Additionally, you will become one of our most esteemed VIP clients, enjoying Lamborghini's premier services. Here is your VIP card." The manager respectfully extended a gold-edged card to Su Yun. Su Yun hadn't anticipated receiving a Lamborghini VIP card. He wondered what specific privileges it entailed. If it merely offered a 3-yuan discount, it would hardly be of value. "Can I retrieve the car now?" Su Yun inquired. "Absolutely. Sir, you can take it right away." The manager gestured invitingly and led the way. No cumbersome procedures or interviews were needed. Within moments, Su Yun stood before the brand-new Lamborghini Aventador. To be frank, while this event may lack practical utility, it excelled in nearly all other aspects. Su Yun climbed into the car for a brief test drive, finding it exceedingly comfortable. After signing a few documents on site, he smoothly drove away from the dealership. As soon as he hit the street, this pristine vehicle captured the attention of countless onlookers. "Wow, a Lamborghini Aventador. That car must cost over $10 million. No, it's only $7 million. Only $7 million? Have you been watching too many short videos? $7 million is pocket change. I'm truly envious. If I had that car, I'd be over the moon." "Wait, my friend works at Lamborghini. He said that car was won in a lottery." "What? You can't be serious." "Why would I lie? Look." One man presented evidence, and the crowd, once filled with admiration, suddenly felt deflated. Had he purchased it, they might not have thought much of it, but this was a lottery win. He received a $7 million car without spending a single cent. Oh my, how is it that I have yet to encounter this event? Why do I invariably miss such occasions? Had I participated, that car could very well have been mine. I feel ensnared by the machinations of capital. Gazing at the taillights of the Lamborghini, I see someone despondent. Amidst the crowd, a woman stands. Her eyes fixated on the silhouette of the Lamborghini, meticulously recalling the fleeting glance she caught of its owner. This person seems familiar, almost akin to her cousin. Yet, her cousin has just graduated from university. How could he possibly drive such a high-end vehicle? Even in a lottery, he would have no chance, as he lacks access to such information. With this thought, Zhao Xiaoxia breathes a sigh of relief. It is likely that her recent work-related stress has led to such fanciful notions. As long as the fortunate winner of the car is not a relative or a friend, there is no need for her to feel anxious. In the office of the general manager at Al Technology Company, Feng Xing is grasping his hair in frustration. After years of hard work, groundbreaking research is on the verge of fruition, yet at this critical moment, the primary shareholder has withdrawn their investment. Following suit, other shareholders are doing the same. In an instant, the once thriving company has devolved into a cash-strapped shell. Feng Xing cannot comprehend why. Despite his assurances of substantial returns in a short time frame, they would choose to incur losses rather than maintain their investments. With salaries for the month still unsettled, Feng Xing is engulfed in despair. Alas, my employees are all diligent individuals. A month or two might be manageable, but over time, no one can withstand the torment of financial deprivation. Such a fate would obliterate years of research. In a fit of rage, Feng Xing slams his fist onto the desk. Staring at the meager 50,000 remaining in his account, he resolves, at any cost, to recover the lost funds. Manager Feng. At that moment, a series of knocks on the door pulls Feng Xing from his thoughts. Come in, he replies, his expression instantly transforming into one of calm. Manager, there's a young man here to see you, the visitor announces. I currently have no time for others. Please communicate this clearly to him and prevent any misunderstandings. Feng Xing sighs. But manager, this individual claims he can resolve the company's current predicament. Feng Xing is bewildered. Isn't the company doing well? What predicament could there be? I shall send him away immediately. Chapter 46. Acquiring 69% of Al Technology's shares. Quickly, take me to welcome him. Upon hearing that the visitor is an investor, Feng Xing's interest is piqued. Just moments ago, he was contemplating how to secure funds, and now, fortune seems to have arrived at his doorstep. If this deal materializes, it would be a lifeline for Al Technology, a turning point that could alter its destiny. Perhaps this is fate. Feng Xing rushes downstairs, disregarding the earlier commotion. Upon arrival, a brand new Lamborghini Aventador greets his eyes. The ostentation of the vehicle instills a sense of trepidation within him. Typically, such cars are driven by the young and reckless. His gaze shifts to a man standing beside the Lamborghini. At first glance, Feng Xing recognizes that this young man is no ordinary individual. His eyes burn with intensity, exuding an air of opulence. Greetings, I am Feng Xing, general manager of Al Technology. Feng Xing extends his hand. Hello, I am Su Yun. Su Yun sizes up Feng Xing, who appears to be in his 30s, unremarkable in appearance. Yet this very man is poised to elevate Al Technology to unprecedented heights within a month. This suggests that his capabilities are extraordinary. Manager Feng, I am here for a singular purpose, to invest in Al Technology. I do not engage in idle chatter. You can decide now if this venture interests you. Should you express disinterest, I, Su Yun, shall take my leave immediately. Su Yun's intense gaze pierces through Feng Xing, startling him. After 3 contemplative seconds, Feng Xing responds, Indeed. As Mr. Su has pointed out, Al Technology is in dire need of capital. Let us discuss the specifics upstairs, he adds. In that moment, Feng Xing feels as though this young man holds the key to Al Technology's financial revival. Soon, they ascend to the office, where Feng Xing pours 2 glasses of water, one for each. This simple act indicates to Su Yun that the general manager is not one for extravagance. Mr. Su, I am uncertain whether you are aware of Al Technology's current situation, but as the general manager, I feel it necessary to provide clarity. This is both a responsibility to Al Technology and to you. After receiving an affirmative nod from Su Yun, Feng Xing begins to outline the company's circumstances. In approximately 3 minutes, Su Yun comprehends that the essence of the matter can be summarized in 4 words: an urgent need for funds. This is manageable, he states. Let us speak candidly. Manager Feng, Su Yun takes a sip of water. Our research is in the final stages, and I anticipate completion within 6 months. I require 90 million in funding. This is already a minimized figure. This is no small sum. For a company like Al Technology, it represents a monumental investment. I wonder if Mr. Su still holds interest. Feng Xing is acutely aware that revealing all disadvantages may not be favorable. Yet if the investor cannot accept these terms, he may withdraw at any moment. What Feng Xing requires is not merely substantial funding, but stability. 90 million is indeed considerable, and Su Yun understands that within a month, Al Technology could conquer its final hurdles. However, he is uncertain which day within that time frame it will occur. The sooner, the better for Su Yun. Feng Xing has evidently underestimated their research speed. Had he known they would overcome the challenges within a month, the required amount would be significantly different. Agreed. Su Yun replies without hesitation, devoid of any superfluous words. You need to consider. Will you not take a moment to ponder? Feng Xing is taken aback, staring incredulously at Su Yun. 90 million is a substantial and one-time investment, and considering Su Yun's youth, Feng Xing could hardly fathom his readiness to commit such an amount. This reveals that Su Yun is not merely a privileged heir, but a shrewd investor. His ability to invest in AL technology indicates an astute vision. Such youth combined with sharp insight prompts Feng Xing to reassess his perception of this young man. No need for consideration. What I have set my sights on requires no second thought. I made my decision before arriving. Mr. Feng, with a capital injection of 90 million, how much equity will I receive? Su Yun inquired, fixing her gaze upon Feng Xing's 69%. This is the utmost sincerity we can extend, Feng Xing replied almost instinctively. Very well. Henceforth, I shall be the largest shareholder of AL Technology. Regarding management, I do not wish to exert excessive influence. However, I demand a veto power over matters that pertain to the company's fate. Naturally, Su Yun was not adept at managing the company. With someone like Feng Xing at the helm, she felt no need to exert herself excessively. Her focus would merely be on dividends and profits, leaving the intricacies of management to others. Agreed, Mr. Su. May our collaboration be fruitful. Feng Xing's demeanor remained almost dreamlike. The entire discussion between him and Su Yun had scarcely taken 10 minutes, a stark contrast to the protracted negotiations typically required for securing an investment. Several hours later, around 4:30 in the afternoon, Su Yun and Feng Xing completed all necessary formalities, and Su Yun successfully became the major shareholder of AL Technology. Mr. Su, please say a few words to our employees, Feng Xing suggested with a smile. Su Yun readily acquiesced to expedite AL Technology's progress. It was imperative for her to make an appearance. Within the workplace, a few employees wore expressions of concern, discussing the company's financial constraints. Alas, the company is facing dire straits. If we cannot issue salaries, I truly cannot repay my mortgage or car loan. Lamented one. Indeed, those individuals are too hasty. They lack foresight and abandon ship when they see no immediate gains. Another echoed. If this continues, we may not overcome the final hurdle. All our efforts will have been in vain. As their voices faded, the door swung open, revealing two figures before the assembly. Everyone, please pause for a moment. I would like to introduce our major shareholder, Mr. Su. We have just signed the contract, and Mr. Su currently holds 69% of the company's shares. Now, let us hear a few words from Mr. Su. Feng Xing proclaimed, his face beaming with joy. The crowd's attention instantly shifted to Su Yun. 69% ownership. While AL Technology was still a fledgling firm, securing such a substantial investment was no small feat. Such youth, and already such prowess. Remarkable. Upon realizing the significance, the employees hastily began to applaud. Investing in AL Technology required not only capital, but also vision, courage, and foresight. For this reason, they began to hold Su Yun in high esteem. With a gentle smile, Su Yun surveyed the room and began, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have familiarized myself with the current situation. Our company possesses ample funds for your research. I am confident that we will soon resolve the final challenge ahead. To bolster everyone's morale, I have prepared a gift for you all. The individual who contributes the most during this period will receive this special gift." Su Yun understood that to ensure success, one must be well-nourished. She slowly approached the window and drew back the curtains, revealing a clear view of the scene below. As for the nature of the gift, it rested confidently outside. Chapter 47. A Lamborghini as an incentive reward. The new shareholder had gone above and beyond, preparing a gift for the team. What could it possibly be? What else could it be? Last time, the board merely provided us with a sugar-free cola each. Are we to expect them to splurge now? Indeed, we should be more concerned with our salaries than any gifts. An increase in pay would be far more practical. While some grew curious about the gift Su Yun mentioned, a substantial number of employees remained skeptical, even resentful. This was largely due to the previous shareholders who had used the guise of gifting as a means to showcase themselves, leaving the team understandably sensitive to such gestures. "Come and see," Su Yun encouraged with a smile. Upon hearing this, the employees approached the window, and their indifference was swiftly replaced by astonishment. A solitary sports car was parked below, gleaming in the sunlight. "Mr. Su, did you forget to bring the gift from the car? Seeing it like this makes us think you intend to gift us the vehicle." Feng Xing quickly interjected. "No, the gift I prepared for everyone is indeed this very car." As her words resonated, a brilliant spark ignited in the eyes of all present. "A car? Is this for real?" The vehicle parked below was pristine, evidently brand new. A Lamborghini, valued at several million. The fact that Mr. Su would gift it was astounding. This is truly a remarkable benefit. Look at the petty tokens the previous shareholders offered. They pale in comparison to Mr. Su. Should one be fortunate enough to receive a vehicle worth millions, it would be life-changing. Mr. Su, as a major shareholder, I trust you would not jest with us. If this is merely a joke, it is in poor taste. While excitement filled the air, some still harbored doubts about Su Yun's sincerity. I never joke about such matters. This Lamborghini is worth 7 million. I believe it is the dream car for many. From now on, this vehicle will be stored in a designated location. And once the individual who makes the greatest contribution is chosen, they will personally retrieve the car. This serves as my motivation for all of you. Of course, there is only one car. Once Su Yun concluded her speech, the employees exchanged glances. With only a handful of technical staff, each had a chance to win the car. Mr. Su, with your words, I cannot remain idle. I must return to work immediately. Yes, I will work diligently to ensure that car is mine. Mr. Foam, I had taken a 2-day leave. I now wish to rescind it and return to my post. That one T-do, he has already taken leave. He cannot return. If he does, I will be one step further from the Lamborghini. With the prospect of the Lamborghini serving as motivation, the employees hurried back to their posts. Eager to work. This is the power of luxury cars as incentives. Without such motivation, Al Technology would have taken around a month to conquer the final hurdle. However, with the allure of the Lamborghini, they might accomplish it in just half a month or even within a week. This accelerated pace would significantly influence Al Technology's future stock value and greatly impact the company's project collaborations. Once the most advanced artificial intelligence technology in the country was launched, the investment would be recouped within a week. One could say that this investment was akin to leveraging 9 million to catalyze a future conglomerate worth billions. Having wrapped up matters on this front, Su Yun hailed a cab and headed home. With her investments underway, it was time to establish a company. The first venture would naturally revolve around investment. As Su Yun pondered, her stomach growled, prompting her to find a nearby restaurant and order a few dishes. Tianyi Capital, a formidable investment firm in Jiangqing. The owner, Jiang Tianyi, lightly tapped his fingers against the table as he listened to reports from his subordinates. According to the analysis, Al Technology is poised for significant advancements in the near future. However, an investor has emerged in Jiang City who is even swifter than our Tianyi Capital. Find out who this individual is, and then contact him by phone. I am willing to offer him double the price for the shares he holds. Jiang Tianyi stated calmly. Boss, double the amount? That is certainly not a trivial sum. Someone reminded him. Although Al Technology is projected to be a lucrative investment, others are unaware of this. Why expend such a substantial budget? Do you think anyone would invest tens of millions in the shares of an obscure company without any knowledge? If I lacked sincerity, how could I expect him to willingly part with those shares? Jiang Tianyi's gaze was sharp, as if he could see through the very essence of the matter. Very well. The subordinates conceded, noting Jiang Tianyi's resolute stance. Although they believed this was a misguided investment. In the Jiang family villa, a woman with a fierce demeanor exclaimed. What did you say? Jiang Tianyi intends to spend nearly 2 billion to acquire shares of a small company. He must be out of his mind. And he doesn't even consult me about such a significant decision? This woman was Wenwan, Jiang Tianyi's wife. Sister, you know that my brother-in-law is a man of unilateral decision-making, Wenjiao, Wenwan's brother, remarked. Wenwan exhaled heavily. 2 billion? Is Jiang Tianyi simply burning through money? A technology company without any promising prospects is not worth such an investment. Jiang Tianyi, you are being far too rash. Not discussing this matter with me. If I do not intervene, Tianyi Capital could very well meet its demise under your watch. Look at the employees you surround yourself with. Not one dares to oppose you. If you had agreed to let my family members be involved, we would not be facing this outcome. Wenwan was visibly displeased. To save Tianyi Capital from impending doom, she resolved to take decisive action. Once my family assists you this time, I will see what excuse you have to oppose my family's involvement in the company. Wenwan declared confidently, turning her gaze to her brother, Wenjiao. Chapter 48. An opportunity to prove oneself. Brother, did you not say that your brother-in-law looks down upon your abilities and has never given you a chance? Wenwan continued. Now, your opportunity has arrived. Upon hearing this, Wenjiao's eyes sparkled with determination. This was indeed a chance to showcase his capabilities. If he seizes this opportunity, how could his brother-in-law deny him a promotion to general manager? Sister, just tell me what to do. Wenjiao said resolutely. Your brother-in-law is blinded. That so-called Al Technology lacks any development potential. His desire to spend nearly 2 billion to acquire shares is evidently irrational. I want you to take full charge of this matter. I have heard that the largest shareholder invested merely 900 million. Offer him 1 or 2 million as an incentive to retreat. Accomplish this task with minimal expenditure. Wenwan instructed. Understood, sister. You can count on me. Wenjiao replied with unwavering confidence. The identity of being the founder's brother-in-law filled him with a potent sense of assurance and superiority. Wen nodded in satisfaction. She recognized that her brother had the potential to excel if given the right direction. Watching Wenjiu leave, she felt fortunate for having placed someone close to her in Jiang Tiany's sphere. This allowed her to monitor his every move within the company. It was fortuitous that she took decisive action. Otherwise, such a large sum would have been squandered. A bonus of 1 billion. Why not invest in a grand villa instead of a company with no prospects? It seemed that Jiang Tiany had lost the sharp vision he once possessed after years of navigating the business world. Meanwhile, Su Yun had finished dinner and was heading home. At that moment, an unfamiliar number called. Reluctant to engage, she hung up. The phone rang twice more. Once while she was in the shower and again while she was watching something. After 3 missed calls, she went to bed without answering. The next morning, a series of phone rings jolted Su Yun awake. Upon checking her phone, she saw it was the same number from the previous day. A total of over 10 calls had come in that morning alone. Fuming, Su Yun muttered, "I don't know you, and yet you're this bothersome? Who are you? What's with the morning madness? Hey, who do you think you are, cursing at me?" Came a voice from the other end. "You're acting all high and mighty because I called you and you didn't answer? Are you out of your mind? You think you can just bombard me with calls in the morning?" Su Yun retorted, her patience wearing thin. "Do you even know who I am?" The voice on the other end sounded incredulous. "I don't care who you are. I'm not intimidated by identity threats," Su Yun replied defiantly. "You don't know who I am? My brother-in-law is Jiang Tiany, the founder of Tiany Capital. I am Wenjiu. Recognize my status now?" Wenjiu boasted, infusing his tone with arrogance. "Wow, such a terrifying identity. You think your wealth frightens me? Listen, you acquired shares of Al Technology for 900 million, right? I'm offering you 900 million to buy them back. I have time today. You better cooperate." Wenjiu rambled on, but Su Yun, still dazed, barely registered his words. "Can you quit barking like a dog? What's with the morning noise? I thought I was in a pigsty?" She snapped, promptly hanging up. Her peaceful sleep had been disrupted by this lunatic, and Su Yun was seething with anger. She wondered where this idiot had come from. After cursing, she found sleep elusive and decided to freshen up. Just as she reached the washroom, the phone rang incessantly once again. "Is this never ending?" Su Yun grumbled while brushing her teeth. "Who were you cursing just now? I'm giving you a chance to sell me your Al Technology shares for 900 million. I'll count to 3. Before Wenjiu could finish, Su Yun hung up again. "Ah, so he's after my shares," she realized, having invested a staggering 90 million. "It seems this individual harbors no intention of allowing me to reap any rewards, even going so far as to spend the same amount to acquire my shares. Is this not the epitome of foolishness? I would never part with my stake in Al Technology. I would rather face my demise than sell. In just a few days, it is poised to become a veritable cash cow, projected to reach a market value in the hundreds of billions. To think one could simply take away 90 million is nothing short of whimsical." Soon after, several calls came in from that direction, but Su Yun chose to ignore them, promptly ending the calls. He had matters of his own to attend to, namely the establishment of a venture capital firm. The name had already been conceived. Yet he remained somewhat perplexed by the procedural intricacies, so he resolved to seek guidance from someone knowledgeable. Meanwhile, Wenjiu seethed with indignation upon discovering that Su Yun had blocked him. How audacious for this upstart, who evidently knows neither his sister-in-law, Jiang Tiany, nor the proper decorum, to hurl such insults. It was quite the irony, as he had contemplated assisting him with a sum of 90 million, yet his gratitude was non-existent. Such a character is hardly worthy of investment, Wenjiu mused, unable to fathom the absurdity of it all. Given this, there was no point in continued engagement. He would simply report the matter. With this resolution, Wenjiu made his way to Jiang Tiany's office. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Wen embroiled in a heated argument with him, centered around the recent events. "Jiang Tiany, I've already instructed Wenjiu to handle this matter. Just wait for the outcome," Wen declared with an air of arrogance. Jiang Tiany, agitated to the core, could not comprehend why his wife persistently undermined his efforts at pivotal moments. "That brother-in-law, I've taken care of the matter. I contacted the individual, and he is as obstinate as a fool. Despite my offer of 90 million, he remains obstinate. Frankly, Al Technology is nothing to fuss over. We needn't dwell on it," Wenjiu remarked nonchalantly, entirely oblivious to the murderous intent lurking in Jiang Tiany's gaze. Chapter 49. System upgrade. Indeed, you are aging. Even your younger brother surpasses you. Let me tell you, Al Technology will yield no prospects. Investing in it equates to certain losses. With that 90 million, why not indulge in something worthwhile? Purchase luxury handbags or a fine vehicle. Surely that would be a better investment than throwing money into the abyss. Wen smirked, genuinely believing her own words. "Haha, yes, brother-in-law. The Wen family is renowned for its intelligence. Without my sister's support, how could your company have flourished?" Wenjiu added smugly. Jiang Tianyi had endured their mockery for far too long. He had founded Tianyi Capital single-handedly, and rather than offering assistance, the Wen family had merely derided him. Now that Tianyi Capital had grown robust, they shamelessly sought a share of the profits. Tired of their disdain, Jiang Tianyi resolved to no longer tolerate it. "Let us divorce," he uttered succinctly, leaving both of them utterly dumbfounded. "Divorce? How dare you?" Wen exclaimed. "I helped you, and you wish to part ways? Have you lost your conscience?" She recalled that, in truth, Jiang Tianyi had never relied upon her family. Yet this was not a sufficient pretext for a divorce. "Now, for the sake of a trivial company, you contemplate leaving me? Fine. Let us establish a pact. 1 month from now, if all technology remains stagnant as it is, you will relinquish Tianyi Capital to me. Conversely, should it thrive, I shall forfeit all claims and leave with nothing. Jiang Tianyi, do you dare to wager?" Wen fixed her steely gaze upon him, determined that if he acquiesced, Tianyi Capital would soon bear the Wen name. It was astonishing that Jiang Tianyi would consider divorce over such a trivial matter. "Since you are so ruthless, do not blame me," he thought. "Tianyi Capital shall be mine. I shall not shy away." Jiang Tianyi replied, narrowing his eyes. After a night of contemplation, he had developed a newfound perspective on technology. "Now, you two should take your leave," he commanded coldly, showing no courtesy. "Humph, Jiang Tianyi, in a month, I expect to see you on your knees begging." Wen spat as she strode out in her high heels. Jiang Tianyi sank into the sofa, mulling over the situation. Ultimately, he dialed a number. "Hello, is this Mr. Su? This is Jiang Tianyi from Tianyi Capital. I apologize for any offense my subordinates may have caused regarding technology." After careful consideration, Jiang Tianyi recognized that Su Yun was no ordinary individual. His acumen was sharp, rivaling his own. Attempting to seize something from such a person would be futile. It was in his best interest to avoid animosity and cultivate a friendship instead. "Ah, Jiang Zong, your little brother came in here, brimming with arrogance, insisting on purchasing my shares at fair value. I had to give him a piece of my mind. As a prominent investor, I advise you not to let outsiders sway your judgment." Su Yun's voice resonated. "Thank you for your insight, Mr. Su. I understand that we have no opportunity for collaboration with technology, but I hope we can share a meal in the future." Jiang Tianyi spoke earnestly, genuinely wishing to forge a connection. "Indeed, I too would like to discuss investment matters with you, Jiang Zong," Su Yun replied, harboring no animosity towards Jiang Tianyi. He simply believed him to be lacking in decisiveness, unable to manage his wife or those from her family. As he planned to establish a venture capital firm, having Jiang Tianyi as an ally would simplify matters considerably, alleviating much of the potential hassle. After a brief conversation with Jiang Tianyi, Su Yun ended the call. During their exchange, Jiang Tianyi expressed great optimism regarding technology and even subtly proposed acquiring shares at 5 times their value, which Su Yun promptly declined. 5 times the price equated to an astronomical sum of 450 million, such a staggering figure. Were it not for Su Yun's knowledge of technology's impending ascendance as a leader in domestic artificial intelligence, he might have been tempted. Once the call was concluded, Su Yun placed his phone aside and fixated on the screen of the intelligence system before him. For the past 2 hours, the system had been signaling its readiness for an upgrade. This enhancement promised to deliver 5 daily intelligence updates and a weekly report every 7 days. The upgrade was exceptionally worthwhile, daily insights alongside weekly summaries. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yun consented, having already waited 2 hours and 20 minutes, yet the system remained incomplete. Must he truly wait a full 2.5 hours? A sudden realization struck him. As expected, after a wait of 2.5 hours, the screen finally flashed the words, "Upgrade successful." The system, previously concealed, had finally revealed its capabilities following this upgrade. With a flicker of thought, Su Yun settled comfortably on the sofa and began to peruse the intelligence for the day. "I wonder if the upgraded system will possess any unique features?" Today's intelligence has been delivered. Intelligence 1. Notorious food streamer David Dai and Al Yang recently collided with a semi-truck. Fortunately, his ample abdominal fat prevented a standard hospital CT scan from penetrating his fatty wall. Su Yun was well aware of this glutton, who single-handedly shattered the physical limits of the Chinese populace. Standing at 164 meters and weighing 380 pounds, his BMI reached a staggering 70. Such terrifying statistics compel one to ponder the true extent of his physical boundaries. Intelligence 2. Big Honey Eye City has been exposed for using overnight lemon slices to make beverages, resulting in discomfort for some customers. To be frank, does this even qualify as news? Su Yun shook his head. Without Big Honey Eye City, he would have spent a fortune on summer refreshments over the years. This incident felt rather inconsequential to him, though the sentiments of others remained unknown. Intelligence 3. Human trafficker Mei Ying has been apprehended by the police, who found a victimized infant in her arms at the time of arrest. Thankfully, the police were well prepared, and the infant sustained no serious harm. It is reported that this infant is the grandson of Zhou Jianghai, the chairman of the Tianjiang Group, which had previously issued a 100 million bounty for information regarding the baby. Chapter 50. A worth of 100 million. Upon reading this intelligence, Su Yun's excitement soared. A bounty of 100 million? If memory serves correctly. The lead on Meiying was provided by me. This means I am entitled to claim the Tianjiang Group's bounty. Hastily, Su Yun opened his phone to check the announcement from the Tianjiang Group. There were 3 tiers of rewards. The first, for providing minor clues, offered a reward of 1 million. The second, for delivering substantial leads, granted 10 million. And the third, for supplying accurate information that successfully led to the child's recovery, promised a staggering 100 million. The issuance of such a super bounty by the Tianjiang Group speaks volumes about the child's significance in Zhou Jianghai's eyes. I meet the criteria for claiming the reward, as it was my information that led to the capture of the trafficker Meiying. The 100 million bounty is practically in my grasp. With this thought in mind, Su Yun promptly dialed Team Leader Wang. Hello, Team Leader Wang, how are you? You must have apprehended that trafficker with the lead I provided, right? He inquired. Yes. You caught me. I was so busy I almost forgot. The news will be released online today, and I've already reported your reward. I expect it will be transferred to you soon. Honestly, the reward you'll receive could easily buy you a house. Wang's tone was laced with awe. If only we had more informants like you. We could retire from our jobs. Well, I already heard that Meiying had a baby in her possession. Is the child unharmed? Su Yun continued. You certainly have your ear to the ground. Indeed, and that baby happens to be Zhou Jianghai's grandson. What a coincidence! Wang exclaimed. Zhou Jianghai's grandson. Team Leader Wang. Are you aware of the bounty issued by the Tianjiang Group? Su Yun pressed on. Of course, a top-tier reward of 100 million. Wang suddenly paused, realization dawning on him. That top reward was meant for Su Yun. Goodness, you're incredibly lucky. Quickly, go claim your bounty at the Tianjiang Group. There is still time. Don't delay, secure your prize. Wang urged anxiously. Naturally, Su Yun agreed. The purpose of this call was to formalize the matter, ensuring he had complete evidence to claim the 100 million bounty. With Wang's affirmation, Su Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hurried downstairs, climbed into his luxury vehicle, and headed towards the Tianjiang Group. The Tianjiang Group is a colossal enterprise. Among the 4 major logistics companies in the nation, Tianjiang ranks in the top 2. A few years ago, Zhou Jianghai attracted a multitude of customers with his doorstep delivery service, though the prices were higher than others. The speed of delivery was unparalleled, reaching both urban and rural locales. The Tianjiang Group even operated dedicated cargo planes. Last year, Zhou Jianghai ranked 8th on the national rich list with a net worth of 200 billion. While that is his net worth, the cash he could readily access would certainly not be a trifling amount. While some might scoff at the idea of a 100 million bounty for Zhou Jianghai, it was a serious matter. At this moment, Su Yun stood before the grand edifice of the Tianjiang Group. Sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? Without one, entry is not permitted. A 5-star general, clad in a crisp white glove, barred Su Yun's path as he approached the entrance. I'm here to claim my bounty. The bounty notice from your Tianjiang Group stated that claimants could enter at any time, Su Yun remarked, noting that the security personnel at Tianjiang Group appeared markedly younger than those elsewhere. Oh, is that so? Please hold on. I will notify the appropriate parties, the guard replied, making a phone call and nodding repeatedly. Here's an elevator pass. You need to go to the chairman's office on the top floor. The guard handed Su Yun a card. Taking the card, Su Yun proceeded directly to the elevator. A few minutes later, he arrived at the chairman's office. After knocking and receiving a response, he entered. Inside were 3 individuals, a young man, a young woman, and a middle-aged man in his 50s. Su Yun recognized Zhou Jianghai from photographs, immediately identifying him at first glance. Here to claim the bounty? Inquired the young man beside Zhou Jianghai, eyeing Su Yun. Yes, the 100 million bounty. I'm curious how your company intends to process the payment? Su Yun cut to the chase, for he was not there to socialize, but to secure his reward. The young man noted Su Yun's composure and lack of anxiety, an uncommon demeanor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Jianghai's second son, Zhou Long. You claim to have the right to collect a 100 million bounty. Do you have evidence? Should you be impersonating someone, you must understand the consequences you would face. Zhou Long's expression darkened, his gaze towards Su Yun filled with hostility. He too sought that 100 million, as his nephew had just been found yesterday, and if no one claimed the bounty, it could potentially belong to him. Yet today, a claimant had appeared. Su Yun had heard of Zhou Long. During his university years, Zhou Long had caused quite a stir by assaulting someone, resulting in nearly 5 million in compensation to settle the matter. The public often labeled him as the unworthy son of the Zhou family, inferior to his elder brother. Sadly, Zhou Long's older brother, Zhou Ming, had passed away in an accident. Of course I have evidence. Without it, I wouldn't have the courage to come here. The lead regarding the capture of the human trafficker Mei Ying was provided by me to Captain Wang at the police station. It was due to this information that Mei Ying was apprehended, ultimately leading to the rescue of your esteemed company's heir. According to the bounty notice you issued, I am entitled to claim the 100 million. Brother Su, noticing their lack of courtesy, made himself comfortable on the sofa without hesitation. Zhou Long's expression was far from pleasant. Today, when he sought this 100 million, the old man refused to comply, instead chastising him. And now this brat dares to come and claim the money. Infuriating. Although he was the one who drafted the bounty, such a sum was not meant for someone of this lowly status to receive. No way. You young man. I see through your intentions. However, you are too late. I do not possess such a vast sum. If you insist, I can only offer you 100,000. Choose for yourself. 100 million is a sum Zhou Long currently cannot afford to part with, especially not for an outsider like Su Yun. To be frank, even if I refuse you, what can you do about it? A smug and mocking smile crept onto Zhou Long's face. An ordinary person dares not offend the Tianjiang group, nor challenge me. This is Zhou Long's confidence. Chapter 51, Significant Scandal. Su Yun did not anticipate their shamelessness. 100 million is indeed a colossal figure, yet for the Tianjiang group, it is not beyond reach. If you do not wish to claim this money, then why include it in the bounty notice? Is this merely a cruel jest? Su Yun chuckled softly and shook his head. After all, Zhou Long is not the decision-maker of the Tianjiang group. The true authority lies with the silent middle-aged man, Zhou Jianghai. Thus, Su Yun stood up, bypassing Zhou Long and approaching Zhou Jianghai, stating, Director Zhou, this is your intention as well, is it not? Zhou Jianghai glanced at Su Yun, then at Zhou Long and Zhou Yun, before closing an expensive pen with a heavy thud on the table. Young man, having insatiable appetites is not a virtue. 100 million? What could you possibly accomplish with it? If, at this moment in your life, you were to suddenly receive such a fortune, it would be a devastating blow. It would strip you of all ambition and extinguish your zest for life. Money is not a good thing. It is a devil, a pest that devours your very being. You may believe that wealth is a blessing, but in reality, it is a burden, entirely dispensable. Your information saved my grandson, and I am grateful. I can offer you a job and an additional 5 million as a reward. Forget about the 100 million. That is beyond your grasp. Zhou Jianghai's demeanor was stern. He seemed sincere, yet his occasional glances towards Su Yun betrayed an underlying contempt. Desperate to cling to their wealth, Zhou Long sneered. Do you even comprehend the value of 100 million? You, a lowly wretch, will never see even 100,000, let alone 100 million. Get lost. Zhou Long erupted with rage, his eyes glinting with disdain. You, sir, rest assured, I shall not acquire this 100 million. Nor shall you. Moreover, within the vast expanse of the Tianjiang group, you will only be left to covet what you cannot attain. Do you truly believe your father would pass this position to you? Dream on. The sarcasm dripped from Su Yun's voice. As the saying goes, lies are not frightening. It is the truth that wounds. Indeed, Su Yun's words pierced the depths of Zhou Long's psyche. In an instant, he twisted with fury, gritting his teeth and swinging an arm towards Su Yun. Enough. Zhou Jianghai's thunderous command halted Zhou Long. Young man, though you are still quite young, your tongue is sharp. At that moment, Zhou Jianghai regarded Su Yun with newfound interest. Whatever you say, you shall not take this money. I do this for your own good. Zhou Jianghai held disdain for those who were blinded by wealth, yet he found himself intrigued by Su Yun. This lad is evidently not an ordinary individual. No ordinary person possesses such composure and audacity. Merely speaking the truth, Su Yun softly declared. Since they were unwilling to honor the bounty, there was no need for him to linger any longer. Slowly opening the door, Su Yun stepped outside. Inside the office, the three individuals displayed differing expressions. Zhou Yun's face reflected a complex array of emotions. As Su Yun departed, she spoke. Father, since we made a promise, why not fulfill it? Before Zhou Jianghai could respond, Zhou Long interjected impatiently. Are you foolish? That is not 100,000. It is 100 million. 100 million. That brat is nothing but a lowly character. Why should we give him such a fortune? Promises are but empty words. We have not signed any contract, so why waste such resources? Zhou Jianghai sighed helplessly. The fault lies with me. Logically, this 100 million should be given to him. Yet, it is unfortunate that I was too hasty and failed to scrutinize the bounty. The proposal was submitted by Zhou Long without my consultation. For 10 million, I would have gladly handed it over. But 100 million in cash is an exorbitant price. Moreover, do you truly believe such a person is worthy of managing that sum? Zhou Jianghai, while maintaining a facade of civility, held a profound disdain for common folk. He certainly could produce such funds, yet he viewed Su Yun's background with scorn. Had the lead come from a prominent figure or a peer of the wealthy, he would have dispatched the payment without hesitation. Alas, should this matter come to light, the Tianjiang Group would likely face a significant uproar, casting doubt on our credibility and potentially igniting a wave of public backlash. The losses could be catastrophic. Zhou Yun possessed a long-term perspective, especially in an era where a single piece of information could incur losses amounting to billions. If something were to go awry, the repercussions would be dire. Sister, have you lost your mind? What is the Tianjiang Group? We are a titan in the logistics industry. As a mere individual from the lower echelons of society, he dares to challenge us. What a whimsical notion. He ought to reflect upon his own capabilities before attempting to contend with us. Zhou Long's face was filled with disdain. After all, he was just an ordinary person. What prowess did he possess to confront capital? It was nothing but a fanciful dream. Zhou Yun merely sighed deeply upon hearing these words. Although Zhou Jianghai had always looked down upon his second son, he found himself in agreement with his sentiment this time. For a mere lad to aspire to disrupt the Tianjiang Group was akin to a fool's errand. Akin to an insect attempting to stop a chariot, there was no need for concern. Meanwhile, Su Yun returned to his vehicle, feeling somewhat irked. It was astonishing that such a colossal corporation could issue a bounty without an ounce of credibility. However, with their refusal to pay and his inability to reclaim it, he decided to peruse the daily intelligence reports, of which there were 2 today. Intelligence 4. A manga artist from Sakura country has predicted a catastrophic natural disaster will soon occur there. This artist has made 10 forecasts previously, with an accuracy of 8. Perhaps there was a glimmer of anticipation in this matter. Su Yun did not wish to dwell on it too long. As long as it did not impact his current situation, there would be no problem. Intelligence 5. Zhou Jianghai, chairman of the Tianjiang Group, has lost his heir, the eldest son Zhou Rui. To ensure the company's normal operation, Zhou Jianghai has decided to keep the death a secret. Furthermore, the second son Zhou Long harbors ambitions of usurping the heirship and has bribed the human trafficker Mei Ying to abduct his nephew, but the plan failed. And Zhou Long is currently contemplating other methods. Chairman Zhou Jianghai is preparing to cultivate his grandson as the heir, having abandoned Zhou Long due to his involvement in illegal tax evasion amounting to 200 million. Below is the complete intelligence chain. Su Yun narrowed his eyes as he read this piece of information. It truly seemed as if thoughts materialized into reality. Should this intelligence leak, the second heir of the Tianjiang Group would merely be an infant under 1 year of age, which would severely undermine the stability of their entire corporation. Not to mention the second piece of news regarding tax evasion amounting to 300 million. 100 million in bounty not being paid. Yet 300 million in taxes could simply vanish? Furthermore, the intelligence indicated that Zhou Jianghai was well aware of this matter. In light of this, he could hardly blame himself. Chapter 52. Report. After perusing the intelligence for the day, Su Yun prepared to start his vehicle and return home. Suddenly, a knock on the window startled him. Turning his head, he saw a woman, none other than the one he had encountered earlier in the office. She was Zhou Jianghai's daughter, Zhou Yun, currently responsible for a project within the Tianjiang Group. Is this Miss Zhou? May I inquire if you have further business? Su Yun asked, rolling down the window. A hint of apology graced Zhou Yun's expression, though it was only slight. Hello. I am here to express my gratitude for the information you provided that led to my nephew's rescue. Additionally, I wish to apologize for the earlier incident. You must understand, 100 million is an overwhelming sum. Even as a large corporation, it is quite burdensome to produce such a substantial amount of cash all at once. Therefore, I would like to propose a compensation plan. I will transfer 5 million to you personally, and in addition, I will gift you a vehicle. And we can consider the matter settled. Otherwise, it would be detrimental for all parties involved. Please do not underestimate this offer. My sincerity constitutes a considerable sum for you. Zhou Yun spoke with a measured tone, seemingly placing both parties on an equal footing. Yet, an indelible pride flickered in her gaze, as if her words were commands that could not be refused. She was acutely aware of the Tianjiang Group's loss of credibility, recognizing their missteps. While she verbally disapproved of their actions, deep down, she shared the same mindset as Zhou Jianghai and Zhou Long. If Zhou Jianghai and Zhou Long looked down upon ordinary people from an external perspective, Zhou Yun radiated that disdain from the depths of her being. Were it not for the fear of this matter affecting the Tianjiang Group, she would not have come down to negotiate terms with Su Yun. Haha. Su Yun sighed in exasperation. Miss Zhou, this situation was initiated by your side, and ultimately, it is you who has failed to uphold your promise. I have no intention of accepting your offer, yet you come to discuss terms with me. In truth, you are not remorseful for your breach of trust, but rather apprehensive about the potential repercussions for your Tianjiang Group. Otherwise, individuals of your stature would not condescend to seek me out. I do not wish to accept the bounty. Miss Zhou, please feel free to proceed as you wish. Su Yun had no desire to continue this entanglement with Zhou Yun, and he slowly began to raise the window, just as only a narrow gap remained. He spoke again. Miss Zhou, please convey to your father that wrongdoings must be met with consequences. With that, Su Yun started the vehicle and drove away. The gust of wind from the departing car swept across Zhou Yun's face, causing her to lose her composure. Who does he think he is? I could have chosen to ignore him entirely, to offer him some benefit, yet he responds with such ingratitude. Just an ordinary person. And he dares to put on airs before me. I shall see what consequences arise from his refusal to honor his commitment. Zhou Yun fumed. Feeling her goodwill was wasted on someone ungrateful. A mere almsgiver should at least express gratitude. Yet what did she receive in return? It was only when Su Yun's taillights vanished that Zhou Yun ascended the stairs. Upon entering the office, Zhou Long and Zhou Jianghai's gazes met her. Noticing Zhou Yun's displeased demeanor, Zhou Long smirked. So how did it go? That lad still refuses to comply? People like him are truly driven mad by the prospect of money. A rational person would never demand such a sum, yet he genuinely took it seriously. Zhou Long reclined on the sofa. Never mind. Since he does not appreciate the offer, he evidently does not intend to accept the money. Thus, I shall not pursue the matter further. In truth, I do not hold it against him. Zhou Jianghai furrowed his brow. Even if that lad were to escalate this matter, $1 million in public relations would suffice to mitigate the fallout. After all, who would take a 100 million bounty seriously? He pondered where the lad found his confidence. Zhou Yun, still fuming, stated. Before he left, he remarked that when one errs, one must face the consequences. Upon hearing this, Zhou Long instinctively flinched, as if he had been caught in a guilty act. However, after a moment's reflection, he reassured himself that his illicit activities remained undisclosed, and that ordinary lad could not possibly be aware of them. Zhou Jianghai dismissed the concern, believing the most pressing issue at hand was the succession problem. With his eldest son deceased and the news suppressed, the outside world remained oblivious. An ordinary person was akin to an ant, even if given a mountain of wealth. They could not wield it, let alone stir up any significant commotion. The trio dismissed Su Yun's final words as a mere jest, failing to take them to heart. Once home, Su Yun began to review the evidence chain provided by the system regarding Zhou Long's tax evasion. The evidence was comprehensive, with not a single flaw. Should it be presented, the Tianjiang Group would find no opportunity for redemption. This was the meticulous nature of the intelligence from the system. Next, he contemplated the issue of the Tianjiang Group's heir. With Zhou Rui's unexpected demise, Zhou Jianghai intended to groom an infant still in swaddling clothes as the successor. Should this information reach the public, it would invite severe backlash from competitors. The heir of a major corporation was of utmost importance. Even a slight misstep could determine the fate of the entire company. Without further contemplation, Su Yun promptly identified several influential media outlets, preparing to present the matter to them. After a few minutes of meticulous preparation, he jotted down the necessary phone numbers. He then discovered the online reporting email. Chapter 53, Initiating the Investigation. In no time, a comprehensive chain of evidence was compiled and dispatched to the email. All that remained was to await the unfolding of events. Subsequently, Su Yun dialed the number of one media outlet, and within seconds, a voice answered. Hello? This is Thunder News. How may I assist you? The voice belonged to a middle-aged man, likely balding, as inferred from his tone. I have a scoop that I'm unsure if you would be interested in. Su Yun refrained from divulging too much immediately, opting instead to gauge the receptiveness of his interlocutor. Oh, what sort of scoop? I'm the editor-in-chief of Thunder News. You may share with me, the editor replied. However, we do not entertain trivial rumors. We seek substantial news that can generate widespread discussion and offer us value. Do you understand? I fear my news may be too significant for you to handle, Su Yun retorted with a smirk. Huh, sir. Allow me to clarify. Thunder News is under the auspices of Penguin Media. We fear not the magnitude of a story, only its lack of impact. However, we adhere to principles. All reports must be factual and genuine, without fabrication. The editor's tone suggested skepticism regarding the potential for any groundbreaking news from the caller. Are you familiar with Tianjiang Group? The scoop I possess concerns the heir of Tianjiang Group. Given their substantial backing, Su Yun felt reassured that they would not shy away from significant news. The heir of Tianjiang Group? Sir, that is not news. It is common knowledge that Zhou Rui, the eldest son of Zhou Jianghai, has long been designated as the heir. Everyone knows this. If you are merely jesting with me, I shall terminate this call. The editor's impatience was palpable. Very well, feel free to hang up. I shall report the unexpected demise of Zhou Rui to another media outlet. Wishing you a pleasant day, Su Yun replied nonchalantly. There was a brief pause before the editor's tone shifted to one of urgency. Wait, brother. I apologize for my earlier brusqueness. Why did you not mention such monumental news sooner? Thunder News is one of the largest news outlets in the country. You have no reason to report to others. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. Please, enlighten me. The editor-in-chief of Thunder News was suddenly intrigued. In recent years, under Zhou Jianghai's leadership, Tianjiang Group had flourished remarkably. However, due to his health concerns, many anticipated that he would soon hand over control to Zhou Rui. Yet, should Zhou Rui be gone, who would then lead the next generation of Tianjiang Group? What would be the fate of the company? What actions might competitors undertake? This situation promised a deluge of public interest. Surely you are aware of the Mei Ying case that has recently stirred the internet? The infant she was holding at the time of her arrest was none other than Zhou Rui's son, the future heir of Zhou Jianghai. Is it not peculiar that the grandson of a prominent chairman has been abducted by a human trafficker? After Zhou Rui's untimely demise, who stands to gain the chairman's position? I need not elaborate further on that, do I? The notion of Zhou Jianghai grooming an infant to assume leadership of the group. Once this information leaks, the repercussions will be monumental. As a professional in this field, you surely comprehend the gravity of this situation, Su Yun asserted confidently, undeterred by potential refusal to publish. My goodness. The editor of Thunder News gasped in astonishment before continuing. Brother, this is no jest. Are you certain about what you are saying? Well, I have shared this with you. As for its authenticity, your esteemed organization possesses the means to verify. I have heard you employ numerous detectives. If you are doubtful, it would be straightforward for you to ascertain the truth, Su Yun replied, confident in their investigative capabilities. Very well, let us proceed on this premise. I anticipate seeing this news published promptly. Otherwise, you shall no longer be the exclusive source, Su Yun concluded with a smile, hanging up before the editor could respond. This was their domain. The truth surrounding Zhou Rui's death would not remain concealed for long, and the current moment was ripe for an investigation. The extent to which these events would unfold was beyond Su Yun's control. Thunder News. Editor Gu Dahai lit a cigarette. Addressing the group before him. You are all aware of the situation, correct? I require the truth to be uncovered in the shortest possible time. With a single command. The team dispersed, and Gu Dahai instructed the remaining members, by this afternoon, draft a compelling report on this matter. It must be sufficiently captivating. The best writer shall receive a substantial reward. As he observed the departing figures, Gu Dahai fell into contemplation. Who was this caller? The news of the Zhou family's heir's demise was undoubtedly shrouded in secrecy, yet he had managed to acquire such information in a remarkably brief period. While he considered investigating Su Yun, he recognized this would breach industry protocols, and individuals like Su Yun typically have formidable backing. To divulge this information would already incur the ire of Tianjiang Group. To further offend a colossal entity would be ill-advised. Extinguishing his cigarette, he pondered the vast profits this news could yield, feeling invigorated as if he had regained his youthful vigor. Jiangqing Taxation Center. Recently, Jiangqing had launched a major initiative aimed at rigorously combating tax evasion. In recent days, several companies had been penalized. Today, they unexpectedly received a whistleblower email detailing matters shocking enough to leave one speechless. Tianjiang Group had allegedly sunk to such depths, a staggering 3 billion. Moreover, the evidence provided in the email was impeccably robust, leaving no room for doubt. At that moment, the leadership of the taxation center convened a meeting. The higher-ups had requested a notable case to serve as a negative example, yet the previous penalties had been disappointingly minor. After a query to senior leadership, a directive was received. Any entity engaging in such behavior, regardless of size, would face penalties. Rumors had long suggested that Tianjiang Group was grappling with significant debt issues, but now they had entangled themselves in such a scandal. After thorough deliberation, an investigation into Tianjiang Group was set to commence. Chapter 54. Mr. Zhou, please accompany us. At 8 o'clock that evening, an explosive report released by Thunder News ignited the internet. Shocking. Tianjiang Group's heir has met an untimely demise. Unexpected. With the heir's passing, what lies ahead for Tianjiang Group? How will an infant inherit a trillion-dollar conglomerate? In an instant, news of Zhou Rui's death spread across the internet like wildfire. The passing of an heir from a major corporation undoubtedly affected the fate of the entire Tianjiang Group. Not a rap fan, wow. Tianjiang Group's Zhou Rui. I remember him as a business prodigy, basketball enthusiast. What is going on? My wife works at Tianjiang Group, and I heard that Zhou Rui was set to take over as chairman in the coming years. How could this happen? Basketball and chickens. The death of an heir, the demise of an heir inevitably heralds instability for the conglomerate, particularly in this information age, where uncertainty looms and anxiety permeates the air, leaving many technical staff at Tianjiang Group contemplating their departure. Professor Kengshu remarked, indeed, with this turn of events, it is likely that numerous individuals within Tianjiang Group will be vying for the vacant position. I recall a major corporation where the chairman's unexpected death led to a series of maneuvers by subordinates, resulting in the legal appropriation of the company's assets. In the midst of this turmoil, Chairman Zhou's carefully nurtured successor has vanished, instigating widespread trepidation. As news of the situation spreads, many partners will reassess their future interests, while competitors will seize the opportunity to strike. A video with an alarming headline was released, garnering over 200,000 likes within half an hour. In an instant, a multitude of marketing accounts began to amplify the perceived crisis facing Tianjiang Group, overwhelming public discourse. Inside a villa in Jiangxing, 3 individuals scrutinized information from the internet. Their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Who leaked this information? Zhou Jianghai inquired, his narrowed eyes betraying a mixture of seriousness and fury. He had intended to announce Zhou Rui's temporary departure from the group due to injury the following day, gradually erasing him from the public eye. To his dismay, such a meticulously planned matter had been exposed. Only a select few were privy to this information. Apart from the 3 present, merely 2 others were aware. To comprehend the circumstances surrounding this breach, they must trace the source. Whoever benefits from this revelation is undoubtedly the mastermind behind it. Dad, you don't suspect me of leaking this, do you? You've always maintained that I lack the qualifications to inherit the chairman's position. My brother's situation being exposed would bring me no benefit, Zhou Yun retorted, pouting as her gaze flicked toward Zhou Long. You don't think it was me, do you? While I aspire to be chairman, I certainly lack the audacity, Zhou Long replied, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. Though he had not committed this act, he had engaged in something far more nefarious. Neither of you is responsible. Could it be those reporters have been monitoring us? Zhou Jianghai appeared unconvinced by their defenses. Suddenly, he recalled a statement made by Su Yun before her departure, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. An outsider, a mere commoner, could not possibly be privy to such confidential matters. As silence enveloped the living room, Zhou Yun's pupils widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? She exclaimed, glancing at Zhou Long. Incredulity etched across her face. Zhou Jianghai, furrowing his brow, snatched Zhou Yun's phone, his countenance contorting with rage as he read the screen. In a fit of anger, he hurled the device at Zhou Long's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Dad, what are you doing? I truly did not disclose anything. Zhou Long gasped, fear etched on his features. Look at what S reported on the phone. Zhou Jianghai thundered, his eyes ablaze with fury. Unfilial son, our family is cursed. Initially, I believed the grandson's disappearance to be an accident. But how could I have anticipated that it was Zhou Long, this despicable scoundrel, who orchestrated it? It is outrageous. Zhou Long hastily retrieved the phone from the floor, his heart racing as he read the alarming headline. Despicable. Zhou Long of Tianjiang Group delivers his nephew into the hands of human trafficker Mei Ying. The ground seemed to collapse beneath him. How could they know about something so clandestine? Could it be Mei Ying? No. She wouldn't dare, not with her family's secrets in my possession. Then who could it be? Who has unraveled this conspiracy and disseminated it online? Overwhelmed with dread, Zhou Long realized he had made countless enemies. Yet he could not pinpoint the identity of the individual who sought to ruin him. I am innocent, truly. Dad, I am wrongfully accused. I had no idea that person was Mei Ying. I merely asked her to keep an eye on the child. I never intended for this to happen. Slaps resounded against Zhou Long's face, leaving him disoriented and nearly delirious. In his haze, he glimpsed a familiar face grinning triumphantly before him. You. It's you. Zhou Long exclaimed, recognizing Su Yun. Another resounding slap sent Zhou Long reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Explain why you would put your nephew in peril. He is the flesh and blood of your elder brother. Zhou Jianghai was now utterly unhinged, brandishing a chair above Zhou Long's head. Is it not all your fault? My brother has perished, and I rightfully should be the heir. Yet you, this decrepit old fool, would allow an infant to inherit such a vast enterprise. I suspect your judgment has waned. Zhou Long shouted, frenzied. Zhou Jianghai bellowed in rage, swinging the chair down upon Zhou Long, each strike echoing with despairing cries. Zhou Yun watched in horror, her heart racing with dread. Suddenly, she recalled Su Yun's words, a chilling realization dawning upon her. Could it be that all of this was the result of Su Yun's machinations? But how could he have known such details? A wave of fear washed over her. Had their failure to fulfill a promise led to such dire consequences? Was it truly necessary for him to be so ruthless? Father, I doubt it was my brother who leaked the information. He isn't foolish enough for that. I suspect it was Su Yun who arrived yesterday. Zhou Yun hesitated before speaking. Exhausted, Zhou Jianghai regarded his unworthy son with disdain. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, a surge of realization coursed through him. Honed by years of navigating the treacherous waters of business, it dawned on him. It was indeed Su Yun. He could hardly believe that a single unfulfilled promise had precipitated such a catastrophic loss. That young man was merciless. He did not even attempt to negotiate, opting instead for underhanded tactics. Moreover, How had he uncovered such sensitive information? Without a moment to lose, Zhou Jianghai bellowed to Zhou Yun. You must immediately alert the public relations department. No matter the cost, we must suppress this matter. Ensure everyone is on duty. Those who refuse should consider themselves dismissed. Understood. I will go at once, Zhou Yun replied, hastening toward the exit. Just as she opened the door, armed personnel stormed in, two of them brandishing a document and presenting it before them. Mr. Zhou Jianghai, you are currently implicated in significant economic crimes and tax evasion. Please accompany us. In an instant, the three were left speechless, panic washing over them. Zhou Yun quickly queried, You must have mistaken us. We are Tianjiang Group, one of the foremost enterprises in Jiangxing. How could we possibly be embroiled in economic crimes or tax evasion? Her disbelief was palpable, as one calamity followed another. Meanwhile, Zhou Long seemed to have forgotten his own pain. He had indeed committed tax offenses, yet the intricacy of the scheme made detection improbable. If this matter is substantiated, I would truly be unable to bear the consequences. Indeed, you must be mistaken. My father, Zhou Jianghai, is a man of integrity and would never engage in tax evasion. Zhou Long, suppressing the pain coursing through his body, defended Zhou Jianghai. Observing the concern etched on his son's face, Zhou Jianghai sighed. After all, they were father and son. In crucial moments, one always stands by their own. If I, Zhou Jianghai, were to commit tax fraud, may the heavens strike me down with lightning and ensure my demise. This must be a deliberate frame-up to ensnare me. How could you so readily believe the slander of others, showing such disregard for Tianjiang Group? Zhou Jianghai was a significant taxpayer in Jiangxing, and he was confident that no one would dare to truly challenge him. Upon hearing this, the two leading officials exchanged glances before addressing him. Mr. Zhou, first and foremost, it is Tianjiang Group that is accused of tax evasion. Furthermore, I have not stated that you directed this evasion. Our case against you concerns a substantial economic crime. Over the 23 years since the establishment of Tianjiang Group, the total debt has soared to 400 billion, with direct loans from banks amounting to 800 billion. Therefore, we are initiating an investigation to ascertain whether you have engaged in illegal fundraising, asset transfer, or misappropriation of funds. As for the issue of tax evasion, we will be pressing charges against your son, Zhou Long. We have received reports from the public indicating that Zhou Long's tax evasion amounts to 300 million, and the evidence is comprehensive. We will be arresting him. In an instant, Zhou Jianghai's expression shifted dramatically. Although Tianjiang Group appeared prosperous and was a leader in the industry, he was acutely aware of the internal issues. If this were to escalate, he would have no chance of turning the tide. The entire Tianjiang Group would be dismantled. Moreover, Zhou Long had evaded taxes to the tune of 300 million. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, he had thought to defend his father, only to discover that Zhou Long sought to deflect blame onto him. After all, who would suspect a slothful good-for-nothing of orchestrating such grand malfeasance? In a surge of anger, Zhou Jianghai shot a furious glare at Zhou Long. Zhou Long was now utterly panicked, trembling at the prospect of such a staggering amount. He would be imprisoned for life. Besides, he had already squandered that money on luxury cars and opulent residences. You must be mistaken. What are you implying? They are not an intelligence agency. How could they possibly know the inner workings of Tianjiang Group? Zhou Long exclaimed, attempting to expel the officials. However, those who had come for this special case were armed and ready, and Zhou Long nearly found himself on his knees. Gentlemen, please accompany us. If there are no issues, you will be back in no time. With that, several individuals advanced, seizing Zhou Jianghai and Zhou Long and escorting them away. Zhou Yun could only watch in distress. Such a significant incident could spell the end for Tianjiang Group. Moreover, given the gravity of their offenses, they would likely be treated as a national example. But who could have reported them? Who possessed such formidable influence? In a daze, Zhou Yun recalled a statement made by Su Yun, and her face fell in shock. It had to be him. An instinctive realization confirmed for her that this was indeed Su Yun's doing. Who was he? How did he come to know of these matters? When he was not compensated 1 billion, he resorted to such underhanded tactics. Did he not realize that this would lead to his father and elder brother's imprisonment? Enraged, Zhou Yun hastily sought the registration number left by Su Yun at Tianjiang Group's headquarters and dialed it. After 3 attempts, the call finally connected. Hello? You are the one who reported this, aren't you? Hurry and tell them it was all a fabrication, that you were merely spouting nonsense. Do you realize that because of you, my family faces imprisonment? Zhou Yun shouted, issuing commands. Miss Zhou, I have always maintained that one must bear the consequences of their own actions. Money is irrelevant. I am unaware of the slander you speak of, as I have no knowledge of what transpired. However, your tone reveals that you are not aware of your own faults, but rather that you comprehend the impending doom you face. Well, there is no point in continuing this conversation. The line went dead. leaving Zhou Yun in a state of chaos, utterly stunned. This was indeed the work of Su Yun. It was Su Yun who had reported them. Simply because Tianjiang failed to uphold its promises, he sought vengeance against the group. He was just an ordinary person. How could he wield such power? No wonder he had remained so composed in the end. Had she known he would retaliate in such a manner, she would have certainly persuaded her father and elder brother to fulfill their commitments. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yun gathered her thoughts. Zhou Jianghai and Zhou Long were finished. However, the Zhou family still possessed considerable assets. Though she was a member of the Zhou family, she had committed no wrongs. Now, if she could organize the finances, it would suffice for her needs. "Forgive me, father," Zhou Yun murmured apologetically, before swiftly taking action. The following morning, as Su Yun opened his phone, he was greeted by several news alerts regarding Tianjiang Group. He had not anticipated such rapid developments. Within just one night, the situation had surged to the trending topics. Major media outlets were reporting as if a sudden assault had shaken the entire business world. Furthermore, it was not only their tax evasion that was under scrutiny. More severe allegations concerned Zhou Jianghai's significant economic crimes. Some speculated that a whistleblower had triggered the investigation into Tianjiang Group's tax evasion, serving as a catalyst for the authorities to take action. Overnight, Tianjiang Group's shares plummeted and numerous scandals surfaced. Su Yun had not foreseen that a single report could unleash such far-reaching repercussions. The online discourse was overwhelmingly critical of Zhou Jianghai, while others posited that he must have offended a powerful figure. Otherwise, such a downfall would be inconceivable. Su Yun chose not to delve deeper into the unfolding drama. The intelligence from yesterday held little value, and he was eager to explore today's insights. Chapter 56, High-End Coffee. Intelligence 1. Chun Xiufan's sister's son, Honda, scored 361 in the college entrance examination, but falsely claimed a score of 600. Chun Xiufan is currently quite pleased and boasting widely. Chun Xiufan? Wasn't that the name of my mother? And this Honda, isn't he the child of my aunt? Previously, my aunt often spoke of his academic prowess, claiming he could aspire to Kyoto University, yet he only managed to score in the 300s? That wouldn't even qualify him for a junior college. All the boasting turned out to be a facade to conceal his actual performance. Su Yun shook his head, recalling how his aunt had sung Honda's praises, finding it utterly ridiculous. Had she been aware of her son's true academic performance, one could only imagine the degree of embarrassment she would experience. Typically, she flaunted her family's moderate wealth with an air of arrogance, constantly belittling herself. Perhaps this is a form of poetic justice. Information 2. A certain television drama has recently been re-aired, igniting public outrage in the Jin region due to a line implying that Jin cuisine is unworthy of recognition, prompting residents to create videos in protest. Oh, is not Jinland the kingdom of noodles? Although I have yet to visit, surely their culinary offerings are not so insignificant as to be deemed unworthy? Su Yun shook her head and continued to peruse the next piece of information. Information 3. A star from the bungalow boasted about a family heirloom on a variety show, only for netizens to later discover it was an ancient contract of servitude. Upon reading this, Su Yun nearly burst into laughter. Only in their realm would someone mistake a contract of servitude for a cherished heirloom. Information 4. Investment prodigy Lin Shuer currently finds herself in a state of unrecognized talent, her inability to showcase her abilities causing her immense frustration and troubling her mindset. Lin Shuer's contact. 158. An investment prodigy, you say? A flicker of excitement danced in Su Yun's eyes. How fortuitous, as she intended to establish an investment firm. Naturally, such a talent would be a welcome addition to her ranks. Furthermore, given her current predicament of being overlooked, securing her services would likely prove quite simple. After scanning the 5th report and deeming it of no consequence, Su Yun dialed Lin Shuer's number. Moments later, the call was answered. Hello. May I ask who is speaking? The voice on the other end was quite melodious. Ms. Lin. I came across your job application and would like to arrange a face-to-face meeting, Su Yun stated. Though she currently lacked a company, whether she could entice this investment prodigy would depend on her persuasive skills. Oh, in that case, please share your company's address. I am available now, Lin Shuer replied, her initial surprise quickly giving way to calm. Let us meet at the South Street coffee shop. We can discuss matters there, she suggested. Although Su Yun had yet to establish a company, she refrained from disclosing this on the call. All right, with the time and place confirmed. Su Yun freshened up before heading out. The South Street coffee shop is renowned in Jiangcheng as a high-end establishment. Compared to Starbucks, it is a mere shadow. Here, the cost of a single cup of coffee begins at several hundred yuan. While the flavor may not differ significantly, the prestige of consumption is what truly matters. At that moment, a stunning woman clad in professional attire stood at the entrance, awaiting her arrival. She was none other than investment prodigy Lin Shuer. Of course, She had yet to make a name for herself in the industry and thus lacked the title of genius. Shortly, a sleek black G-Class vehicle rolled up. Upon seeing it, Lin Shuer felt a twinge of envy. This automobile, easily worth $2 million, was precisely the type she admired. After stealing a few more glances, she dialed Su Yun's number to inquire when she would arrive, especially given the sweltering heat. Just as she placed the call, a young, handsome man emerged from the G-Class, uttering words that echoed those on the phone. Upon seeing Su Yun's face, Lin Shuer was momentarily taken aback. Such a youthful boss was indeed a rarity. And driving a vehicle worth over 200,000 suggested he possessed some degree of influence. As Lin Shuer spoke on the phone, she waved at Su Yun, who approached with a smile. "Why are you waiting outside in this heat? It's scorching," Su Yun inquired. Lin Shuer felt a bit embarrassed. She could hardly confess that she lacked the funds to enter. The exorbitant prices at such a high-end venue, with a single cup costing hundreds, were simply beyond her means. "I just arrived a short while ago. I don't have much time," Lin Shuer replied with a smile. Noticing the beads of perspiration on her forehead, Su Yun discerned she was not being entirely truthful, but chose not to confront her. Nodding, she walked inside. The coffee shop's decor exuded a vintage charm. And after selecting a window-side table, Su Yun sat opposite Lin Shuer. "May I ask what beverages you both would like?" a server inquired, presenting 2 menus. Su Yun glanced at Lin Shuer before asking, "What would you like to drink?" Lin Shuer perused the menu, her heart racing. Merely the cheapest coffee was priced at 599 yuan. It was utterly unaffordable. She was struggling even to afford meals, let alone such extravagant coffee. "Actually, I'm not very thirsty," Lin Shuer murmured softly. Su Yun nodded, disregarding the menu, and simply declared, "2 of your finest coffees, please." The server smiled, "Certainly, sir. Please hold on. Your coffees will be ready shortly." Lin Shuer marveled internally at the extravagance of the wealthy. To order the most expensive option without a second thought was a luxury she could only dream of. One must understand, the most expensive cup of coffee here costs 1,666 yuan. It's just coffee, after all, not Chateau Lafite. Soon, 2 cups of a brew named Ultimate Coffee were served, accompanied by sugar cubes, milk, and other assorted garnishes, though their combined cost likely barely exceeded 10 yuan. "Let us taste the coffee," Su Yun suggested, taking a gentle sip. It was quite bitter, a flavor to which she was unaccustomed. After a small sip, she glanced at Lin Shuer, who also took a cautious sip, her expression shifting from contorted to serene in mere seconds. "It's bitter, yet it possesses a profound aroma," Lin Shuer remarked. "Ha. I find this no different from those 10 yuan coffees." Su Yun pushed the cup aside. "I prefer tea, to be honest." Just as Su Yun was about to initiate a different conversation, a man in a suit at the adjacent table, engrossed in work, sneered dismissively. High-end products are naturally meant to be appreciated by high-end individuals. Some people embarrass themselves by relying on their limited understanding." After uttering this, he casually waved a set of BMW car keys near Su Yun, continuing, "Wait staff, bring me a cup of Ultimate Coffee. And serve it with the English placement style, handle facing left, and don't skimp on the steps. Otherwise, I won't tea drink it." Chapter 57. Tea cannot compare to high-end coffee. Observing this scene, Su Yun chose not to take it to heart, ignoring the man in the suit. However, Lin Shuer was visibly enraged. "It's just a cup of coffee. What is so impressive about it?" She huffed. "Humph. I believe this coffee is no different from ordinary coffee. Yet some treat it like a treasure." Upon hearing this, the suited man laughed derisively, akin to a university professor, retorting, "It's not the same at all. If you lack experience, there is no need to announce your ignorance. The coffee here is imported, a stark contrast to the inferior coffee beans found domestically. Only those of us who are connoisseurs can truly appreciate the difference." Just as he finished speaking, a cup of coffee was served. The man turned to the server, asking, "Wouldn't you agree with me?" The server, beaming with pride, replied, "Of course, sir. You are indeed a connoisseur and frequently patronize our establishment. This gentleman, I gather, is visiting for the first time? He likely only drinks tea and isn't accustomed to such high-end coffee." The waiter cast a disdainful glance at Su Yun and Lin Shuer. Ever since the cafe gained popularity online, it had attracted a plethora of clueless individuals who believed they could feign sophistication. These people, who typically settled for mediocre tea, had no need to pretend to enjoy coffee meant for the elite. Indeed, I hail from the vicinity of whose city, where we indulge in coffee." A man with a thick accent boasted. "You all are quite the pretenders, aren't you? It's merely a cup of coffee. Yet you elevate it as if only emperors are worthy of such a luxury." Lin Shuer seethed with anger. Why bother engaging with them? They mistake dog feces for gold. Su Yun chuckled, placing the key to his luxury G-Class on the table. The waiter, upon spotting the key, was taken aback. This patron drove a G-Class? The man was equally astonished but quickly regained his composure, continuing with his accented speech. "Nowadays, People love to rent flashy cars to show off. I can't believe someone who drives a G-Class wouldn't appreciate coffee. As soon as he finished, the waiter realized the truth. The car was rented. It made sense. Someone who couldn't even appreciate high-end imported coffee had no business driving such an extravagant vehicle. Su-Yun shook his head, unwilling to waste any more brain cells on them. Let us discuss work, he said, noticing Lin Shui's furious expression. Very well, she replied, though still indignant. She remembered the purpose of her visit. Allow me to explain. I currently do not own a company, but I intend to establish one. I lack the time to manage it, so I need you to oversee everything. For now, I shall offer you a salary of 150,000 a month. As for the future, you will receive a share of the profits. I can guarantee that within a year, you will be able to purchase a villa in Jiang City. Su-Yun wasted no time, diving straight to the point. The system labeled Lin Shui as an investment prodigy. Thus, the salary was merely a starting figure, with potential for increase. The man in the suit muttered dismissively, but Lin Shui was stunned. She discerned several pieces of information from Su-Yun's words. First, he did not own a company. Second, a monthly salary of 150,000. Was she truly worth such a sum? Before she could respond, Su-Yun continued, let me transfer you a month's salary now. I will swiftly provide the subsequent funds. He motioned for Lin Shui to open her mobile payment app. Stunned, she complied, and with a beep, her balance increased by 200,000. In an instant, Lin Shui was flabbergasted. He transferred 200,000 directly. Although Su-Yun had yet to establish a company, that sum was indeed substantial. Desperate for funds, she could tolerate a bit of risk. Why 200,000? Lin Shui exclaimed, astonished. She was merely a recent graduate with salary expectations of around 10,000. Consider the extra 50,000 as a few cups of coffee here, Su-Yun teased. Lin Shui was even more astonished. Was this her future boss? How generous. Suddenly, her earlier displeasure evaporated, replaced by an excited smile. Meanwhile, the suited man could no longer contain his disdain, shaking his head repeatedly. There's no need to pretend in such a manner. They're acting as if it's a grand performance. I merely spoke some truths, and they're acting as if I'm in the wrong. His sarcasm dripped with condescension, his face a mask of disdain. Lin Shui, incensed, prepared to flaunt her payment in front of him. Just as she was about to act, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and a woman of ethereal grace approached. Ah, Ms. Bai, you've arrived. Our boss mentioned that your visit entitles you to complimentary service. The waiter greeted Bai Qian with an obsequious smile. The suited man, upon witnessing Bai Qian's arrival, became visibly excited. Ah, Ms. Bai, do you remember me? I'm the supervisor from Dingxing Jewelry. Haha, I'm from Hu City. The first time we met, you remarked on my accent. He quickly stood, adjusting his suit, his previous arrogance evaporating. Oh, I vaguely recall, Bai Qian replied. Her gaze shifting to Su-Yun, her expression brightening. Su-Yun, what brings you to this cafe? She casually glanced at Lin Shui before inquiring, is this your girlfriend? Hearing this, Lin Shui hastily waved her hands, eager to clarify. I'm an employee newly hired by Mr. Su. Yes, I'm here to discuss work with her. I plan to start a company, Su-Yun responded, surprised by Bai Qian's appearance. Oh, I see, Bai Qian replied, unfazed. She was well aware of Su-Yun's capabilities, having earned millions from just a piece of land. Meanwhile, the suited man, sensing the shift, rushed forward, exclaiming, Ms. Bai, this individual is a fraud. Please don't fall for his tricks. Indeed, Ms. Bai, he doesn't even understand high-end coffee. Don't be deceived. The waiter chimed in hurriedly. Bai Qian's expression darkened at their remarks. Do you think I need your warnings? Su-Yun and I have been old friends for many years. How dare you treat a customer with such disdain? And what is so remarkable about a cup of coffee anyway? Instantly, all eyes in the cafe turned to them. The suited man was left dumbfounded. Bai Qian was the founder of Bai's Jewelry, a prominent figure of wealth and status. The man he had scorned was evidently her longtime friend, implying he was also affluent. Moreover, his car was not rented. Realizing he had offended someone of significance, the suited man became flustered. It's nothing. I merely expressed my preference for tea, and they took offense at my coffee knowledge. Not a big deal. Su-Yun reassured Bai Qian. Humph. They are simply looking down on others. It's just a cup of coffee. I have some excellent tea from friends. I'll send you some to try. Bai Qian recalled the exquisite Mingqian Longjing, far more expensive than the coffee. Sounds great. Su-Yun agreed, entirely dismissing the suited man. The man, now embarrassed, hurriedly approached, wiping the table in front of Su-Yun with a cloth. Haha, Mr. Su, let us not hold grudges. I misjudged you. Please accept my apology. Look, your table is dirty. Let me clean it for you. He bowed and scraped like a sycophant, his former arrogance replaced by obsequiousness. Onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, amused by the stark reversal. Moments ago, he had mocked Su-Yun, dismissing him as a pretender. Now, he was prostrating himself at the table. Heh, and yet he claims others lack an understanding of coffee, pretending to be a successful individual. Isn't he simply bowing his head in defeat? If you ask me, he is the one masquerading as a successful person. Did you not hear his words? He asserted that some are only fit to sip on tea leaves, unworthy of savoring premium coffee. A disdainful young man declared. Could it be that tea is superior to coffee? That seems implausible, though this individual is rather arrogant. He is not entirely incorrect in stating that coffee is upscale. The premium coffee we are enjoying costs over 1,000 per cup. ISNTT merely a few yuan for a packet? A girl, overhearing their conversation, asked in confusion. What tea leaves? They are just a heap of dried leaves. Incomparable to imported premium coffee beans. Despite the man's boastful demeanor, he was not wrong in this regard. Hearing this, the man chuckled. Though he drinks coffee, he knows well that truly exquisite tea is beyond the reach of this cup of coffee. You clearly do not understand. The tea consumed by individuals of that caliber costs hundreds per gram. Do you really believe this coffee surpasses tea in sophistication? Such a statement reflects a complete ignorance of tea. Moreover, I noticed his car key. It's a Mercedes G-Class. The tea he drinks at his level is astronomical in price. The young girl's eyes widened in astonishment. She initially thought this premium coffee was the pinnacle of beverages, only to discover that tea can be even more expensive than imported coffee. The others present gasped in disbelief. Of course, how could a person of such wealth not know how to appreciate coffee? It is simply that they are so accustomed to high-end tea that this inferior coffee lacks appeal. With connections to the founder of Baishir Jewelry, how could he possibly lack knowledge of coffee appreciation? Truthfully, while that man was mocking earlier, I was secretly enjoying the spectacle, only to realize that the fool was myself. This boss is indeed exceedingly low-key. The exquisite coffee we cherish is likely regarded as inferior to mere water by him. Those sipping coffee exchanged glances, realizing that a big boss such as he must know everything. How amusing that just moments ago, they thought he was merely pretending to be a successful person. Enough. Observing the suit-clad man still fawning, Su Yun waved her hand dismissively. The suited man, now drenched in sweat, felt as though he had been granted amnesty. His previous arrogance was replaced by sheer panic. Glancing at his BMW key, a wave of inferiority washed over him. He had assumed this was an ordinary person, only to find out he was a discreetly affluent man. Seeing Su Yun's gesture, he dared not linger any longer, hastily gathering his laptop and scurrying out. The previously standing waiter remained frozen in place, a sheen of perspiration forming on his brow, his hands trembling against his trousers. Sir, I hope to cover your coffee today. Please do not refuse. The waiter, fearful, understood that while the wages here were decent, offending this gentleman could jeopardize his job. Bai Qian glanced at him and then replied, "Doesn't my friend get a complimentary meal here? How much could a cup of coffee possibly cost?" The waiter nodded vigorously. "Of course, President Bai, President Su. I will arrange for your meal to be complimentary right away." He hurriedly departed, anxious not to inadvertently offend either of them again. Once the waiter left, Bai Qian turned to Lin Shui and then back to Su Yun, saying, "You must be tired from discussing work. How about we find a place to eat?" Checking the time, it was just about noon, the perfect hour for lunch. "Well, I won't join you. The boss has assigned me quite a bit of work, and I wish to attend to it now," Lin Shui stated, naturally perceptive. Moreover, with Su Yun having transferred her 200,000 earlier, she felt compelled to prove her worth through her own efforts. "What? How can that be? We must eat together. Let's finish lunch before working," Bai Qian insisted, extending another invitation. No, I can manage with a light snack, and I'm not particularly hungry right now," Lin Shui replied with a smile before bidding farewell to the two. Watching her leave, Bai Qian chuckled. Her invitation had merely been a formality, and she had no real intention of asking Lin Shui to join them. What would it signify for two women to dine with one man, especially when they were not well acquainted? "I didn't drive. May I sit in your passenger seat?" Bai Qian asked with a smile. "Sure," Su Yun replied without a second thought. Soon, they exited the cafe under the gazes of onlookers. Upon stepping outside, Su Yun spotted a pink Bentley parked at the entrance. "That car looks quite appealing, very suited for a lady," he remarked. "Oh, I also think it's quite fitting for women," Bai Qian smiled, though she did not spare the Bentley a second glance. With that, Su Yun drove Bai Qian towards the city center. "What shall we eat?" Su Yun inquired as he drove. Naturally, he had no preference for his own meal, but it was different when dining with someone else. "Let us keep it simple. I know a newly opened hot pot restaurant. How about we go there?" Bai Qian suggested, her eyes lighting up. Su Yun nodded in agreement, realizing he hadn't had hot pot in quite some time. Following Bai Qian's directions, Su Yun arrived at the hot pot restaurant named Xuan Tianfu. Good heavens! What a grand name. Though newly opened, the restaurant had recently gained immense popularity online, and Su Yun had heard of it. Despite being a trendy establishment, its quality and flavor were reportedly authentic, with the owner and staff coming from Tianfu, complete with proprietary seasoning recipes. At midday, the restaurant was nearly filled to capacity. Su Yun and Bai Qian found a cozy corner to settle down. Perusing the menu, they noted that despite its prime location, the prices were quite reasonable. Explaining the steady flow of customers, they ordered several plates of meat, yellow throat, braised intestines, pig brain, beef tripe, shrimp paste, and even a serving of egg fried rice. As for the spice level, they opted for the restaurant's specially introduced Cantonese spicy flavor, as they both enjoyed a bit of heat without being overwhelmed. Before long, their dishes arrived. The rich aroma of the broth combined with exceptionally fresh ingredients instantly whetting their appetites. After trying a piece of beef tripe, the texture was remarkably crisp. "So how is this restaurant? Not too shabby, right?" Bai Qian asked with a smile. "Indeed, the flavor is quite good. Although I've never dined in Tianfu, I feel this taste is not lacking at all," Su Yun replied, savoring the delightful flavors. Bai Qian nodded in agreement. Just as Su Yun was about to take another bite of beef tripe, a phone call interrupted him. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his mother calling. "Hello, Mom. What's the matter?" Su Yun answered the call. "Nothing much. I just wanted to check in on you. Is your work going well? Have you encountered any issues?" Chun Suifan inquired, her mind racing since Su Yun had recently sent several thousand yuan home. She was increasingly unsettled. How could a recent graduate possess such wealth? Moreover, hearing about his business endeavors, she began to suspect something amiss. Surely, her son wasn't involved in any illegal activities? Thus, the call was made. "Son, let me tell you. We must never engage in illegal activities. You've just graduated. There's no need to aim too high. Just find a job that can sustain you. And there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Upon hearing his mother's words, Su Yun could only smile wryly. Goodness. Just transferring a few tens of thousands back home had raised her suspicions to this extent. What if he had sent 1 million? Su Yun could have shared the news of winning 30 million, but he feared that his family might not be able to handle it all at once. So he chose to remain silent. "Don't worry, Mom. How could I ever do such things? Every penny I earn is clean. You can rest assured." He reassured her. "How has the family been? Is Dad and my sister doing well?" Su Yun inquired. "That's good to hear. You needn't worry about home. Everyone is doing well. It's just that your sister has been sulking lately. When I ask her, she won't say a word. I suspect she might be dealing with a breakup in her love life. Sigh, she listens to you the most, but you're not home. If only you could have a word with her," his mother expressed her concerns. "Oh, no worries. I'll find a time to come home and talk to her. She's in her final year of high school now. She can't afford to be distracted by such matters. The money I sent is for you to use. Don't hold back," Su Yun advised. "By the way, have you heard about your cousin Honda from your aunt's side? His college entrance exam results are out. I heard he scored over 600, which is even higher than your score back then. Now your aunt calls me every day, hinting that their family is wealthier than ours and that her son is superior to you. In the village, people were saying that while Honda plays around, he still managed to score over 600, whereas his cousin Su Yun, who studies diligently, only scored in the 500s. The disparity was evident. Everyone claims Honda is the smart one, and they label you as the foolish one. They don't usually say it, but when they see us, it all comes out. Oh dear, your father was so upset that day. He came home and drank in silence. How could Honda, who seems so frivolous, achieve such remarkable results in his college entrance exam?" Chun Suifan pondered, perplexed. She didn't wish for Honda to fail. She merely found the disparity between effort and reward truly baffling. "Mom, you don't need to worry about this. You know what Honda is like. Don't pay attention to what others say. There's no need for comparisons. Just knowing that your son is making money now is enough, right? Try to be happy," Su Yun reassured her. He was well aware of his aunt's character. When Honda was born, he had a birthmark on his leg, and she boasted that it was a sign of brilliance, making sure everyone knew about it. Now, Honda was lying about scoring over 600, given his aunt's nature. He could only imagine how far that news had spread. If it weren't for her soft voice, the entire Jiangsheng might have known by now. After a few more exchanges with his mother, Su Yun hung up the phone and glanced up to see Bai Qian watching him with great interest. Having enjoyed the conversation as well. "Did your aunt call?" Bai Qian asked. "Yes, just some family matters," Su Yun replied. The two continued their meal while chatting. Once they finished all the dishes, they were both satisfied. At the time of settling the bill, Bai Qian insisted on paying. The total was under 500 yuan. Just as they stepped out the door, Su Yun was about to say something when he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. "Ah, isn't this Lao Su? What brings you here?" Su Yun turned to see a dark-skinned boy, his cousin, Honda. "Oh, it's you, little brother. Have you come to Jiangxing for fun?" Su Yun looked him up and down. "Brother Han, who is this? Why are you calling him little brother?" A few young men standing beside Honda asked curiously. Instantly, Honda felt embarrassed. Although Su Yun was his cousin, he was inferior to him in various aspects. How could he publicly call him little brother? Wasn't he that intentionally undermining his own reputation? Just a passerby, Honda feigned nonchalance, then patted Su Yun on the shoulder, saying, "Lao Su, look. I didn't do too well on my college entrance exam, just over 600. My family got me a car. It wasn't too expensive, just over 100,000. Honda looked at Su Yun with a smug expression, as if he were boasting. A working-class individual would likely need to take out a loan to buy a car in the future, unlike him, who received a car right after finishing high school. For a moment, the pride swelled on Honda's face, and he looked at Su Yun with disdain. Su Yun followed Honda's gaze and saw a shiny, albeit scratched, old model of a Volkswagen Passat parked nearby. "So, you just graduated. Do you think you can save up 100,000 in a year?" "But I can. I got a car right after my college entrance exam." Honda's pride was palpable, with an air of superiority emanating from him. Indeed, Brother Han's family is quite affluent, and he has shown great promise, scoring over 600 in the exam. It's genuinely enviable to own a 100,000 yuan car right after high school. "If I work, I might take a long time to save that much." The young men around them expressed their admiration. Although people on social media flaunt luxury cars, that's just the online world. In reality, how many could afford a car right after the college entrance exam? Envy indeed. Hearing their flattery, Honda's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he cast a contemptuous glance at Su Yun, unable to hide his smugness. "An old Passat. Quite interesting," Su Yun remarked, observing Honda's arrogant demeanor with a slight smile. Bai Qian couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Su Yun's comment. Honda, hearing the sarcasm in Su Yun's tone, immediately lost his composure. "Lao Su, don't you know your place? You've just graduated. Can you even make 5,000 a month? Even if you don't eat or drink, it would take you 2 years to afford this car. Times have changed. If you don't have a car, no one will marry you. And here you are being sarcastic. What qualifications do you have? There's no need to aim too high or feel inferior. After all, we are not on the same starting line." Honda seemed a bit agitated but quickly reassured himself that an old Passat was nothing significant. After all, it was beyond Su Yun's financial reach. This car was merely his starting point, while it represented Honda's ultimate achievement. Honda's words seemed to hold weight, prompting the young men behind him to nod in agreement. Seeing this, Honda felt even more triumphant. "How should I put it? You toil away here while I ride horses on the vast prairie. There's no difference. It's all life. You don't need to underestimate yourself. In the future, you'll be able to afford it too." Honda patted Su Yun on the shoulder again. Su Yun smiled helplessly. He knew Honda had always called him Lao Su and enjoyed bragging. The Passat was indeed a decent car, but there was no need to exaggerate its merits. Observing Honda's expression, Su Yun understood he wanted to see him feel ashamed and inferior, to witness his envy and thus satisfy his vanity. However, there was truly no need for him to feel envious. "Oh, impressive," Su Yun said nonchalantly, then turned to Bai Qian and said, "Shall we leave? Kid, your words are rather childish. Don't take them to heart," he added. Bai Qian smiled and nodded, reflecting on how amusing the earlier encounter had been. The two of them disregarded Honda and made their way toward the car. Upon hearing Su Yun's earlier remarks, Honda's expression contorted with rage. His already dark complexion flushed with a hue of crimson, rendering him a mottled shade of dark red. In other words, Honda was utterly flustered. "Stop right there. Who are you referring to? Who do you mean by little friend? Aren't you just a few years my senior? What power do you possess? As a mere laborer, I fail to comprehend your arrogance. What are you even worth? A destitute fool. Your girlfriend must be blind to associate with you. On a sweltering day, squeezing into a bus, you're nothing but a pitiful wretch, yet you dare to call me little friend and label me childish. Su Yun, do you realize you'll never be able to drive a car like mine?" Honda seethed, his fists clenched tightly, gritting his teeth in fury. He couldn't fathom why. Despite being so much stronger than Su Yun, he didn't feel envious of him. Shouldn't Su Yun feel inferior in his presence? Why did he appear so nonchalant? What was he pretending to be? Watching Su Yun's retreating figure with indignation, Honda smirked coldly. The thought of Su Yun having to take the bus on such a hot day quelled a fraction of his anger. As for Su Yun, he had clearly heard Honda's earlier words, which could be succinctly summarized in 2 words: utterly ineffectual. "Children, that's just how they are, don't laugh," Su Yun remarked to Bai Qian. Bai Qian's face flushed slightly, and she nodded gently. Subsequently, Su Yun stopped beside the imposing SUV, swung the door open, and took a seat inside, while Bai Qian joined him in the passenger seat. The vehicle roared to life, darting forward with the grace of a black knight. Witnessing this spectacle, Honda and the group of young men behind him were left utterly dumbfounded, jaws agape in shock. Honda's eyes widened like 2 copper bells, fixated on the car, one hand gripping his thigh in disbelief. "What the hell? Is this your relative, Han? He's driving an SUV. Impressive. That car must cost a fortune." "Right. Are you out of your mind? A wealthy boss in our village bought one for over 2 million. Damn, a car worth over 2 million. I've never even sat in one." That could buy 20 of Han's cars. The young men exchanged glances, gasping in astonishment upon realizing the vehicle's worth. Han, your relative must be quite affluent. Why did you speak to him like that earlier? One young man asked, perplexed. At this moment, Honda remained in a state of shock. Wasn't Su Yin just a recent graduate? How could he possibly afford such a car? It was unfathomable. A vehicle worth over 2 million. His family couldn't afford that, let alone him, a freshly graduated laborer. His family merely operated a small convenience store. And even after a century of hard work, they couldn't purchase such a car. Gazing at his own humble Passat, Honda felt a surge of anger welling within him. Moreover, in front of those young men, he had utterly lost face. How could he still maintain his position as the big brother? In an instant, Honda found himself at a loss for words, unable to find a point to belittle Su Yun. Yet, he couldn't afford to lose face. This humiliation could ruin his image as a big brother in front of them. Suddenly, Honda's gaze fell upon a car rental agency, and the gloom on his face lifted in an instant. Huh, you all must think that car belongs to him, right? You must assume he's wealthy. If that's what you believe, it only reflects your narrow-mindedness. Honda regained his previous air of arrogance. Huh, what makes you say that, Han? One young man asked, his face filled with confusion. The car is gone. How could it still be his? Huh, Honda scoffed derisively. Then, feigning an air of profundity, gently rested a hand on his Passat and stated, it's quite simple. That car is rented. What? Is that true? You can rent such a luxury vehicle? A young man exclaimed, astonished. Of course. See over there? That's a rental agency specializing in luxury cars. Not only this one, but even more expensive cars can be rented. You simply lack the exposure to understand the nuances here. TSK, to be so vain right after graduating from college is quite shameful. His parents are still toiling at home, while he indulges himself. Unlike him, my car is genuinely mine. It needs to be returned once the rental period is over. With that, Honda's demeanor returned to one of superiority, reiterating that there was no way Su Yun could have suddenly become wealthy. His actions were despicable, squandering his family's hard-earned money. He would surely call home later to ensure his parents learned of his current situation. In this light, Honda truly was impressive. Yes, Han, you're remarkable. You have your own car right after graduation. So what are we eating now? Didn't you say you'd treat us? The young men chimed in, their stomachs rumbling. Let's eat hot pot here. This place is quite popular online. But as for treating, let's skip that. We're all adults and don't need to adhere to that tradition. We're not the kind to take advantage of others. Splitting the bill is better. Honda glanced at the average spending at the restaurant and quickly retracted his offer. Huh, isn't Han supposed to treat us? Why are we splitting the bill now? One young man remarked, surprised. Exactly. Han's right. We should split it. Another quickly interrupted, realizing Honda drove a Passat and wanting to stay in his good graces. Meanwhile, Su Yun drove along the road with Bai Qian beside him. Who was that person earlier? Why was he speaking so childishly? Bai Qian recalled Honda's remarks and couldn't help but chuckle. He's a cousin from my aunt's side. Known for boasting and showing off, Su Yun replied. Oh, I see. So your family isn't aware of your current situation? Bai Qian observed. No, I haven't told them. I'm mostly afraid they won't accept it and might suffer some sort of shock, Su Yun admitted, understanding that given Honda's nature, this matter likely wouldn't be settled quietly. He would undoubtedly inform their aunt, who might create unnecessary drama. It's better to tell them sooner. Once they know you're doing well, they won't need to work so hard. Bai Qian said, I remember a time in high school when your aunt treated me to a meal. If you return home, you should bring her a gift. Bai Qian reminisced about the past. At that time, her adoptive parents had just passed away, and her family was struggling. Su Yun's mother, out of kindness, had once invited her to a meal, leaving her with a deep sense of gratitude. I had no idea about that, Su Yun exclaimed in surprise, unaware of his mother's past kindness. Indeed, your aunt is a truly kind-hearted person. By the way, I have a beautifully carved jade bracelet in my shop. I think she would like it. Come with me to the shop, and I'll get it for you to take home. Bai Qian suggested. A meal and a bracelet. What a lucrative exchange. Su Yun chuckled softly before making her way to Bai's jewelry. In no time at all, the car came to a halt at the entrance of Bai's jewelry. Bai Qian led Su Yun inside, where she presented a bracelet crafted from jadeite. Its surface a pristine white akin to sheep fat, exuding a soft luminescence that made it an undeniable treasure. A bracelet of such quality would easily fetch $1 million on the market. This clearly demonstrated Bai Qian's heartfelt intentions. Please, don't refuse it. If you don't want it now, I intend to gift it to Annie during my next visit, Bai Qian insisted, placing an exquisite box into Su Yun's hands. All right. I want to decline. Su Yun accepted the bracelet, recognizing that there was truly no need to push back against such generosity. By the way, when are you heading home? Do you need me to prepare anything? Bai Qian inquired. No, I can manage on my own, Su Yun replied. Okay, Bai Qian nodded, feeling a bit pressed for time after their meal together. After exchanging a few more words, Bai Qian went off to attend to some company matters. While Su Yun prepared to return home, it seemed imperative to visit home. She needed to demonstrate her capabilities, lest her family continue to worry. Furthermore, her younger sister Su Yao had been acting rather strangely lately, and it was essential to check on her. As Su Yun settled into her car, she contemplated what to bring home. Basic necessities were certainly abundant, and the bracelet would suffice as a gift for her mother. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yun drove to the Apple store. Her sister Su Yao still did not have a phone, which could lead to feelings of inadequacy among her peers. Thus, acquiring a phone for her was indeed necessary. "I'd like to purchase your latest model, and also one of the best tablets," Su Yun informed the salesperson. "Certainly, sir. Which style would you prefer?" The salesperson eagerly approached, eager for the sale. "Something that appeals to young women. You can choose," Su Yun replied nonchalantly. "Understood. Are all these top configurations?" The salesperson asked, hurrying to retrieve the items. Nearby, a young couple browsing the phone models caught sight of Su Yun and were taken aback. The total for these two items would amount to several tens of thousands. This person appeared to be of a similar age, yet was able to spend such an amount without a second thought. They themselves were still making payments on their phones over 2 years. The young woman discreetly elbowed her boyfriend, her gaze filled with envy, as if to say, "Look at her, casually buying the highest-end phone." The young man felt a twinge of embarrassment and jealousy, thinking about how he had only recently graduated and lacked such financial means. It seemed that this person didn't mind being observed while shopping, perhaps trying to maintain an appearance of wealth. Soon, the salesperson returned with both items, neatly packaged in a gift bag. "The total comes to 50,000, the salesperson smiled. "All right," Su Yun acknowledged, promptly scanning her payment. Then, under the watchful eyes of the young couple, she climbed into her luxury G-Class vehicle. "Wow, turns out she drives a G-Class," the young man thought, filled with admiration. "No wonder she can purchase whatever she pleases without batting an eyelash." "A G-Class? How much does that cost?" "Over 200,000. The young woman asked, astonished. 200,000? More like over 2 million, the young man replied, his girlfriend's expression freezing in disbelief at the thought of such an extravagant vehicle. As they watched the taillights disappear, she felt as if she had missed out on something significant. After purchasing a gift for her sister, Su Yun remembered that her parents' phones were likely outdated as well. Given their age, they were not particularly adept at using technology, let alone an Apple device. Thus, Su Yun drove to a local phone store to select 2 phones. However, simply buying phones wouldn't suffice. She needed to consider what else to purchase. Glancing at her luxurious G-Class, Su Yun suddenly recalled her father's old, dilapidated van. To be frank, that vehicle had seen better days, and even on smooth roads, it was prone to jarring bumps. It was undoubtedly time to replace it, Su Yun mused. Then drove toward the nearest 4S dealership. There were only 2 dealerships in the vicinity, a BMW showroom and a Lexus store. After a brief contemplation, Su Yun opted for the Lexus dealership. Not that BMWs were inferior, but their logo was far too recognizable. In her village, a BMW or a Mercedes was considered the pinnacle of luxury. Nothing could compare to them, not even a Lamborghini. If she were to bring home a BMW for her father, it would undoubtedly attract attention, which, while gratifying, could also be quite bothersome. Thus, Su Yun arrived at the Lexus dealership. Shortly thereafter, her car parked outside the showroom. A sharply dressed salesperson rushed out upon seeing the G-Class. "Good day, sir. Are you here to view our vehicles?" The salesperson greeted cheerfully. Those capable of driving a G-Class were also likely to be potential Lexus customers, as both brands were known for their fuel consumption. "Yes, I'm here to take a look. I plan to buy an SUV for my family," Su Yun replied softly. Upon hearing this, the salesperson recognized the potential for a sale. When someone indicated they were buying for family, it often meant a purchase was imminent. "Excellent, sir. Please step into our lounge for a cup of tea while I recommend a suitable model for you. Would that be acceptable?" the salesperson inquired. "Sure. I do appreciate your recommendations," Su Yun nodded, following the salesperson into the lounge. The other salespeople couldn't help but cast more than a few glances at Su Yun, recognizing that anyone invited into the lounge by the manager was likely to make a purchase. It was intriguing how the manager could discern who was genuinely interested in buying. Once in the lounge, the sales manager poured Su Yun a cup of tea. Though not of the finest quality, it was still quite pleasant. Certainly better than the coffee she had earlier. Just as the manager was about to begin his pitch, he received a phone call. Initially intending to decline, he hesitated upon seeing who was calling. "Please, take your call. I'll browse around a bit and let you know when I'm ready to make a purchase." Su Yun observed his indecision. "Thank you for your understanding, sir," the sales manager sighed in relief, nodding as he hurried off to take the call. Su Yun sipped her tea but didn't linger long. She stepped outside to begin her car search. She had no interest in sedans. An SUV was firmly within her plans. It offered ample space and comfort for her family. After inspecting several vehicles, She found herself in front of a sleek black Lexus LX 700. Its exterior alone was impressive, subtle yet striking. Are you interested in this model? A young man approached with a welcoming smile. Yes, what can you tell me about it? Su-Yin inquired. This vehicle is a luxury SUV in the $1 million range. The latest Lexus LX 700 in the Landmark Edition. Its aesthetics, performance, and comfort are all exceptional. Especially in this black color, it truly commands respect on the road. The price is simply exorbitant. Young people gaze at this car as if it were a treasure. What is the final price? Su-Yin gently caressed the car's body and inquired. Well, it should be between $1,400,000 and $1,500,000, came the response. To be honest, this vehicle is worth its price, but alas, I cannot afford it. The young man also touched the car's surface and stated, Indeed, the price is quite reasonable. You are here to purchase a car as well, aren't you? Su-Yin continued. Haha, yes. Although I cannot afford this $1 million luxury car, acquiring a more economical vehicle is still within reach. As he spoke, the young man pointed proudly at a nearby car, saying, I am purchasing that one, the Lexus NX 260. The final price is around $300,000. It has excellent power and practicality, which is quite suitable for me. After saying this, the young man assessed Su-Yun's attire, then patted his shoulder and added, You know, us working-class folks shouldn't aim too high. A luxury car worth $1 million is something only the wealthy can afford. It's beyond the reach of us low-income earners. Brother, if you're considering a car, I would suggest the UX. It can be acquired for under $300,000, which is a fantastic deal. The cost-performance ratio is high. Although I don't earn much, I can manage to buy a car like that. But $1 million luxury vehicle is simply out of the question. You're young. With a salary of $5,000 or $6,000 now, it will surely increase in the future. And financing a car isn't a bad option. The young man smiled kindly, yet there was a hint of superiority in his demeanor when regarding Su-Yun, who appeared to be even younger. Judging by Su-Yun's clothing, he seemed to be merely browsing with no genuine intention to purchase, particularly as he lacked the financial means. As for himself, owning a car worth $300,000 places him in the top 10% among ordinary people. As a senior, he felt entitled to impart wisdom to this younger individual. Haha, if I were to buy, that would be the one for me. Su-Yun chuckled. Noting that the car suited his father perfectly, despite its slightly higher fuel consumption, his financial standing surely allowed him to maintain a vehicle. Then I must advise you on a few points. The young man interjected. We are both young, and given the current economic climate, if you were to finance a car, whether you can secure a loan is debatable. With a monthly salary of $5,000 or $6,000, affording the installments would be challenging. Trust me, don't act impulsively, the young man cautioned, his eyes reflecting some discontent towards Su-Yun, who seemed unaware of his own financial limitations. Just then, the sales manager approached with a beaming smile. And the young man quickly asked, Manager Lee, is there any room for negotiation on the price of my car? Manager Lee glanced at him and replied, Sir, we have already offered you the lowest price. You have made 3 visits, showing sincerity, and we are in the same boat. We Haven Tea profited much from you. This price is the best I can provide. The young man nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the price was indeed reasonable, though it was unfortunate it could not be lowered further. Well, sir, have you set your eyes on this vehicle? We are selling it for $1,400,000. The manager inquired, directing his attention to Su-Yun. I Haven Tea. The young man thought he was being asked about himself and hurried to clarify, but upon turning, he saw that Su-Yun had already produced a bank card. I'll take this car. You can swipe it now. Chapter 63, 12 bottles. The young man's face was suddenly filled with astonishment. Is he really going to purchase this Lexus, valued over $1 million? And is he swiping his card directly? Could it be? A wave of doubt surged within him as he stared at Su-Yun incredulously. At just over 20 years of age, how could he possibly have access to such wealth? His own monthly salary was merely $5,000 or $6,000. He couldn't afford this car even with his salary of over $20,000. How could Su-Yun manage it? Manager Lee, please don't take offense. He's just joking and doesn't genuinely intend to buy. The young man quickly informed Manager Lee. What do you mean? Manager Lee looked at him quizzically, not comprehending his words. If someone is buying a car, what concern is it of yours? Just swipe the card. Su-Yun continued. All right, sir. I will process the card for you right away. Manager Lee hastily retrieved the POS machine, and with a beep, the transaction was confirmed. Mr. Su, the card has been successfully processed. Manager Lee smiled, respectfully returning the card to Su-Yun. I have a small request. Could someone deliver this car to a specific location for me tomorrow? Is that feasible? Su-Yun inquired. No problem. As it happens, I am off tomorrow, so I can personally deliver the car to you. How does that sound? Manager Lee knew this was a golden opportunity to forge a connection with this wealthy individual and quickly volunteered. Of course, Su-Yun replied with a smile. Well then, I shall take my leave. Let us exchange contact information. and I will send you the address." After they exchanged details, Su Yun had no intention of lingering further and headed towards the exit. The young man was left with a tumultuous heart, grappling with the reality that the card had truly been swiped successfully. Was this person a hidden millionaire? Remembering his previous remarks, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and shame. How could he have dared to project superiority in front of a wealthy individual who could buy a car without a second thought? Manager Lee, did that gentleman really swipe the card successfully? The young man asked. Indeed, sir, but why do you care about this? Manager Lee replied, puzzled by the young man's sudden interest. Oh, it's nothing, the young man said, feeling utterly mortified as he gazed at the Lexus dealership, filled with envy. Here was someone who, at such a young age, could afford to drive this car, while he himself was still boasting about his purchase of a vehicle worth less than $300,000. The disparity was indeed significant. Look at him, youthful and accomplished, driving a G-Class and now buying a $1 million luxury car. Manager Lee remarked with admiration. What? He arrived in a G-Class? The young man quickly turned to look outside and, indeed, saw a G-Class driving away, his astonishment spilling over. A G-Class alongside this Lexus totals over $4 million. Turning back to glance at his own car, he felt it paled in comparison. After departing from the Lexus dealership, Su Yun drove towards a shopping mall. He had only prepared a few gifts, which were far from sufficient. This mall, located in the CBD of Jiangqing, was filled with high-end products, and one would feel embarrassed to leave without spending several thousand. Su Yun first entered a tobacco and liquor specialty store, where a wide array of premium tobacco and spirits were available. In rural areas, people might not be familiar with various high-end cigarette brands, yet the Zhonghua brand is well known. In the countryside, Zhonghua cigarettes are synonymous with luxury. Merely presenting a pack of Zhonghua loose cigarettes would require no introduction, as people would immediately perceive you as a successful individual. Additionally, the alcoholic beverages, including Matai, Woyangya, Guojiao, and so forth, are all reputable brands with steep prices. Su Yun recalled an occasion where his aunt showcased a bottle of Matai at home, proudly displaying the empty bottle the next day, boasting extravagantly. Although everyone knew she was merely trying to show off, a glimmer of envy could still be seen in his father's eyes. To the common man, Matai is not merely unaffordable, rather, it is a luxury that one hesitates to indulge in. Sir, may I assist you with something? A sales associate approached Su Yun, who was perusing the selection of spirits. I wish to purchase some liquor, Su Yun replied, casting a brief glance at her before returning his attention to the array of baijiu. Certainly, sir. Is there anything in particular you would like to know? I can provide you with an introduction, the sales associate continued. Su Yun nodded. Though he had little need for such introductions, the prices held no significance for him, nor did he require insights into their flavors. Shaoli, did you not see Brother Wang has arrived? Why are you still here instead of attending to him? A flamboyantly made-up woman sauntered over. But I have already promised this gentleman my assistance. Shaoli hesitated. What an ungrateful fool. I wanted you to close a sale. Yet do you think you can make a sale standing here idly? The heavily made-up woman mumbled under her breath before eagerly approaching a young couple that had just entered. Brother Wang, back again for more liquor? Are you here for Matai or something else? Observing her enthusiastic demeanor, Shaoli sighed, lamenting her missed opportunities for sales. She trailed behind Su Yun, her hopes of securing a sale dwindling with each passing moment. You even have Feitian here, Su Yun remarked, admiring the neatly arranged Feitian Matai. Compared to regular Matai, this variant is highly hyped. Indeed, sir. We offer a variety of renowned liquors and fine cigarettes. The Feitian Matai is quite scarce, thus its price is elevated at 999 yuan per bottle. If, before Shaoli could finish, Su Yun waved her off. Confounded, Shaoli watched as Su Yun produced a bank card and calmly stated, Please prepare 2 boxes for me. Oh, you mean 2 bottles? Shaoli, relieved at the prospect of a sale, inquired. No, I meant 2 boxes. Is there a problem? Su Yun replied, observing the astonishment ripple through Shaoli's eyes. 2 entire boxes of Feitian Matai. It was important to note that this was a peak time for speculation on Feitian Matai, with each bottle priced at 999 yuan. This gentleman was ordering 2 boxes. Recovering from her shock, Shaoli hurriedly took the bank card from Su Yun and made her way to the counter. Coincidentally, at that moment, the flamboyant woman had also brought Brother Wang to the counter. Brother Wang, look at you, purchasing 3 bottles of Matai. Is this for gifting? The sales associate asked with a smile. Just 3 bottles for myself. It won't cost much, Brother Wang replied, grinning, having regained some semblance of pride in front of his girlfriend. Did you see that, Shaoli? You should cater more to customers like Brother Wang. He just bought 3 bottles of Matai. The made-up woman boasted as Shaoli approached. Brother Wang beamed with pride, his vanity thoroughly satisfied. Buying 3 bottles of Matai was no trifling matter. It's nothing, just 3 bottles, and I can buy more once they're finished. However, he added a note of caution. But I must remind you sales associates to be discerning. Do not fawn over just anyone who walks in. Brother Wang glanced at the approaching Su Yun. Did you hear that, Xiaoli? Sister Xia chimed in. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli's expression turned serious, and she spoke up. But this gentleman just ordered 2 boxes of Feitian Matai, a total of 12 bottles at 999 yuan each. Chapter 64. A 10,000 yuan purchase. What? Sister Xia's face fell into confusion, and she quickly scrutinized Su Yun's attire. Is he even wearing any designer brands? No, Xiaoli. There's no need to exaggerate for the sake of appearances. Sister Xia expressed her displeasure. Feitian Matai's prices were currently inflated, and an ordinary person wouldn't buy such a quantity at once. Brother Wang was equally taken aback. Who could afford to purchase 2 boxes of Feitian Matai? He himself had only bought 3 bottles. I am not lying. This gentleman has handed me his bank card and is ready to pay, Xiaoli asserted. Sister Xia felt a pang of regret. Could it be that this man truly possessed wealth? If she had known, she wouldn't have entertained Brother Wang. At this moment, Su Yun approached, noticing Xiaoli preparing to process the payment. Hold on, there's no rush, he said. Xiaoli paused her actions upon seeing him. Meanwhile, the woman beside Brother Wang was eyeing Su Yun with an unsettling gaze, and Brother Wang felt overshadowed by Su Yun's presence, his sense of pride swiftly fading. Brother, just call me Wang. While this is our first meeting, I must caution you. The price of Feitian Matai is 999 yuan, and purchasing 2 boxes will amount to several thousand yuan. We need not be so vain, acting impulsively for the sake of appearances. If I'm not mistaken, your bank card must be nearly empty, or else you wouldn't hesitate to halt the transaction, Brother Wang remarked with a smirk, casting a glance at the woman beside him, who now regarded Su Yun with disdain. So he doesn't have money after all. Sir, if you lack funds, please refrain from making casual purchases. It creates complications for us. Sister Xia chimed in, suddenly enlightened. Xiaoli, uncertain of what to say, turned her gaze to Su Yun, unsure whether he would proceed with the purchase. Hearing Brother Wang's comments, Su Yun remained silent, not even casting him a glance, and instead addressed Xiaoli. The reason I haven't proceeded with the payment is that I am not finished shopping. In addition to these 2 boxes of Matai, I would like 2 boxes of Wulianya and 2 boxes of Guojiao as well. And regarding cigarettes, I believe there is a purchase limit, correct? Su Yun inquired. Yes, sir. Each person is limited to 50 packs, Xiaoli promptly replied. In that case, I would like 50 packs of soft Zhonghua, Su Yun stated nonchalantly. Sir, are you truly requesting such a large quantity at once? Xiaoli's mind was racing. This was the largest client she had encountered in her 2 months of work. Yes. Let us settle the bill, Su Yun replied. Oh, I will calculate it right away. Xiaoli hurriedly took out the calculator. A mechanical voice echoed. 999 by 12,50002, 500. The computer's voice ceased, revealing a total expenditure exceeding 100,000 yuan. Sir, shall I process the payment now? Xiaoli inquired. Yes. You may proceed, Su Yun nodded. With a clear prompt sound, 100,000 yuan vanished from Su Yun's account. Payment successful. Sir, here's your card. Xiaoli respectfully returned the bank card to Su Yun. Both Brother Wang and Sister Xia stood in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted. He just spent 100,000 yuan. Especially Brother Wang, who had thought purchasing 3 bottles of Matai was excessive, now found himself dwarfed by Su Yun's extravagant purchase. In an instant, his sense of superiority evaporated, replaced by the eager gaze of the woman beside him. I cannot take these items with me. I will provide you with an address for delivery this afternoon. Su Yun spoke as he exchanged contact information with Xiaoli, promptly sending over his address. Very well, sir. This afternoon, we will arrange for delivery to Yuxiangxia community, and we will be punctual, Xiaoli hurriedly remarked. Yuxiangxia. Upon hearing the name of the community, Brother Wang was taken aback once more. It was known for its riverside properties, with each unit likely starting at several million. Moreover, the residents there typically owned more than one property. Instantly, Brother Wang's gaze towards Su Yun transformed into one of reverence. After completing the payment and addressing the matters at hand, Su Yun prepared to leave to purchase other items, only to have Brother Wang directly stop him. Su Yun furrowed his brow and said, You are Brother Wang, aren't you? Is there something you need? Hearing this, Brother Wang quickly forced a smile, bowing slightly. No, just call me Xiao Wang. Please, don't take offense. I apologize for my earlier ignorance. You are magnanimous, and I hope you won't hold it against me. Brother Wang mopped the sweat from his brow. That's fine, just step aside. I need to go, Su Yun replied, his hands in his pockets. Oh, can we exchange contact information? Brother Wang asked eagerly. All right, Su Yun responded with a glance, while Brother Wang, still calling him brother, retreated with utmost respect. He only straightened his back and wiped the sweat from his forehead once he saw Su Yun leave. Phew. Brother Wang took a deep breath. I nearly made a grave mistake. Recalling Su Yun's earlier gaze, he felt a lingering unease. Why? I was just about to ask for his contact details. A woman nearby remarked in confusion. Haha, you? Do you really think he would be interested in you? Su Yun, how can you say that? A person like him, rich yet exceedingly humble. I inadvertently offended him with my words. Had I not apologized, I would likely face repercussions tomorrow. Brother Wang explained. I can tell at a glance that he is a person of great stature. Xiaoxia, please pack up the liquor for me. After today's events, I need to have a few drinks tonight to calm my nerves. It's a pity I didn't manage to get that gentleman's contact information. Brother Wang said to Sister Xia. Sister Xia, staring at the departing figure of Su Yun, appeared dazed. In truth, she was the first to notice Su Yun upon his entrance, but had not approached him immediately. Xiaoxia, what are you doing? Brother Wang urged. Okay, brother. I'll pack it right away. Sister Xia snapped back to reality and hurried to help Brother Wang, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Xiaoli, who was carefully transporting a box of liquor, perspiring with each trip. At that moment, Sister Xia was filled with regret, although her workload was lighter than Xiaoli's. She wished she could swap places with him. Chapter 65. Learning from the best, Honda. After completing his purchases, Su Yun felt satisfied and ventured into a supermarket to buy a plethora of snacks before heading home. That evening, lying in his hotel room, Honda dialed a phone number. Hello, Mom, I have something to tell you. After a day filled with encounters, he was now prepared to share his meeting with Su Yun. What is it, dear? Honda's mother, Chen Meili, inquired. I ran into Su Yun here in Jiangcheng. Honda announced. Oh, how did it go? Did he see your car? Ha, I bet he is envious. Chen Meili laughed. Also, he should know your college entrance exam results by now, right? Yours are even higher than his. What does he have to boast about in front of us? Exactly. But there is something else. When I saw Su Yun, can you guess what car he was driving? Honda continued. Can Su Yun even afford a car? His father drives that old, dilapidated van and wants to replace it. He just graduated and earns 5,000 a month. How could he possibly buy a car? Chen Meili expressed her confusion. Of course. His whole family is poor. How could they afford a car? But Su Yun has a strong sense of vanity. He thinks he is the only college student in the world, so he rented a luxury car just to show off in front of me. It's utterly hilarious. Hondo exclaimed. Mom, you must tell Annie about this so she can teach Su Yun a lesson. Why waste money renting a car when he could save it? I knew it. So it was a rented car. I have to spread the word. Chen Meili felt as though she had discovered a new realm. In the past, she could mock everything about the Su family, but she had never managed to ridicule Su Yun, the university student. Now that Honda's score surpassed his, and with Su Yun resorting to renting a car for appearances, Chen Meili finally found her breakthrough. Son, come home early tomorrow. We should visit your aunt, Chen Meili suggested. Sure, I have a car now, so I can get anywhere quickly. I'll be back first thing in the morning, Honda replied. After a few more exchanges, they ended the call. Time raced forward like a wild donkey, swiftly ushering in the early hours of the next day. Su Yun rose early, first checking the information for the day, but found nothing of significance. Hello? Manager Lee, please set off in a while. Thank you, Su Yun called Lee, the manager at the Lexus dealership. Of course, Mr. Su. I'll be on my way shortly, Manager Lee replied. Thank you, Su Yun said, then proceeded to freshen up and have a simple breakfast. The gifts he had purchased the previous day were already stuffed into the car, taking up most of the trunk. Setting the navigation, Su Yun drove his G-Class towards home. Dayu Tree Town. Su Yun's family resided here, running a small convenience store. Life wasn't overly prosperous, but it was manageable. However, operating a convenience store was no longer as lucrative as before. Larger supermarkets often held promotions and offered a wider variety of products, drawing customers away. The store mostly relied on familiar faces, making it difficult to earn a decent profit. Around 9 o'clock, a Volkswagen pulled up in front of Su Yun's home. In front of his house was a small square, often bustling with people, known as the village's information hub. Here, news could be magnified infinitely. Any tidbit of information circulated rapidly. At this moment, several elderly men and women gathered, and upon seeing a new car, they began discussing. Whose car is this? I haven't seen it before. This car looks impressive. It's shiny and sleek, just like the Black Panther on TV. An old man commented. Indeed, such a new car must cost quite a bit, right? An elderly woman turned to an old man with some knowledge. Yes, a new car would likely be expensive, but a second-hand one would be cheaper. My grandson bought a second-hand car for only 66,000 at some place called Watermelon. Quite the bargain. The old man boasted. What? You can trade watermelon for a car? That's rare. I'll take my grandson tomorrow to trade some watermelons for a car. The elderly woman exclaimed in shock. You don't understand. It's not that watermelons can be exchanged for cars. It's that he bought a car from a place called Watermelon. It's all high-tech. How would you, an old lady, understand? The old man looked at the elderly woman with disdain. Just then, The door of the Magotan opened, and a man and woman stepped out. One of the elderly men squinted and recognized the visitors. That's Xiaoyun's aunt. So this car belongs to them. I was wondering who was extravagant enough to buy a new car. An old man remarked. Indeed, it is the aunt of Xiao Yunzi. And what brings her here at this time, unannounced? An elderly woman pondered for a moment, then shouted into the small shop, Xiaoyun's mother, come out. You have guests. Almost immediately, a middle-aged woman emerged from the shop, her countenance kind and inviting, clearly a good-hearted person. This was Su Yun's mother, Chen Suifan. Who has arrived, auntie? Chen Suifan inquired, following the direction of the elderly woman's finger, only to spot a man and a woman. One was her sister, Chen Meili, and the other was her nephew, Honda. In an instant, Chen Suifan's expression soured. Whenever these two visited, it seldom boded well. Previously, Chen Meili had called her several times, flaunting Honda's excellent college entrance examination results while subtly belittling Su Yun, which left Chen Suifan quite displeased. Ah, dear sister. Haha. It has been ages since I last visited you. I thought I would drop by today. Chen Meili exclaimed, carrying a box of 8 treasure porridge, while Honda stood empty-handed. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Chen Suifan felt it inappropriate to voice her discontent. It would not do to send guests away, as that might reflect poorly on her reputation. Seeing the group of elderly men and women seated around, Chen Meili couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She knew all too well how swiftly gossip spread among them. It's nothing significant. We merely came to see you after Honda's college entrance examination. We also wish to celebrate his commendable results. Chen Meili approached closer, glancing at the village information station, and a smile crept across her lips. Let me share some good news. Honda scored 600 on his college entrance exam. Weren't you all saying that Su Yun was the top student? Well, Honda surpassed her by 20 points. At this revelation, the whispers of the elderly began to swell with praise. Oh, I've always thought highly of Honda. Who would have guessed he would outshine Xiaoyun? Indeed, we believed Xiaoyun was the brightest in our village, yet Honda, who rarely boasted, has proven himself to be even more accomplished. What a remarkable talent from the Han family. As the compliments cascaded, an elderly woman chimed in, little Han's mother. When he becomes a successful businessman, he mustn't forget us. Of course, our little Han will surely become a great success. Those of you who have watched him grow will share in his glory. Chen Meili replied, though internally, she scoffed at the flattery. Sister, with such outstanding results, surely you should prepare a red envelope to celebrate? Chen Meili's tone shifted, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chen Suifan, however, felt a pang of annoyance. When Su Yun had been accepted into university, Chen Meili had belittled the value of academic success, yet now she was here, seeking money. The absurdity was almost comical. Very well, I shall prepare one shortly, Chen Suifan said, recalling the 20 yuan she had in her pocket. Not much, but not negligible either. Sensing her goal was in reach, Chen Meili prepared to unveil her second agenda, the tale of Su Yun's ostentatious car rental. With so many witnesses present, the news would spread rapidly. Sister, I have another matter to discuss regarding Su Yun. Brace yourself, as it may be upsetting. Chen Meili feigned concern. The elderly listeners, their ears perked, gathered closely, eager to discern what could provoke Chen Suifan's ire. As Chen Suifan's heart raced, she worried that Su Yun might have engaged in some illicit activity. The thought of potential legal troubles sent a wave of anxiety through her. Sister, please remain calm. Allow me to explain. Chen Meili relished the apprehension she had instigated in Chen Suifan. This is not a grave issue, but I feel it necessary to share this publicly so everyone can hear. She continued, I initially believed Su Yun was merely overshadowed academically by my Honda, but I've now discerned that he harbors significant moral shortcomings. Just yesterday, Honda drove his 10,000 yuan car to Jiangcheng and encountered Su Yun, perhaps out of envy for the vehicle we provided Honda. Su Yun succumbed to vanity and rented an extravagant car to flaunt before him, attempting to satisfy his own self-importance. How could a fresh university graduate, with merely a month's salary of 5,000 yuan, justify spending thousands to hire a luxury vehicle? Just because my family gifted Honda a car. He felt compelled to compare himself, indulging in his vanity. Is he unaware of his family's circumstances? My sister and brother-in-law manage this modest shop, barely scraping by, and yet he chooses to act in such a vain manner. A university student, educated no less, exhibiting such superficiality without regard for his family's plight. How lamentable. Feigning sorrow, Chen Meili cast furtive glances at the elderly listeners, and sure enough, the village gossip mill sprang to life. This Xiaoyun, who was once so promising, has now strayed from the right path. How could he change so drastically upon arriving in the city? He should be more considerate of his family's situation. Renting a car to boast is simply unacceptable. The discussion intensified, with some even elevating the matter to a legal concern, speculating whether Su Yun might face arrest. Chun Mei and Honda exchanged knowing smiles, their objectives accomplished, to unveil Su Yun's true character to the community. Everyone, I believe it is high time to discipline Su Yun. He should not be overly indulged, Chun Mei remarked, directing her gaze at Chen Suifan. The latter's initial trepidation dissipated as she realized the issue was not criminal in nature. She understood Chen Mei all too well. Only a fraction of her words bore truth. As she observed Chen Mei's smug demeanor, Chen Suifan felt her irritation grow. It was evident that today's visit was intentionally designed to provoke. That is a family matter, so you need not concern yourself, dear sister. Chen Suifan retorted, not one to be easily fooled. Nonsense, sister. As Su Yun's aunt, I cannot stand idly by while he goes astray. You must call him and demand he confess his faults, followed by a stern moral admonition. Chen Mei insisted, feigning righteous indignation, as if her motives were purely altruistic. Indeed, dear Xiao Yun's mother, it is imperative for adults to address such behavior exhibited by children. Otherwise, who knows what they might do in the future? The two elderly ladies chimed in. Chen Suifan wore a look of helplessness. She certainly would not call Su Yun, even if the situation were genuine. She would refrain from doing so. As the saying goes, family scandals should not be aired in public, let alone this vague and unfounded matter. If she were to make that call, it would be tantamount to acknowledging the truth of the situation. With the rapidity at which these elders spread news, the entire village would be aware by afternoon. Never mind, Xiao Yun is quite busy with work. She wouldn't be making that call, and even if she did, there's no guarantee she would answer. Chen Mei protested. That simply cannot be, for I have taken charge today, and you must call today. Just as Chen Mei was about to finish her sentence, she suddenly heard Honda emit a sharp scream. Chen Mei quickly turned to look, and saw Honda's face flushed with excitement, his complexion a deep crimson, his finger pointing in a certain direction. Chen Mei hastily followed his gaze and beheld a brand new black SUV slowly making its way towards them. Chapter 67. May I inquire about the residence of Su Fuqiang? Son, what kind of vehicle is that? Chen Mei asked, perplexed. That is the Lexus LX 700, the flagship model. It's a luxury vehicle worth millions. The on-road price exceeds $1 million, Honda exclaimed, his eyes brimming with envy as he gazed at the car. What? A vehicle worth over $1 million? What business does it have in our humble locale? Chen Mei's eyes widened as she scrutinized the Lexus. The surrounding elderly men and women also turned their gazes towards it, their expressions filled with astonishment. Oh my, that car must cost a fortune. Indeed, such a luxury automobile can only be afforded and driven by the wealthy. Honestly, if someone were to drive such a car back home during the new year, it would truly be a matter of pride. If my grandson were to return in such a vehicle, I would be absolutely overjoyed. An elderly man remarked wistfully. However, what is a car of this caliber doing here? Is there anyone nearby who can afford such a vehicle? An elderly woman queried. The wealthiest around here is the Han family, which is to say, Xiao Yun's aunt's family. This car must be here for her, someone suggested. Upon hearing this, Chen Mei's eyes brightened, for the car was indeed gliding towards the small shop. Clearly, it was seeking her out. After all, only her family had the distinction to warrant a visit from someone driving a luxury car worth millions. With a smile, Chen Mei announced to the gathering crowd, Ha ha, this car is here for our Honda. Xiao has scored over 600 points on his college entrance examination. It must be a reward from the school. Oh, truly, I had mentioned I did not want this reward. Yet they still chose to arrive in such a grand manner with a luxury vehicle. Are they trying to make me look ostentatious? Sister, wasn't there quite a fuss when Su Yun received her accolades? Was there anyone arriving in $1 million car to present her with rewards? Chen Mei glanced at Chen Suifan, her face radiating pride. Chen Suifan observed the Lexus, and in comparison to her family's dilapidated van, it was as if they belonged to entirely different realms. It was impossible not to feel envious. She too imagined how splendid it would be if her family could drive such a vehicle. However, considering the price of this luxury car, it would take 20 years of frugality to afford it. Best to abandon such thoughts. Driver, please stop. Chen Mei waved at the occupants of the vehicle, calling out loudly. In no time, amidst the onlookers, the Lexus came to a halt at the entrance of the small shop. Its imposing body, completely black, coupled with the spaciousness of the SUV, left the spectators in awe. My goodness, this car is simply extraordinary. Indeed, otherwise, how could it be a vehicle worth $1 million? It is entirely unlike our modest 5 or 6,000. Oh, how I wish I could sit in it just once. The elders surrounded the car, marveling and complimenting Honda, yet none dared to touch it, fearful of causing damage and incurring compensation. Ha ha ha, oh dear. Chen Mei laughed triumphantly, then noticed the car door opening, and a sharply dressed gentleman stepped out. Upon seeing this, Chen Mei hastily approached with Honda in tow. Ha ha ha, driver. Please present the reward. Oh dear, I've already said it was unnecessary to bring a reward. Yet the school insisted on sending you with such a fine vehicle. Chen Mei's eyes eagerly scanned the car's interior, eager to discover what rewards awaited them. Driver, may I borrow this car for a couple of days? Rest assured, I will return it promptly, Honda said, attempting to slide into the driver's seat. The bewildered manager Lee, having just exited the vehicle, was caught off guard by the unfolding events. He quickly seized Honda by the collar, pulling him back down. What are you doing? Honda shouted, visibly displeased. His gaze directed at manager Lee, radiating a threatening aura. It's just a matter of taking it for a spin. Is it necessary for you to resort to force? What a miser! Honda exclaimed loudly. Chen Mei, witnessing this scene, was equally displeased. She pointed a finger at manager Lee's nose, declaring, you, a mere driver, have no right to lay hands on him. Let me remind you, do not act so arrogantly here. Do you truly believe this car belongs to you? It was sent by the school to reward my Honda. Do you understand that my Honda is a top student at the school? If you lay a hand on a top student, I assure you, I will report you, and you will face dire consequences. Now apologize to my Honda at once, and hand over the keys to this car. We shall take it for a week as compensation, or else the repercussions for you will be severe. Chen Mei reached for the keys in manager Lee's hand. Manager Lee frowned, utterly perplexed by the situation, and with a swift motion, he slapped Chen Mei's outstretched hand away. Smack! Chen Mei felt a sharp pain in her hand, looking at manager Lee with disbelief. How could a mere driver dare to strike her? Did he wish to keep his job? Especially in front of so many people, it was utterly humiliating. Sir, you cannot resort to violence. You were sent by the school to reward Honda. How will you explain your actions when you return? An elderly man quickly reminded manager Lee. Observing the proud expressions on Chen Mei and Honda's faces, manager Lee was even more perplexed. Wait, who said I was sent by the school to deliver a reward? When did I say I was here to present a reward? Sir, let me tell you, such individuals speak no truth. Why would you believe her? I never opened my mouth. She approached me demanding to get into my car and seize my keys. What kind of behavior is that? Even if I were a reward bearer, I shouldn't have to endure such treatment. Absolutely no decorum. Manager Lee glared at Chen Mei and Honda. What? You are not here to present a reward? The elderly crowd exchanged bewildered glances, having assumed this was a reward delivery. If you are not here to present a reward, then what is your purpose? Look at your demeanor. How lowly. Chen Mei gasped, her heart racing. Was it possible he was not here to deliver a reward? What then was the purpose of driving such an exquisite vehicle? What business is it of yours? To be frank, this vehicle was purchased by a gentleman from this area. I am here to deliver it. Manager Lee stated plainly. What? This vehicle was purchased by someone from here? Is it not a luxury car worth millions? Who is so extravagant as to procure such an automobile? This car is beyond what Honda's family can afford. Who among us possesses such wealth? Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone present were etched with astonishment. A luxury vehicle worth $1 million. Can it truly be within anyone's reach? Could it be that this individual has delivered to the wrong address? Chen Mei and her son Honda exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. This car was something they could never have dared to imagine owning in their lifetime. Manager Lee surveyed the area before his gaze fell upon the familiar face of Chen Suifan. He approached her briskly, inquiring, Hello, may I ask where Su Fuqiang's residence is? He is Mr. Su Yun's father. Could you provide me with his exact address? Chapter 68. We do not love material comparisons. As soon as Manager Lee's words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Chen Suifan stood aghast, absorbing the information. Su Fuqiang? With a cautious tone, she asked Manager Lee, Sir, could you possibly be mistaken? Are you indeed searching for Su Fuqiang? Manager Lee nodded affirmatively, elaborating, Yes, I am indeed seeking Mr. Su Fuqiang. Mr. Su Yun purchased this Lexus LX 700, worth $1,400,000, as a gift for him. Hence, I sought your assistance. What? Exclaimed Chen Suifan, her excitement palpable. Fuqiang is indeed Su Yun's father. Oh my, this car was purchased by Su Yun for his father. What an accomplished young man he is. I heard he just graduated from university. Yet he can afford such an extravagant vehicle. If he can buy a car worth $1 million now, surely he will be able to purchase one worth $10 million in the future. A chorus of elderly onlookers gasped in disbelief, their eyes brimming with admiration for the Su family. Surely not. You must be mistaken, sir. How could Su Yun possibly afford such a luxury car? He must have rented it to impress you. Honda interjected skeptically. If we cannot afford this car, how could the Su family? With a smile, Manager Lee handed Honda a business card. I am the manager of the Lexus dealership. Should you ever require assistance with a purchase, feel free to reach out to me. Just yesterday, Mr. Su Yun made a one-time payment of $1,400,000. A glance exchanged between Honda and Chen Mei revealed a flicker of panic. The realization that Su Yun could afford such an extravagant vehicle suggested he might possess savings nearing $10 million. What on earth has he done to amass such wealth? Hearing Manager Li's words filled Chun Seifin with elation as she basked in the envious gazes of those around her, relishing the moment of triumph. I am indeed the wife of Su Fuqiang and the mother of Su Yun. Su Fuqiang is not at home at present, she stated proudly. Oh, then I shall park the car and wait for Mr. Su to return, Manager Li replied. Is Su Yun returning today? Chun Seifin asked, her voice tinged with excitement. Yes. Mr. Su is expected to return shortly, Manager Li assured her respectfully as he parked the vehicle in a manner that would not obstruct foot traffic. Chun Meili and Honda exchanged furtive glances, realizing the truth. This magnificent car truly belonged to Su Yun. A wave of jealousy washed over them, particularly for Honda, who had always considered himself superior to Su Yun, yet now felt utterly deflated. The stark contrast between his own modest vehicle and Su Yun's Lexus was painfully evident. One was celestial, the other terrestrial. Sister, what do you think? My Su Yun bought this car for old Su. It's not too expensive, just over $1 million. Chun Seifin beamed at Chun Meili. Feeling the weight of the stares upon her, Chun Meili awkwardly replied, Oh, it's not that impressive. Why spend so much on a car? It's extravagant and impractical. And maintaining such a vehicle incurs considerable expenses. Just because a car is expensive doesn't mean it's comfortable. Her words were laced with defensiveness, though she secretly envied her sister's son for his fortune. Indeed, upon reflection, the Lexus is rather ordinary. It's not as practical as my Magotan, Honda grumbled darkly. Haha, sister, you must experience the luxury of the vehicle Mr. Su purchased. I guarantee you'll feel the worth of that investment, Manager Li encouraged, glancing at Chun Meili and Honda. All right, I shall take it for a spin, Chun Seifin said eagerly as she followed Manager Li to the interior of the Lexus. The spaciousness and comfortable seating were a stark contrast to her own dilapidated vehicle. Reclining in the seat, she inhaled deeply, engulfed by an unparalleled sense of comfort. Chun Meili and Honda, their faces darkened with envy, swallowed hard, nearly succumbing to the urge to leap into the car themselves. Uncle, Aunt, you must experience this car. It's truly delightful. Chun Seifin beckoned to the two elderly individuals. Initially hesitant, the elder couple, who had previously shown restraint, were eventually persuaded by Chun Seifin's enthusiasm. Oh, no, this car is brand new. We wouldn't want to dirty it. The elderly man protested. Yes, we're content just knowing that Su Yun has succeeded. We shall refrain from sitting in it, the elderly woman agreed. Despite their words, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Oh, what does it matter? Isn't a car meant to be enjoyed? Come on, uncle, Chun Seifin urged, drawing the elderly man towards the vehicle, and he relented, stepping inside, followed by the elderly woman. Seeing the two elders seated within the car ignited a wave of envy among the onlookers. Brother, how does it feel? One elder inquired of the man inside. Let me put it this way. If I had $1 million, I would buy this car. My son's BMW pales in comparison to the comfort of this vehicle. Truly worthy of its price. The elderly man marveled. Su Yun is so considerate, buying such a car for home. Another elder chimed in. Over $1 million. That's no small sum to part with. Some young people hesitate to spend even a fraction of that on their families, unlike Su Yun, who is so devoted. He is indeed the pride of our community. I recall earlier when Su Yun's aunt suggested he was vain and merely rented a car for show. What is the truth behind that? An elderly woman suddenly asked, turning to Chun Meili. Indeed, if he can afford $1 million car, why would he need to rent one for appearances? Another elder questioned, narrowing his eyes at Chun Meili. Feeling cornered, Chun Meili faltered, realizing that her earlier assumptions about Su Yun had been misguided. Not at all. I am Su Yun's second aunt. I would never speak ill of him. Perhaps I misheard. As I was anxious and hastily came here without clarity, she explained, her gaze fixated on the Lexus. Let us hope. My Su Yun is indeed thoughtful, earning money to support his family. Honda, what are your plans for purchasing a car for your family in the future? Chun Seifin asserted, emboldened by the newfound recognition. Unwilling to suppress her pride any longer. Did you not just belittle your son? Now the tables have turned. Chun Meili remarked with a tinge of sarcasm. Oh, it matters little whether we buy a car or not. Our family is not one to indulge in comparisons. My Hondo excels academically, scoring over 600 in the college entrance examination. That is sufficient. Chapter 69, A Casual Purchase. Chun Meili felt a wave of embarrassment, having anticipated belittling the Su family, only to discover that Su Yun had suddenly acquired wealth. What car one drives is inconsequential, as long as we are spirited, she insisted, forcing a smile. Upon hearing this, Chun Seifin could not suppress a chuckle, her gaze towards Chun Meili betraying a hint of envy. Had she not just been boasting about her family's affluence? Why now claim that any car would suffice? Chun Meili, unable to face the situation any longer, pulled Honda towards the Magotan. Look, another car is approaching. An elderly man exclaimed. Indeed, it is a black one. The vehicle appeared even more imposing. What kind of car is this? The group of elders inquired. their faces filled with curiosity. This is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, a high-end model, priced at over $2 million, nearing $3 million. Manager Lee responded with a smile. Oh my, a car worth $300,000. Just moments ago, $1 million car arrived, and now this nearly $3 million one. When did so many wealthy individuals emerge in our humble town? The elders marveled. Chen Meili and Han Dai observed the imposing G-Class from a distance. Their hearts stirred. It was truly magnificent. No wonder it's a G-Class. Compared to it, other vehicles are insignificant. Chen Meili sneered at Chen Suifan, as if the G-Class were hers. Honda squinted at the approaching vehicle. Feeling an unsettling familiarity, it resembled the one Su Yun had driven the previous day. Could it be that Su Yun has returned? Honda quickly signaled to Chen Meili to cease her comments. However, Chen Meili remained oblivious to his intent. Oh, am I not allowed to speak the truth? This vehicle is not nearly as impressive as the G-Class. What if someone contests that? Let your son bring over a G-Class, she retorted, preparing to rush forward the moment the G-Class halted to curry favor. As her words fell, the black G-Class indeed rolled to a stop. Chen Meili was elated. This was an opportunity to mingle with the upper echelons of society. She hurriedly approached. Manager Lee also made his way towards the G-Class. Within moments, all eyes were fixed on the parked G-Class, eager to discern its owner. Ah, boss. Ha ha. I am Chen Meili from the Diang processing plant, she said, bowing and introducing herself as the door swung open. Second aunt, what are you up to? Are you here to polish my shoes? Su Yun stepped out, glancing at the bowed Chen Meili. Upon raising her head, she was met with the last face she wished to see. Is this car yours, Su Yun? Chen Meili exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. Yes, it is mine, Su Yun acknowledged, surveying the crowd, nodding in greeting to the elderly onlookers. Oh my, this car belongs to Xiao Yun. The expressions of the crowd shifted to heightened astonishment. Who could afford such an expensive vehicle here? Xiao Yun has truly made a name for himself. They whispered amongst themselves, their admiration directed at Chen Suifan and her husband, their gazes laden with envy. Chen Suifan, sensing the admiration, felt an overwhelming sense of pride swell within her. After decades of life, never had she felt so esteemed. Observing the envy in others' eyes, she reveled in what she considered the most spectacular day of her life. Chen Meili stared at Su Yun, her world spinning. The success of her nephew filled her with an indescribable anxiety. Listening to the praises surrounding Su Yun, she felt an immense frustration. Once, Su Yun's family had seemed beneath hers, but now they had surpassed her entirely. This signified that she could no longer belittle the Su family. Their status had risen above her own. The stark contrast struck her with such force that she clenched her teeth in resentment. Ah, what do you know? The essence of life lies in spiritual fulfillment. Material possessions are merely trivial. Chen Meili countered defiantly. The crowd regarded her with disdain, clearly perceiving her jealousy towards Su Yun, as her lofty rhetoric rang hollow. When she had previously derided the Su family, she had not spoken so grandiosely. Indeed, my second aunt has a point. Su Yun disregarded Chen Meili. Addressing Manager Lee, thank you for your hard work this morning. Here are 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor for you. As he spoke, Su Yun opened the trunk to reveal 2 packs of Chunghua cigarettes and a bottle of Feitian Matai, presenting them to Manager Lee. Manager Lee was taken aback, repeatedly declining. No, this is all part of my duty, Mr. Su. You are far too generous. These gifts are too lavish. In truth, Manager Lee desired the cigarettes and liquor, but his professional ethics compelled him to refuse. Not to worry, I have plenty more in my trunk. If I don't express my gratitude, what will people think of me? Su Yun pressed, placing the items into Manager Lee's hands. Realizing he could not refuse without appearing ungrateful, Manager Lee accepted. He had initially expected only to assist with a car delivery, never anticipating such a bounty. Su Yun's generosity and stature were indeed commendable. At that moment, an elderly man, previously smiling, suddenly halted, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the cigarettes and liquor. Xiao Yun, is that Chunghua? And is that Matai? His words sent shockwaves through the onlookers. They turned to gaze at Manager Lee's hands, confirming the presence of the renowned cigarettes and liquor. Look, oh my, Xiao Yun, how much did you purchase? Your trunk is overflowing. Several exclaimed, their curiosity piqued. Many rushed to peer inside, discovering nearly 40 packs of Chunghua cigarettes, 2 crates of Matai, 2 crates of Wulianya, and 2 crates of Guojiao 1573. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as faces reflected sheer disbelief. Nothing much, just some casual purchases for home. I was afraid my mother would scold me, so I didn't dare buy too much, Su Yun chuckled lightly. Chapter 70, a public display of exam results. That is not too much. Oh my, so much Matai and Wulianya. Such exquisite liquors are only seen on television. And dozens of Chunghua packs. How much did this all cost? The elderly could hardly conceal their envy, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Ha ha ha. I've never smoked before, so today I shall try. With that, Su Yun opened a pack of Chunghwa and began distributing it among the gathered elders. Some of the elderly women, though non-smokers, recognized the cigarettes' rarity and swiftly tucked them into their pockets. After distributing the cigarettes, Su Yun retrieved 2 packs and opened a pair of bottles of Maotai. Approaching his great-uncle and great-aunt, these 2 elders had always treated him kindly since his childhood, and naturally, Su Yun felt no hesitation in showing his gratitude towards them. Great-uncle, great-aunt, this is but a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Upon seeing the gifts Su Yun presented, both the great-uncle and great-aunt hurriedly waved their hands, their eyes brimming with emotion. What are you doing, child? We've been good to you, not for these things. The great-uncle exclaimed. Indeed, dear. Such fine gifts should be kept for yourself and your parents. The great-aunt concurred. Great-uncle, great-aunt, please just accept what little Yun has brought you. This is his way of honoring you as his elders. I even think he should have brought more. Chun Tsuefan interjected with a smile. Oh, this isn't too much. Seeing this, both the great-uncle and great-aunt graciously accepted the gifts Su Yun offered. Su Yun then opened a pack of cigarettes and shared them among the gathering. Oh, I must say, these Zhonghua cigarettes are truly delightful, far superior to the dry tobacco I usually smoke. One of them remarked. Indeed. Otherwise they wouldn't fetch such a high price. If it weren't for little Yun, we would never have the pleasure of such exquisite smoke. Another added. Many in the room cast envious glances at the great-uncle and great-aunt, who had always treated Su Yun well and were now receiving their due rewards. This was not merely about cigarettes or liquor. It represented Su Yun's deep-seated gratitude, and in the future, should they require assistance, they could count on him. Reflecting on this, some felt a pang of regret, wishing they had treated Su Yun better before, as they too might have enjoyed the Maotai. Meanwhile, Chun Meili and Han Dai observed the scene, their feelings of discontent intensifying. Witnessing others receiving gifts, they too desired to share, and with forced bravado, they approached Su Yun. Little Yun, haha, I've always believed in your potential. Since you've gifted others Maotai, surely you can spare a few bottles for your second aunt? Chun Meili said with a sycophantic grin, her eyes glistening greedily at the sight of the fine cigarettes and liquor. Cousin, congratulations. I too would love to savor the taste of Maotai. Could you spare me a bottle? Honda added, shamelessly. Upon hearing this, Su Yun merely smiled lightly, shaking his head. Neither of you has even received a single cigarette. Chun Meili and Honda exchanged glances, anticipating this response. Yet they felt it was unbecoming for Su Yun to deny them. Dear aunt, it's not that I'm unwilling to share, but as you mentioned earlier, such material possessions are beneath you. You seek only spiritual satisfaction, thus there is no need for me to share, Su Yun retorted, shrugging his shoulders with a hint of derision in his smile. Indeed, aunt, weren't you just disparaging the Su family? Now that little Yun has succeeded, you shamelessly ask for gifts. Have you forgotten your earlier words? Another voice chimed in, criticizing Chun Meili for her hypocrisy. Look at your behavior. You derided little Yun's ambition, yet now you are shamelessly courting him for favors. How brazen you are, having accepted Su Yun's gifts. The elders understood the unspoken rule that they were now bound to assist him. They swiftly turned the tables on Chun Meili, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Yet, as she gazed longingly at the Maotai and Zhonghua, she suppressed her indignation and directed her ire towards Chun Tsuefan. Sister, is this how you raise your children? He treats his own aunt this way while gifting others? Chun Tsuefan, with a cold smile, no longer felt the need to hold back. Ah, Chun Meili, you remember you are little Yun's aunt, do you? You recall you are my sister? Your constant sarcasm and cold remarks towards me and your brother-in-law have not gone unnoticed. When little Yao fell ill, I had no choice but to seek your assistance. And what did you toss my way? A handful of coins. Now you dare to speak of family ties? During your entrepreneurial endeavors, how much help did my family provide? Yet when it was no longer convenient for you, you cast us aside. What face do you have to criticize my son? Chun Tsuefan's pent-up frustrations erupted, and upon finishing, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if a burden had been lifted. You. Chun Meili trembled with fury, pointing at Su Yun and then at Chun Tsuefan, her eyes ablaze with anger. So you think you can bully us, do you? You believe we are easy targets. With that, she sank to the ground, sobbing loudly in a bid for sympathy. However, the onlookers, especially after hearing Chun Tsuefan's words, regarded her with cold indifference. Mother, stop crying and let us leave now. You've embarrassed us enough today, Honda said, feeling the weight of humiliation as he pulled Chun Meili to her feet. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Chun Meili wiped her tearless eyes and seethed, what does a moment of glory mean? You old fools and you little brat. Let me tell you, my Honda scored over 600 on the college entrance exam. He will be a billionaire, and then you will all be begging for his attention. Su Yun chuckled, recalling the information from the previous day. He shot a deliberate glance at Honda, who was nervously avoiding eye contact as he attempted to pull Chun Meili away from the scene. Aunt, I have something to tell you. Honda didn't T-score well on his exams, did he? I plan to reward him with a few bottles of Maotai. But only if he can show off his grades, Su Yun said, a sardonic smile curling his lips as he fixed his gaze on Honda. Hearing this, Chen Meili's interest was piqued. You're going to give away Maotai? This is quite the opportunity. After all that drama, Su Yun, whose wits seemed to have escaped him, is still willing to part with Maotai. 6 bottles of Maotai. Chen Meili declared, her demands audacious. Su Yun smiled nonchalantly, knowing full well that even if it were 100 bottles, Honda would still agree. Based on the previous day's intel, Honda had scored a pitiful 361. No problem. I'll also include 6 Zhonghua cigarettes and 6 bottles of Wulianya, making it a total of 666. Su Yun concluded, leaving Chun Suifan puzzled while others exchanged bewildered glances. Why was Su Yun so willing to give away such high-end gifts? Having just had a falling out, it was surprising for him to offer such generosity. Noticing Chun Suifan's confusion, Su Yun merely exchanged a knowing glance with her. She chose to remain silent, trusting her son's intentions. Is this for real? Chun Meili brightened at the prospect, realizing she might just hit the jackpot this time. It must be that Su Yun has discerned Honda's potential greatness and, fearing to offend him, hastily sought an excuse to make amends. Indeed, it must be so. Of course, it is true, more genuine than gold itself. As soon as my brother logs onto the official website and publicly checks his college entrance examination scores, it will be evident. Su Yun's tone remained calm, her lips curling into a smile. Ha ha ha. Chen Meili laughed heartily, gazing at Su Yun as if she were a simpleton. Little der, since your cousin has said so, then log into the college entrance examination website right here and now, so everyone can witness your score of over 600. My little der is indeed a dark horse. To be honest, had he not caught a cold, he could have scored even higher. After Chen Meili spoke, she nudged the hesitant and lagging Honda, urging him to hurry. Unexpectedly, the previously brazen Honda suddenly wilted, his expression one of sheer panic as he tugged at Chen Meili's sleeve, saying, Mom, what's the big deal about a few bottles of liquor and some cigarettes? What is there to desire? If you want me to buy you some later, let's just go home now. With that, Honda attempted to drag Chen Meili away. The onlookers were utterly baffled by Honda's behavior, refusing free cigarettes and liquor. Hadn't he just been shamelessly asking for them moments ago? Chun Suifan, observing Honda, began to infer a few things, saying, Little der, hurry and reveal your scores for everyone to see. Not only will it showcase your achievement, but you'll also receive so many rewards. How splendid. Exactly. Honda, what on earth are you thinking? To refuse such a splendid opportunity? 6 bottles of Maotai, 6 bottles of Zhonghua, 6 bottles of Wulianya. How could you turn down such a fortune? Quickly display your scores and dazzle everyone. Chen Meili exclaimed, pulling Honda closer. Oh, why must it be my scores that need to be seen? What is so remarkable about a mere score? There are plenty of students in Jiangcheng who scored over 600. I simply do not wish to show it to everyone. Let us leave. Honda insisted, resolutely refusing to reveal his true scores. You insolent boy, over 600 points? Who here has achieved such a score? Once it is revealed, they will be envious to death. Little der, I understand your modesty, but there is no need for such humility now. When it's time to be proud, one must indeed be proud. Show them. Chen Meili proclaimed boastfully, seizing Honda's unlocked phone and navigating to the examination website. Oh no, Honda exclaimed in alarm, scrambling to snatch back the phone, but Chen Meili deftly evaded him. She couldn't comprehend why her son, who usually reveled in showing off, had suddenly adopted such modesty. Modesty was hardly a virtue in this context. As she manipulated the phone, Chen Meili called out to those nearby, Come over and take a look. Come see my little der's scores. Her shouts drew a crowd, and after entering the login credentials, her finger hovered over the query button. No, don't look. Honda shouted anxiously, but it was too late. At the moment the button was pressed, Honda sank to the ground in defeat. Chen Meili, however, wore a triumphant expression, addressing the crowd. You all see now? This is what we call genius. Su Yun, do not forget what you promised. Hurry up and prepare the cigarettes and liquor. Chen Meili surveyed the crowd, brimming with pride. As she saw their astonished faces, her sense of triumph multiplied. Are those 3 digits indeed the score? My eyes must be failing me. Why can't I decipher the writing? Wasn't it said that Honda scored over 600? Why does the first digit not appear to be a 6? An elderly lady remarked, her face etched with confusion. Is there a younger person here? Come take a look quickly. I'll take a look, said Manager Li, raising his hand and moving closer. Then focusing intently on the score displayed on the phone. Upon seeing it, he gasped sharply. What is the matter? Are you all stunned? You all could not achieve this score even if you tried for a decade. Chen Meili continued to boast. Indeed, even if I were to take the exam for another 100 years, I would not achieve such a score. Ladies and gentlemen, this student's score is 361. Manager Li stated calmly. Ha ha ha. Chen Meili laughed once, but suddenly sensed something was amiss. What nonsense? How could it possibly be over 300? Have your eyes gone bad? She retorted, dissatisfied. You can see for yourself, Manager Lee replied, holding up the phone. Chen Meili hurriedly glanced at the screen, and upon seeing the number 3, her blood pressure skyrocketed. How could this be? Wasn't he at over 900? How could it be 300? She exclaimed. It must be a system error. Chen Meili quickly logged out and checked again, but the result remained unchanged, 361. After checking 3 or 4 times, she found the same number each time, and suddenly, Chen Meili collapsed to the ground, her gaze vacant and dazed. The score she had taken pride in was, indeed, a fabrication. Honder, what is the meaning of this? Chen Meili shouted furiously at Honder, who bore an expression of despair, his eyes filled with resentment as they rested on Su Yun. I misread it, mistaking the middle digit 6 for the first digit. It was merely a misunderstanding. Honder protested, but before he could continue, Chen Meili slapped him across the face. You have brought me such shame. Aya! Chen Meili cried out in utter despair. So what if I scored over 300? What of it? You can barely read. Yet you dare to criticize me. My education surpasses yours by far. Honder shouted back defiantly. How dare you speak to your mother in such a manner? Chen Meili fumed, her temper flaring. Is it not because you made me lose face here? Honder retorted, seizing her shoe and hurling it far away. Chen Meili, fueled by anger towards her ungrateful son, kicked him over and, seizing one of his legs, dragged him toward their car. Chapter 72. Trouble for Su Fuqiang. The two fled in disgrace, akin to two frightened dogs. The crowd, upon discovering the truth, erupted into lively chatter. The old Han family truly had no shame. They arrived early in the morning, boasting loudly about Honder's academic prowess while belittling Su Yun. Yet, what was the outcome? They were all worthless. They had the audacity to lie about their college entrance examination scores. What else would they not dare to do? Scoring over 300, my grandson, who is known as the bottom of the class, still managed to score 380. Where did Honder find the audacity to flaunt his 360 points? In my opinion, it is Su Yun who is truly accomplished, having purchased 2 luxury cars and so many fine things. You, Su Yun's mother, will surely enjoy a life of comfort from now on. The crowd ceased to dwell on Honder and instead directed their envious gazes toward Chen Suifan, continually praising Su Yun. Chen Suifan wore a beaming smile, relishing the compliments and the envious looks from those around her. Ha ha ha, it's nothing much really. My little Yun has just achieved a bit of success, she said with a smile. Su Yun gazed upon the scene before him, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the absence of his father, Su Fuqiang, who, according to tradition, should have been at home by now. Mom, is Dad not at home? Su Yun inquired. It was at that moment that Chen Suifan recalled his absence and hastily retrieved her old mobile phone, preparing to dial. Oh dear, this wretched phone is truly unreliable. It often refuses to obey, she lamented, poking the screen vigorously, yet the device remained unresponsive. Ma'am, it seems your phone's screen is malfunctioning, and it likely cannot be repaired. Nowadays, second-hand phones are quite affordable. I purchased my iPhone 15 on the AI Zhuan platform for merely a few thousand, a young man who had just arrived to make a purchase chimed in, shaking his own smartphone for emphasis. Isn't your brother Su Yun employed now? Perhaps you could ask him to buy you a second-hand one on AI Zhuan. It shouldn't be a problem, he continued, subtly nudging the suggestion. Upon hearing this, those gathered cast amused glances at the young man, as though they were watching a performance. Although the young man sensed that something was amiss, he dismissed the thought. Turning around, he was taken aback to see a figure standing before him, holding an object. Ah, Yun, when did you return? The young man exclaimed upon recognizing Su Yun. Hey, just arrived a short while ago, Su Yun replied with a smile. I noticed your aunt's phone is quite outdated and, at her age, she may not be adept at shopping. You should buy her a second-hand one on AI Zhuan. They are inexpensive. She can't possibly go without a phone, and if you don't buy it for her, she certainly won't indulge herself, the young man whispered to Su Yun, attempting to keep his voice low. This was, in fact, a well-meaning suggestion, and Su Yun nodded amicably. He then lifted the object he had been carrying. Indeed, I was concerned she might hesitate to purchase one, so I brought her a brand new model. As he spoke, Su Yun unwrapped the packaging of a Huawei smartphone, revealing the latest, top-of-the-line model to the astonishment of the onlookers. Mom, there's no need for that old phone anymore. I bought you a new one, Su Yun declared, handing the device to Chen Suifan. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she held the phone, instantly enamored by it. She had seen this model in videos and longed for it, yet its high price had rendered it unattainable for someone of her financial means. The fact that her son had chosen to gift her this present moved her deeply. Thank you, my son. I absolutely adore this gift, Chen Suifan exclaimed, showing no signs of reluctance. She understood that Su Yun was now financially stable, and spending a bit more on a phone was perfectly reasonable. As a parent, She knew she should not dampen his spirit. Look at young Yun, so thoughtful. Aware of his mother's phone woes, he bought her a new one, exclaimed one bystander. Indeed. I've always seen him as a dutiful child, another chimed in. This phone is splendid, brand new, and quite beautiful. It must have cost a pretty penny, right? Yes. I reckon this model should be around 5,000 yuan, another person remarked. Xiao Hai, you're young. You must know the brand and its value. An elder directed his question toward the young man beside him. Xiao Hai examined the phone, mildly astonished. Did Su Yin not just graduate from university? How could he afford such an expensive phone? Cough. This model is the latest from Huapai, and the highest configuration costs over 10,000, Xiao Hai noted, eyeing the device. Over 10,000. No wonder Su Yun is willing to spend on his family. That amount could cover my meals for an entire year. Another added. Indeed. Spending that much on a phone is not merely about ability. It's about willingness. But for someone like Su Yun, it must be a trivial matter. 2 luxury cars could buy hundreds of such phones. At this, Xiao Hai's gaze shifted to the 2 sleek black cars parked nearby, which he had not noticed until now. The sight sent a jolt of shock through him. A Lexus, a Mercedes G-Class. His eyes widened in disbelief at the 2 luxurious vehicles. At that moment, Xiao Hai's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. He felt utterly numb. While the elders might only grasp the high price of the cars, he understood the level of financial prowess required to purchase such assets. It wasn't merely a matter of having 2 million yuan to buy a G-Class. The ongoing maintenance and repairs needed considerable funds as well. And this was not just 1 car, but 2. As he observed Su Yun installing a SIM card, Xiao Hai's heart was a tumultuous sea of feelings. He had once thought himself a distinguished young man in the village, having just advised Su Yun to consider a second-hand phone, only to discover that Su Yun was now the owner of 2 luxury vehicles. The stark contrast left him momentarily dazed. What's wrong, Hai? Su Yun noticed Xiao Hai's unusual expression and realized he was in shock. He handed him 2 packets of Zhonghua cigarettes. Here, take these. Su Yun was aware of Xiao Hai's character. He meant no ill will. And his earlier suggestion had been for Su Yun's benefit. Ah, thanks. Xiao Hai stammered, regaining his composure as he accepted the cigarettes. I haven't seen you in years, Yun. I didn't expect you to have. Xiao Hai said, scratching his head with a hint of awkwardness. Come now, we grew up together. There's no need for such formality, Su Yun replied with a smile. Xiao Hai chuckled, feeling a newfound admiration for Su Yun's humility. Most people, upon achieving success, would cast aside their less fortunate friends. Yet here was Su Yun, offering him cigarettes, which touched Xiao Hai's heart. Mom, when will Dad be back? And what about Yao Yao? Su Yun asked. Chun Tsuefen hung up the phone, her face etched with concern and worry. I don't know what's going on. This morning he said he was going to pick up Yao Yao for her summer vacation, but when I called, there was a lot of noise. And he hung up after just a few words. Yun, do you think something might have happened? She said anxiously. It shouldn't be anything serious, right? Yao Yao's vacation started today. So what could go wrong at school? Su Yun furrowed his brow. The high school Su Yao Yao attended was only about half an hour away, and logically, she should have returned by now. What if Dad had gotten into an accident in that old, rickety car of his? The thought sent a wave of concern through Su Yun. His father, while not driving a good car, fancied himself a race car driver on the road. Though he had never had an accident, his reckless behavior was certainly worrisome. All right, I'll go take a look and see if anything's amiss, Su Yun declared. Chun Tsuefen nodded in agreement, adding her caution. Be careful. Su Yun then turned to Manager Li, saying, Manager Li, allow me to give you a ride. There is a direct route to the city from there. Manager Li nodded appreciatively, smiling. Thank you, Mr. Su. With that, the 2 climbed into the G-Class and set off toward the school. Chun Tsuefen watched them leave, then attempted to call Su Fuqiang again, but still could not reach him. Don't worry, Mrs. Su. I know Fuqiang. He's dependable. What could possibly go wrong? An elder reassured her. Indeed, with Su Yun around, what problem could he not solve? Another added. Relax your heart and refrain from overthinking. Several elderly ladies advised upon noticing Chun Tsuefen's worried expression. Yes, I understand. But I can't help but let my thoughts wander, replied Chun Tsuefen. At the entrance of Yujiang No. 1 High School, a crowd had gathered, chattering animatedly as if something scandalous was afoot. How can today's female students be so devoid of morals? Stealing high-end cosmetics from their classmates in the dormitory. This is truly a corruption of societal values. One voice exclaimed. Exactly. If you can't afford it, then simply don't buy it. Why must one resort to theft when they cannot afford such luxuries? Another added. The discussion seemed to lead nowhere, and one person suggested, in my opinion, we should report this to the police and let them investigate. A few individuals, fueled by a sense of justice, expressed their indignation, pointing at a girl in the crowd. What nonsense are you spouting? My daughter could never steal. A middle-aged man without a shaven face retorted angrily. Oh, of course, your daughter didn't steal. We must have done it instead, right? Honestly, as the saying goes, if a child is untrained, the fault lies with the parent. You are the primary culprit here, failing to raise your child properly and then silencing our concerns. Another man countered. I've already told you, my daughter would never engage in theft. The middle-aged man continued to shout. If she didn't steal, then why is she reeking of that perfume? That's Chanel. Given your financial situation, how could you possibly afford it? Another bystander shouted, pointing a finger at the man. Su Fuqiang clenched his fists, trembling with a mix of anger and frustration. Today was supposed to be a day to pick up his daughter, Su Yao, but he found himself embroiled in a tumultuous scandal instead. One of Su Yao's dormitory mates reported a missing bottle of Chanel perfume and claimed to have detected the same scent on Su Yao. As soon as they exited the school gates, their homeroom teacher and the girl who had lost her belongings confronted them. Su Fuqiang knew his daughter well. She was the type to insist on turning in a found penny, so how could she possibly steal someone else's belongings? No matter how he tried to explain, no one seemed to believe him. Instead, they unjustly accused his daughter of being a thief without any evidence. Su Fuqiang's head throbbed with anger. But he had always been a meek man, unable to articulate his thoughts in the face of such accusations. Honestly, as a parent, you must acknowledge when your child has erred. Instead of admitting it, you choose to shield her. Do you realize you are nurturing a future criminal? Spoke a female teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses, her tone condescending. She was Wang Mei, Su Yao's homeroom teacher. Since taking over the class, she had meticulously gathered information about each student's family background, determining their financial status and adjusting their seating accordingly. Despite Su Yao's outstanding academic performance, she was seated at the back of the classroom due to her family's lack of wealth, while taller students occupied the front rows. Su Yao had suggested a rearrangement, but her proposal was dismissed with a wave of Wang Mei's hand. Hearing those words, Su Fuqiang could no longer contain his fury. To label his daughter a criminal was something no father could accept. Who are you calling a criminal? He stepped forward, ready to confront Wang Mei with a clenched fist aimed at her face. Bang! In the next moment, two security guards wielding tasers tackled Su Fuqiang to the ground, rendering his struggles futile. Dad! Seeing her father pinned to the ground, Su Yao's eyes filled with tears as she desperately tried to pull the taser away. But no matter how hard she exerted herself, she could not budge it an inch. What a disgrace. Not only do they refuse to admit their mistakes, but they also resort to violence. Being poor is one thing, but lacking morals? Do such people even deserve to be called human? Murmured a bystander. I heard this girl is academically gifted. It's hard to believe she didn't cheat her way through. Another spectator chimed in. Security, don't let go of him. Let him learn a lesson. A self-righteous onlooker proclaimed. Su Fuqiang gazed helplessly at Su Yao, tears streaming down his cheeks. This overwhelming sense of powerlessness, knowing he could not protect his daughter despite his utmost efforts, made him feel like a failure. Was being poor truly a crime? Did their lack of wealth grant others the right to slander and humiliate them without evidence? Was this truly his fault? Xiao Yao, it's your father who has failed you. I'm so sorry, Su Fuqiang lamented, as the father and daughter wept together. The surrounding crowd continued to watch with cold indifference, devoid of any sympathy. Enough. Just restrain him. There's no need to humiliate him further. A man in a suit interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer. Wang Mei sneered derisively and waved her hand, signaling the guards to release Su Fuqiang. A nearby female student wore a similar expression of satisfaction, as if she had avenged a great grievance, coldly addressing Su Yao. Su Yao, hand over my perfume. I want to pursue this further, but why must you act this way? Lu Yan feigned generosity as she spoke. Su Yao looked up at her so-called best friend, a pang of anguish striking her heart. Despite sharing a dormitory and often tutoring her, why was she so quick to betray her? Lu Yan, on what grounds do you accuse me? You sprayed that perfume on me this morning. When have I ever taken your things? Su Yao cried out, feeling utterly wronged. Turning the tables, are we? Wang teacher, I see no need to waste words on this scoundrel. I once considered you a dear friend, yet you chose to envy me and steal from me. Lu Yan's cold voice echoed. Wang teacher, I'm giving them one last chance to compensate me for my perfume. Otherwise, I will report this to the authorities. Lu Yan declared coldly. Did you hear that? A bottle of Chanel perfume costs about 800 yuan. Surely even the poorest among us can manage that? Wang Mei added. Su Fuqiang felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. If he were to pay, it would only solidify the notion that his daughter was indeed a thief. Nonsense. My daughter is not a thief. He shouted vehemently. Still unrepentant. Security, restrain him. Wang Mei commanded sharply, and two guards advanced toward him. Su Yao panicked. She couldn't bear to see her father humiliated any further. She feared for his well-being. As the taser approached, Su Yao screamed in desperation, stop. After uttering those words, she felt utterly drained and collapsed to the ground. Lu Yan raised a hand to stop the guards, a sinister smile creeping across her lips. If you had known this would happen, wouldn't it have been simpler? Wang Mei wore a triumphant grin, gazing down at the two on the floor as if admiring her handiwork. Chapter 74. The Slap. Several meters outside the school gates, Su Yun, driving a luxury SUV, suddenly heard a familiar roar. It sounded unmistakably like his father, Su Fuqiang. Alongside it was a voice that sounded eerily like his sister, Su Yao. Su Yun's brow furrowed in concern. His father was a man of integrity and would only lose his temper if provoked beyond measure. What could have possibly transpired? Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator, honking as he drove toward the crowd. Honk, honk. As the crowd caught sight of an approaching vehicle, a wave of panic ensued, with individuals hastily scrambling to evade its path. In the commotion, one unfortunate soul lost a shoe. Goodness, do you even know how to drive? A man was about to unleash a tirade of anger, only to be momentarily quelled upon realizing that the vehicle was none other than a luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class. In that instant, his ire dissipated entirely. At this juncture, Su Fuqiang struggled to rise, yet the security personnel, startled by the vehicle's arrival, unceremoniously shoved him back down with a fork. Dad, what are you doing? Why do you continue to treat him this way? Su Yao cried out, her voice laced with anguish. Wang Mei and Lu Yan exchanged glances, a smirk involuntarily curling their lips. In their minds, they scoffed, thinking that if Su Yao's father could afford such a car, he would not be subjected to such treatment. Su Yao, do you see that car? If your family could afford it, I wouldn't doubt for a moment that you would steal from me. Do you understand? Lu Yan pointed at the freshly parked vehicle, her tone dripping with disdain. Su Yao clenched her fists, her face a mask of rage, yet overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Once the car was parked, Su Yun emerged, and upon witnessing the scene before him, a primal instinct ignited a fierce tremor throughout his being. A wave of intense fury surged within him, causing his eyes to redden with rage. The sight of his father being pinned to the ground and his sister half kneeling and helplessly screaming was unbearable for anyone. And Su Yun was no exception. With a flash, he turned his attention to the two security guards, his arm bulging with tension as he unleashed a swift slap across one guard's face. The sound echoed as the guard stumbled to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, along with a lost tooth. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and shock at Su Yun's sudden outburst. You seek death. The other guard shouted angrily, pivoting to aim his fork at Su Yun. However, before he could act, Su Yun's poised foot delivered a brutal kick to the guard's abdomen. The guard fell to the ground, writhing in pain. The crowd gaped, mouths agape, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before them. The two guards had been decisively overthrown, and even those who fancied themselves as arbiters of justice chose to remain silent, wary of provoking Su Yun's wrath. Wang Mei, the homeroom teacher, was equally taken aback by the spectacle. Just as she was about to speak, a realization struck her that Su Yun was the owner of the G-Class, prompting her to hastily alter her tone. Sir, your actions are inappropriate. These two are thieves, and we are currently. Before she could finish, she felt a figure stand before her, followed by a ringing in her ears, her mind blanking as a sharp pain surged through her cheek. Who are you calling a thief? Su Yun's expression darkened, his voice icy. Wang Mei stood there, dazed, clutching her swollen face, unable to utter a word. That's me. Sir, you may have misunderstood. This person stole my perfume and refused to admit it. He was the one who initiated the violence, Lu Yan interjected, feigning victimhood as she fluttered her eyelashes. Without a penchant for reasoning, Su Yun retaliated with a resounding slap that sent Lu Yan crashing to the ground. The atmosphere was thick with tension as no one dared to speak, their eyes darting nervously, aware that they could not chastise Su Yun as they had Su Fuqiang. How dare you strike me? Lu Yan exclaimed incredulously, pointing a trembling finger at Su Yun. Wang Mei, panting with fury, glared at him. I will call the police. I will report you. Hearing this, Su Fuqiang, fearing for the well-being of this kind-hearted soul, quickly interjected, Brother, I appreciate your goodwill, but you should leave this mess behind. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's demeanor softened slightly as he retorted, Dad, who are you calling brother? At that moment, Su Fuqiang and Su Yao were left astounded. It was indeed Su Yun. Brother. Su Yao, like a child wronged, leaped into his embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. Su Fuqiang, upon recognizing his son's face, could no longer contain his tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Whoa, brother, they bullied me, wrongfully accused me of theft, and hurt Dad. Su Yao lamented, witnessing this tableau. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. This man possessed a son who drove a G-Class. What an astonishing revelation. Had he mentioned this sooner, surely someone would have come to his defense. As they gazed at the gleaming Mercedes, a few individuals stepped forward, declaring, This is utterly unacceptable. How can you mistreat this gentleman? Is it the norm for your school's teachers to accuse someone of theft without evidence? With a newfound fervor, The self-proclaimed champions of justice redirected their ire, as if they had never criticized Su Fuqiang moments prior. It's outrageous. If you accuse someone of theft, you should provide evidence. Exactly. Without proof, how can you label him a thief? That's an egregious injustice. Just because he comes from a modest background doesn't mean he is guilty. A chorus of voices rose in condemnation, pointing fingers at Wang Mei and Lu Yan, their rhetoric impassioned and righteous. The two women were visibly flustered, realizing they had no inkling that Su Yao's brother was the owner of a G-class. Had they known, they would never have dared to frame Su Yao. Meanwhile, Su Yun had comforted his sister, tightening his fists as he prepared to confront Wang Mei and Lu Yan. Su Fuqiang felt a pang of concern. If Su Yun were to cause harm, the consequences could be dire. Son, don't go too hard on them, he cautioned, knowing his son's temperament. Understood, Su Yun replied tersely. What do you intend to do? Violence is not the answer. Besides, we were in the right. Lu Yan retorted, retreating in a panic, her eyes betraying her fear. So it's acceptable to wrongfully accuse someone? Su Yun's eyes narrowed, his tone frigid as he unleashed a powerful slap toward Lu Yan's other cheek. With a resounding crack, Lu Yan was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling 3 times before finally coming to a halt. The force was so immense that she lost another tooth. The crowd collectively gasped, those who had previously disparaged Su Fuqiang now trembling in fear. You are a teacher, are you not? Su Yun raised his hand, poised to strike Wang Mei. The expression of terror radiated from her as she stammered, I am a school teacher. If you strike me, there will be consequences. With a swift motion, he delivered a slap that left a vivid mark on her face. How dare you? She shrieked. What right do you lowly individuals have to lay hands on me? I am a teacher. Su Yun forcefully pulled Lu Yan over, delivering a swift kick that sent her sprawling next to Wang Mei. Her eyes radiated an icy glare as she commanded, Speak. Lu Yan, trembling with fear at Su Yun's penetrating gaze, was genuinely terrified that she might be struck again. It's just a misunderstanding, she stammered, casting a worried glance at Wang Mei beside her. Crack. Seeing her falter, Su Yun swiftly slapped her across the face. Lu Yan felt the burning sting on her cheek, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Faced with Su Yun's frigid demeanor, her heart sank into sheer terror. I beg you, please don't hit me again. It was all her doing. It was Wang Mei who instigated me. Wang Mei, incensed at Lu Yan's frantic attempts to deflect blame, retaliated with a resounding slap of her own. You wretched girl. I am your teacher. How dare you show such disrespect? She bellowed. You are all so impoverished that you can't even afford to give gifts. I simply cannot tolerate your lowly existence. What is the matter? Wang Mei shouted, pointing accusingly at Su Fuqiang. What is the matter? Here, take this. Su Yun responded with another fierce slap. Crack. The sound echoed, leaving Wang Mei's face swollen and bruised like that of a pig. Huh. You, of all people, dare to call yourself a teacher? Just because you didn't receive a gift, you slander your own student as a thief? Scoundrel. Su Yun retorted coldly. So it is true. I had thought you were a good teacher. This is how you treat my daughter. Su Fuqiang seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Mei. The onlookers, having heard the admissions from both parties, were left in utter shock. How could a teacher at such a prestigious high school behave in this manner? Those who had previously criticized Su Fuqiang now turned their ire towards Wang Mei, voicing their outrage. Such disgraceful behavior. A teacher who resorts to slandering students. Unforgivable, they exclaimed. Well done. This is how you deal with such people. If you don't strike her, she will never learn. I knew this parent and student were wronged. Just look at their faces. They are clearly good people, incapable of such misdeeds. The individual who had been most vocally critical now praised Su Yun fervently. Ignoring the fickle crowd, Su Yun turned her attention to the two on the ground. Do either of you have anything further to say? Lu Yan, her eyes darting around in fear, was utterly petrified. Wang Mei, however, was seething with rage, as if she wished to devour Su Yun alive. Even if she had not stolen, so what? Would she not steal in the future? Wang Mei's astonishing words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What nonsense. By your reasoning, anyone could be labeled a thief. Su Yun retorted. I have the guidance supervisor right behind me. Once he arrives, I care not who you are. Wang Mei continued her frenzied shouting. Su Yun smirked coldly, preparing to respond when suddenly a car horn blared, and a middle-aged, portly man approached briskly, his expression grave as he surveyed the scene. What happened here? Wang teacher, what happened to your face? The guidance supervisor inquired, perplexed at Wang Mei's swollen visage. It was him. He did this to me. Supervisor, call the police. Arrest him. Wang Mei cried, emboldened by the supervisor's arrival. The guidance supervisor glared at Su Yun, declaring, You openly assaulted a schoolteacher. This is a direct affront to the school's authority. Just as he was about to speak further, he caught sight of the luxurious vehicle parked behind Su Yun. You drove that car here? The guidance supervisor shifted his tone, curiosity replacing his previous ire. Yes. Su Yun nodded in affirmation. Oh, it seems there must be some misunderstanding. The guidance supervisor's stern demeanor softened, replaced with contemplation. Su Yun couldn't help but reflect on how these individuals were so quick to adjust their stances based on circumstance. Could someone please explain what transpired here? The guidance supervisor queried. Indeed, this teacher knows how to handle matters. A well-intentioned bystander interjected, embellishing the account of events, particularly emphasizing Wang Mei's misconduct. Upon hearing this, the guidance supervisor's expression changed dramatically. He grasped the gravity of the situation. A teacher had slandered a student for not providing a gift and even incited security to assault the parent. If this scandal spread, it would become a national sensation. The entire school would be thrust into the spotlight, facing public outcry. In such a scenario, not only would the principal potentially face repercussions, but the guidance supervisor, responsible for Wang Mei, would surely find his career at an end. Moreover, this young man drove a Mercedes, a sign of connections and influence within the community. Such a man was not to be trifled with. If displeased, he could become an unyielding adversary. Seeing the pitiful state of Wang Mei and Lu Yan, the guidance supervisor was also apprehensive about the young man retaliating against him. Director, call the police. Arrest him. I am not afraid of shame. Immediately upload the videos of him assaulting me online. I want everyone to know the consequences of crossing me. Wang Mei shrieked like a madwoman. Chapter 76. Must be expelled. Hearing Wang Mei's outrageous words, the guidance supervisor was infuriated. Posting those videos online would ultimately harm the school. Not to mention the consequences for the teacher and the student involved. How had this woman come to be a teacher? The guidance supervisor felt overwhelmed. Urgently gesturing to the assembled crowd, please, do not upload those videos online. It would bring negative repercussions to the school, to this gentleman, and to this student as well. I see that many of you have children in this school. Should the school face public backlash, it would adversely affect you too. Therefore, I implore you, do not share those videos. As the guidance supervisor, I assure you I will handle this matter appropriately. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. If you don't manage this properly, I will genuinely hesitate to allow my child to continue here. Who knows if they might encounter a teacher like her in the future. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, Wang Mei's face twisted in resentment. I am the class teacher. You all want to make it difficult for your children, don't you? Director, quickly take note of their names. Find out the names, classes, and student IDs of their children. I will not tolerate such provocations against the school's authority. Wang Mei shouted at the guidance supervisor. Crack. To everyone's astonishment, a crisp sound rang out as the guidance supervisor, now flushed with anger, slapped Wang Mei to the ground. Wang Mei, as a teacher, you have repeatedly solicited gifts from your students, employing intimidation and coercion against those who failed to comply, while also conspiring with students to falsely accuse a classmate of theft. Such conduct is utterly reprehensible. Wang Mei, do you presume that the school is unaware of these transgressions? Your actions today are intolerable, and I shall report you to the principal for expulsion. The headmaster declared emphatically. What? How could you do this? Is it truly a fault for students to present gifts to their teachers? I toil tirelessly in my teaching. Should they not reciprocate in some manner? Is that not profoundly selfish? Moreover, the perfume incident was merely my way of testing Su Yao. Is there a fault in evaluating my students? Why should you expel me? Wang Mei's expression turned panicked and fearful, as she had not anticipated the headmaster would seek to expel her. Should he not protect his own? She had merely engaged in what she considered normal conduct. Why the exaggerated response? Suddenly, she noticed the luxurious Mercedes G-Class parked behind Su Yun, and in that instant, a realization dawned upon her. Ha ha ha, Headmaster Ma, what pretense of virtue are you putting on here? Is it not the case that you covet the luxury of others? You are eager to ingratiate yourself with them. Were they impoverished, your demeanor would scarcely differ from mine. Wang Mei shouted, pointing at the headmaster. The headmaster felt a flush of embarrassment, as if struck at a sensitive spot. Frankly speaking, had this situation involved an ordinary individual, he would have handled it, but certainly not with such swiftness. However, this must remain confidential. Observing the frenzied Wang Mei, the headmaster gestured to two security guards, saying, "Seize her. Such a person is unworthy of being a teacher at our institution. As the headmaster, I feel immense shame for failing to manage my staff properly, and I shall certainly report this to the authorities for Wang Mei's expulsion. In the future, should anyone discover a teacher engaging in similar misconduct, please inform me immediately. I care not for your backgrounds, residences, or vehicles. I am here to uphold fairness and justice for all. Trust in my resolve." The headmaster's words were filled with righteous indignation. I hope you can uphold your promises. Su Yun, unwilling to yield to the headmaster's authority, stepped forward and pointed at Lu Yan on the ground, declaring, Wang Mei has been expelled, yet what shall be done regarding Lu Yan, who falsely accused another of theft? Su Yun directed her attention squarely at Lu Yan. It's quite simple. Such behavior is intolerable at our school. Therefore, after deliberation, we will proceed with Lu Yan's expulsion. The headmaster stated, his eyes devoid of emotion. What? No. Please, headmaster, do not expel me. I truly understand my wrongdoing. Wang may coerce me into this. I was not acting with intent. I was merely an accomplice. Please, please. Brother, you are my brother. Could you plead with the headmaster on my behalf? Lu Yan's voice trembled with desperation, her body shaking as she gazed up at Su Yun with pleading eyes, clinging to Su Yun's shoes. Su Yun smiled coldly, harboring no sympathy for these individuals. With a firm push, she kicked Lu Yan's hand away. You cannot be so cruel. You cannot be heartless. Yao Yao, we were the best of friends. Without me, how will you manage at school? You must speak to your brother and beg him to intercede. If he speaks, I assure you, I will not be expelled. You are magnanimous. You would not hold my past mistakes against me, would you? Lu Yan looked at her once best friend with a pitiful gaze, tears welling in her eyes, ready to spill over. In the past, whenever she had quarreled with Su Yao, she could feign remorse, and Su Yao would soften and forgive her. Thus, she was confident she could sway Su Yao to plead for her once more. Whether or not theft occurred depended entirely on the statements of those involved. As long as the parties did not mind, there would be no issue. Lu Yan feigned vulnerability, while secretly mocking Su Yao's compassion, believing that as long as she portrayed herself as a victim, Su Yao would forgive her once again. As Lu Yan finished her plea, the crowd turned their gazes towards Su Yao. The fury in Su Yao's eyes gradually dissipated until it vanished entirely. Observing this transformation, Lu Yan felt a surge of delight and intensified her mockery of Su Yao, convinced that as soon as Su Yao opened her mouth, it would be to plead for her brother's forgiveness. Such a naive mother, destined to suffer. Haha. Su Yao, do you perceive me as easy to deceive and manipulate? Do you believe I would surely succumb to a surge of compassion on your behalf? No, you are mistaken. I am not one to be trifled with. Should you dare to slander me today, you would surely attempt to undermine me tomorrow. If I were to pardon you today, it would signal that anyone could bully me. Brother, I refuse to plead for her. She is no longer my friend, and she must be expelled, Su Yao stated resolutely. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's face contorted with disbelief. The once meek and accommodating Su Yao now stood resolute. Was she not meant to be swayed by sentiment? To plead for the preservation of their friendship? Su Yao, you ungrateful wretch. How selfish you are. Was I merely jesting, that you would drive me to ruin? Lu Yan shouted in anger. Su Yan nodded in agreement with Su Yao's words. This is the correct course. Compassion must not prevail. When dealing with someone like Lu Yan, she must be dealt with most sternly. Headmaster, I trust you will fulfill your promises, should the school fail to take action. Do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Su Yun spoke coldly. The headmaster broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, this young person possesses considerable influence. Should he fail to make a commitment today, he might mobilize his connections to escalate the matter. Realizing this, the headmaster sighed in relief. Very well. For such a disgraceful individual, I will ensure strict measures are taken. The headmaster quickly affirmed, gesturing for the two security guards to remove the prostrate Lu Yan. That is satisfactory, Su Yun remarked. Sir, I would like to obtain your phone number to discuss the outcome of this matter, the headmaster said anxiously. Certainly. With that, Su Yun provided her contact information. The headmaster turned, his expression instantly shifting to one of seriousness as he approached Wang Mei and Lu Yan. Everyone, there is nothing more to see here. Please disperse, lest others mistake this for an incident. Su Yun surveyed the crowd. Indeed, let us not linger here. Our presence is of no assistance. Haha, I must depart. My family's pig is about to give birth, and I must hurry home. Yes, how curious. Just a moment ago, I could hardly walk. As the crowd heard Su Yun's words, they began to retreat to their means of transportation, each leaving with increasing haste. Observing the expressions of these individuals, Su Fuqiang could only smile wryly. Had he said this, he surely would have faced their scorn, yet coming from his son, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Gazing at the towering figure of Su Yun, Su Fuqiang felt a surge of emotional excitement. A poignant reminder that his son had truly grown up. Dad, are you okay? Su Yun hurriedly inquired. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Su Fuqiang chuckled awkwardly, brushing off the dust from his clothing. Son, is this your car? I heard from your mother that you've been making money. But I didn't expect you to purchase such an impressive vehicle. Must be around 300,000, right? Su Fuqiang glanced at Su Yun's magnificent G-Class, confident in his estimation. After all, the admiration from others stemmed from the fact that his son drove an exquisite car. Thus, the price could hardly be modest. Surely no less than 300,000. Initially, when Chun Suifan mentioned that Su Yun was earning well, Su Fuqiang had dismissed it, thinking he merely secured a good job. Yet, What a revelation it was to discover that he could afford a car worth 300,000. Indeed, I also sensed this car must be worth several hundred thousand. Otherwise, how could they be so astonished? Su Yao mused, caressing the vehicle's surface. Haha, Dad, Xiao Yao, this car isn't merely 300,000. Su Yun replied with a calm smile. Oh, if it's not 300,000, it must be around 200,000, which is still impressive. Being able to shell out over 200,000 all at once is quite remarkable. Su Fuqiang chuckled, his honesty shining through. Haha, it's not even 200,000. To tell you both the truth, this car costs over 2 million, just shy of 3 million. Su Yun stated nonchalantly, pulling out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Suddenly, Su Fuqiang's hand froze mid-motion as he reached for a cigarette, his mouth agape as if he could fit a large apple inside, his eyes wide as saucers. What? Son, don't scare me. This car costs nearly 3 million? He exclaimed in disbelief. Su Yao, equally astonished, hesitated to touch the car, fearing she might mar its pristine paint. Yes, it's 260,000, just 40,000 shy of 300,000, Su Yun said, inserting a cigarette into Su Fuqiang's mouth and lighting it with a lighter. The revelation of 260,000 nearly caused Su Fuqiang to lose his balance, momentarily dazed as he finally grasped the cigarette and exhaled a plume of smoke. His gaze towards Su Yun was now imbued with boundless excitement. The ability to afford such a car signified something profound. Su Fuqiang understood this truth well. The overwhelming shock reverberated through his spirit. He realized that his son had truly made a name for himself. No longer would he need to concern himself with the opinions of others. Son, let me confirm once more, this car is yours? You purchased it? Su Fuqiang asked anxiously. Yes, it's mine, and I also got you a car parked at home, though it isn't as expensive as this one, Su Yun replied. Oh my. Su Fuqiang was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in his eyes. The sensation akin to being parched under a scorching sun only to be met with a refreshing breeze. In a word, it was exhilarating. Son, let's hurry home, Su Fuqiang exclaimed, fervently puffing on his cigarette as he headed towards his dilapidated van. Xiao Yao, get in the car. Su Fuqiang forgot all his previous anger and embarrassment, fully immersed in the joy of his son's generous gift. At that moment, Su Yao also came to her senses but opted not to join Su Fuqiang in his vehicle. Dad, I'm tired of your car. I want to ride in my brother's fancy one. With that, she swung open the door and settled into the passenger seat. Oh dear, why are you so fickle? Su Fuqiang lamented, though he too desired to ride in the G-Class. However, having shared years of companionship with his old van, he felt a sentimental attachment and could only watch enviously as Su Yao hopped into the luxurious vehicle. Haha, Dad, just take it for one last spin. After this, you won't need to drive it anymore, Su Yun said as he joined her in the car. Su Fuqiang shook his head. His son was now driving a luxury car worth over 200,000. He could hardly believe it, as thoughts of the new car filled him with excitement. Su Yao began exploring the interior of the G-Class, admiring its comfort. Suddenly, she felt something beneath her. Brother, why do you leave things lying around? She remarked. Su Yun smiled. Why not take a look at what it is? Curiously, Su Yao retrieved the object, and upon closer inspection, she discovered it was the latest, top-of-the-line smartphone. Ah, brother, it's a gift for you, Su Yun declared. Ah, Su Yao exclaimed in delight, clutching the smartphone as if it were a treasure. Her classmates all had phones, and while she had envied them, she had never dared to ask for one. Now, receiving this smartphone felt like an extraordinary fortune. Haha, I knew you'd love it, Su Yun replied, starting the engine as they headed home, with Su Fuqiang trailing behind in his old van, feeling an immense sense of pride. Chapter 78, The Millionaire Car Owner. Before long, the two vehicles arrived at the small square in front of the Su family's convenience store. At this moment, there was an even larger crowd gathered than before, encircling the Lexus in a ring. Among them were middle-aged individuals, young adults, and even some elders. Look, who is that? Is it Xiaoyan and Fuqiang returning? Someone exclaimed upon spotting the two vehicles approaching. Wow, it's truly a G-Class. My brother Yin has really made it big. The onlookers gazed at the G-Class with envy in their eyes, knowing it was worth over 200,000. Brother, so many people, Su Yao remarked, astonished by the crowd. Yes, it wasn't this crowded when we left, Su Yun replied with a smile as he focused ahead. The two cars quickly came to a halt, and Su Fuqiang, sitting in his old van, felt a surge of nervousness upon seeing the throngs of people. Nevertheless, he put on a brave face, adjusting his clothes and composure before stepping out. As he exited, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of admirers, the glimmers of envy in their eyes filling Su Fuqiang with uncontainable joy. Ah, Fuqiang, from now on, you'll truly enjoy life. Look at your son Xiaoyan. He has really succeeded. Indeed, when Xiaoyan was born, a dragon-shaped cloud floated in the sky. I knew then that he was destined for greatness. Absolutely, I witnessed it too. Not only was there a dragon, but also a phoenix. It was a true symbol of prosperity. The fact that Xiaoyan has succeeded brings honor to our Su family village. It proves that this place is truly a land of fortune. Look at how Xiaoyan has succeeded, even buying you a new car. Have you seen it? It's utterly magnificent. Just like you, Fuqiang. As Su Fuqiang listened to their praises, his lips broke into a broad grin, unable to contain his delight. Haha, it's nothing much. Just a bit of success. To say he bought me a new car is an understatement. I told him he didn't need to spend his money. But this boy simply wouldn't listen. Su Fuqiang chuckled, his tone infused with humility, though to the others, it sounded like a boast. What you say, Fuqiang? This car has served you well over the years. It's time for it to retire. Go take a look at your new car. Someone encouraged. Yes, I'll go take a look. At that moment, Su Fuqiang trembled slightly with excitement, walking carefully as he feared stumbling and losing face. As he navigated through the crowd and reached the front of the car, despite his mental preparation, he was still taken aback. The vehicle, in every aspect from its quality to its appearance, was far beyond a car worth 2 or 300,000. It can be said that the investment of 2 to 300,000 in this vehicle was indeed a worthy endeavor for Su Yun. Uncle Fuqiang, you are now the proud owner of a Lexus. A young man, glancing at his phone, remarked to Su Fuqiang, I just checked, and this model is the Lexus LX 700, which retails for around 1,300,000 to 400,000. At that moment, Su Fuqiang opened his mouth in surprise, only to close it abruptly. 1,300,000 to 400,000? Over a million. A wave of astonishment washed over his face, yet he quickly composed himself, feigning nonchalance. Nevertheless, his heart was profoundly shaken. A car worth over a million. His son truly spared no expense on himself. If it were him, he could never afford such a luxury vehicle in his lifetime. How many goods must one sell to amass such wealth? Su Fuqiang's legs, which had been trembling slightly, now shook even more. He gasped for breath and approached the car at an excruciatingly slow pace. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Su Fuqiang opened the driver's door and cautiously took a seat. The moment he did, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him, akin to sitting upon the celestial throne of the Jade Emperor. It was worth it. Every penny spent was justified. In this lifetime, he felt fulfilled. Placing his hands upon the steering wheel, he felt his eyes moisten with tears of joy and gratitude. Brother Fuqiang, take it for a spin. See if it suits you. If it doesn't, we can have Xiaoyan exchange it for something even better. Someone encouraged. While Su Fuqiang indeed wished to drive, his trembling legs and the crowd's presence made him hesitate. Ha ha ha. A car worth over a million and you're worried it won't suit you? Do you take me for a king? The moment I sat in, I could tell this vehicle is worth a million. Xiaoyan has spent his money wisely. Su Fuqiang gently caressed the car before stepping out and declaring. As the onlookers beheld Su Fuqiang's proud demeanor, they suddenly felt he appeared taller than usual, at least by 5 or 6 centimeters. Brother Fuqiang, you are now the owner of a luxury vehicle worth millions. Will you still operate the small convenience store? If you cease its operation, it will be inconvenient for us to purchase goods, someone queried. Ha. A car is a car, and other matters are separate. I intend to keep the small convenience store. After all, it has been my livelihood for over a decade. Without this store, there would be no car today. Su Fuqiang replied, accepting a cigarette offered by someone nearby. By the way, Fuqiang, I just returned, and a few days ago, you mentioned wanting to expand the convenience store. I bring good news. It can be expanded. A man, seemingly a bit older than Su Fuqiang, stepped forward. That was settled so quickly? I thought it would take half a month. Thank you, village head. Su Fuqiang thought disdainfully to himself. When he initially proposed this idea, the village had been hesitant. He had not anticipated receiving such a prompt response now. This was the confidence his son had bestowed upon him. That is only right. I intended to come earlier this morning, but since you weren't home, I refrained from mentioning it, the village head said with a smile. Dad, why bother with the convenience store? It's both arduous and exhausting. How about I invest in a supermarket for you, and you can be the boss? Xiaoyan approached, holding a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, grinning. You rascal, why on earth would I run a supermarket? It's far too large, and if I were the boss, I'd be overwhelmed with worry. No, I'll stick with the convenience store. It's sufficient. I can retire early and enjoy life. Su Fuqiang waved his hand dismissively, though his heart swelled with pride. The surrounding onlookers exchanged glances, all marveling at how Su Fuqiang had truly risen. He wouldn't even accept a supermarket. Although they felt envious, there was no malice in their hearts. After all, who could blame him for having such an impressive son, compared to their own children? It was as if they were from different realms. Speaking of which, Brother Fuqiang, now that Xiaoyan has achieved so much, you needn't prepare any dowries or houses. It's time to find Xiaoyan a partner, so you can have grandchildren. We're all country folk here. And if we don't see your child with children of their own, your task won't be considered complete.